After transmigrating, you rebelled in just 3 years and ascended to the throne by the will of heaven. Your first imperial decree upon coronation was to execute all transmigrators, because you yourself were a villainous transmigrator, though not the ultimate boss, merely a minor cannon fodder. The thought that the protagonist might appear any day to humiliate you, kill your son, and take your wife was something no one could tolerate. For 300 years, you endured in silence until swallowing a golden elixir. At that moment, the villainous transmigrator arrived, and a faint smile appeared on your face. Finally, they were here. Not long before, a light chuckle echoed. Is this the so-called Great Xia Imperial Palace? Unimpressive. We welcome the esteemed young Master Lu. The young man turned his gaze and couldn't help but brighten slightly. The Great Xia Empress, Xia Wanqing, possessed a figure and grace rarely seen in the world. Compared to her, the two mature women in his arms paled in comparison. Back when he had just transmigrated, uncertain of his future, he hadn't dared to act too boldly and let her go. Today, no matter what, he would taste her. Where is your emperor? Lu Xiaoquan scanned the room, looking down at Xia Wanqing with displeasure. Young master, please forgive us. His Majesty was unaware of your arrival and is currently in seclusion. I have already sent someone to summon him, Xia Wanqing replied, her tall and voluptuous figure trembling slightly as she bowed respectfully. Qianyuan Palace. The tightly sealed chamber in the emperor's quarters slowly opened. The upper sects have oppressed me for centuries. Today, I will show them what it means for the hunter to become the hunted. Times have changed. Li Xianji sneered, his murderous aura almost materializing. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Though your cultivation has advanced, an immortal family is not something our mortal dynasty can afford to provoke. The Grand Eunuch Li Changdong paled and hurriedly dissuaded him. That was before. From now on, I will use the might of imperial authority to suppress all so-called immortal families and eternal sections. Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. The former emperor had returned. Li Changdong watched Li Xianji's receding figure, suddenly feeling tears well up in his eyes. Back then, they were full of vigor and ambition, living freely, drinking heartily, feasting lavishly. How carefree and joyful their lives had been. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Empress, your emperor truly has an impressive air about him. How long must I wait? Does he expect this young holy son to personally summon him? Holy son, please forgive us. His Majesty is in secluded cultivation, facing life and death trials, Xia Wanqing hastily explained, already regretting seeking the Lu family's aid for her son's throne. Inviting a god was easy, sending one away was hard. Faced with such a lecherous and shameless holy son, she could only silently pray he retain some dignity. Forgiveness can be granted, it depends on what you do next. My dear Empress. Lu Xiaoquan lounged comfortably in his guardian's embrace, a brazen smirk on his face as his burning gaze fixed on Xia Wanqing. Kneel, crawl to me. At his words, Xia Wanqing's body trembled faintly. The banquet had a limited guest list, but still numbered several dozen attendees, all key officials and trusted allies of the crown prince. How could the dignified mother of a nation maintain her dignity if she were to grovel? Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoquan paid no heed to such considerations. Faced with Xia Wanqing's pitifully fragile demeanor, he only grew more exhilarated. Your Majesty the Empress, surely you wouldn't want your son to miss out on the throne, would you? Lu Xiaoquan sneered wickedly. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanqing's heart was filled with regret. But before the words immortal noble family, she was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Her only choices were to obey or die. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, a figure suddenly appeared beside her as if teleporting, grabbing her arm and pulling her upright. Your Majesty. Xia Wanqing stared at the handsome, upright young man before her, her pupils contracting slightly in disbelief. In her memory, Li Xianji was no longer young after all. He was already over 500 years old. Yet the young man before her now was so familiar, exuding the same extraordinary charm as when they first met 5 centuries ago. That is not a place you are fit to sit, Li Xianji said, his tone indifferent but laced with restrained killing intent as he looked at Lu Xiaoquan. So you're the emperor of Daxia, huh? Lu Xiaoquan said as if he had just noticed Li Xianji, smiling broadly. You look decent enough, but I can't allow anyone in this world to be handsomer than this young master. Hand over the woman behind you now, and this young master might consider sparing your life. Spare my life? The Daxia dynasty has stood for over 300 years, paying tribute to your Lu family every decade. Even if we've done nothing else, we've at least put in the effort. Is this how the Lu family treats its vassal forces? A mere dog. And you actually think you're someone important? As the young master of the Lu family, trash like you can be killed at my whim. At worst, we'll just replace the emperor. Lu Xiaoquan sneered coldly, then glanced at the 2 women in his arms, playfully tapping their delicate noses. Aunt Yu, Aunt Bing, break all 5 of his limbs. I want him to watch as I have fun with his empress. His arrogance knew no bounds, completely oblivious to the grave expressions on the faces of the 2 women in his embrace. The two divine emperors didn't notice at all how Li Xianjie had just appeared. Hearing Lu Xiaoquan's words, they could only assume they hadn't been paying attention earlier. They refused to believe a true dragon could emerge from shallow waters. How could such a small dynasty possibly produce a sage stronger than divine emperors? Of course, most importantly, even if Li Xianjie truly was a sage, they wouldn't fear the ruler of some insignificant dynasty. Do you really think you're somebody? Before our immortal noble family, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must crouch, let alone a mere dog. Kneel, the two women coldly commanded. Yet Li Xiang'a didn't even furrow his brow in the face of the overwhelming divine emperor's aura. With a light step forward, a muffled boom echoed. The seemingly invincible divine emperor from the immortal noble family, a figure the world viewed as peerlessly powerful, coughed up blood and flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Lu Xiaoquan watched the tall figure approaching, a trace of apprehension flashing in his eyes before he grinned and said, "Daring to show off in front of me? I'll remember you." Then, turning toward the void, he called out, "Aunt Shuang, why hesitate? It's time to act." As his words fell, a woman's figure appeared beside him. However, she didn't strike immediately but instead stared at Li Xianjie with uncertainty. "Great Xia's ruler, just what level of power do you possess?" "Enough to crush you," Li Xianjie replied with a faint smile. With a single step forward, an invisible aura erupted around him. Lu Xiaoquan's guardian, a mid-stage Saint Realm expert, couldn't even put up the slightest resistance and met the same fate as the two women before her. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing hastily lifted the hem of her robe, disregarding decorum, and rushed to Li Xianjie's side with quick, small steps. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him in awe. The Li Xianjie from her memories, bold, unruly, confident, and proud, had returned. "Do you admit your guilt?" Li Xianjie asked, his expression slightly dazed and complicated as he looked at Xiao Wanqing. Lu Xiaoquan's arrival in Great Xia was largely due to her selfish actions. Yet, some things were inevitable, and knowing the outcome in advance wouldn't change the final result, it might even make things worse. "This concubine admits her wrongdoing," Xiao Wanqing replied. Seeing the coldness in Li Xianjie's eyes, she realized her misdeeds had likely been uncovered. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees and pleaded for forgiveness. "Since that's the case, from today onward, you will move out of Cunning Palace and reside in Qingqiu Courtyard, and you are not allowed to leave without an imperial decree," Li Xiang'a said coldly. When Xia Evening Qing heard this, her body couldn't help but soften slightly and she almost fell down. She knew that she was being relegated. "Father, even though mother is at fault, you can't let her move out of Koan Ning Palace." A youth who resembled Li Chang'a 7 times rushed out from his seat and directly knelt in front of Li Chang'a with an anxious face. "The crown prince is teaching me how to do things?" Li Chang'a looked at his eldest son who was kneeling in front of him. His face had no joy or sadness on it, and others simply couldn't see what was going on in his mind. "No, Your Majesty, I accept the decree to thank you for your kindness. Xian'er is only concerned about mother, and in no way meant to impinge on Your Majesty. I hope that Your Majesty will not be concerned with him in general for the sake of his filial piety." Xia Evening Qing reacted, realizing that just by virtue of what she had done, Li Chang'a had only deprived herself of her empress position, which was already considered extrajudicial. She had long since ceased to be a clueless little girl, and having been the empress for so many years, she was aware of the big picture. Li Xian looked at Xia Evening Qing with a puzzled expression, but against Xiao Wanqing's warning gaze, he opened his mouth and could only suppress all his words back into his belly for the time being. "What I give you is yours, and if I don't give it, no one can rob it." Li Chang'a retracted his gaze towards Li Xian and looked around at the crowd, an intimidating aura making everyone's hearts and minds serious as they answered in unison. "This, the might of the founding emperor." Seeing this, Li Chang'a nodded his head in satisfaction, then said to the outside of the hall, "Where are the imperial guards?" As the words fell, a group of golden-armored guards fishtailed in from outside the hall, neatly kneeling down on one knee and shouting, "Greetings to Your Majesty. Today's big day. Send those two to the Department of Education. I want to have fun with the people." Li Chang'a reached out and pointed at the two women who were the first to be sent flying by himself, and 2 rays of light shot out, directly sealing their cultivation. The dozen or so officials invited to the banquet couldn't help but look at each other. 3 women. Li Chang'a kept 1, the remaining 2 sent to the Department of Education, which, as if, is really to have fun with the people. It's the joy of it. It seems a bit immodest. Moreover, those 2 were the heirs of the immortal family, and although they also looked heavenly, how many people who knew their identities dared to go and have some fun? Chapter 3, The Way of His People. "How dare you? Don't touch me. Get your filthy hands off me. Ah, Holy Sun, Sister Frost, save me. I don't want to go to the churchyard." These 2 high and mighty direct descendants of the Ji family obviously also knew what the Department of Education was, but their cultivation was sealed. They were no different from ordinary women, and Ji Xiuquan and the Frost sister in their mouths were unable to protect themselves, so how could they possibly save them? The two shrieked in alarm, but could not escape the wolf-like presence of the guards. These imperial guards don't care what immortal family you have. Say they are newborn or not. Say they are ignorant and fearless. There are only 4 words in their lives. Follow orders. Great Xia Emperor, are you really not afraid of death? Ji Xiaoquan's color was harsh, and at this moment, he felt a fiery pain on his face. This falls into the category of being a standard loaded cup that doesn't get dried out. I almost forgot that there's a jumping clown like you, Li Changge sniffed, as if he then noticed Ji Xiaoquan, who was still standing on the side. He looked at the old-timer with a strange look in his eye. If it wasn't for him, one would definitely not have the cultivation level today. What's the difference between being a traveler and a salted fish if you don't have some aspirations and ideals? Although Li Changge came from a poor background, he was born with the 9-dragon divine physique. And this kind of physique, although it belonged to one of the strongest physiques, was hated by people and dogs. Because this kind of physique is a gold-swallowing beast, there was an immortal family attempted to cultivate a great completion of the 9 dragons' divine physique. The result of the exhaustion of the family's reserves also did not succeed. The illustrious immortal family therefore completely declined, and soon removed from the world. According to records, the only person who had achieved great success with this kind of physique throughout the ages was one person in the ancient times. The cultivation materials in the ancient times were far more abundant than now, and that predecessor became an emperor by virtue of his 9-dragon divine body, laying down an invincible reputation that amazed several eras. Just learned that his physique is so powerful, although the road of cultivation is difficult, but he is a traveler and cannot be measured by common sense. Li Changge had read a lot of novels before he crossed over, and every traveler was a person with great fortune, able to turn the impossible into a possible existence. At that time, he was very middle-aged and confident, thinking that he was definitely not human. In addition to training hard every day, the first thing he does every morning is to call out to the system, and he jumps off every cliff, and the higher he goes the more he jumps. But apart from dropping himself half to death several times, he didn't pick up a single secret book, and of course, the so-called relic cave was even more nonsense. As for the system, he not only changed his fancy shouting, but even married Xia Wanqing early, whimsically thinking that he might be able to usher in a many sons and many blessings or something, but it turned out to be, the novel is all a ing lie. There is no golden finger, not to mention the existence of the system. There is no heaven-defying background. The so-called past life memory in this world is even more grossly useless. He can only rely on himself and the author father. Fortunately, the author's father gave him the 9 dragons' divine body, although the pit, but it is not ordinary people can touch the porcelain. With the cohesion of the 3 true dragons after the vision, the same realm, he will have few enemies. Gradually, he made a name for himself and befriended quite a few of the same young celestials. At that time, he was so happy to be living in his fresh clothes. That year the dynasty is corrupt. The people are not happy. In 3 or 2 friends of the urge, his blood on the head, rise up, shouted out the sentence of the king's vassal would rather have seed. Then after decades of campaigning, the decaying dynasty was finally trampled under his feet. Just as he was reorganizing his dynasty and was about to make his mark, the peach picker came. The immortal family appeared in his field of vision for the first time, and it wasn't until then that Li Changge realized why cultivators in the secular world were so weak. The vast majority of the cultivation resources in this world had entered the pockets of the immortal families as well as the great sects, and less than 1% of the cultivation resources could remain in the secular world. Secular people are just leaks in the eyes of these sects and families, tools to labor for them. Li Changge was naturally not angry about this, but fortunately, after so many years of being tempered by blood and fire, he was no longer that cynical young man who was just starting out. He chose to hold back and began to curb his sharpness. A moment of forbearance does not mean that he really wimped out, just people under the roof. He can only silently develop to find a way to break the situation. In the process, he realized with a jolt that the world seemed like a novel he had once read. The protagonist in that novel is a traveler, but a villainous stud. It would be fine if that was all, but as he learned more about the world, he discovered a point that made him feel even more horrified and desperate. Not only was he not the protagonist in this novel, he wasn't even a villain. At best he was just a little cannon fodder. The protagonist has just left his family's first stop to find himself, not only to sleep with his wife, but to beat up his son. Thinking about what might happen in the future, Li Changge almost went crazy. The general stress of this nearly broke him down, so it was good that he eventually persevered. While he worked hard on his cultivation, he was also actively searching for a way to break the enemy. And finally the kung fu was not enough, or rather, the sky was the limit. Relying on his advantage of being born a few hundred years earlier than the novel's protagonist, Li Changge obtained a gold foil while delving into a secret realm, on which was recorded an elixir called the 9 Turns Golden Elixir. To refine this basically no precious materials were needed. The so-called return to basics was no more than that. However, it needs to use the life soul as a guide. The Dan man lives, the Dan is destroyed. A person only has one chance in his life to make this kind of Dan. Undoubtedly, Li Changa seized this opportunity and spent 991 years to finally refine the 9 revolutions golden pill. Although the 9 turns golden pill used ordinary medicinal materials, it used 3,000 medicinal materials with different medicinal properties, and its combination contained the principles of the heavenly Tao, and it was made by capturing the creation of heaven and earth. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not to God. Taking this elixir, the first 3 revolutions can help one build a supreme foundation, develop the potential of the physical body, and enhance the strength of the physical body. The middle 3 revolutions enhance enlightenment and qualification, and the last 3 revolutions enhance cultivation. With this elixir, Li Changa not only made his own 9-dragon divine physique come to fruition, but also with the help of the medicinal power of the 3 revolutions and the 9 revolutions golden elixir he reached a broken pole that no one had ever seen before, condensing 10 true dragon visions, and at the same time in the process of enlightenment enhancement he felt a hint of an opportunity to make another breakthrough. His 9 dragons divine body could be stronger. The cultivation realms of this side of the world were divided into skin refining, marrow cleansing, blood exchange, vein opening, yuan condensation, God gathering, God king, God emperor, and saints, and in the saints realm there was another saints king's realm lurking. Above the saints were the sage kings, then the great saints, above the great saints were the venerables, and above the venerables were the quasi-emperors and great emperors. As for Li Changa's current cultivation, in addition to the great completion of his divine body, his cultivation had also reached the great sage great circle, just one step short of entering the exalted level, with the 9-dragon divine body. In this era where great emperors were not present, he already possessed the capital to run amok, and the reason why he has now become so successful, to a large extent by the front of this hometown forest, although the two have never met, but Li Changa could be familiar with him. Emperor of Daxia, on account of the fact that you've done nothing but hard work all these years, this holy sun will now give you a chance to offer your empress, and this holy sun can be extraordinarily lenient, not only forgiving you for all the faults you've previously committed, but also providing you with a chance to enter my Ji family's holy land to cultivate. When Ji Xiaoquan saw that Li Changa didn't make the first move, he couldn't help but immediately get carried away. Li Changa almost laughed in anger at his words. You might as well get down on your knees and talk. The words fell, the words followed the law, and an invisible force like a mountain instantly pressed on Ji Xiaoquan's shoulders. This saint son of the Ji clan, who was claimed to be a rare sight in millions of years and possessed the Hongmeng saint body, didn't even hold on for a single breath in the face of the early stage pressure of the sage realm used by Li Changa, and directly knelt down. Click! The floor shattered. Ji Xiaoquan struggled to raise his head and looked at Li Changa with shame and anger, as if he had suffered a great grievance. His forehead veins jumped straight up, and he said word by word, you seek death. I like this kind of look in your eyes. I love to see the enemy trying to finish me off and being unable to do anything about it. Li Changa smirked, but his eyes were cold and deep, without the slightest hint of emotional color. Great Summer Lord, I still hope that we can be spared. This time we were wrong. I hope that you will be generous and spare my family's saint son. In the future, my Ji family will be grateful. The Ji family saint who had just been blown away climbed up from the ground. His eyes looked at Li Changa with scorn, lowered his posture, and arched his hand. Li Changa's eyes were scrutinizing as he looked at the female sage in front of him. She looked like she was only in her mid-20s, but being able to cultivate to the saint realm, she was clearly more than that. But regardless of her exact age, she looks good enough to qualify for the phrase a woman of the world. Its body was like a supporting willow. Its features were exquisite. Its skin was like jade. Its red lips were bright and colorful. Its black hair was rooted and crystallized, and its body surface blossomed with divine splendor, adding a few points of sacredness and inviolability to it. Begging should be done with a begging attitude. Kneel down and crawl over to talk. Li Changa opened his mouth, and it was directly a case of treating others the way they treat you. Great Summer Lord, don't go too far. Do you really want to die with my Ji family? Ji Lingfang sniffed, her eyes widened angrily, and she looked at Li Changa with a look of having been insulted by the heavens. Chapter 4, I've come to survive. Who dares to treat an immortal family lightly when they walk the world? Even a power of the same level would treat them with respect, not to mention that they were in their own territory. It was the first time Ji Ling Shuang had been subjected to this kind of anger in her long life. The absolutely beautiful and pretty face was ice cold, her towering chest rose and fell, her breathing was rapid, and she looked at Li Changa with a face of indignation. Unfortunately, Li Changa was not used to her at all. Raising his hand, he threw out a slap that snapped with a crunch. The saint who came out from the immortal family was like a 3-year-old child in Li Chang's singer, and could only watch that slap fall on his face without any resistance. Fish death with me. You guys are worthy? Li Changde looked at the female saint who was jerked away with a disdainful expression. Daxia Lord. From now on, the 10 countries around Daxia are all listed as Daxia's territory. In addition, within 1,000 years, Daxia's imperial dynasty doesn't need to make offerings to my G family. Now let my G family members leave, and today's grudges will be written off. Suddenly, a voice came aloud from the 9 heavens above, with an undeniable tone. Thought you wouldn't make a move, Li Changde secretly said. In the original, the one who had just spoken had struck early, and now perhaps it was because he had changed the plot. While others weren't sure who the person who opened her mouth to speak was, Li Changde knew that this was none other than the venerable female of the G clan who had been beaten to within an inch of her life. According to the setting of the novel that I had once read, this female venerable was deeply wounded and had little life left, but with her half-crippled body, she had managed to scare all the hostile forces, causing no one to have the courage to dare to fight with her. However, this kind of setup was a joke in Li Changde's eyes, not to mention a half-crippled Zuni. Even if it was a full-blown Zuni, he had no fear. Now he was frighteningly strong. Snap! Li Changde answered the G clan venerable with his actions as he slapped out a slap, directly knocking off Ji Xiaoquan's mouth full of teeth. Ji Xiaoquan was dumbfounded. Who did he invite and who did he piss off? He's as good as a quail this time of year, but why is he the one who's hurt? Li Changde's slap appeared to be on Ji Xiaoquan's face, but in reality, it was a vicious, unrelenting slap on the face of the G clan venerable, causing the G clan venerable to not squeak for half a day, obviously being infuriated. Boom! It's a long story, but it really happened in a matter of moments. Seeing that Ji Xiaoquan's 2 major Dao protectors were about to be dragged out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony to be sent to the department of the church to have fun with the people, the G clan saint's son was knocked out of his mouth with a mouthful of teeth, and the G clan saint was unable to find his way out of the room with a slap on the face. The G clan's venerable one finally couldn't hold back anymore. The entire dome of the sky was suddenly cloudy, with lightning and thunder, as if it had entered the end of the world in an instant, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped everyone's mind. Immediately afterward, a large starry hand descended from the sky. It was none other than the G family's great emperor inheritance, the starry sky great handprint, with only a hand to cover the sky, picking the stars and taking the moon. That large hand appeared and fished at the Taiha temple, not trying to retrieve the scene, but rather just wanting to take away his own holy son and his protector. However, Li Changde would not let her have her way. He had waited for so long to confirm the location of the G clan's main vein, and now that the G clan's honored one had taken the initiative to reveal his location, Li Changde's purpose had been achieved. He immediately stopped hiding his cultivation. With a light step of his foot, an invisible force directly sealed the G clan sage and Ji Xiaoquan, making their mouths unable to speak and their bodies unable to move. His body, in turn, rapidly faded before the eyes of the crowd. The originally bright sky suddenly storm clouds stirred and became dark, giving an oppressive feeling of stormy weather. Li Changde's figure appeared in the void of the outside world, his body stretched out, his palm held a fist seal, and he blasted out with a fist. A dragon roar between the earth and sky, and the 9 golden true dragon silhouettes rushed to the sky along with his fists, destroying everything. 9 dragons divine body talented battle skill, 9 dragons heaven breaking style, 1 fist out, 9 dragons appear, God stops God, Buddha stops Buddha, grand completion 9 dragon divine body. How is this possible? A cry of alarm came from the distant unknown. Then the palm that wanted to take away a few people from the G family quickly changed direction and met the 9 true dragons. Boo! That palm collapsed with a single touch, and the great emperor inheritance jutsu was broken. At the same time, a muffled grunt, if any, came out. The 9 golden true dragons did not collapse, but instead came to life and rose up into the sky with an unstoppable momentum, chasing after the G clan exalted one's main body. The 9 dragon divine body really lives up to its name. A long, languid sigh rang out. Immediately, an even more terrifying fluctuation came. Li Changde's eyes narrowed slightly. At this point in time, she's still pretending to be a cop, but let's not say that she does have a knack for pretending, because she really does. Li Changde looked into the distant unknown and saw a slender figure in a blur, waving a battle flag and shaking down the stars and buckets of the heavens, and the 9 dragons skybreaking style was quickly worn down under the impact of the roiling stars and buckets. An extreme Dao Emperor soldier? I'd like to see it today. Li Changde let out a kind smile and moved his feet at a pace. A golden road spread out from under his feet, heading straight for the G family's ancestral land 10 million miles away. And as he took his steps, the earth sprang up with golden lotuses, the sky descended with auspiciousness, the sound of Brahmans sounded, and dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns leaped. Li Changde walked with his feet on the great Tao. One step was hundreds of thousands of miles, and he soon crossed 10 million miles, surrounded by mountains. The essence of heaven and earth is dense into fog. Cranes and white deer and other beasts appear from time to time. The weather is amazing. It is a rare treasure of cultivation. However, in the eyes of the immortal family, such a feng shui treasure was shaped like nothing, and it was simply unappreciated. The main vein of the Ji clan was located inside a small world in the void. Li Chang'e had just appeared when he saw a ripple spread out in front of him. Immediately after, a tall and slender silhouette clad in thousands of starlight, like a goddess standing in the middle of the star river, hazily appeared in front of Li Chang'e's eyes. Do you really want to fight me to the death? The woman opened her mouth, her voice crisp and direct, and certainly strong. Unfortunately, Li Chang'e didn't eat her at all. I want to try whether this net of yours is sturdy or not. I am a small person with a rotten life. The big deal is a dead body and soul. I am curious, if you are spelled to death by me, what will happen to your Ji family? The so-called immortal family, can it still survive in the world? Li Chang'e sneered. Fellow Taoist, why bother? Woman leisurely Asai said road has the posture of heavenly indulgence. Will be able to repair the 9 dragons god body to the great achievement, which must have paid the unimaginable hard work of ordinary people. Why for a moment of temperament of the fight to destroy their own future? We can actually talk about it? Intentionality. Talk? Li Chang'e guffawed. Your family's saint's son bullied his way to the door for no reason and tried to humiliate my wife. You call this a battle of wills? Talk about it. If it wasn't for the fact that my strength exceeded your expectations, would you be talking to me? Ji Qingxian frowned and looked at Li Chang'e, but in her heart, she cursed Ji Xiaokuan. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with such an unafraid hobo. It wasn't that she was really afraid of Li Chang'e. As a venerable member of the immortal family and the first daughter of the ancient great emperor, she was confident enough to deal with any strong person of the same level, and even if she was seriously injured, she was certain that she could drag a strong person of the same level to the same place. But is it worth it to die with Li Chang'e? As the saying goes, bare feet are not afraid to wear shoes. The cross is afraid of the rash is afraid of the desperate, and the wicked have the wicked to grind. Li Chang'e's look of desperation subdued Ji Qingxian. In Ji Qingxian's opinion, Li Chang'e is a mudleg. Pulling Li Chang'e to die with him is meaningless, and once the Ji family loses itself, there is only one result. It would be an overthrow. There would be no other possibility. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, finally putting away her condescending stance and softening her tone. Since you're bent on talking, I'll give you face. Your family's holy son wanted me to offer my wife to him as soon as we met. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, from now on you'll be my personal maid and I can spare your Ji family. Or, your Ji family will be removed from the world. You choose one? Li Chang'e raised 2 fingers and said, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Interesting. I can't remember how long it's been since I'd been threatened like this. You're good. Ji Qingxian laughed coldly as a large flag emerged in her hand. She laughed in anger in the face of such an unreasonable request. At the same time, the Ji clan's imperial weapon, the star battle flag, appeared, the flag waving and blossoming with chaotic chi, cutting through the void and reflecting a deep and boundless starry space. Since you chose the second path, it's just as well. I'll come to cross a calamity to destroy your Ji family in the meantime. Chapter 5, Ji Qingxian. Boom! The winds are rising and the lightning is flashing. A heaven-destroying aura suddenly filled the entire space. Thunderclouds converged above Li Chang'e's head, spreading 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye with him at the center. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, Li Chang'e directly tore open the entrance to the small world of the Ji clan's ancestral land, and with his footsteps, he was about to rush inside. Don't you dare! Seeing this scene, Ji Qingxian knew that Li Chang'e's purpose was to try to pull the Ji clan along with him to cross the tribulation. That is a great saint robbery. If this splits down, with the current state of the Ji family's green and yellow, I'm afraid that it will directly break its roots, and at that time, even if it kills Li Chang'e, the Ji family will still exist in name only. Ji Qingxian waved the star battle flag in her hand, wanting to wrap Li Chang'e in it and take him out of here. Unfortunately, in the face of the legendary extreme Tao Emperor soldier, Li Chang'e wasn't the least bit panicked despite some scruples. The first time he pinched his fist seal and blasted out another fist, a golden true dragon vision emerged and hissed as it charged towards the star battle flag. I admit that the 9 dragons' divine body's innate battle skill is very strong, and even in my heyday I would have to be careful in dealing with it, but I'm now holding an extreme Tao imperial armament. Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, yet before she could finish her sentence, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Her red lips slightly open as she looked at the star battle flag that rolled backward with an unbelievable expression. The greatest extreme Tao imperial armament had been blasted back with a single punch. Since you chose the second path, I'll destroy the Ji family right before your eyes, so that even if you die, you'll be at ease and won't have to worry about the subsequent survival of the Ji family. As Li Chang'e spoke, his body had already entered the Ji family's ancestral land. This side of the small world is like a dreamy fairyland. There are jeweled buildings everywhere. The essence of heaven and earth condenses into a mist that surrounds the buildings and mountains. White cranes are flying and auspicious beasts are galloping. Everywhere is filled with peace and honor. Living in such an environment, even if one does not cultivate, I'm afraid that when one reaches adulthood, one would be able to reach the god-gathering realm. And with a little bit of talent, one would become a god king without any difficulty. It's a pity. Such a good place will soon turn into ruins. Li Chang'e let out a leisurely sigh, and at the same time, the aura of the great sacred tribulation above his head skyrocketed, directly turning into an exalted tribulation. Moreover, this wasn't just any ordinary venerable one's tribulation thunderbolt, but a thunderbolt in which a great sage and a venerable one were superimposed on each other. You crazy bastard. Stop it. Panic. Ji Qingxian was completely flustered. She had lived for tens of thousands of years and could defy death, but there was always something she cared about in this world, and family is one of them. Seeing that her larger-than-life things were about to be destroyed before her eyes, she forgot the common sense that once the heavenly tribulation had descended, it wouldn't disappear unless the person who had passed through it had survived the tribulation or died. I don't want to lose face when you say stop. Li Chang'e smiled sparingly and looked at Ji Qingxian and said, Imperial daughter of the Ji family, why don't you come over as well? Wouldn't it be fun for us to have a thunder bath to baptize ourselves together? As he spoke, he took advantage of Ji Qingxuan's loss of concentration to take a step to close the distance and include her within the scope of the heavenly calamity as well. The heavenly Tao is merciless. A living being enters it, and the range of the robbing thunderbolt doubles in an instant, staring directly at the imperial daughter of the Ji family. What kind of people are crossing over? That madman had actually transited the ancestral land. Was this an attempt to drag the entire family to be buried with him? The people who survived in the main vein of the Ji family noticed the thunderclouds in the sky at the first time, and were in complete chaos, each crying out to their parents, hating that their parents had given birth to two fewer legs, and they all used all their strength to run wildly into the distance in an attempt to escape the range of the heavenly robberies. But everything is in vain. The more living beings the heavenly calamity envelopes, the wider the coverage. Although the following people run fast, but there are always running slow, and then the calamity cloud continues to grow. Ji Qingxian was locked by the lightning of the apocalypse, and after slightly sensing the power of the apocalypse, her fair face instantly became an ugly expression. If she is in full strength, she has 30% certainty to pass the heavenly tribulation in front of her. But now, wait for death. Her eyes were empty as she looked at Li Chang'e, who was standing in the center of the heavenly calamity, and the murderous aura on her body was as if it were substantial and surging. Don't be in a hurry. I can still take back the heavenly tribulation. I'll give you another chance to choose anew. Promise to be my consort, or exterminate all of your clan. Li Chang'e suddenly opened his mouth and uttered words that caused the Ji clan's imperial daughter, who was about to explode and fight him for her life, to have her breathing slightly stalled. You can really still retrieve the heavenly tribulation? Ji Qingxian subconsciously asked. Of course. Li Chang'e smiled confidently, then waved his hand to shatter a divine thunderbolt falling from the sky and looked at Ji Qingxian. Answer me when you've thought about it. You don't have much time left. Saying that, she looked up at the thunderclouds above her head, reminding her that it was almost time for her to cross over. Ji Qingxuan's face changed slightly. At this point, it was too late to fight Li Chang'e for his life. Was it to be struck to death by heavenly thunder for nothing? Or to endure the humiliation and use the remnants of his soon-to-be fallen body and dignity to give the clan a slim chance in exchange? Thinking for no more than 2 seconds, she came to a decision. I agree to be your consort. At the same time her first thunderbolt struck, the thunder that could be extinguished with a wave of Li Chang'e's hand, but she needed to use the extreme Dao Imperial armament to withstand it. And that's not to say she's not strong, except that she's too injured. Words are not proof. Hand over the soul blood and I'll take back the thunderbolt instantly, Li Chang'e said. As he spoke, he overrode a bucket-thick 5-colored heavenly thunder with another palm. Seeing that her second heavenly thunder was about to fall as well, Ji Qingxian had no choice but to raise her hand and point to her eyebrow, from which she took out a drop of soul blood that was as brilliant as a smoky haze and flew it towards Li Chang'e. Li Chang'e looked at the soul blood floating in front of him, carefully sensed it, and after confirming that it was correct, he stretched out a palm, and in the center of his palm, a strip of golden dragons surrounded it, transforming into one rune after another and drilling into the soul blood. After doing everything, he then took Ji Qingxuan's soul blood into his sea of consciousness, and from then on, the life and death of this Ji clan's imperial daughter was all at his whim. Asshole, are you better? Ji Qingxuan's angry voice rang out as she too was greeted by the second heavenly thunderbolt, and although she managed to cross it, it was quite a struggle. What's the rush? Li Chang'e slowly and methodically replied, then slightly used a bit of power to wear out the third thunderbolt. Rumble! Ji Qingxuan's third calamity lightning followed suit. The imperial daughter of the Ji clan waved her star battle flag and crossed the third calamity lightning, but her body was already shaking. She was too heavily injured, her origin was depleted, and the extreme Dao Emperor armor in her hand couldn't exert much power at all. I can't. You bastard. You dare to lie to me. I curse you to have no good death. I just won't let you go even as a ghost. The G clan's imperial daughter, who had exerted all her strength so that she could barely get through the third thunder tribulation, gasped fiercely and looked at the G clan's ancestral land, which at this time already had thunder falling one after the other. The original ethereal and elegant world, which was like a fairyland, was like a doomsday at this moment, with fleeing figures everywhere, shattered jeweled buildings, and charred black earth with blue smoke. Ji Qingxian raised her head in despair and looked at the third tribulation lightning that was about to strike, completely breaking her defenses and cursing at Li Chang'e like a shrew, believing that Li Chang'e had lied to her and was unable to retrieve the heavenly tribulation at all. What's funny is that one believes his bull ********. Is the heavenly calamity something you can just say you're going to cross, or just say you're going to collect? A slave dares to scold his master. I'll settle the score with you later. Seeing that she really couldn't make it, Li Chang'e laughed. Then one golden dragon after another surfaced on his body surface and wrapped around his body. In just an instant, Li Chang'e's aura disappeared from this world. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't sense it. The heavenly tribulation mainly came for Li Chang'e, and after Li Chang'e's aura disappeared, the heavenly tribulation couldn't find its target and naturally dispersed. Ji Qingxian, who was full of despair and remorse, but could only wait for death, watched the thunderclouds above her head rapidly dissipate, her beautiful eyes blinking with a look of a living ghost. He could actually control the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e with an unbelievable face. Then her eyes widened, and her sexy red lips subconsciously opened, revealing her crystal white shell teeth. You actually have 10 true dragons. Well, handsome, isn't it? Li Chang'e sniffed and fluttered his hair flirtatiously with a smug look on his face. After subjugating Ji Qingxian, the entire Ji family could be said to be in his pocket. As for Ji Xiaokuan, that is just to rely on the family shade. Empty talent but do not know how to use the garbage. Now, Ji Xiaokuan's pre-ceremony has been shaved by him. He can still make any waves, but it is just a fish in the palm of the hand. Next Li Chang'e will let him see what is called cruelty. What is called killing people to kill their hearts. Pressed in the heart of hundreds of years of haze at this moment swept away. Li Chang'e thoughts through the mind. The mind are at this moment restored to a young state. Chapter 6, The Immortal Family's Underpinnings. One golden dragon after another slowly disappeared. Li Chang'e's slender and upright figure appeared in the void. Long black hair flying with the wind, a platinum dragon robe hunting, young handsome face with a bright smile, showing all the dust and vigor. Li Chang'e carried his hands behind his back and looked at the Ji clan's ancestral land below him. Originally like a fairyland like Ji family ancestral land, just such a short time has appeared a wide range of scorched black, green smoke, no longer the old days of peace. In the ruins, cries, screams, and angry curses went on and on, all cursing the originator of this disaster. I think I heard someone cursing me. Do you think I should go ahead and make a crossing to completely purify the slurs here? Li Chang'e looked towards Ji Qingxian and said with a smile. Ji Qingxian couldn't help but instantly snort at the words. The terror of the lightning tribulation was something she had experienced just now. The Ji family's ancestral land currently looked miserable, but most of the damage was just some buildings and mountains, things outside of the body. After all, the heavenly tribulation had only just begun, and the first few thunder tribulations were still the weakest. But that wouldn't be the case if Li Chang'e was allowed to cross another tribulation. Shut up, all of you. Ji Qingxian hurriedly appeared, looking at the clansmen below. This is just a small test for you, the family to provide you with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment. But what about you? The same level of thunderbolts only. The first few you cannot carry. To you what is the use? Those who died deserved it. Those who are alive give me into the trial canyon. Alright, I don't have time to listen to you educate your family's children here. Now take me to your family's hidden treasure vault. Li Chang'e opened his mouth and interrupted. Ji Qingxian, can she say no? Half an hour later, the Ji family treasury. I'll go. Red cloud copper, Dala secret silver, star iron. No, this is star essence gold. Nima, there's so much of it, it's enough to train 100,000 saint soldiers. Li Chang'e marveled in awe. Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e as if he had never seen the world, her heart filled with contempt, but she couldn't bring up any sense of superiority in her heart, because, now all these things belong to the bumpkin in front of you, including yourself. Collect. There was not an inch of grass where Li Chang'e had passed, not even a single hair was left for the Ji family. All of them were collected into his storage space. Soon the storage space was stuffed. Li Chang'e reached out and directly opened up a small world and continued to collect and collect. This treasure trove was quickly ransacked and the harvest was extremely astonishing. At least any random item thrown outside would cause a storm of bloody looting. However, after countless years of accumulation by the immortal family, it would be too shabby if there was only this much. Come here. Li Chang'e waved to Ji Qingxian behind him. Ji Qingxian instinctively wanted to resist Li Chang'e's order, but the soul controls the body. She can't help it, and she obediently took a step. Lotus steps, swaying posture, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, and quickly came to Li Chang'e's front. Li Chang'e looked at the figure in front of him that was shrouded in starlight and frowned slightly. Then he reached out and clapped his hand, and with a boom, the hazy starlight instantly exploded. So good looking, and you're still hiding from your master. You don't know what you're doing. Next time you dare to act like this, watch out for me to punish you severely. Li Chang'e looked at the Ji clan's imperial daughter who revealed her true face, reached out and lifted her chin and said, the face of the Ji family's imperial daughter could not be said to be beautiful and good-looking, but could only be said to be magnificent. The pale skin seemed to be glowing, the features were exquisite and flawless, and the bright red lips were mouth-watering, exuding a sensual allure. 3,000 green silk as smooth as a waterfall, light can be seen, a white jade hairpin on the head more ancient elegance. She is 1.75 m, slender and graceful, wearing a green shirt, fresh and elegant beauty, temperament cold and outstanding, as if an ice mountain snow lotus, lonely and cold, so that people dare not blaspheme. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation technique, her body surface had a starburst flowing from time to time, adding a bit more mystery to her. Worthy of being strictly selected by the hometown, the quality is really beyond words. Li Chang'e let go of his hand and looked at the Ji family's imperial daughter whose eyes were trembling with apprehension, and said with a faint smile, don't push yourself against others. I'm not that saintly son of your family, and even though you're not bad looking, what's most lacking in this cultivation world is a beautiful woman. Don't give me any tricks. Lead the way. Lead the way. Where to? Ji Qingxian said. Li Chang'e sniffed and pulled her into his arms, wrapping his arms around his thin waist and said of corsets to the Ji family's real treasure trove. If you dare to play tricks with me again, I'll do you right here. Ji Qingxian sniffed and looked at Li Chang'e's deep eyes, her red lips slightly opened, and in the end, she didn't dare to argue. Although Li Chang'e was able to control her life and death through his soul blood, he was unable to sway her thoughts. This treasure trove that she brought Li Chang'e into could only be considered the lowest in the Ji family. She thought that Li Chang'e was just an uninitiated bumpkin and should be able to muddle through. But unfortunately, Li Chang'e quickly saw through her trick after getting excited. Under Li Chang'e's coercion, an hour later, Ji Qingxian reluctantly opened a treasure trove again. Compared to this one, the one just now was incomparable in terms of both defense level and geographical location. Just opening the treasure vault alone took Ji Qingxian almost half an hour. The entire treasure trove covered an extremely wide area. The floor made of spirit crystals was immaculate, and the shelves made of 10,000-year-old golden nanmu were carved with layers of array patterns, which would shine when a person approached, forming a barrier to protect the items inside. This is star immortal gold. This is phoenix blood divine stone, and this is the blood of a true dragon. This is the heritage of the immortal family. Li Chang'e's gaze was fiery and he was breathing heavily. Any one of the items inside this treasure trove would be more valuable than the treasure trove just now combined. Li Chang'e looked toward Ji Qingxian without saying a word. Ji Qingxian naturally knew what Li Chang'e was going to do. Her crystalline shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, a touch of reluctance appeared on her face, but in the end, she could only hold back the flesh pain and wave the star battle flag, lifting all the seals in the treasure trove. Seeing that she was so knowledgeable, Li Chang'e nodded with satisfaction. Then with a wave of his palm, a force wrapped around all the items in the treasure trove, and all of them were included in the small world that he had opened up. Give me another treasury of the same level and I will leave. Li Chang'e smilingly patted Ji Qingxian's shoulder and said, don't tell me there aren't any more. I believe in the heritage of your immortal family. Ji Qingxian looked at the bright smile that appeared on Li Chang'e's handsome face and couldn't figure out how someone who looked so handsome could have such shameless words coming out of his mouth. You believe in us. Who made you believe that? Who asked you to believe it? This treasure trove are already cutting into our flesh. Give him another one. It's not that you can't get it, but it's really going to hurt. But, the man for the chopping block. 2 hours later, Li Chang'e embraced the soft, boneless waist of the Ji clan's imperial daughter with a satisfied face, and left the Ji clan's third treasury with a face full of spring. Right, I almost forgot. You have to give me the Hongmeng creation scripture that Ji Xiaoquan cultivates, Li Chang'e said with a smile as he looked at Ji Qingxian in his arms who had an ugly complexion, a flushed face, and a slightly stiff body. Give you and you leave? What other demands are there altogether? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, her expression weary and her tone filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. She had wanted to argue something, but when she thought that even she was now in a position where she could not help herself, she stopped doing useless. Chapter 7, Ji Ruoyan. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. After Li Chang'e thought about it, he spoke seriously. In addition to the Hongmeng creation scripture that Ji Xiaoquan cultivates, I do have one more request. Ji Qingxian, Her grief and irritation were all written on her face without any concealment, but in the end it was all reduced to a sigh. "Say what else do you want?" she said with a wan look, like a frosted eggplant. "Don't worry, this request is simple. I only need one person," Li Chang'e said. Ji Qingshan sniffed and frowned slightly. Although Li Chang'e had spoken lightly, she naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that this matter was simple. Her mind thought extremely fast, from the two sides to bear grudges, to the other side to kill the door, with a thunderous momentum, to the family heritage as blackmail, forcing her to submit. And the source of all this points to one person, Ji Xiaoquan. But now that Ji Xiaoquan was still in the other party's hands, and Li Chang'e had asked himself to hand over a person, he thought that this person must be related to Ji Xiaoquan. Ji Xiaoquan was an orphan who didn't live in the main vein since he was a child, and the person he was closest to was his sister who raised him. The person Li Chang'e specifically wanted was definitely her, but the question was, why did Li Chang'e know Ji Xiaoquan so well? Even she only noticed it after Ji Xiaoquan awakened the Hongmeng sacred body. "Who do you want?" Ji Qingshan took a deep breath, knowing that it was useless to think about it more, but she still had her heart in the right place. If Ji Xiaoquan really couldn't be saved, Ji Ruyan would be the last hope of the Ji family, and she naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Unfortunately, Li Chang'e directly broke all the fantasies in her mind when he spoke. "Innate hearth sacred body. Does your Ji family have many?" Li Chang'e looked at Ji Qingshan and said with a smile on his face, "I want Ji Ruyan. I hope that imperial maiden will fulfill me." Seemingly courteous, but rude in the extreme. A Xianin sacred body that hasn't grown up yet. The imperial maiden shouldn't take the lives of her entire clan for her, right? Li Chang'e's big hand gently brushed the Ji clan's imperial maiden's hair. His smile was as bright as the warm sun, but it made the Ji clan's imperial maiden's heart tingle with pain, and she only felt a chill in her heart. After a tea, Li Chang'e met the love of the villain in the novel, Ji Ruyan. It's ridiculous to say that a villainous breeder even has a beloved. Mouthing the words that Ji Ruyan is regarded as a reverse scale. Ji Ruyan also looks to be around 30 years old, mature temperament, gentle and serene, full figure with a ripe look at the front and back. Although she has not been married, she is also completely in line with the aesthetics of that villainous chow thief. At this moment, Li Chang'e looked at the one in front of him and also felt quite satisfied. Worthy of being an innate hearth saint body, on that arched buttocks and long legs, it is really a superb gun rack. Emperor's daughter, who is this? Ji Ruyan looked at Ji Qingshan, who had suddenly appeared, and said in confusion, I'm. Ji Qingshan swallowed as she looked at the family scion in front of her. The two words master could not be said no matter what. "My name is Li Chang'e." Li Chang'e opened his mouth and a trace of his breath was exposed, directly suppressing Ji Ruoyan's shoulders, causing the mature beauty whose cultivation had reached the late saint stage to soften her legs and directly kneel on the ground, because of the reason that the movement was too violent. The waves in that moment shook people's eyes a little. Li Chang'e did not look askance. Faintly spoke Ji Xiaoquan you should be very familiar with. He is good at sex, even bullied to my door, wanting to humiliate my woman. I heard that Ji Xiaoquan was brought up by you. You say, how should this matter be dealt with? Little Koan, is he alright? Ji Ruyan sniffed and raised her head violently, her eyes looking at Li Chang'e in shock, her voice trembling. The looks were all worried about Ji Xiaoquan, without the slightest consideration for his own situation. It's fine for now, but then I don't know, Li Chang'e said. Ji Ruyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then landed her gaze for help on Ji Qingshan, but immediately afterward, she couldn't help but stare, only to see Li Chang'e's arm reach out. The imperial daughter, whom the entire Ji family had honored as a god, was actually directly swept into his arms and very frivolously reached out to pick her chin. What made Ji Ruyan feel even more disbelieving was that not only did the imperial daughter of the Ji clan not resist, a shy blush surfaced on that stunningly beautiful face. What the hell is going on here? The Ji clan's saint's son is still alive or dead, and the Ji clan's imperial daughter is not only following the enemy around, but instead behaves intimately with the other party? Ji Ruyan was aware of Ji Qingshuan's regard for Ji Xiaoquan, but what was going on now? Could it be that the woman in front of her wasn't the imperial daughter of the Ji clan at all? Ji Ruyan suddenly felt that her brain was a bit underutilized. Well, there was one thing she knew very well. Facing Li Chang'e, she simply didn't have the slightest capital to make a move. A son doesn't teach his mother. Ji Xiaoquan was brought up by you. He was unable to solve the trouble he caused outside. It should be reasonable for me to look for you now, right? Li Chang'e released the palm on Ji Qingshuan's chin and looked at Ji Ruyan with a smile. It's reasonable. Ji Ruyan nodded blankly. I'm a reasonable person. Since you all think it's reasonable, let's talk now. How are you going to compensate me? Of course, provided that you want Ji Xiaoquan to live, Li Chang'e said. After speaking, his aura dispersed, releasing his suppression of Ji Ruyan. 2. I want little Kun to live. Compensation. Yes, I will compensate you. I have pills, I have refining materials, and holy weapons. Look what you need. I can give you everything. Ji Ruyan sniffed, and while helping to open her mouth, her hands were busy taking out all sorts of treasures from her storage space. Any one of these things taken to the outside world would be enough to claim a phrase of great value. But unfortunately, for the people who had copied the Ji family's 3 treasuries one after another, this little bit of stuff just wasn't enough to look at. However, Li Changa still pretended to look at it for a couple of moments, then swept all these things aside with a wave of his hand and said, "Not enough. It seems like you can't get anything to exchange back to Ji Xiaokuan." After speaking, Li Changa wrapped his arm around Ji Qingxian and turned around to leave. Only that big hand on Ji Qingxuan's waist was very unfaithful, instantly opening up Ji Ruoyan's train of thought and waking her up. Ji Ruoyan had a flash of light in her mind and chased after her on all fours, hugging Li Changa's thigh as she said, "Yes, I still have treasures." Knowing that she couldn't fight, Ji Ruoyan didn't have any thoughts of making a move, and raised her head, looking miserably at Li Changa, who slowly turned around. "Oh, what other treasures do you have?" Li Changa was curious. I have," she stammered, a blush rising on her face. "There's no need to force it. It's okay if you don't have it. I killed Ji Xiaokuan and the grudge is settled." With a magnanimous look, Li Changa touched Ji Ruoyan's head and softly relieved. But that soft voice was like a devil's whisper to Ji Ruoyan, causing a flash of fear to appear involuntarily in her beautiful pupils. "I, myself, am the treasure. I am the Xianin sacred body, and the one who obtains my Yuanin will not have any obstacles in the realm before the great emperor." Ji Ruoyan said, "As long as you can leave little Koan alive, I'll pay myself back to you." Beside her, Ji Qingxuan's stunningly beautiful cheeks tightened. She knew that Li Changa was just doing it for fun and wasn't really coming to ask for Ji Ruoyan's opinion. It could be said that after he chose to submit himself, Ji Ruoyan's and even the entire Ji family's end was already predetermined. Li Changa sniffed, pretending to Ji Ruoyan's plump and moving body carefully examined. Eyes shining said, "Really, Xianin's sacred body? I can promise you to spare Ji Xiaokuan's life. The next depends on your performance." Everything is at master's command," Ji Ruoyan said obediently. "Ha ha, understood." Li Changa laughed out loud and looked at Ji Qingxian with a smile. A trace of struggle flashed in Ji Qingxuan's eyes before she took out a bronze piece that had endured an unknown number of years from her storage space. Li Changa reached out and took it, and with the infusion of mana, the bronze piece blossomed with light, and a text emerged, which was precisely the Hongmeng creation technique. Chapter 8, Never break your promise to Li Changa. Everything I wanted came to me and the process went more smoothly than I could have imagined. Li Changa didn't dawdle, and directly took the 2 daughters of the Ji family and set his feet on the golden path. Shortly afterward, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in another unfamiliar heaven and earth, and it was none other than Li Changa and Ji Qingxian as well as Ji Ruoyan. Ji Qingxuan's original face carried a trace of sickly pallor, and after seeing her surroundings clearly, a flash of anger appeared in her eyes as she looked at the teenager beside her. "I've met all your demands. You promised I'd spare the Ji clan, so what's the point of bringing us to the Ji clan's branch now?" Snap! She was answered with a crisp slap. Ji Ruoyan hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth, looking at the Ji family's imperial daughter who had her hair scattered by a slap and turned her head away, not daring to make a sound for a long time. "It's atrocious. The imperial daughter of the Ji clan, a hallowed exalted one, even said she would fight without giving the slightest bit of face." "Ji Qingxian, don't forget your current status. It's not your turn to dictate what I want to do," Li Changa said in a cold voice. After speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to the Ji clan's imperial daughter, reached out and grabbed at the void in front of him, and in accordance with the guidance of his bloodline, he directly grabbed a wonderful young girl from the small world hidden in the void. The girl looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with a hint of childish youthfulness on her face, but the golden proportion of her slender figure could already be seen in the city. In a few years it's bound to be a magnificent beauty. She was none other than Li Changa's 9th child in over 500 years. Li Fingjiu. Li Fingjiu gifted, inherited the birth mother Xia Evening Qing's heavenly phoenix bloodline. The last time with Xia Evening Qing, was sent into the Ji family branch of cultivation, but also fortunately she is young, by an unrivaled power favor, otherwise in accordance with the meat and vegetables of that pig style of action. Her end is simply unimaginable. Now that the offense and defense have changed shape, and the Ji family is going to look out for him, Li Changa naturally won't look at his bloodline descendants as parasites. Li Fingjiu was suddenly pulled out from her place of seclusion and could not help but look alarmed. "You, what are you?" Li Fingjiu looked at Li Changa full of wariness. Her delicate little face was filled with panic, but she tried her best to stay calm. Unfortunately, she was still too young, and it was simply difficult to maintain an unperturbed state of mind when she was suddenly confronted with a huge change. She looked at Li Changa, and even though she felt that the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her was somewhat familiar and inexplicably had a sense of affinity, more than anything else, she was still afraid and uneasy. When Li Changa saw her look, he couldn't help but laugh and raised his hand to rub her head and said, "How long have you been away from home? Don't you even recognize your father?" Father. Li Fingzhou was slightly stunned by Li Changa's sudden intimate movements, and after hearing his words, she couldn't help but look at Li Changa blankly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "You are father. But your face?" She was only 14 years old, and Li Changa had actually met with his 3 youngest sons and daughters a limited number of times over the years due to his frequent seclusion, so Li Fingzhou didn't recognize him at first, which Li Changa could completely understand. This time in seclusion, I made a breakthrough in my cultivation, reversed the light of day, and restored my appearance to a youthful state, Li Changa explained with a smile. That sounds like a lot. Li Fingzhou was uncertain, but the closeness in her bloodline couldn't be faked, and she quickly accepted Li Changa as her father. The girl looked at Li Changa, originally had a lot of things to say, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Her soulful eyes looked around. She grabbed Li Changa's arm and said with a worried face, "Although I don't know how you got me out of here. Father, this is the Ji family's turf, so father had better hurry up and leave. If you're discovered you're afraid of trouble." Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruoyan, you say that as if our Ji family is some kind of bandits and bullies? Besides, with your dad around, who dares to do anything to you? The 2 daughters of the Ji family were silent. When Li Changa heard this, he nodded with a smile on his face, and without explaining, he directly exerted his divine power and brought Li Fingzhou and the 2 daughters of the Ji clan back to the palace. This is our house? The little girl stared blankly at the familiar scenery in front of her, murmuring with an unbelievable face, doubting that she was in a dream. Father, I must be dreaming, right? When mother and I went to the Ji family, we were gone for a little over half a year's light. Now it's just a blink of an eye. How can we possibly come back? Li Fingzhou grabbed Li Changa's arm and said with a dumbfounded expression. When Li Changa sniffed, he couldn't help but raise his hand in amusement and pinch her cheeks. Father, it hurts. The little girl instantly let out a cry of pain from her mouth. Since they all felt the pain, it means they didn't dream. Li Changa smiled and withdrew his hand, rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Your mother is inside. Go find her." When Li Fingzhou heard this, she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, her delicate little face showing undisguised longing and excitement. She took a step and ran directly into the Hall of Imperial Harmony. After all, she was just a 14-year-old girl who had been living alone in a strange place for months, and it was only natural that she would miss her relatives. Seeing this, Li Changa followed closely into the Hall of Imperial Harmony, and Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan looked at each other and hurriedly followed. "Greetings, Your Majesty," and "Greetings, Father." This time with Li Changa's return, everyone in the Grand Xia Imperial dynasty looked at each other and hurriedly rose to salute, but a touch of worry and fear lurked in the depths of most people's eyes. Li Changa had offended the immortal family, and what would be the end that would greet the Grand Xia dynasty and them in the future? Each of these important officials in the court had their hearts in turmoil. Li Changa was too lazy to pay attention to these people. The reason why the Empress was worried about the Crown Prince position, these guys could be said to have contributed to it, but now was not the time to settle scores. Didn't I say to send these 2 to the Department of Education? Why are they still here? Li Changa glanced at the divine emperor of the Ji clan who was being escorted by the guards and spoke in an indifferent tone. Your Majesty, is this matter to be considered in the long run? These 2 are, after all, nobles of the upper sect. A middle-aged man looked at Li Changa out of the corner of his eye and spoke cautiously. Ji Qingxian, what do you think I should do with these 2? Li Changa ignored the person who had opened his mouth to speak and instead, his gaze fell on Ji Qingxian. At this time, the Ji Xiaoquan below had long been staring with wide eyes, whimpering sounds coming out of his mouth, frequently signaling towards Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan, asking them to save themselves. Nay, his body was sealed by Li Changa. His body could not move his mouth or speak, he could only move his eyes. However, Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan could only ignore his gaze without Li Changa's permission. When Ji Qingxian heard Li Changa's words, her eyes glanced towards the 2 god kings of the Ji family. A hint of intolerance flashed past, then her eyes fell back on Li Changa and said, as the protectors of the Tao, not only did they fail to set up the correct values and the bottom line of being a human being to Ji Xiaoquan, but instead, they did not know how to behave. They made peace with him, and Ji Xiaoquan caused such a big trouble. The slave girl does not dare to defend them. Everything will be decided by the master. Everything is up to master to decide. At this moment, Ji Qingxian didn't care about the face of an imperial daughter in the slightest, and her posture was placed very low, wanting to use this method to save Ji Xiaoquan's life. The light of hope that had just risen in the eyes of the Ji clan's divine kings, who originally still had hope in their eyes, instantly went out, and the 2 of them looked at Ji Qingxian with unbelievable faces. Ji Qingxian, however, doesn't even look at the two, or doesn't dare to. When the two men saw this, the look on their faces went from pale to numb, and in the end, they couldn't help but laugh, their voices piercing as if they were crazy. It was the madness of a dead heart, a shattered Taoist heart, an extinguished faith, and a complete despair. Sent to the Department of Education. From now on, the Department of Education is open to all the people for 2 months, as long as the money, regardless of the status of the noble and lowly, can enter it. Said with the people, I will never go back on my word. Chapter 9, The Fifth Prince Li Tai. It's getting late, so it's time for all of you to return to your homes. After dealing with Ji Xiuquan's 2 lovers, Li Chang's gaze fell on the dozen or so ministers and directly issued an eviction order. I will retire. Li Changda could be said to have offended the Ji family to death this time, and if it wasn't for the deterrence of Li Chang's prestige that had been built up over hundreds of years, these people would have run away. At this moment, upon hearing the words, a group of people, as if their asses were on fire, hurriedly jumped up from their seats, arched their hands to say goodbye, as if there were wolves chasing behind them, and fled as if they were leaving the palace. Li Changda looked at the backs of these people and a gust of coldness rose in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that these family ancestors followed him to fight the world back then, these people would have been chopped up by him, and now that he is still alive, they dare to intervene in the change of royal power. It seems that it is time to clean up these people completely. Longbow, this elixir was promised to you. It should be enough to revive your severed limbs. Li Changda collected his thoughts, took out a pill from the storage space, threw it to Li Changbao, who stood aside, and laughed. Being a eunuch for so many years is really wronging you. From now on you'll move out of the palace, and if you have your eye on any girl, I'll make the decision for you. Longbow thanks His Majesty for his great favor. Li Changbao, hand holding pills, red eyes, voice choking, said to kneel down to perform a great salute, but the result was an invisible force to control the body. Although the state has the law of the land, but this is between you and me as brothers. I want to see the divine arrow wushuang of the past, not a limp-wrist shrimp whose spine has been bent by the immortal family. Can you do it? Li Changda opened his mouth, his voice thumping the ground. Yes, Longbow will live up to Big Brother's generous favor. Li Longbow arched his hand and saluted, his essence climbing to the peak at this moment, his cultivation showing signs of a breakthrough between the hidden. There are a lot of smart people in this world. There are a lot of geniuses, and people who work harder than you are like a river of carp, but people with status and background are always a minority, just like those 2 divine kings just now. If they were to talk about talent, the 2 of them really wouldn't necessarily be able to outperform Li Changbao, but it's not because people would be reincarnated, and they had the best techniques, the best pills, and the best cultivation environment right from birth, so they are now divine emperors, while Li Changbao is just a little Karami who barely reached the divine king realm. As the saying goes, there are those who spend their lives thinking about Rome, and there are those who are in Rome from birth, and it simply cannot be compared. But that was before. Although Li Changgong did not have an heir, but he was not alone. There was a mansion outside that was given to him in his early years. Li Changge did not need to worry about where he would go, and directly threw him out of the palace, and then looked towards Xia Eveningching and another woman who was also stunningly beautiful, dressed in a green dress, and no matter what her appearance or temperament, it wasn't even the slightest bit worse than Xia Eveningching's. Li Changge had lived in this world for more than 500 years, and apart from Xia Eveningching, there were 6 other women, but most of them had perished due to longevity or other reasons. Of those still alive today, there were only 3, one of which was still a mere mortal who couldn't cultivate and didn't come to the banquet today. All go back. Li Changge retracted his gaze from Empress Xia Eveningching and noble consort Xiaoling Xiang, and glanced at the several children present, waving his hand lightly. Father, Crown Prince Li Xian wanted to open his mouth, only to be interrupted by Xia Eveningching as she tugged on his hand. Interrupting, concubine excuses herself. After speaking, with one hand, he pulled Li Xian and Li Fingjiu and quickly left the Hall of Imperial Harmony. Seeing this, Xiaoling Xiang rose and saluted, saying, concubine will leave. 5th Prince Li Tai, and 8th Prince Li Feng rose and said, Father, my son will leave. Wait, old 5 stays. Li Changge suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Li Tai, who was about to leave. The 3 who had already turned around could not help but look at each other. Then Li Tai alone turned around and said, Father. He just called out and didn't say anything, just stood respectfully like that. His handsome appearance perfectly inherited from his parents, tall and imposing, worthy of being a son of Qi. Li Changge scrutinized his 5th son and secretly nodded his head. This calmness alone was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Unfortunately, he appeared in a novel with a villain as the protagonist, and the so-called son of Qi could only be reduced to a backdrop for the real protagonist. According to the novel, after himself, the cannon fodder, is imprisoned, Li Tai is also depicted as a pervert who likes his own mother, and then his miserable life has just begun. The villain protagonist has power and influence. All the behavior of Li Tai simply cannot escape the control of the other side. His chances are frequently robbed, living in the shadow of the other side, and finally hard to be forced into a complete villain. But that's just a novel. The present self is strong enough and capable enough to rewrite everyone's destiny. Old 5. Give me that ring on your hand. Li Chang'e opened his mouth. The sudden words startled Li Tai. His right hand subconsciously covered the ring on his left hand, and he looked at Li Chang'e with a startled expression. This ring was his biggest secret. He hadn't told anyone. How could father know? That, father, this is the birthday gift that mother gave me when I came of age. Li Tai put on a hesitant look and looked at Li Chang'e. When Li Chang'e saw this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. I know you have a big sister inside that ring, but the karma involved is too big for you to grasp. Hand it over to father. Let father come, Li Chang'e said with a bright smile. Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruoyan, Put. They had never seen such brazenness. He had just finished robbing himself, and now he was able to crown himself with robbing his own son. Shameless. It's shameless. Father. Li Tai opened his mouth, but was then interrupted by an ethereal sigh. Immediately afterward, a dreamlike, plump figure floated out from the ring on Li Tai's hand, and arched her hand at Li Chang'e, saying, Fellow Daoist, I am honored. Li Chang'e nodded. Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan looked at the spirit body in front of them in surprise, and then couldn't help but look at Li Chang'e. How did he discover that this spirit existed? The two of them, one venerable and one saint, were surprisingly unaware of it. Ji Qingxian in particular was astonished beyond measure. Although she was heavily injured, no doubt, her keen spiritual sense was still there, but she had not detected the existence of this soul body from beginning to end. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured, I follow your son by the side of absolutely no malicious intent, just your son's outstanding talent, so I want to take him as a disciple, inheritance of a body of learning only. I hope that your friend bear with me. The soul body opened its mouth with a pleasant voice. My heir's cultivation. I don't need to trouble you. I see that you have huge karma involved in you. Li Tai is still young. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand your karma. Li Chang'e smiled and shook his head. When Li Tai heard this, he was just about to open his mouth to say that he could withstand it, but as a result, when he met Li Chang'e's gaze, he suddenly felt an invisible bloodline oppression coming over him, and he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. I'm the most reasonable person. I'll give you two choices now. 1. Leave Li Tai's side. 2. Follow me around and I'll take this karma of yours for Tyre. Li Chang'e gave his choices slowly and methodically. The soul body looked back at Li Tai and gently shook his head, saying, maybe we really don't have a master-disciple bond. After speaking, the ring on Li Tai's hand automatically fell off and flew to Li Changsha's hand, adjusting the size and putting it on his finger. Concubine by Linger, as you wish. I will follow you from now on, and I hope that you will take care of me, the woman said. Li Chang'e heard the words, just gently nodded, then looked at Li Tai, who stood there in a state of shock. Comforted. There are times in life that must be, there are times in life that are not. Don't force yourself to seek. Some things look like a blessing, but in reality it is a curse. She will only harm you if she follows you. While speaking, Li Chang'e's figure appeared beside Li Tai and patted his shoulder with both hands and said, I, Li Chang'e, was able to walk from a white body to the present, and I believe my son can do the same. Too many external objects will only affect your cultivation and interfere with your state of mind. My father is clear about your ambitions, and I believe in you. Even without this ring, you will be able to do the same, and will be able to surpass me just as well. Chapter 10, The 9 Sons of the Dragon. Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan watched as that prince named Li Tai, from being like a dead mother, was lulled by Li Chang'e's 3 or 2 bowls of poisonous chicken soup as if he had been pumped up with chicken blood, and left in a joyful manner. Both are a little numb. It was really hard to figure out what kind of magic Li Chang'e's words had, or was Li Chang'e himself poisonous? They are naturally unaware of how much of an impact a hero-like father can have on his children. Li Chang'e looked at old 5 who left and shook his head with a smile. He had 9 sons and daughters over the years, and when he thought about it, except for the 7 daughters who had inherited their mother's mortal bodies and were unable to cultivate, each of the other children were exceptional. The eldest, Li Xian, not only inherited Li Chang'e's looks, but also his 9-dragon divine body. The second prince's dragon blood battle body. Although bloodthirsty and warlike, his fighting strength was absolutely terrifying, and he was a rare member of the Tiger General. The oldest 3 is a princess with a mutated physique. It should be called the 9 Dragons Fire God body. Not only is she a cultivation genius or a cultivation fanatic, the oldest 4 is a deep love male, commonly known as licking dog. This is not to mention, sometimes Li Chang'e hate to spray him on the wall in the first place to count the begging. The oldest 5, Li Tai, was an illusory air divine body, naturally close to space, and was able to learn stance-type battle techniques and martial arts at the drop of a hat. as well as being extremely perceptive and having outstanding cultivation talent. At the same time, he was one of the most vocal about succeeding to the throne. In the eyes of the world, his own cultivation is only the peak of the god-gathering realm, with a lifespan of 500 years at the beginning of his life, and a great limit is approaching. So any rumor will trigger a sudden change in the situation in the courtroom. Li Chang'e had long been aware of all this, but he was in the middle of refining the pills at a critical juncture and simply couldn't afford to be distracted. And when the pills stabilized, he occasionally came out for a break and simply didn't have the time to pay attention to those trivialities. But instead, he created 3 more beings. Xia Eveningqing just can't stand the compulsion of the outside world's rumors, which is why she did the stupid thing of inviting the wolf into the house. Of his 9 heirs, the first 6 were born a long time ago, and the youngest, the 6th prince, was already 200 years old. So for the oldest, Li Chang'e didn't know much about the 6th, forced by the pressure of the Ji family to avoid being caught in a pot. Apart from the oldest and the 5th, and the youngest 3, the other 4 Li Chang'e had arranged a back way for them to stay away from the capital early on. For so many years, Lao Er has been leading battles outside, and from time to time, reports of shortcomings and achievements would be sent back to the palace. The 3rd princess has created an army of departing fire in her own fiefdom, helping the imperial court to purge the rivers and lakes of bandits, and has made a name for herself. Although Lao Si already had a fiefdom, the dog-licking nature made him frequently disobey the imperial order and run back to the capital. Once or twice Li Chang'e would still open his mouth to reprimand. More times than not, Li Chang'e was lazy. The old 5th mother Xiaolingxiang is the former dynasty princess, their own year into the capital. The former emperor, in order to survive, Xiaolingxiang to himself, for political considerations, but also in order to faster maintain the stability of the court. Li Chang'e Xiaolingxiang enthroned as a noble consort. Now it seems that this former princess is not too peaceful nowadays. If the rumors inside the harem didn't have Xiaolingxiang mixed in, Li Chang'e wouldn't believe it. However, this is the world of metaphysics, and all intrigues and plots are no match for the size of a fist. Although ruling a large country is like cooking a small new one, and you can't just rely on brute force. Brute force is also undoubtedly the easiest way to solve things, and Li Chang'e won't be pedantic when necessary. The 7th princess was born out of Li Chang'e's heart when he was about to succeed in refining the elixir. He drank a few more cups in his heart's delight, and a palace maid. This girl unfortunately inherited her mother's mortal body, and was unable to cultivate. The old 8 is Xiaolingxian born, although young but talented, and also hard enough, but unfortunately Xiaolingxian will be most of the heart on the eldest son Li Tai. On this young son is not much care. 9th princess Li Fingzhou, aged 14, born of the empress. Although these children have different personality talents, but under the guidance of Li Chang'e, none of them have grown crooked. Although there are definitely small minds, but vicious minds, sinister tactics, Li Chang'e is confident that they will never use it on their siblings. Now that he was fully capable of sheltering them all, it was time for them to return. Li Chang'e waved his palm at the sky, following the bloodline guide, and instantly found Lao Er. Li Tian returned to the palace quickly from this moment without fail. North of the border, a military camp, the army tent in the closed eyes closed mediation. Li Tian opened his eyes, looking at the top of the head. The eyes instantly widened. Boom Bang pulled out the side of the long sword, pointing straight up to the dome of the sky. The voice of the Rude said, "Where are the sirens? How dare to pretend to be my father? Laughable, but do not know that my father has long passed the middle of the year. Is not a hair or not full of the kid can pretend to be." Pust, pust. 2 stifled giggles sounded around them. Li Chang'e looked at the 2 daughters of the Ji family, then looked at the opposite side of the no big or small guy, raised his hand to the head of the space as a popping chestnut, knocked his agu, hastily covered his head, a face of horror looking at Li Chang'e. "Kid, see clearly, I am your father. My strength has been refined. This is how I am able to summon and talk to you from a distance of 10,000 miles. Now put down all the things in your hands and return to Kyoto with the fastest speed possible." I don't believe you. How do you prove you are my father? Although the oldest 2 are violent and bloodthirsty and warlike, they are not reckless, but instead are rough and careful. When you were 7 years old, you were beaten by your 3rd sister and had a nosebleed, cried and ran to complain to me. Don't you remember? Li Chang'e was exasperated and laughed, so he directly revealed his shortcomings and exploded a few embarrassing things about him in a row. Stop. Father, I believe it, so just collect the divine power. I promise to come back as fast as I can. Li Tian's bronze-colored skin looked like a boiled prawn at the moment, but he didn't forget to ask the reason. Father is so eager to find me back. What's the matter? Li Tian was curious. Good thing. It's a long story exactly. You'll find out when you get back. After Li Chang'e finished speaking, his figure directly disappeared from Li Tian's eyes. Immediately, he found the oldest 3 Li Yuxiu in the same way, and the picture that appeared in front of his eyes was white as if it was a fairyland. It is? Li Chang'e looked at the white mist-shrouded image in front of him, searching for his daughter. Suddenly, the white mist rolled over, and a slender and marvelous mermaid carrying water droplets broke through the mist. Who? A clear and pleasant light scolding sounded, and immediately the person in the picture turned around, draped in a light veil, and turned her head to look at Li Chang'e face to face. Father, why you? The girl's beautiful eyes blinked gently as she looked at Li Chang'e, who had appeared out of thin air and was excessively young. With a bewildered expression, Li Chang'e touched his nose in embarrassment and changed the topic. How did you recognize father at a glance? I still vaguely remember my father's young appearance. And the place you're in, if I'm not mistaken it should be the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but just now I was only skeptical, but now I'm certain. You are indeed my father undoubtedly. Li Yuxiu, voice clear and crisp, said. It's still Yuxiu who is smart, unlike that little cutie of your second brother. Li Chang'e opened his mouth and spoke the words of how he reprimanded his second brother, making his distant daughter giggle. Father and daughter chatted for a while before Li Chang'e got down to business and told Li Yuxiu to return to the capital as soon as possible. Li Yuxiu naturally did not have the slightest objection to this, but instead was happy to be able to see his father again. Li Chang'e ended the call with an anti-smile on her face. I wanted to repeat the same trick, but the raised palm was slightly stuttered. Remembering the image of the shocking glimpse just now, some embarrassment, worrying that the oldest four to make any more trouble. Chapter 11, Old 6. The oldest is a lickspill and shouldn't be messing around. Thinking so, Li Chang'e waved his hand and dropped his figure in front of the oldest Lian's eyes. At the same time, the figure of the fourth son, Lian, appeared before his eyes. This lickspill was sprawled out on all fours with a pillow in his arms, baring his mouth and mumbling a name in his sleep. Li Chang'e's face darkened. He really didn't expect that he could give birth to such a useless thing. Snap! Li Chang'e pulled out a cane from his storage space and spaced out to deliver a hard blow to the ass on the bed. Ow! The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling echoed in the Anyang King's mansion. A group of guards and maids outside the door were sweating in a hurry, but no matter what they couldn't open the door of that tightly closed room. It was only after a full hour or so that the sounds in the room subsided. Li An's weak voice rang out, waving away the crowd. Ha 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 ha, this mail can go back to the capital. This time I can finally see my dear Royer openly. It's so good. He, hiss, it hurts, but, he, it's so good, hiss, father's hand is too hard, right, hiss, but, hey. Li Chang'e didn't know the corners of Lian's mouth at the moment. If he did, he would definitely come over again and continue to whip him, too. However, it is well known that a licking dog can't be woken up by a bystander. Li Chang'e continued to contact Old Six, but the scene that appeared in front of him caused him to frown slightly. In comparison, there was a hint of untamedness between Old Six's eyebrows, as if he were a lone wolf, and at first glance, he had a feeling of being very out of place, and his cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the middle stage of Divine Emperor. This cultivation level was nothing at all in the immortal family, but in the secular world where cultivation resources were scarce that was a bit of an oxymoron. After all, he was only in his early 200 years of age, and moreover, the technique he cultivated was also very unusual, definitely not a technique from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Li Chang'e was about to take a closer look when Li Ping, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and a snowflake mark flickered in those eyes. A layer of frost instantly formed in the middle of the room. What's peeping? He opened his mouth in a cold voice, and as he spoke, he wanted to make a move, but immediately afterward, he realized that he couldn't move his body. You, what are you? What are you scheming for? Li Ping's eyes looked at Li Chang'e's figure in terror as he struggled. Pingshi King Lian, you've hidden yourself quite deeply. Without realizing it, you even possessed the cultivation of a divine emperor. It's really true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, Li Chang'e said. I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Ping sniffed and couldn't help but play dumb. In a short period of time he had already seen that the person in front of him wouldn't be unfavorable to himself, at least right now, so he acted very steadily. There was no panic at all, at least on the surface. If you don't understand, pretend I didn't say it. Open your eyes wide and see who I am, Li Chang'e said. Lian heard, eyes surprised, carefully looked at Li Chang'e. Suddenly a cry of surprise. Father. It seems that it's not hopeless. Put down what you're doing and return to the capital as fast as you can. Li Chang'e nodded. Back to the capital. What's the matter? Li Ping said. The choice is yours. You can also not return. Li Chang'e spoke indifferently, then directly ended the call. He sat on the main seat of the banquet held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, his face clouded over. I hadn't noticed that this old six was off before, but only today did I realize that this guy hadn't been very close to himself since he was born, and it would have been just fine if that was all there was to it. But this guy seems to have been very opinionated since he was a child, showing unusual maturity and stability, and not much contact with other siblings, combined with his unannounced cultivation enhancement. mysterious feats, and the old sixth style of acting, Li Chang'e has reason to suspect that this guy was not switched at birth, and switched the colonel. In the Pingxi King's mansion, Li Ping's face was cloudy as he looked into the void. Is this cheap old man onto something? What to do? Should I go back or not? What is this cheap old man pumping for? And what on earth is he asking me to go back for? Li Ping was jittery, considering whether to simply run away. After contacting all the heirs outside, Li Chang'e was inexplicably a bit upset. He happened to see Ji Xiaoquan looking like he had something to say. Li Chang'e smiled faintly and reached out a little, unlocking the seals on Ji Xiaoquan and his protector. Ji Lingshan, Your Majesty, I was wrong. How about if you are generous and let me off for the sake of my family's imperial daughter? Ji Xiaoquan said. At this time, he finally learned to be smart and didn't get up, kneeling on the ground and looking at Li Chang'e with a pleading look on his face. You don't know it's wrong. You know you're going to die and you're just scared. Li Chang'e shook his head and looked at Ji Xiaoquan's face that was so scared by his own words. His tone changed and said, but sparing your life is not impossible. Like this. Ji Ruoyan, I have my eye on. How about you give her to me? When Ji Xiaoquan heard this, his face instantly changed and he looked at Li Chang'e angrily. What? Looking at you like this you are unwilling? Li Chang'e said. A murderous intent-like substance instantly pressed on Ji Xiaoquan, causing his already unattractive face to instantly turn into a pig's liver color. No, don't. Ji Ruoyan saw this and was just about to go forward, but she ended up feeling an invisible fluctuation spreading out from Li Chang'e's body, instantly covering her, her body fixed in place and unable to move. Seeing this, Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, but after feeling herself, she was very sensible and did not open her mouth. Shame on you. Where's the condescension you had when you ran into my territory and asked me to offer up my woman? Now that it's your turn, who are you showing such a dead mom look to? Li Chang'e looked at Ji Xiaoquan's angry and stifled appearance and was almost infuriated and laughed. Mud. What a villain. Obviously he came to bully others first, and as a result, he was Ed instead of pretending to be a cop, and now he is instead looking like he has been greatly aggrieved. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Chang'e still wanted to continue to have fun and felt that it would be too cheap to get him killed just like that, Li Chang'e would have long ago given him ashes all young. I'll ask you one last time. Trade Ji Ruoyan for one of your dog's lives. Do you agree or not? Li Chang'e stared at Ji Xiaoquan with an icy gaze. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Chang'e's purpose for doing this was to provoke the relationship between Ji Xiaoquan and Ji Ruoyan. But Ji Xiaoquan was already scared out of his wits at this point and had lost his normal human judgment. Seeing that Li Chang'e looked like he was really going to make a move to slaughter himself, he was so scared that he quickly nodded his head and said, I agree. Ji Ruoyan's body shook slightly as Li Chang'e released his control over her. Hearing that the child she had brought up had sold herself so easily, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings in her heart for a moment. After all, he did not teach him well, so that his mind is so fragile. But acting in such an arrogant and domineering style, this has led to a big mistake. Ji Ruoyan's heart was grieving, blaming herself for all the mistakes. Perhaps this was the retribution she deserved. Sister Ruoyan, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I still have a great future. For my sake, just give in and agree to His Majesty. Ji Xiaoquan looked at the disoriented Ji Ruoyan and hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade her, worried that she would fiercely resist. The Xia Emperor's eloquence, the talent of warping the heavens and the earth, coupled with this imposing and unrivaled face in the world, you definitely won't suffer any disadvantages if you follow him in the future, and I'll feel relieved to have him to protect you. Ji Ruoyan looked at Ji Xiaoquan stupidly, as if she knew him on the first day. Ji Qingxian. Ji Lingshang frowned slightly. Chapter 12, Killing the Heart. Ji Ruoyan's crystalline shell teeth bit her own lips in death. Her black and white eyes were filled with tears, and her body shook in a pitiful manner. She just couldn't believe what kind of a thing she'd been raising for the last 10 years or so. It's a good thing he's still so dutiful. How ironic. Li Chang'e, her a look of lifelessness, reached out and pulled Ji Ruoyan's plump and moving mature petite body as if it was soft and boneless, obediently sat on his lap, snuggled in his arms. Since the Holy Sun is so generous, then I will not be polite. Li Chang'e smiled and kissed the full red lips, and his hands were not idle. Ji Qingxuan's entire body looked like a doll that had lost its soul as she collapsed into Li Chang'e's arms, letting him knead and play with her. It was as if she had lost interest in everything and was lifeless, but a faint layer of redness unconsciously surfaced on that white, stunning face under Li Chang'e's wanton playfulness, and her breathing also unconsciously became ragged. Ji Xiaoquan looked at everything in front of him, his fists secretly clenched, lowered his head, a trace of cynicism in his eyes. On what grounds? I'm obviously a traveler? It's the expected protagonist. The whole world should revolve around me. Why did it turn out like this? He's confused, powerless, scared and doesn't understand. Could it be that everything in front of me is a test of this world for me? Aha! That must be it. It hasn't he come to that final step yet. Ruoyan's sister was just kissed. That is, she was touched. Only, there must be a reversal of events. I'm sure someone will come to my rescue in the end. I'm the destined protagonist of this world. Ji Xiaoquan's shattered Dao heart gradually regrouped as his gaze landed on the imperial daughter of the Ji clan, a look of inquiry and pleading for help in his eyes. However, the Ji clan's imperial daughter only glanced at him and moved her gaze away. If she could, she naturally wanted to preserve Ji Xiaoquan. After all, if the Hongming sacred body grew, it would certainly be invincible at that time. However, with the destruction of the family just around the corner, she could only think about what was right in front of her, and it was impossible to hitch up the entire family for a Ji Xiaoquan who could not necessarily be saved yet. Ji Xiaoquan's heart sank slightly. Even now, he only thought that Ji Qingxian had made some kind of deal with Li Changde, and he himself had been abandoned by her. I will make you regret today's decision. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the insults suffered today. In the coming day, I will make sure that you double back. Ji Xiaoquan cursed in his heart and even hated Ji Qingxian together. He wouldn't have thought that Ji Qingxian was now controlling even her own life and death at Li Changde's whim. Do what you promised me, Count? Ji Ruyan finally came back to her senses, pushing and shoving her hands on Li Changde's chest, looking at Li Changde's blazing gaze and rough breathing. Knowing that she was in trouble today, she didn't intend to resist, but she still wanted to make sure that he would really let Ji Xiaoquan go. Of course, I have always been a man of my word, but whether Ji Xiaoquan can really live or not depends on your next performance. Li Changde's big hand gently stroked Ji Ruyan's fair and jade-like face. His thumb lightly touched the rosy and tantalizing lips, only to feel slippery and warm to the touch, while his face wore a meaningful smile. Ji Ruyan was also hundreds of years old, and although she had never married, she could guess what Li Changde meant. She glanced sadly at Ji Xiaoquan and secretly said in her heart, Xiaoquan, this is the only thing my sister can do for you. Thinking, withdrew his gaze, lotus root-like arms hooked Li Changde's neck, and Li Changde face to face, sitting on his lap, to Li Changde initiative to offer his red lips. Ji Xiaoquan, I'm knocking. Ji Ruyan, you dare to green me. How could Ji Xiaoquan not expect Ji Ruyan to turn passivity into initiative? Facts aside, Ji Ruyan, won't you fight back? Ji Xiaoquan was going crazy with anger. Originally he was quite fond of Ji Ruyan and decided to marry her explicitly in the future. At least he would give her the status of a proper wife. But now, she was only worthy of being a lowly bed-warming maid. Baby, don't be in a hurry. Let's change places. Li Changde smiled and grabbed Ji Ruyan's restless little hand, and as he spoke, with a thought, he brought everyone to appear in the Qian Yuan Palace, holding Ji Ruyan and lying smoothly on top of his own dragon bed, with the bed curtains automatically floating down, so that he could only vaguely see the two non-stop rolling and squirming figures inside. When Ji Ruyan's cries of pain rang out, Ji Xiaoquan immediately felt his scalp explode. No, it can't be. Me, I'm the main character. Sister Ruyan is mine. How can anyone else get her? That's definitely not how the script was written. Up until this point he was having protagonist dreams, imagining an accident and someone saving him. However, the sound coming from not too far away was so refreshing that his entire being was exhilarated like never before. Mud. Making him kneel there was to torture him, not to give him a good time. Li Changde took in Ji Xiaoquan's change in demeanor and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. I was thinking that what I was doing was sick enough, but now it seems that I was being simple. These villainous protagonists are the real perverts. They're not even close. Li Changde did not have the fetish of being an actor for others, and with a direct wave of his hand, Ji Xiaoquan, who was kneeling outside the dragon bed, was directly knocked out of the door. Intermittent sounds came, but no shadow could be seen. Ji Xiaoquan instantly anxious, but his body was kneeling upright, unable to make any other movements. Ji Qingxian lowered her head, her toes digging into the ground, so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. However, without Li Changde's order, she didn't dare to go anywhere. Unconsciously glancing at the dragon bed, Ji Ruyan was lying on her back like a beautifully shaped female panther, her body completely open, and she was being taught a hard lesson by Li Changde with a rolling pin. Suddenly, Ji Qingxian let out a cry of alarm and her body fell into the dragon bed. The Hongmeng creation decree is just bull. It really deserves to be a gong method specially set up for the breeder protagonist. I only practiced the yin-yang creation chapter to refine Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruyan's innate yuan-yin, and this set up my cultivation to the Zun Shi realm. Li Changde sighed. Although his cultivation level was still rather flimsy, he was indeed already at the exalted realm. Of course, the reason why it was so outrageous, the miraculousness of the Hongmeng creation skill was one aspect, the fact that the two daughters of the Ji family were not ordinary people was one aspect, and most importantly, Li Changde himself was at the Great Sage Great Circle realm, just one step away from entering the exalted realm. After feeling the changes in himself, Li Changde waved his hand, and Ji Lingshang, the Ji clan saint, flew directly into his arms. Ji Xiaokuan's lack of strength made it difficult for him to break the defense of a saint or above. But Li Changa's gun is like a god today, and he will see blood when he shoots. The innate Yuan Yin of Ji Lingshang, a female saint, could just help him consolidate his realm. The only pity was that Li Changa was not a Hongmeng sacred body and could not cultivate the complete Hongmeng creation skill. But you can't be too greedy. This time, his own harvest cannot be said to be not much. First of all, the backlog in the heart of many years of haze is swept away. Secondly, the Ji family for many years of collection of resources are also all into his hands, followed by the Ji family empress. This venerable. Originally, she was seriously injured and had a short lifespan, and then she made several moves with Li Changa. Although she didn't fight for her life, she eventually moved her vital energy, plus she experienced the thunderbolt, and she had almost run out of gas. But now, it was used by Li Changa to use the Yin-Yang creation chapter to pull back from the ghost gate alive. How does it feel? If you do it a few more times, it won't be a problem for you to return to your heyday. Do you still want it? Li Changa looked at the rosy-cheeked Ji clan's imperial daughter and urged a smile. 2. Recovery was expected, and the imperial daughter of the Ji clan simply couldn't say anything against her will. Li Changa looked at her shy appearance, drew himself up, directly lying aside and said, I don't have the strength. What you want you can do yourself. Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruoyan, Ji Lingxiang. The crown prince had been supervising the country and governing the dynasty for many years without Li Changa having to worry about it, which gave him great convenience. 3 days later, Li Changa walked out of the Qin Yuan palace, stood at the door, stretched his waist greatly against the sunrise, and the whole person felt refreshed. Then, he looked at Ji Xiaokuan, who had been kneeling at the doorway for 3 days and 3 nights, and grinned. Thank you for your saint son's generosity. Ji Ruoyan is very moist. I like it very much, and your imperial daughter as well as that protector of your path tastes quite good as well. What does it mean to kill and kill? This is, Chapter 13, Ji Xiaokuan is gone. Brutal. It's just too cruel. Kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. Also listen to 3 days and 3 nights. The whole person is drowsy. Ji Xiaokuan heard the words. The whole person almost exploded with anger. Mine, they're all mine. Old thief, evil thief, dog thief, I'll fight you. Ji Xiaokuan raised his head as hard as he could and glared at Li Changa with a look of wanting to eat someone. He couldn't figure it out until now. He himself was obviously a traveler. His parents belonged to the base. His identity background was remarkable. His talent was outstanding. He had planned his future life. But why did it flip? He had just left the Ji family. The beautiful life has not yet had time to enjoy. The great mountains and rivers have not yet been fully explored. Those beautiful and attractive mature nymphs have not yet gone to save themselves. How come this overturned the car? He couldn't think straight, didn't feel right, and couldn't believe that he was done. He had been praying for an accident to happen in the past few days, and it would be best if a strong person could just jump out and take himself as his disciple. But, in addition to the increasingly intense and concerted applause in the room these past few days, only the patrolling guards and a few eunuchs and palace maids had come by, and nothing else had happened. Ji Xiaokuan broke down. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Ruoyan, take a look. Originally I wanted to let him go on account of the fact that you've gone out of your way to serve me happily and joyfully these past few days. But with him like this, how can you let him go? Li Changa turned back to look at Ji Ruoyan, who was glowing with a red face and exuding endless charms all over her body, and said, at this moment Ji Ruoyan, compared to 3 days ago, is undoubtedly more elegant and outstanding. Brilliant, a white dress floating like a fairy, but also exudes a soul-stealing charm. Look at the Ji Xiaokuan, eyes are straight. Little Kuan doesn't know what he's doing, so I hope the master won't be offended. Ji Ruoyan sniffed and hurriedly stepped forward, sweeping a glance at Ji Xiaokuan out of the corner of her eye. She clasped her hands around Li Changa's arm and shook and pampered herself. Nu Jiao will make amends to you for him. Fine, I'll let him go for your sake, but he's a genius after all. Letting him go like this, it's inevitable that he'll grow vengeful in the future. Li Changa opened his mouth, then with a stretch of his palm, Ji Xiaokuan's body involuntarily rose up in the air, and a piercing scream came out of his mouth. Li Changa, what are you doing? Ji Ruoyan hurriedly said. Unfortunately, Li Changa made her directly shut her mouth with just a faint glance. Those eyes were cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty, as if they were an oppressive volcano, as if she dared to say one more word, she would be able to directly incinerate her into ashes, all without the slightest emotion from the intense love and affection of the past few days. Ah, Li Changa, don't, I won't dare anymore. I'll give Ji Ruoyan to you. I'll let her serve you well in the future. Please spare me. Ji Xiaokuan let out a piercing scream from his mouth, but the words he said made Ji Ruoyan's heart chill for a moment. This is the second time he's had to give himself away. However, Li Changa simply ignored him this time. Li Changa extended his large hand and lifted Ji Xiaokuan into midair, and a channel of mana surged out from his palm. Like an invisible blade, starting a merciless cut from Ji Xiaoquan's body to his soul. Ji Ruyan looked towards Ji Qingxian, a touch of pleading showing in her pitiful expression, hoping that she would look at the comradeship of these few days and open her mouth to plead for mercy. But when Ji Qingxian saw this, she only gently shook her head. Li Chang'e was forcibly depriving Ji Xiaoquan of his Hongmeng sacred body origin. She knew very well that she couldn't stop it at all, not to mention whether or not she had the qualifications to stop it. If she was in a different place, if she did it herself, I'm afraid that she would only do it even more desperately than he did. How could she let an exceptionally gifted sworn enemy leave unharmed? Half an hour later, a ball of blood the size of a baby's fist flew out of Ji Xiaoquan's chest, while Ji Xiaoquan's body was spread out softly on the ground like a pool of mud. Seeing this, Ji Ruyan hurriedly ran up and took out all kinds of precious pills from her own storage space and put them into Ji Xiaoquan's mouth without stinting. Li Chang'e didn't pay attention to this. As this mass of blood appeared, the heaven and earth immediately had purple chi coming from the east for 100,000 li, all of which came towards this mass of blood in his hand. Li Chang'e held this blood and felt that the heaven and earth avenues were vibrating, and invisible Tao rules were hidden. Ah, you let go of me. After Ji Xiaoquan took the elixir, a weak voice suddenly rang out. When Li Chang'e heard this, he directly put away the Hongmeng sacred body origin in his hand and looked at Ji Xiaoquan curiously. At this time, Ji Xiaoquan had been drained of his Hongmeng sacred body origin, and his entire body was like a phoenix that had lost its feathers. Not only had his height shrunk by a large amount, but his appearance was even more miserable. But Ji Ruyan didn't care, because this is what she remembers. Ji Xiaoquan did not awaken the Hongmeng sacred body before the Ji Xiaoquan is this way, although its appearance is not good. Short, cowardly inferiority complex, but he will be a mouthful of his sister called Ruoyan. He is well behaved and know how to do things, never get into trouble, and even more will not humiliate others. Ji Qingxian looked at Ji Xiaoquan, and suddenly her eyebrows frowned slightly as she spoke in a cold voice, saying, "You're not Ji Xiaoquan. Who exactly are you? What are your intentions of entering my Ji family under an impostor's name?" When Li Chang'e saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a look of watching a good show. The moment he drew away the Hongmeng sacred body origin, he realized that Ji Xiaoquan's soul and his body were seriously mismatched. If it is not the Hongmeng holy body has the ability to cover the sky, Ji Xiaoquan just crossed will be found. After all, this is the world of metaphysical fantasy. If you do not have a little ability, the mighty one glance at the past even your bottom can see through. Of course, if this fellow was able to cultivate at ease for a period of time, with the specialness of the Hongmeng sacred body, it wouldn't be so easy for onlookers to discover his abnormality. But he's too floaty, thinking that he could rest easy because he was born into an immortal family and his identity had not been discovered at first glance. It was now a good thing that he had lost the shelter of the Hongmeng sacred body origin, and at a single glance, Ji Qingxian could see the end of the story. Ji Qingxian pulled Ji Ruoyan back as she stared at Ji Xiaoquan with a serious face. "You, Lord Imperial Daughter, please don't talk nonsense. He is my family's little Koan. I won't recognize him wrongly." Ji Ruyan glanced at the Ji family's imperial maiden, her eyes carrying an undisguised disgust, her voice cold. Ji Qingxian was originally the goddess in the hearts of all the Ji family members, the faith, but these days, her incompetence, cowardice, and humility, and what she had done had completely broken the heart of the Xianin sacred body to the point that her faith was broken, and how much she had been worshipped in the past was now how much she was loathed. At this moment, Ji Ruyan didn't even want to hear a single word of Ji Qingxuan's words, much less believe them. However, when she broke free from Ji Qingxuan's grip and just arrived in front of Ji Xiaoquan, she was frozen in place by Ji Xiaoquan's ice-cold expression and merciless words. "What kind of good guy is pretending in front of me at this time? When you and he were making merry inside the room, did you ever remember that I was right outside? Get lost for me. Don't you like to recognize your master? I'm not sure if you like to recognize your master, but you'll be following him from now on, right? My death or life has nothing to do with you from now on." Ji Xiaoquan coldly looked at Ji Ruyan as if he was looking at a pile of trash, his eyes filled with disgust. This one, crazy, Li Chang'e concluded in his mind. Humble and incompetent people, after being hit, only to vent to their closest people, so as to find a little self-confidence, to calm down the aggression suffered outside. Ji Xiaoquan is apparently like that. Before crossing over, Ji Xiaoquan was just a social animal, a keyboard warrior, an internet spammer, and he was expected to have much better mental qualities. Now that the most important layer of aura that came from crossing over had been torn off by Li Chang'e, he was now completely in his original form. "Ji Ruyan, you're also a Sage Realm powerhouse. Take a closer look. Is he still your Ji Xiaoquan?" Ji Qingxian came back to her senses and grabbed Ji Ruoyan's arm, saying, "I know you despise me, and I don't expect you to understand me and forgive me. I, Ji Qingxian, have no shame in my heart, and I only hope that you will be able to see the truth clearly, that the person in front of you isn't Ji Xiaokuan at all, but is the real culprit who has caused us to fall into this situation. Ji Ruyan sniffed and looked at Ji Xiaokuan dumbfounded. Seize, my little Quinn, he's gone. Chapter 14, Meeting Ji Xiaokuan again. Ji Ruyan, as a saint, was only blinded by worry just now. Now after Ji Qingxuan's repeated reminders and seeing Ji Xiaokuan's hate-filled eyes, he finally regained some sanity. Gazing around, he soon realized something was wrong as well. There is only one possibility for a situation like this, where the soul is grossly mismatched with the physical body. Taking away, a soul devours the original soul, and that is why that soul behaves in a way that is alien to the current body. Ji Ruyan worried, kind eyes slowly become cold. Little Gon, my little Gon is gone. He's been taken over. The crazy batch state of Ji Xiaokuan saw Ji Ruyan's eyes, which were originally full of worry and heartache in the face of himself, suddenly became cold and piercing, and he suddenly winced, realizing that it was not good. Ruo, Sister Ruyan, why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. Ji Xiaokuan immediately changed into a pitiful look and said. At the same time, he somewhat regretted what he had just done. No matter what, he had to survive first. Still trying to trick me? Who the hell are you? Why did you want to harm my little Kuan? Ji Ruyan looked at Ji Xiaokuan as if she was crazy, her late Saint Realm aura surging out, itching to immediately tear him alive right now. Don't. I promised that I would let Ji Xiaokuan live. He can't withstand the saintly pressure right now. Don't let the world say that I'm going back on my word if I'm killed by you at that time. Li Changge waved his hand. The sage pressure emanating from Ji Ruoyan's body instantly dissipated, as if ice and snow melted. You're really going to let him go? Ji Ruyan turned her head to look at Li Changge with an incredulous face. From beginning to end, Ji Ruyan only prayed and hoped, but she never fully believed that Li Changge would keep his promise and let Ji Xiaokuan live. Now, listening to the meaning of Li Changge's words, as if he was really going to let Ji Xiaokuan off the hook, Ji Ruyan's heart not only wasn't half happy, but instead was filled with unwillingness. Of course, I am the 9 to 5 supreme being of the hall, with a golden mouth and a single word. How would I believe in what I say? Li Changge threw out his big sleeve and said with righteousness, Yes, His Majesty has a golden tongue. Will he not go back on his word for the sake of casualness? Ji Xiaokuan heard. Was Ji Ruoyan under a half-dead face instantly surfaced surprise color? Hastily opened his mouth and echoed, Your Majesty. Handsome, majestic, small people see you as a grain of floating to see the sky. You are the sun above the 9 heavens. I'm an insignificant small garbage, not worth mentioning at all. You put me as a fart to let go of it. Li Changge looked down on Ji Xiaokuan, who was like a jumping clown, and was inwardly depressed. Mud. I can't believe I've been kept awake at night for hundreds of years by such a thing. That's why it's important not to cross over these days, because you are not necessarily the protagonist when you cross over, and even if you are, you may still be missed by other travelers. There's nothing more dangerous than being a traveler. Don't believe you open the ocean persimmon to see. 10 books have 8 anti-trope, all kinds of heaven's pride, fate of the protagonist, the son of luck, which is not abused to death. Your Majesty, I swear to heaven, as long as you release me, I will definitely not harbor any grudges, or else I will be told to be struck by the heavens and die without a burial place. Ji Xiaokuan saw that Li Changge was just gazing at himself quietly. He was inwardly uneasy. He rolled and crawled and ran. His skinny body hugged Li Changge's thighs and cried miserably and pretended to be pitiful. I'm already an invalid. I won't be able to pose any threat to you and the Grand Xia Empire. By the way, Ji Ruyan is a Xianin holy body. It is an innate furnace tripod holy body. Those who have her can easily reach the realm of honors. I am delusional. A toad wants to eat swan meat. I even attempted to die the empress. I am not a person. I am a person. In order to show my apology, I am now telling you Ji Ruyan's biggest secret. In addition, when I left the clan, this woman also told me very flirtatiously that as long as I could reach the sage realm, she would give me her yuan yin and double cultivate with me to help me reach the exalted realm. However, Your Majesty, don't worry, the defenses of the sage realm are too strong, and I'm not afraid of your jokes when I say that I simply have a heart for her, and she was absolutely innocent before you. Ji Ruyan's cheeks were red, and she looked at Ji Xiaokuan with shame and anger. She had lived for hundreds of years, but she had never imagined that people could be shameless to such an extent, and in order to stay alive she really didn't want to have any face at all. What do you mean you were flirty enough to tell him? It's not that he has been begging and pestering himself since the awakening of the Hongmeng sacred body, and he wants to marry himself in the future, so that he really can't do anything about it and can't fight him, which is why he told him that his own is the Xianin sacred body, which can help him to cultivate into the Zun Shi realm in the future. But now that it was in his mouth, it was as if he was seducing him instead. Ji Ruyan was infuriated. Her towering breasts rippled and undulated. itching to slap the Ji Xiaoquan in front of her and thwart her. As the saying goes, how deeply you once loved, how much you hate now. However, with Li Chang'e in front of her, she couldn't do anything. One could only be glad in his heart that he had told his secret to Li Chang'e long ago. Thinking about this, Ji Qingxian couldn't help but add another point to her hatred towards Ji Xiaoquan. It was to save the one in front of her that she herself ended up in such a situation. But how did he repay her? Aside from just letting herself save him in the beginning, the next thing was pushing her into the fire over and over again. Ji Ruyan looked at Ji Xiaoquan, and a mouthful of silver teeth almost clenched, thinking of all his behavior. Not to mention that he is no longer the original Ji Xiaoquan. Even if it is the original Ji Xiaoquan, Ji Ruyan's heart is cold. All that was left of him was a gnashing of teeth and hatred. Finished, Li Chang'e slowly squatted his body and patted Ji Xiaoquan's shoulder with his big hand. Obviously not much force was applied, but it made the goon's body feel like a sieve. Li Chang'e turned a blind eye to this and looked at Ji Xiaoquan and said, "Think carefully, is there any secret you haven't told me?" Ji Xiaoquan froze at his words and slowly raised his head. His gaze crossed over Li Chang'e and saw Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruoyan, and Ji Lingfang standing behind Li Chang'e, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Yes, there's more. I have another technique. That technique was created specifically for the Hongmeng sacred body, but it contains a top-notch dual cultivation technique that anyone can cultivate, and I'll give it to you now. Ji Xiaoquan opened his mouth and rambled out the complete Hongmeng creation technique. Immediately, looking at Li Chang'e with a pleasing face, he said, "Ji Qingxian, that's the Ji clan's imperial daughter. Once even told me explicitly and implicitly that after I break through to the Saint Realm, she wanted to discuss the Yin Yang Dao with me and use it to repair her own injuries. As I observe your majesty's divine and martial appearance, and now that you have this gong method in your possession, I would like to wish your majesty here in advance, to subdue the imperial daughter of the Ji clan at an early date." Li Chang'e looked at Ji Xiaoquan, who was shyly wearing a dead face like a pug that was pleasing its master, and almost patted him on the shoulder and praised him. "You drop, greatly good people." It was good that he remembered clearly the blood that ran through his bones. Although the guy in front of him belonged to the standard 250 iron trader, he was no small time. "Not bad, I can see that you didn't lie to me. I'll let you off the hook today, but remember, I'll kill you the next time we meet. Get lost," Li Chang'e said. Ji Xiaoquan was overjoyed at his words. Bang Bang kowtowed twice and turned his head towards the outside of the palace with 1,000 thanks. "Ha ha, stupid, if you don't break, you can't stand. Today's humiliation is definitely a test from the heavens for me. Lousy is the protagonist. I will definitely be stronger in the coming days. When that time comes, Ji Ruyan, Ji Qingxian, and that Xia Evening Qing, Jia Ruyan, Ji Qingxian, and that Xia Evening Qing." Ji Xiaoquan had the wind at his feet, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The corners of his mouth grinned to the root behind his ears, and he almost laughed out a pig squeal. Just then, he suddenly heard Li Chang'e's voice again. "Ji Xiaoquan." At those words, Ji Xiaoquan instantly stopped in his tracks, the expression on his face converging as much as it could, and he instinctively turned around. "Ha ha, we meet again." Chapter 15, Ji Xiaoquan offline. Ji Xiaoquan thought in his mind that he would later be reborn in Nirvana, broken and kingly, and ruthlessly retaliate against Li Chang'e, sleeping with his woman in front of him. The thought of the excitement almost made me laugh like a pig. As for the so-called vows, it's only sick for a modern soul to believe in them. Ji Xiaoquan was about to leave Li Chang'e's line of sight, but he suddenly heard Li Chang'e calling out to him. The look on his face instantly converged, and at this moment, he displayed a face-changing speed that even a Sichuan opera actor would have to be willing to bow to, a fawning smile reappearing on his face as he turned his head to look at Li Chang'e. "Your Majesty called me, but is there anything else you want?" "Ha ha, Ji Xiaoquan. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Li Chang'e laughed. Ji Xiaoquan was confused. Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruyan, and Ji Lingshan, the three of them were even more confused. "Obviously, we were just talking face to face. This is just a turn of effort. Where is it again?" "See, face to face, it was just a matter of moments, and everyone kind of came back to their senses. I remember that just now." Li Chang'e seemed to have said that he would kill them the next time they met. Ji Xiaoquan naturally reacted. His face instantly became unsightly, but he had to try to squeeze out a smile and look at Li Chang'e with a pleasing look. "Actually, I still like your unruly look at the beginning. Can you recover a bit?" Li Chang'e looked at the dog with a broken spine in front of him and said with a leathery smile. No, your Majesty is joking. I was just here then and didn't know any better." Ji Xiaoquan waved his hands repeatedly, his palms and back covered in sweat. "Ha! I seem to have just said that I will kill you the next time we meet. I'm a man of my word." Li Chang'e shook his head, feeling that there was no need to continue playing either. "Whoever father wants to kill, I'll do it for you." A rough voice rang out. Immediately afterward an ethereal figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the fifth Prince Li Tai. It is this man that father wants to kill. As he spoke, Li Tai's figure had already appeared in front of Ji Xiaokuan, pinching his neck and lifting him up. At this time, Ji Xiaokuan is an ordinary person. Where can resist Li Tai? Hands grabbed Li Tai's arm, legs stomping, face quickly suffocated iron blue. When Li Changa saw this, he couldn't help but laugh dumbly and nodded. Can only say, come earlier than coincidentally. The original, Ji Xiaokuan harmed the old five cannot be described as not tragic, and now by him personally ended the scourge, is also considered the cycle of karma retribution. Click. After Li Changa nodded his head, without saying a word, Li Tai exerted his 5 fingers and directly crushed Ji Xiaokuan's neck bone. Next to the Ji family's 3 daughters looked at Ji Xiaokuan's drooping head and limp body, opened their mouths and sighed slightly in their hearts. None of them opened their mouths to speak. Ji Xiaokuan. The result can be said to be self-inflicted, but it can also be said that there is a big reason is the result of their connivance, but there's no point in saying that anymore. Seeing this, Li Changa waved his palm. The good guy did it to the end and directly raised the ashes for this old countryman, lest he die a violent death in the wilderness. Old 5. You asshole, you stole my head, didn't you? The rough voice that had just sounded again, followed by a handsome young man who was 1 meter 9 in height, with bronze-colored skin and thick eyebrows, who appeared in front of him in a huff. Second brother. Not when the younger brother said you are leading the army outside. There are plenty of opportunities to see blood. It's not easy for me to have a chance to strike once. You don't know to let the younger brother. Li Tai clapped his hands and looked back at the visitor with a smile. Hearing him say this, Li Tian could only hum in exasperation. Then his gaze fell on Li Changa, his eyes burning as he bowed and said, my son has met my father. Li Changa nodded. A glance to see that the second cultivation has also reached the realm of the God King, and the foundation is solid without any false image. Satisfied. Good. These years in the outside ate a lot of hard work, right? No. Who can make me suffer? I'm the god of war of our Grand Xia. Li Tian opened his mouth with a big grin with a look of fearlessness, only that his voice had a slight nasal tone in it, and his eyes were also a little red. The Iron Man who bled without tears on the battlefield and who did not grunt even when he was seriously wounded, but his eyes reddened because of his father's words. Li Changa went forward and hugged the son. He really hadn't done much with the kids over the years to change his end. Well now, there's plenty of opportunity to make it up to them later. Li Changa patted Li Tian's shoulder, smiled and joked strong enough. Matured, taller than me. That's, on your current appearance, the two of us go out. Others will surely think that I am a master. You are the child. Li Tian emotions come and go quickly. A turnaround to hold Li Changa's shoulders, said boldly. When Li Changa heard this, his handsome face darkened and he raised his hand to fight. As a result, this guy seemed to have anticipated this and ran away a step ahead. He smiled and met the oncoming Li Xian. Compared to the old 5 and 2, the oldest is no different from the mature and stable a lot. Coupled with the perennial supervision of the state, the dragon walks between the self with the force of anger from the power. But in the face of his second brother's bear hug, his cool Li Changa-like face couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile as he hugged Li Tian with both hands and said, "It's good to be back, father." Another crisp voice rang out. Immediately after that, a slender silhouette wearing blood-red armor appeared and flew into Li Changa's arms like a swallow throwing itself into the arms. "Father, I miss you so much. So many times I couldn't help but want to come back to see you. But when I heard that you were refining pills, I was afraid of disturbing you. Is your pill refined now?" Li Yuxiu hugged Li Changa and raised her head in his arms, her voice clear and crisp. "Okay." Li Changa stroked his daughter's black and silky hair, and with a pleased smile on his face, he said, "In the future, you can come back at any time. Even if you don't go to the fiefdom, staying in the capital is fine." "Really?" Li Yuxiu said. A pair of cool eyes fluttered at Li Changa. Spotting the soft smile on his father's handsome face, couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. A smile that she only vaguely remembered seeing when she was very young. "Of course, when has father ever lied to you?" Li Changa pinched his daughter's agitated nose and said, "Of all the children, the oldest was closest to him, not only because she was the earliest daughter and had been with him longer, but also because Li Changa owed her mother. Li Yuxiu's mother was once also a generation of heavenly pride. On the talent is not worse than anyone else, but unfortunately, with him to fight the world, hurt the foundation. It would not have been appropriate for her to give birth in her condition, but she was adamant that she had little life left, so she had to leave something in the world. In the end, she defied everyone and gave birth to Li Yuxiu, who passed away shortly afterward. His last wish before dying was for Li Changa to take care of their daughter. I'm not staying in the capital. The capital city is not as fun as my fiefdom, where I am the sky. I can do whatever I want, unrestrained and free." Li Yuxiu smiled and said, "If you are free, I will take you to my place to see the flamingos. And there are also snake people. And those female snake people in addition to having a tail. All of them are all kinds of beauty. Oh, do those snake people still have a queen named Medusa? Li Changa laughed and joked. This is a casual joke. Li Yuxiu is a look of astonishment. Father, how do you know? Li Changa, to ensure the safety of a few people, the fiefdoms of these children are not good places. Li Yuxiu's fiefdom is the southern wilderness, a place near the Flame Mountain. That place is hot all year round. Good thing Li Yuxiu has the 9 dragons fire god body. That kind of place for her belongs to a natural cultivation treasure. And the side of the Flame Mountain is a huge desert. Li Changa couldn't help but think of Ji Xiaokuan. Could it be that? There are other protagonists in this world besides Ji Xiaokuan. Li Changa thought darkly. The eyes suddenly fell on Li Tai. By the way, this old 5 is the son of Qi, and should be considered a protagonist as well. And it's clear that there isn't just one son of Qi in this world. Thinking about this, Li Changa's person was a bit numb. Mud, dog author, what's going on in your head? Ji Xiaokuan just got off the line. You're not going to get another Xiaohuahua, are you? Chapter 16, The Return of the 9 Sons. Ji Xiaokuan just went offline. There's no way the dog author can get another protagonist out of the withdrawal stream, right? Father, Li Changa was thinking about what was there and what wasn't there when suddenly 3 or 4 voices rang out. Old 6 Li Ping, Old 7 Li Anren, Old 8 Li Feng, and Old 9 Li Fingzhou appeared together. Li Changa swept his gaze, and of the 9, only the oldest 4 were now missing. He knows what that lickspittle is up to if he thinks about it with his ass, but he still got lucky and said, where's the oldest? The siblings looked at each other and hurriedly lowered their heads. No one dared to say anything. There was no sound at the moment. Only Li Changa's ragged breathing echoed in the ears of several people. Phew! Li Changa waved his hand violently, directly opening up a spatial rift and reaching into it. In the capital, in a rouge store, the young man who was nodding behind an official lady and dressed in fancy clothes suddenly let out a cry of alarm from his mouth before he was grabbed by the back of his neck and disappeared. Who? Blind your dog's eyes? Dare to backstab me? Don't even look at who little master is? The youth was dropped on his ass and broke into a straight line of cursing regardless. As a result of cursing, suddenly looking at a familiar or unfamiliar face floating in front of his eyes, and seeing the look of pity or sympathy in their eyes, he dryly swallowed his saliva, and with difficulty turned his head to Li Changa's ironclad face, and the youth's handsome face revealed a smile that was even worse than crying, and said, Father Emperor, keep cursing, aren't you quite capable of cursing? Li Changa opened his mouth and pulled out a cane with an expressionless face. Oh, my God, murder, help! A piercing shriek came out of Lian's mouth, and his body jumped up from the ground like a catapult, turning around and running. That speed, it was slower than a turtle crawling in Li Changa's eyes. Asshole, how did I give birth to something like you? The world's so many good women you do not choose. You chose to choose a small household minister family of the White Lotus. Choose also on the choice. But you damn from the acquaintance to now licked people for more than 200 years, but even did not even touch the hands of others. I damn how to give birth to you such a disgraceful thing? Li Changa's chants and Lian's screams echoed in the ears of the crowd through the door of Qian Yuan Palace. Shouldn't something happen? The second Prince Li Tian scratched his head, looked at Li Xian said or not. Big brother you go to persuade. The old 4 although deserved, but the crime is not to death. Don't really buy the father emperor in a fit of anger to death. Li Xian sniffed, glanced at this thick-browed second brother, and shook his head or you can go. You are the eldest brother and the crown prince. Father has often taught us to be united, and who else would be in charge of such a matter as protecting the 4th brother? So don't be modest, eldest brother, this matter is none other than you. Li Xian sniffed, and this time, he simply didn't even bother to say anything. Third sister. Li Tianyi saw that Li Xian was not able to do anything, so his head turned to look at Li Yuxiu, but just after shouting a title, he met the sharp gaze of Li Yuxiu as if it were a blade. Are you looking for a fight? A few simple words made the thick-browed, large-eyed man shrink his neck and snapped his mouth shut. Who doesn't know Li Changa's temper on the matter of Lian? Li Tian is obviously watching the fun. How can others fall for it? Third sister. It's been more than an hour and father is still fighting. Will something really not happen? Li Anren and Li Fingzhou said as they walked to Li Yuxiu's side with worried faces. I should. Maybe. Probably not. Li Yuxiu gulped, also a little unsure of himself. Apparently she had also noticed that something was wrong. Lian's voice had even become noticeably weaker, but the sound of Li Changa wielding the whip had not diminished in the slightest. How about a few of us go and take a look? Li Fingzhou said stiffly. I wonder what the 3 of you are called. Li Yuxiu didn't reply, but instead landed his gaze on the 3 girls of the Ji family. The 3 women hesitated and didn't have the heart to report their surnames, only saying their first names, while politely expressing their low status. They wouldn't dare to go up and get on Li Changa's bad side at this time. Li Yuxiu is also a smart person. Originally counted on fooling these three people, now a look is not counted on, can only bite his teeth, with two sisters up, came to the door just to knock. As a result, the door to the room suddenly opened from the inside. Lee Changa's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Looking at the fist on the tip of his nose, he blinked, took a step back and said, "What do you want to do? Hit your father?" "No, it isn't." Lee Yushio hastily withdrew her hand, then crossed the threshold and hugged one of Lee Changa's arms, giving a wink to the 7th and 9th sisters at the side. The two daughters were also smart and rushed into the house. Lee Anran hugged Lee Changa's other arm, while Lee Fingjio turned to Lee Changa's back to help him squeeze his shoulders and pound his back. "Father, don't be angry with fourth brother. It's not worth it to get angry over that kind of small matter," Lee Anran said with a clear voice. "I'm not breathing," Lee Changa said with a puzzled expression. "But not to mention, being served by three daughters like this is indeed comfortable. You're not angry. Then fourth brother, is he still alive?" Lee Fingjio said in a weak voice. "Of course he's alive. I'm saving his breath." Lee Changdo walked out of Qianyuan Palace and sat directly on the steps of the entrance. Lee Yushio was on the left, Lee Anran was on the right. The two of them were responsible for pounding the legs, and Lee Fingjio was responsible for pinching the shoulders. Only to hear Lee Changda tone leisurely said, "After all, a tiger's venom does not eat its children. I can't really beat him to death, right?" Everyone at the scene couldn't help but smack their lips and look at each other. "Boss second, you two send old four down for medical treatment," Lee Changa spoke. The two hurt dare not slow down, rushed to the fastest speed, rushed into the Qianyuan Palace. When again see the old four, the two almost on the spot. Tears is too miserable. The whole body simply cannot find a little bit of good meat. Look at the brothers, do not know how to do it, will not get hurt him. Don't dilly-dally. He's really going to die if we keep delaying. Lee Changa's voice came into the house. Old four is very outstanding, cultivating a technique that is not afraid of being beaten up. The harder the beating, the more favorable it is to his cultivation. You guys should find him to practice more in the future when you have nothing to do. Help him out. Don't let him go to be a lickspill when he has something to do. It's a shame. Several people looked at each other, not knowing if what Lee Changa said was true or not. But think carefully, the old for so many years have not seen him how hard to cultivate over. But the beatings are a few people in the most. On the contrary, his strength is not much weaker than a few of them. Perhaps there is a real possibility that the cultivation of the beaten out. Think so, but really Celian was carried out after the miserable appearance. A few girls cannot help but cover their mouths, and hastily skimmed over the head to not bear to look directly. Misery. It's really too bad. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you guys. If you don't believe me, watch. He will definitely be able to come alive and appear in front of your eyes again tonight. Lee Changa had no choice but to open his mouth to comfort. What was in the minds of those sons? He didn't care, but in the minds of his daughters, he felt the need to maintain his image as a loving father. Really? Lee Anran said. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just wait and see, Lee Changa said. Only then did Lee Anran realize that she had said the wrong thing and couldn't help but spit out her fragrant tongue and said, "Father, I'm not doubting you or disbelieving you. It's just that fourth brother looks so badly injured that we're a little worried." "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Lee Changa said with a confident face. He is also until today to find out. He, this licking dog's son, actually bear the supreme bone, and the ability is actually immortal, but want to completely stimulate the power of this supreme bone, but need to be constantly masochistic. Chapter 17, Ai Ling. How strong the final limit of this bone would be, Lee Changa couldn't say. Maybe it's possible to be truly immortal. Thinking about this, Lee Changa's figure landed on old sixth Li Ping. The sudden gaze caused Li Ping's heart to clench slightly, but before he could speak, he heard Lee Changa let out a cold cry, "Close your eyes." At those words, everyone present subconsciously closed their eyes, including Li Ping. Lee Changa's eyes, on the other hand, suddenly erupted with a piercingly bright light. Martial Dao Divine Eye. Open. His gaze looked straight into Li Ping's heart, through the violet mansion, firmly locking onto Li Ping's Yuanshan, sending out soul tortures. "What's your name?" The magnificent voice was like the heavenly sound of the great Tao, echoing in Li Ping's sea of consciousness, causing Li Ping's soul to tremble and not have the slightest thought of lying at all. The two asked questions and answered questions, and in the blink of an eye, Lee Changa felt out the one in front of him. Li Ping's blank eyes gradually regained clarity as he looked at Lee Changa, his heart apprehensive. Lee Changa looked at Li Ping. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, at times murderous, at times filled with helplessness. In front of him was his own son, and not his own son, so that he could not decide whether to kill or stay for a moment. "Who are you?" Lee Changa looked at Li Ping and spoke in a deep voice. His voice was cold and piercing, carrying a killing intent as if it was substantial. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Lee Yushio said in a trembling voice. Everyone else was looking at Lee Changa with a face that didn't know what to do. "Sixth brother, did you do something wrong? Hurry up and apologize to father." father has a gully in his heart and will definitely not blame you. Lianren pulled Li Ping's sleeve and opened his mouth in a low voice to advise. Li Ping froze and glanced at the other sisters and brothers who were also looking worried, his heart thumping. Immediately, his eyes landed on Li Chang'e, respectfully kneeled down, and kowtowed. My son, Li Ping, has met my father. When Li Chang'e heard this, his murderous aura stagnated and slowly collected. He gave Li Ping a deep look and said, "Get up." With these words, the oppressive atmosphere of the scene instantly dissipated. Li Chang'e had a genuine urge to kill Li Ping just now, but fortunately, Li Ping was not a seized body, but a tire-piercing, just like Li Chang'e himself. Now, seeing that Li Ping had accepted his identity and recognized himself as his father, Li Chang'e no longer had a reason to kill him. "You're all tired from this journey back as well. Go down and rest first, and we'll set up a banquet to receive you all in the evening." Li Chang'e opened his mouth and let the 9 people leave first. Even though these few people had a lot of questions in their minds, they couldn't be bothered to ask more if Li Chang'e didn't say anything. After waiting for a few people to leave, Li Chang'e glanced at the 3 daughters of the Ji clan beside him and ordered Ji Qingxian nonchalantly, "Go and help me move 10 immortal mountains over here." Ji Qingxian sniffed and turned around without saying a word. Ji Ruyan and Ji Lingfan looked at the imperial daughter, who they had once viewed as an idol, as a deity, and as a believer, but was now groveling and weak, with mixed feelings of both hatred and sadness. "You shouldn't hate her." Li Chang'e glanced at the 2 of them and spoke faintly, "Speaking of which, you should thank her. If it wasn't for her, your Ji family would have ceased to exist by now, and the things she carries on her back are far more than you can imagine." The 2 women sniffed and froze slightly. Suddenly, the 2 hearts and minds shook as they looked at Li Chang'e with hate-filled gazes and said, "You used the Ji clan to force the imperial daughter?" 2 people are not stupid. Previously was just a moment of hatred blinded by the mind. Now after Li Chang'e's point, suddenly as if the fog to see a clear sky. How could the imperial daughter of the Ji clan, such a proud person, submit to someone else for no reason? They had indeed thought of the issue in a simpler way before, believing that the imperial daughter was only giving in for her own life, but now that they thought about it, the life and death of the imperial daughter was directly related to the survival of the family. Her life had long been not just her own, but belonged to the entire family. How could she fall so easily? "What? Want to help your imperial daughter fight for you?" Seeing the look on the 2 women's faces, Li Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Taking out Ji Qingxuan's soul blood and looking at the 2 of them, he said, "The 2 of you don't want anything to happen to your family's imperial daughter either, right? You asshole, shameless, curse." Insults are the sincerest praise of the weak for the strong, and also one of the few rights of authors, and I am a very democratic person, so naturally I will not deprive you of your rights. Li Chang'e had a face of enjoyment, letting the 2 men bark incompetently and furiously. Unfortunately, the 2 women came from noble backgrounds, so they simply couldn't curse any words with new ideas other than flip-flopping about being assholes and shameless. The one who was scolded had a cozy look on his face, and the one who cursed was in turn infuriated, his face reddening and his high chest heaving. "Enough cursing?" After seeing the 2 stop, Li Chang'e smiled and said, "If you've cursed enough, come and help." "You, what are you doing?" The 2 looked at Li Chang'e with a wary expression. "Come over here and you'll see." After speaking, without giving the 2 a chance to resist, Li Chang'e brought the 2 to the royal garden behind the palace. With a wave of his palm, he scratched the earth, wind, water and fire, directly opening up space. This time, the space he opened up wasn't for storing items, but for housing people, opening up a dojo for his 9 children to enter for cultivation purposes. So naturally, he couldn't fool around with it. "Isn't your Ji family good at formations? It's your turn to perform." 2 free laborers of the sage realm, not used for nothing. Ji Ruoyan and Ji Lingfang also for their own just a moment of mouth high pay the price. In Li Chang'e driven into cattle and horses, not only to work for free, but also to come up with their own treasures to fill in. Time went by in the blink of an eye and it was afternoon. The original void space, in the 3 people under the concerted efforts, fixed water and fire, with a large formation to hold up the dome of the sky so that the turbid gas sinks, the clear gas rises, into the earth and the sky, and ultimately formed a 100,000 kilometers square space. The endless plains looked a bit desolate, and as it happened, Ji Qingxian went and returned, bringing back the 10 immortal mountains that Li Chang'e needed. After these immortal mountains filled in, the entire world immediately became alive, but the world that had just opened up still lacked many things, such as the sun, moon and stars, and the flow of time. The Star River reincarnation will also have to trouble the Imperial Maiden to make a move. Li Chang'e looked at Ji Qingxian and didn't see the outside path in the slightest. What else could Ji Qingxian say? She could only take out her own extreme Dao Emperor's soldier as Li Chang'e requested, transforming into a wage earner with no salary. There was a considerable portion of the Ji clan's inheritance that was on top of formations. Unfortunately, the glorious era of the Ji family had become the past, and Li Chang'e had been too decisive last time, not leaving Ji Qingxian with the slightest chance to catch her breath. So that, empty of heaven-defying means, she could only end up being led by the nose by Li Chang'e. With the waving of the star battle flag, the stars appeared in the sky, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, followed by the turning of the stars and the appearance of a blazing sun. The Ji clan's imperial daughter in her full victory state was magnificent, her 3 days of green silk fluttering like an elf under a starry moonlit night, beautiful and dusty, but when she made her move, she was as stern and decisive as she could be. Alright, you guys bury these spirit stones into the ground. In addition to finding a place to plant these spirit plants, I will come to inspect the results later. The world that had just opened up couldn't be achieved overnight. It could only be perfected slowly. Li Chang'e gave an explanation. Then under the disgruntled gaze of the 3 daughters of the Ji clan, he raised his head and left. Emperor's daughter. The 3 of them had a rare moment alone. Ji Ruoyan and Ji Lingfang somewhat ashamedly came to Ji Qingxuan's side. White spirit, talk. Li Chang'e strolled alone in the palace, glanced at the ring on his hand, and opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist, please speak. I'll listen. Bai Ling's pleasant voice rang out. If you want to take my family's old fifth as a disciple, there must be some mastery you want to pass on to him. Why don't you hand it over to me now, and I'll be the one to teach it to him. Li Chang'e opened his mouth. That was really not half polite. Dog. Bai Ling flew out of the ring, her sole body floating in midair. Looking at Li Chang'e, she finally couldn't hold back and said, I've lived for so many years. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Chapter 18, Xiao Lingxian, a remnant of the former dynasty. Then I can only say congratulations. When Li Chang'e heard this, he didn't get annoyed. Instead he said with a smile on his face, you're so lucky. It's not like you've seen it today. Pust. Bai Ling looked at Li Chang'e's face and almost didn't spit out blood in anger. In the end, he simply went out of sight, and bared his soul and ran back into the ring, while a jade slip flew out of the ring and floated in front of Li Chang'e. When Li Chang'e saw this, the light in his eyes flashed, and as he grabbed the jade slip, he read it as he walked, the smile on his face widening. White Spirit's anger returned to his anger, but he was honest, and didn't just take a random gongfu to fool him, but directly took out the illusory air divine skill that had been mentioned in the original. The illusory sky divine skill was an emperor-level technique that mainly cultivated the body and yuanshan, but it was not a human technique, and if a human wanted to cultivate it, they had to possess the illusory sky divine body, so it could be said that it was a technique that was specifically tailored for Old 5. The main reason why Li Chang'e had the cheek to ask for it was also because he was too poor, with an empty Zunshi realm, but the only things he could take out were the 9 dragons divine body's natural battle skill, the 9 dragons breaking sky style, and the extreme breaking battle skill, the 10 dragons destroying the world. Thus he desperately needed a suitable gongfu for himself. However, the illusory air divine skill is strong, but like the Hongmeng creation scripture, non-specific physiques can only pick up 1.5 moves from it, and are unable to fully cultivate it. Li Chang'e sighed, but there wasn't much disappointment. Cultivation realm is there. Gongfu and whatnot will be there sooner or later, and if it's not possible, you can also create your own. Whether it was the illusory air divine skill or the Hongmeng creation skill, both would be the base for him to create feats in the future. But those are all afterthoughts. The priority is, after a lifetime of fighting and suffering for so many years, how can you enjoy it? In the Hall of Imperial Harmony, all 9 sons were present. Besides the 9 of them, Xia Evening Ching, Xiao Lingxian and Li Anren's birth mother Su Qinghuan were also here. In addition, Crown Prince Li Xian's 6 children and grandchildren were also among them, adding up to more than 50 people. All the people in this world who were close to Li Chang'e had gathered together this night with great joy. After Li Chang'e's figure appeared, everyone hurriedly got up. All sit. Li Chang'e sat on the main seat with a flash of his figure, stopping the crowd from getting up, saying after so many years, it's been a long time since we've been this lively. In our own home, we're all our own people, so there's no need for so much etiquette. With Li Chang'e's words, the expressions on the faces of the group of juniors instantly relaxed. Chang'e, the Ji family's side? Xia Eveningcheng looked at Li Chang'e and couldn't help but speak with a worried expression. Even if she had just been ordered to move out of Cunning Palace by Li Chang'e not long ago, she was the only one present who dared to call Li Chang'e by his name. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'e gazed around the crowd and realized that all of them had a worried look on their faces, knowing that if he didn't make it clear, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for this banquet to be lively today. Thus, he spoke directly. I already have the exalted realm now. The Ji clan is not enough to worry about. Li Chang'e didn't reveal too much after all. He still wanted to fish with this. If you talk too much and scare the fish away, what's the point of fishing? Really? His Majesty is so awesome. Xiaoling Xiang opened her mouth, looking at Li Chang'e with a face full of admiration. Then her eyebrows lightly frowned, turning somewhat puzzled. But I heard that the bloodline of the great powerhouses above the Great Saint realm is strong, and they are able to feed back on their offspring with their bloodline, so that their offspring can gain a substantial increase in their cultivation. Saying that, he glanced at Li Xian and the others, the meaning of which was self-evident. That's why I called them back. Li Chang'e explained the reason why their cultivation hasn't increased is because I control my own bloodline. If they were to suddenly increase their cultivation outside, it would inevitably attract other people's attention. That's why I called them all back. So it is. Xiao Lingxiao's fair and flawless face revealed a heartfelt smile, full of admiration. Your Majesty is really powerful. Without saying a word, you have reached a realm that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. That's for sure. Li Chang'e smiled smugly, then pulled Xiao Lingxiao's green onion-like jade hand under the table and urged, I'll go to your place tonight, so you can see something even more powerful. Xiao Lingxiao's gentle and quiet pretty face suddenly turned red, seemingly angry, seemingly grudging, blankly glanced at Li Chang'e, her voice low and inaudible. Your Majesty, the children are all watching. Your Majesty, the children are watching. That moment of petulance was dazzling. Li Chang'e also had to admit that this remnant of the former dynasty did look charming. Li Chang'e glanced at the prying eyes around him if anything, and made a decision in his heart. The time for the bloodline return was pushed back by one night, and he was going to make a good conquest of the remnants of the former dynasty tonight. Come on, all move your chopsticks. Li Chang'e picked up his chopsticks and gave the crowd a sample. Only then did the group begin to move their chopsticks. Father, my son toasts you. Crown Prince Li Xian got up, picked up the wine jug, and said to Li Chang'e, father has worked hard for Xia all these years. After speaking, he covered his face with one hand, tilted his head, and drank the wine in his jug. This drink needs to be drunk. Li Chang'e gave a valiant smile, picked up the wine jug in front of him, and directly drank it all in one go. Seeing this, Xia Evening Cheng hurriedly filled him up again. Li Chang'e got up and looked at Li Xian and said, this cup, I toast to Xianer. If it wasn't for you overseeing the country all these years, I wouldn't have been able to have so much time to cultivate. Son, you've worked hard as well. After speaking, he tilted his head back and drank. Father, I'll toast you as well. Wishing father a long life of success. The second oldest Li Tian got up and said with a big grin, this cup has to be drunk. Li Chang'e said, drinking the wine in the cup. He looked at Li Tian. Some emotionally Tian are stationed in the north of the bitterly cold land, but also always on guard against foreign invasions. Father, for the people of Daxia, toast to you. Father, I'd like to toast you as well. Li Yuxiu valiantly said, you are the best father to teach us such outstanding sons and daughters. Shouldn't we have another drink? Aha! Just for this horse's ass of yours, I have to drink one too. Li Chang'e said, I'm sorry for worrying father. I'll drink up. Make yourself at home. Licking dog Lao Si got up and sullenly drank a cup, just as Li Chang'e said. After a few hours of rest, this guy was alive again, and his breath was also vaguely stronger. Even he wondered when he had practiced this kind of kung fu to take a beating, but he couldn't fake the increase in strength, and he could only believe Li Chang'e's words. This kid, Li Chang'e was dumbfounded, knowing that this guy was still angry at myself for going heavy, but he just wanted to try out where the limits of that supreme bone were. So what was wrong with him? Forget it. Compensate him with a drink. How can a father and son be enemies? It's all in the wine. And don't just the few of us drink. All those who can drink come together and do a toast. Those who can't, the juice is full. Li Chang'e greeted the crowd, pushing the atmosphere of this banquet to its peak. All of them pushed their cups and exchanged their glasses. Even Lao Lu and other deep-minded, bitter and hateful goods. Their faces unconsciously showed an easy smile, and boldly came to Li Chang'e, and toasted him without saying anything. Li Chang'e drank the wine and really recognized this cheap son. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food, and the bright moon hanging high, this banquet came to an end. Li Chang'e drunkenly made an appointment with Zhou Zi about the time and place, and with his arm resting on Xiao Lingxiang's shoulder, he took 3 steps towards the palace where Xiao Lingxiang was. Phew! Your Majesty, concubine will help you wash up before you sleep. Xiao Lingxian placed Li Chang'e on top of the embroidered bed, raised her hand and wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, and said with some heartfelt tiredness, she knelt on the bed, her hip line taut like a full moon. The curve of her right body was pleasing to the eyes. 2 white catkins gently helped Li Chang'e take off his jacket. Then with the water served by the maid, she personally helped Li Chang'e scrub his body. She had just finished her work when she suddenly let out a cry of surprise and was rolled over and pressed onto the bed by Li Chang'e. Your Majesty, please let my concubine go wash up. Xiao Lingxiang looked at Li Chang'e's near face and felt his burning breath hitting her face. She couldn't help but feel her pretty face swooning and said with shyness and timidity, Consort Ai's precious body is immaculate and naturally fragrant. There is no need to waste time. The good night is short. I'm going to go on a killing spree today to suppress the remnants of the former dynasty to revitalize the prestige of my great Xia. Li Chang'e opened his mouth. When Xiao Lingxiang heard this, a trace of shame could not help but flash through her eyes. and she was just about to open her mouth, but as a result, the words in her mouth turned into a slurred whimper. Chapter 19, The Way of the Empress. The moon rabbit falls, the golden crow rises, the poor embroidered bed creaked and rattled all night, took more weight than it should have, and nearly struck in place. Dappled sunlight spilled through the window and crept onto the bed. Bed couch double only shadow. The man from the back of the quilt to hold the woman tightly in his arms. The two people a leg straight, a leg bent, a large and small, two paws exposed, the sun slowly rising, the woman's white jade-like shoulders, beautiful and serene face. There is still a touch of colorful scarlet on her face, and the man has a face of contentment. Perhaps the sun was too hot. The man's body moved and the woman in his arms let out a soft hum at the same time. Immediately afterward the two opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Singer Lee Changsha grasped it and moved his body slightly, a touch of coziness appearing on his face. Your Majesty, it is late. The time you agreed with the children has long passed. The jade in her arms let out a suppressed cry. Since the time has passed, we might as well keep them waiting a little longer. An hour later, Li Changde left the Changchun palace where Xiao Lingsha was in a refreshed state. Father, 9 sons gathered together. These people only the crown prince early family, children and grandchildren. This time also in accordance with Li Changde's command to bring over. After seeing Li Changde, the crowd immediately bowed and saluted. Even though he was late, everyone acted like they didn't know. Li Changde waved his hand and didn't dawdle, waving his hand to open the entrance to the small world and leading a group of people directly into it. Whoa, is this fairyland? It's beautiful. At this moment, not to mention Crown Prince Li Xian's children and grandchildren, the Crown Prince and Li Yuxiu's several people could not help but look at the scenery in front of them with a face of surprise. A mountain peak, or spiritual, or perilous, or majestic, each of them imposing, stood in front of the eyes. Above the peaks of white mist, waterfalls and springs, a hanging rainbow across the mountains. The weather is extraordinary. It really does not look like the earth should be the scenery, beautiful and picturesque. However, Li Changde always felt that something was still missing here. That's right, it's anger. It's the breath of the living. The scenery in front of me is beautiful, but it lacks vigor. Forget it, and don't think about eating fat in one breath. Everything has to be done slowly. Cultivation sanctuaries weren't built overnight. Even the immortal families had come so far step by step. Li Changde sighed and looked at the 9 people beside him. Each of the 9 of you will choose a mountain peak, and in the future, your children and descendants will be able to enter your peak to cultivate. As soon as the 9 of them heard this, they immediately used their respective magical abilities and darted towards those peaks. In place, Lianren and a few abandoned little carrot heads looked bewildered. Let's go. I'll take you to choose first. Let them eat dust at the back. Li Changde threw out his sleeves and took all the remaining people with him in one step, directly arriving above the sky dome, looking down at the mountain peaks at his feet. Choose. Li Changde smiled at Lianren. Father, I won't choose. This mountain peak is better left for a few elder brothers and younger siblings. Lianren waved his hand, his tender little face revealing bitterness, full of inferiority, and said, "What words? You are my daughter. What others have, you will naturally have as well." Li Changde said with a displeased face. But I'm just a mortal body. I can't cultivate at all. Lianren said. Who said that mortal bodies can't cultivate? Li Changde said the so-called mortal body can't cultivate. That's just that it hasn't found a way to be able to cultivate. Where there's a will, there's a way. And as long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more ways than there are difficulties. Amrun, you have to remember that it is the person who accomplishes the physique, not the system that accomplishes the person. Just like Father's 9 dragons' divine physique, how many of them have been there since the ancient times? But the one who laid down the invincible prestige is only that one senior. The so-called mortal body can't be cultivated. In the view of the Father, it's only because those people didn't look for the right method. The Father believes that you will be able to cultivate it even though. Me, can I really cultivate as well? Lianren sniffed and couldn't help but look at Li Changde with a hopeful expression. Seeing this, Li Changde could only swallow back the latter half of his words and tell a well-intentioned lie. Of course, I once read a legend from an ancient book. In a time far, far away, there was a girl who was likewise a mortal body of the first realm, but whose brother was a legendary saintly body. And one day her brother was taken away by an immortal family, leaving this little girl alone in the world. One day, the little girl received a bloodied garment and a bronze ring that was a relic of her brother. Did her brother die? Yes, her brother died. Why he died, what the cause of death was, and no one told the little girl. The little girl was not willing, so a female emperor who fought all over the world was born. She created her own heaven-swallowing devil kung fu with a talent that is unmatched in the ages, secretly absorbed the origin of various geniuses, turned the impossible into the possible, and with a mortal body that everyone thought could not be cultivated, She was able to force her way through countless heavenly prides and became a great emperor, and then fought for passage through the red dust, but did not do it to become an immortal only to wait for her brother's return in this world. So did she wait? Lee Anrun's attention was a bit skewed. Maybe wait, or maybe wait is just a similar flower. That kind of strong person. What they think is no longer something we can speculate on. Maybe in her eyes, brother has always been with her by her side is not necessarily. Lee Chang'e said. Then, what father means is that I can also utilize the ways and means of that great emperor of the ancients to create my own heaven-swallowing demon technique. Li Chang'e foolishly looked at this whimsical daughter and felt that her brain hole was a bit big. The reason why he had made up such a story was just to let her not be discouraged. There were no absolutes in the world. There was always a way. As a result, she actually wanted to create a law as soon as she opened her mouth. Li Chang'e felt that the joke was too big. Ah, the heaven-swallowing devil's kung fu. That is the ceiling among the female emperors. The only female emperor whose talent is unique in all ages. The only female emperor who amazes the ancient and modern world created the law. Who dares to touch the porcelain easily? There are thousands of online articles, and that empress is definitely number one. There are only two kinds of empresses. One kind of empress is called ruthless and the other is called other. All the others are just scum, just hanging around. But he also didn't want to demoralize his own daughter. After thinking about it, he said the growth of that female emperor is too mysterious and bizarre. Creating a law out of thin air is a bit impractical for us. You might as well think about what you're good at and start from that aspect, even if you really can't cultivate. Big deal is that father will think of a way to find you a harmonization flower, so that you can directly become an emperor at that time. Hapkido flowers, this is not just talk, that's real. Aha! Li Anrun nodded solemnly with a thoughtful expression. Li Chang'e worriedly glanced at this silly daughter. A little afraid because of their own words, to this silly child fooled crippled that would be a sin. As could be seen from the name, Li Chang'e had only wished for her to live out her life in peace and joy ever since he had learned of her physique. But if she is really reluctant and can't let go of cultivation, as an old father, she can only do her best to help her realize her dream. Alright, hurry up and pick a peak or those brothers and sisters of yours will be coming. Li Chang'e changed the topic and said, as the saying goes, look to the hills. Those poor kids are still running down the road. I'm afraid it's going to take a while to get here. Li Anrun did not know these. Heard, looked down at the feet, and pointed to a hand said father, I want this one. Do not continue to pick a pick. There's still a bit of time. You see that this peak is neither high nor dangerous, and the momentum is neither majestic nor scenic, so why don't you pick again? Li Chang'e said, no need. I was personally brought here by my father. Choosing first has already taken advantage of me. Furthermore, I can't go up those treacherous peaks. The scenic peaks I can see only have so little view. The peaks with too much momentum are too depressing. I think this one I've chosen is quite good. Li Anrun said with a sweet smile on her face. Li Chang'e sniffed, could not help but be dumbfounded. Did not see that this girl is quite smart, and at a young age so opinionated. Will not be easily compelled by the words of others. If only she could practice. Chapter 20, Attacking the Heart. If she could cultivate, she might actually have something. As for whether or not she could actually cultivate, Li Chang'e could only hope that her bloodline would feed back and see if it could help her open the shackles of her mortal body, allowing her to embark on the path of cultivation. If she couldn't, Li Chang'e could only help her figure it out later. He used to be too busy. Now he has plenty of time. However, what happens later is an afterthought. Li Chang'e shook his head without thinking about it, and with a wave of his hand, those people who were hurrying in the distance were instantly brought to heel by a force. These peaks have the same things except for their different shapes. This one under our feet is Shao Qi's, and you guys can discuss the distribution of the others. Li Chang'e said. These people were in an uproar. You fight and spit. Fortunately there was no real fight, and they soon picked out their favorite places. Seventh sister. The one you chose is too ordinary. The peak I chose is beside you. Why don't we switch? Li Yuxiu frowned as she looked at Li Anrun's mediocre peak. No need third sister. That peak of yours is too steep. Give it to me and I won't be able to climb it. Li Anrun smiled and shook his head to refuse. Why don't you and I switch? This mountain of mine isn't steep. Li Tian said. Forget it, second brother. That mountain of yours is as imposing as a tiger. I can't suppress it with my small arms and legs. Li Anrun smiled again and refused. Seeing that the others wanted to say something else, Li Anrun hurriedly said, alright, you all know about my situation. I chose this mountain peak although it is inconspicuous, but it is the most suitable for me. The terrain of this mountain is flat. Even if I really can't cultivate in the future, when the time comes, I can still retire on this mountain and open up some fields out to plant flowers and grass. When she said that, the others couldn't be persuaded, so they could only let her be. Since they've all chosen, let's go. Seeing that everyone had no more objections, Li Chang'e waved his arm and sent these people one by one to their chosen peaks. Crown Prince Li Xian's descendants naturally followed Li Xian and landed together in the mountain peak he had chosen. Each mountain peak could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people living, and a mere few dozen people falling into it was as inconspicuous as a stone blending into the sea. Each of you will open up a cave or build a house, and after sunset, I will feed your bloodline for you. Li Chang'e's voice clearly traveled into everyone's ears. His figure then landed on the peak in the very center. When those little guys picked the peak, they all tacitly avoided this one in the center, which was obviously reserved for Li Chang'e. Li Chang'e stood at the top of the mountain, the clouds swirling beneath his feet. His robes hunted, his black hair flew, his body was like a javelin, and those busy figures in the distance hundreds of kilometers away were clearly reflected in his eyes, and he couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face. Suddenly, the void rippled with layers of ripples. A slender silhouette appeared beside Li Chang'e without a sound. She had fair skin, picturesque eyebrows, 3,000 green threads flying, and a long skirt gently dancing, outlining perfect curves like a golden ratio. Li Chang'e didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Why did you tell them those? The woman spoke, looking at Li Chang'e with an indifferent expression. Tell them what? Li Chang'e was a bit puzzled. Ruyan and Lingfang hate me for being incompetent, weak, and unable to protect my own clan. You were the one who told them that the reason I gave in was to preserve the entire clan. I want to know why you told them that. What exactly is your purpose? Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e with a wary expression. I thought you were asking what it was. Turns out it was this. Li Chang'e suddenly realized. The reason is actually very simple. I don't want my harem to catch fire. Tell them this. Let them know what you have done for them. They will care more about you in the future. And your life and death is now in my hands. He. Do you think that they will dare to go west if I tell them to go east now? Besides, the misunderstanding between you is too simple. They were just momentarily blinded. Even if I don't say anything, when they calm down, they will naturally be able to figure it out. Saying that, Li Chang'e's arm reached out and groped towards Ji Qingxuan's waspish waist. Ji Qingxuan's stance twisted, and the imperial daughter of the Ji clan, whose strength had been fully restored in wild, dodged Li Chang'e's large hand and appeared in the distance, her feet stepping on the void as she said, Don't you go too far, I'm going overboard here? Li Chang'e said dumbfounded, I don't know who it is who was like a greedy little wildcat yesterday. Put. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Two red blushes surfaced on Ji Qingxuan's fair face and she secretly spat, thinking of the things she had done a few days ago in order to recover from her injuries. She herself felt blushing, ashamed, and had no face to see others. She took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in her heart, and hurriedly changed the topic. I want to go back to the family to take a look. Go if you want. Li Chang'e waved his hand with an indifferent look. Are you sure you want me to go back? Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e in surprise, suspecting that he was teasing her. Originally, she had been prepared to negotiate with Li Chang'e, and she had even thought of the chips, but he didn't expect Li Chang'e to agree so easily that Ji Qingxian couldn't believe it. It's just a trip home? It's not a big deal. You can go if you want to. Of course, if you're willing to give me a kiss, if I'm happy, I might let you go back and stay longer, Li Chang'e said. Ji Qingxian. She looked at Li Chang'e and hesitated for 3 seconds. In the end, she couldn't believe that she would let herself go back so easily. It was hard for her to feel at ease in her heart if she didn't give something. Her feet moved, and she re-entered the cliff above. Standing in front of Li Chang'e, red-faced, closed her eyes, and pouted as she slowly approached. Well, Li Chang'e was never one to be passive. He went straight for it and took advantage of it. Ji Qingxian even said thank you as she was leaving. As to whether she was thanking Li Chang'e for helping her explain, or thanking Li Chang'e for letting her go home, or thanking Li Chang'e for helping her heal her injuries, that was something only she knew. Li Chang'e shook his head. Ji Qingxian, as the first daughter of the ancient emperor, was powerful and proud, relying only on a drop of soul blood. It was basically impossible to make the other party submit to life and death, and it was not guaranteed that one day there would be the possibility of a backlash. If possible, Li Chang'e wants to try to attack his heart, and against this kind of woman lies and deception is useless. Only sincerity is a surefire way to kill. It seems to be working quite well now. She can't escape her own hand when she comes back later to day-to-day life. Li Chang'e has a bad smile on his face. Ji Qingxian was gone, but Ji Ruoyan and Ji Lingfang were still there. Li Chang'e called the two to his side and commanded, Ji Lingshang, you go back to the Ji family and help me with one thing. I'll give you back your freedom after this is done. What is it? When Ji Lingfang heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she said with a cautious face, I'm telling you, the things that are detrimental to the interests of my Ji family, I won't do it even if my god's soul is destroyed. Don't worry, your Ji family is now considered my Ji family, so I naturally won't let you do anything to harm our family's interests, Li Chang'e said. Ji Lingxiang, Ji Ruoyan. Why does that sound so weird? But when he thought that the life and death of his own imperial daughter was at the other party's whim, if the other party really wanted the Ji family, it was really possible that he could do it. The two men had to accept what the other had to say. I'll let you go back to the Qi family. Li Chang'e wrapped one hand around Ji Lingxiang's shoulders and leaned over her ear to gabble and open her mouth, the hot breath in his mouth causing the other party to shiver. Are you sure you'll return my freedom after this matter is done? Ji Lingxiang said with a sideways glance. Of course, as the 9 to 5, I have always been a man of my word. Li Chang'e patted his chest and said. When Ji Lingxiang heard this, she couldn't help but think of Ji Xiaoquan's death. On that day, he also made a promise, saying that this time he would let Ji Xiaoquan live, and that he would take his life the next time they met. As a result, but when Ji Xiaoquan was about to leave, he suddenly opened his mouth to make him turn back, triggering the condition of meeting again, and thus, Ji Xiaoquan was yanked. You're returning my freedom. It can't be returning my freedom today and then capturing me back tomorrow, Ji Lingxiang cautiously said. That's not so bad, saying that I'll return your freedom, Li Chang'e said. Fine, I'll believe you once, but can you pat your own chest before you promise next time? Ji Lingxiang looked down in dissatisfaction, looking at the palm on her chest, her face blushing. Mine is too hard and a bit choked. It's better for you to shoot it comfortably here, Li Chang'e rationalized. Ji Lingxiang can only curse the shamelessness of his approach in her heart. Chapter 21, One Man's Way. Ji Lingxiang is gone. Originally, she still wanted to make conditions with Li Chang'e to take away Ji Ruoyan and those two people in the Department of Education. Unfortunately, it was met with Li Chang'e's merciless refusal. Ji Lingxiang could go because she was an ordinary physique, and although she was very pretty, it wasn't like Li Chang'e had never seen a pretty woman before. Which one of his own women was not the color of the city, and any one of them was no worse than her Ji Lingxiang. Ji Ruoyan is different. This woman is a Xianin sacred body, innate furnace cauldron. Having him is equivalent to having a cultivation plug-in. Li Chang'e naturally will not give up. As for the two men who were being tempered in the Department of Education, since they had promised to have fun with the people and had already had fun themselves, they certainly could not suffer the people. Li Chang'e was still a man of his word in the end. Help me refine 9 tokens. After Ji Lingxiang left, Li Chang'e directly pulled Ji Ruoyan over and continued to direct her to work. Damn this dog man. Ji Ruoyan gritted her teeth in hatred, but she could only follow orders. The stars are turning and time is long. The sun fell from the horizon. The stars hung in the firmament, and night came. Li Chang'e looked around at the 9 people on the surrounding mountains. They all had their own dwellings, and Li Anren had found a cave to live in. Li Chang'e could clearly see the tension and anticipation in each of their eyes. With a slight smile, Li Chang'e's body shone with golden light and released the restrictions on his bloodline. An invisible force spread out, and under the influence of the laws of the heavens and earth's cosmic rules, it transformed into a gentle and mellow force that noiselessly penetrated into every descendant that had Li Chang'e's bloodline flowing through them. The first ones to feel this power were naturally his direct descendants, then Li Xian's sons, grandsons, and so on. At this moment, with the exception of the 7th Princess Li Anren, everyone's strength saw an explosive growth. Li Xian's cultivation instantly entered the late stage from the middle stage of Divine King, then instantly broke into consummation like a runaway wild horse, and then entered the Divine Emperor realm in the blink of an eye. The strength enhancement continued, and his fleshly body and bloodline also underwent a radical change at this moment. He originally had only 5 golden dragons wrapped around him, but as his bloodline fed back, his skin trembled slightly, and those golden dragons also looked like they would multiply, slowly adding a 6th, 7th, 9 dragons divine physique. Every time a divine dragon vision was obtained, the physique would undergo a metamorphosis. Not enough. When Li Chang'e saw that Li Xian's body was a bit weak after only 8 divine dragon visions appeared on his body, he furrowed his brows and flipped his hand and took out a drop of blood from space that was radiant with golden light, and it seemed like there was a miniature dragon swimming in the center of it, flicking his finger and shooting it out at Li Xian. This drop of blood was exactly the drop of true dragon essence blood that Li Chang'e had obtained from the Ji clan's treasury. As the true dragon essence blood entered his body, Li Xian's body boomed as the 8 true dragons instantly added another one, and as soon as the 9 dragons came out, the drop of true dragon essence blood was directly forced out of his body. Seeing this, Li Chang'e knew that the boss was fine here, and that the next step was to rely on him to adapt to the surging power. His gaze fell on the oldest 2, and he found that the oldest 2 had completely dragonized at this moment, and was rapidly transforming from a blood dragon to a black dragon. Seeing this, Li Chang'e controlled the drop of true dragon essence blood that the boss hadn't used up and quickly helped him complete the transformation. Then, the drop of essence blood whose power had once again been partially consumed broke through and went straight into Li Yuxiu's body. Li Yuxiu was a mutated 9 dragons fire god body, which might not be as pure as the 9 dragons god body in terms of strength, but it had an additional fire attribute that was more destructive in terms of attacks. At this moment, with Lichangga's bloodline feeding back, her 9-dragon fire god body had also undergone a metamorphosis, and those 9 divine dragon visions and her own flames had become even closer, but it likewise appeared to be lacking in strength, making it difficult to coalesce the 9th fire dragon vision. Fortunately, the true dragon essence blood had replenished her energy in time and pushed her at the last moment, allowing her to successfully condense the 9th fire dragon. The drop of true dragon essence blood, which could be called a priceless treasure, also completely disappeared between heaven and earth after helping Li Yuxiu's physique make a breakthrough. Lichangga didn't have any reluctance about it. After all, it's not like anyone else is going to be able to use this. The supreme bone in the oldest for Lian's body was also growing rapidly under the nourishment of the power he had fed back to him, while his cultivation level was also climbing. Old 5 belonged to the illusory sky divine body and couldn't use true dragon essence blood either. Old 6, Lichangga looked twice more. This guy's physique has long appeared to evolve from the original metaphysical ice spirit body, metamorphosed into today's extreme ice saint body, born to master the extreme ice, at this time to get their own bloodline feedback later, with the strength of the enhancement of his extreme ice saint body naturally also become more terrifying. This old 6's cultivation was completely unnecessary for him to worry about. His gaze fell on old 7 and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Surely it still doesn't work? But thinking about it, if the shackles of the mortal body were that easy to break, then it wouldn't have been hailed as the most bizarre physique. Mortal body is not simply an ordinary physique. Ordinary physique is just a slow cultivation speed, not completely unable to cultivate. The mortal body, a physique that rejected all other powers, and those who possessed this physique could only be ordinary mortals for the rest of their lives. The power that one feeds back to Lianren is considered to be from the same root, but even so, the power that Lianren is able to absorb is still 1 in 100. Too little, not enough to allow her to complete the refining of the skin. Lichangga looked at his daughter whose eyes were tightly closed and full of stubbornness, still doing her best in an attempt to absorb more power, and somewhat couldn't bear to look at her anymore. His gaze slowly shifted and landed on old 8 Li Feng. This little guy was originally just an ordinary water spirit body, but at this moment, under the feedback of Lichangga's bloodline, he had further morphed into a Xianshui sacred body. Any physique with god or saint inside its name? There was no ordinary one. As long as it grew up, every one of them had the capital to cross the world. Lichangga nodded his head in satisfaction, and his gaze fell on the youngest Li Fengzhou. The little girl's body surface was ablaze with red flames, and a loud and clear phoenix cry came out from her body. And in the end, her entire body transformed into a slender, majestic and sacred heavenly phoenix, dragging its long plume up into the sky. Every single person's bloodline had made breakthroughs one after another at this moment, and there were several people amongst Li Xian's descendants who had outstanding talent and had gained great benefits from this bloodline rebound. Ji Ruoyan stood not far from Lichangga, and with her cultivation at the late stage of the Sage Realm, she was naturally able to see the changes in those people in the 9 immortal mountains. To be honest, she was a little numb at the moment. Shocked by the changes before him, his scalp went numb. Feeling the special body qualities that popped up one after another, it was as if she saw an immortal family rapidly rising. This is truly a one-man show. You, how on earth did you do that? Ji Ruoyan looked at Lichangga and muttered. Even though everything happened in front of her eyes, and even she herself was a victim, Ji Ruoyan still couldn't believe that a real dragon really came out of the shallow water. This secular world where cultivation materials were scarce, there was actually someone who could really go against the heavens, not only breaking through the immortal family's bondage to this world, but also turning against the master and suppressing the previous master instead. What makes the world small is only talent, and what makes the world great is only me. Wushuan. Lichangga stood with his hands behind his back. His voice was loud and echoed in Ji Ruoyan's ears, causing Ji Ruoyan to be somewhat lost in thought for a moment, but quickly reacted, and in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out a secret spit, so capable of pretending. Although she was filled with disbelief, she had to admit that it was by no means a coincidence that Lichangga was able to come this far. Did you get the token? Lichangga said. Ji Ruoyan did not say anything. A wave of the hand 9 tokens floating in front of the eyes. Chapter 22, Betting. Boom boom boom. The movement of the broken mirror was like eating and drinking. From the oldest to the 6th, all of their cultivation had reached the saint realm. The other 3, apart from old 7, old 8 and old 9 had also reached the peak of divine emperor. The power of the bloodline feedback was the same, except that their own cultivation was weak, coupled with their young age and lack of experience and enlightenment, which was why they ended up stuck at the peak of divine emperor. But becoming a saint is just a matter of time. In addition to their cultivation, the metamorphosis of their physique was the most important thing, which was the root of what heights they would be able to reach in the future. This bloodline rebound not only raised their cultivation level, but also saved them hundreds of years of work, and most importantly, raised their upper limit. Li Changda looked at the direction where old Seven was, let out a sigh in his heart, and with a wave of his palm, he brought her directly in front of him. Don't be discouraged. Although we didn't break the shackles this time, we can still think of other ways. Li Changda reached out and touched the little girl's head. The little girl's eyes were red as she looked at Li Changda, and she suddenly opened her arms and jumped into his embrace, her body twitching slightly as a suppressed whimper escaped her mouth. Cry if you want to. There's no need to hold it back in front of father. Li Changda gently caressed Li Anren's slender back, his voice unprecedentedly gentle. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Li Anren broke away from his embrace, raised her hand to wipe her tears, raised her head to look at Li Changda, and a mesmerizing smile appeared on her face as she said, I'm not going to cry. I am the princess of Daxia. I should be a woman of honor and set an example for the world. Isn't it just a momentary inability to cultivate? The legendary Empress Senior was able to rise in the minutiae and break the shackles of the mortal body. I still have my father and mother consort, as well as my siblings, and with so many people to help me, I'm sure that I can as well. Li Changda looked at the little girl who broke into a smile with a confident face, and didn't know what to say for a while other than encouragement. This token is for you. Li Changda changed the topic and said, with this token, as long as you're within the Great Xia territory, you can enter the immortal mountain that belongs to you at any time through the token. Li Anren received the token with both hands and then asked Li Changda for many books on cultivation before leaving the small world through the token. Hey! Li Changda let out a long sigh from his mouth. Living in the cultivation world where the strong were honored, there would be no one who didn't crave for power. Not to mention, Li Anren came from a royal family. Her siblings were all geniuses, and she was the only one who couldn't cultivate, so her feelings were imaginable. Time was long, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Li Changda left once to participate in a great dynasty, and the rest of the time he stayed in the small world. Nowadays, all of them had almost adapted to the power in their bodies, and for those who were too young, Li Changda could only seal this power in their bodies and wait for them to grow up and slowly unseal it. Li Changda transmitted Ji Qingxuan's voice, then led a group of people to the depths of the starry sky. Cultivation breakthroughs would inevitably usher in a lightning tribulation test. Basically, all cultivators had an approximate time for the lightning tribulation they were going to experience. Like Li Changda, those who directly controlled the tribulation were ultimately the minority. There were too many people who were going to transmute this time, so in order to avoid accidents, Li Changda had Ji Qingxian set up formations to prevent the breath from leaking out, and made all the preparations before letting them start transmuting one by one. All of them had crossed the tribulation without any preparation, and naturally they were struck by this thunderbolt. But this was not a kind of cultivation for them. Their cultivation had come too easily after all, and it was only after this thunderstorm that they were considered to have completely mastered their power. Luckily, all of them had extraordinary physiques, and none of them dropped the ball. Ha ha ha, this power is so refreshing. In the future, whoever dares to commit a crime against my northern realm, I can flatten their entire clan with a sneeze. Li Tian laughed and looked at Li Xian. Big brother, is there any interest in practicing? So what you wish, come. Li Xian sniffed and didn't wimp out at all. The two brothers directly in the middle of the starry sky to start a fierce duel. A few other people look at the hot eyes, are a little fist rubbing the palm of the leap. If you have itchy hands, go ahead. But first things first, if you lose the fight, come over and pour me a month's worth of bath water. Li Changda laughed. Then what if we win? Li Fengjiu said. Those of you who win can make a request to me. Li Changda said. Yes. A group of people instantly became excited and rushed towards Li Xian and Li Tian like a pack of wolf cubs wailing. Grandpa, can we join in as well? One of Li Xian's children stepped forward and said. You certainly can if you're not afraid of getting beaten up. Li Changda smiled faintly. A melee erupted in the depths of the starry sky, and the lowest cultivation level of those who struck out was that of a divine emperor. How about it? How are my descendants compared to your Ji clan's direct line? Li Changda looked at Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan and said. Aside from your family's oldest 6, everyone else is just like a bunch of barbarians. How can they compare to my Ji family's direct line? Ji Qingxian didn't open her mouth, and Ji Ruoyan mouthed off. But what she said was also true. Compared to the immortal family, Li Changda's heritage was still too shallow. So much so that the martial arts used by the Gongfu cultivated by Li Xian and the others were crude in the eyes of Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruoyan, and were simply unable to utilize the strength they had at this moment. But their physiques were more perverse than one another, and under the brute force counterattack, they naturally appeared to be barbaric and unsavory. Li Changda looked at Ji Ruoyan with a slight smile and said, Ruoyan is also a saint, right? What do you want? When Ji Ruoyan heard this, she couldn't help but look at Li Changda with a wary face, instinctively sensing a hint of misfortune. It's nothing, I just want these untalented children of mine to learn a thing or two from the first line of the immortal family. Li Changda stated the purpose. If they lose, I'll give you back your freedom, and if they win by chance, all you have to do is teach them a mastery. I'm at the late stage of the sage realm. The strongest of your children are only at the early stage of the sage realm. Do you really want me to compare myself to them? Ji Ruyan said. Just tell me if you want to compare? Li Chang'e said. Of course. Ji Ruyan hurriedly said. Yu Xiao, come over here and ask the direct descendant of the Ji clan for a couple of moves. There's a reward for winning. Li Chang'e called for Lao San and winked. Humph, if you want a jutsu, win over me. Ji Ruyan snorted arrogantly. Although this girl was ranked at the top of Li Chang'e's children in terms of strength, Ji Ruoyan had her own pride. She was also of a special physique and came from an immortal family, mastering top-notch mastery, and naturally wouldn't think that she would lose if her cultivation realm was higher than the other parties. After the two of them greeted each other, Ji Ruyan lifted her hand and was the starry sky great handprint, carrying a destructive aura towards Li Yuxiu, wanting to give the other party a downward spiral. Ji Qingxian, who was on the side, looked at Ji Ruyan's back with a grave expression on her face, and then glanced at Li Chang'e. I don't know where Li Chang'e got his confidence. These sons and daughters of his are indeed extraordinary, each with a heaven-defying physique, but Ji Ruyan isn't a mortal body either, coupled with its higher cultivation realm, as well as more subtle gongfu battle techniques. Ji Qingxian didn't even know how to lose. However, the two sides only just exchanged hands. Ji Qingxian could see that something was wrong. The Nine Dragons' heaven-breaking style was too strong, coupled with the fact that Li Yuxiu's Nine Dragons' vision came with the innately fire. It even directly broke Ji Ruoyan's starry sky great hand seal as soon as they exchanged hands, and the gap in strength seemed to be non-existent at this moment. Ji Ruyan stared blankly at the flame-encrusted lance in front of her throat, and was still a bit confused for a while. Defeated? In just one move himself? Not convinced, are you? Do you want to raise your bet and bet on another Jedi school? If you win, it's still the same conditions as just now. I'll still give you back your freedom. If you lose, give 2 Jedi. Li Chang'e said smilingly. Good. I'll bet with you one more time. After the words were spoken, the battle resumed. This time Ji Ruyan no longer dared to be careless. A battle lasted more than 30 moves. Which fell? Ji Ruyan naturally will not be convinced. Like a gambler who has lost his red eyes and wants to fight again, she exploded with all her might, and her cultivation was unreserved after the saint's fixation. But 5 times in a row she had seen that she was only one step away from winning, and the final result was always a poor move. There. Seeing that Ji Ruyan was already anxious about losing, Ji Qingxian hurriedly opened her mouth to stop it. She could also see at this point that both this father and daughter were not good people and were setting a trap for Ji Ruyan. If you don't stop yourself, I'm afraid that even the thickest family background of the Ji family won't be able to stop Ji Ruyan from oohing and awing. The reason why Ji Ruyan lost so miserably, her physique was inferior to the other party, was one aspect. The most important thing was that her fighting sense and experience was far inferior to Li Yuxiu. Chapter 23, Ancient Scriptures of the Great Emperor. Ji Qingxian patted Ji Ruyan's shoulder, wordlessly comforting her. This battle also allowed Ji Qingxian to see the key problem within the family. As an immortal family, they had always been high above the world, overlooking the world, and like true enemies to the point that they lived too comfortably. Of course, the lack of combat experience was one aspect, but there was no denying Li Yuxiu's power and the heaven-defying nature of the Nine-Dragon Fire God body. It really deserves to be one of the strongest physiques in the legend. A mutant is so powerful that Ji Qingxuan's gaze landed on Li Chang'e with a look of eagerness on her face. What? Not convinced? Want to compete with me? Li Chang'e squinted at Ji Qingxian and said, if you want to compete, you can first pay the bet you made just now. Ji Qingxian sniffed, and did not dilly-dally, directly took out jade slips, booklets, and ancient scrolls, a total of 7, and with a wave of the hand directly threw it to Li Yuxiu. Ha! If you want the Jedi school, ask your daughter to grab it. Aren't you thick-skinned? Ji Qingxian gave Li Chang'e a smug look, with a dark provocation in her eyes, but before she could be happy for long, she saw that after Li Yuxiu got those ancient scriptures and secret strategies, he first froze, then took a step in space and instantly appeared beside Li Chang'e. The voice was clear and crisp as he said, Father, help me take a look and see which gong method is suitable for me to cultivate. Saying that, he presented all the techniques and ancient scrolls as if offering treasure. When Li Chang'e heard this, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of comfort in his old age. Raising his hand to touch the little cotton jacket's dark and silky hair, and glancing faintly at Ji Qingxian, although there was no sound, Ji Qingxian felt that her face was on fire, as if she had been slapped hard. Feeling like a clown at this moment, Li Chang'e took those secret scriptures and ancient scrolls and examined them one by one, and he had to say that the collection of the immortal family was really beyond imagination. The things that Ji Qingxian casually took out were at the very least the life's work of the great sage realm, not only containing the most impressive mastery of her life, but even the process of her creation of the method was recorded in detail. and these were the most precious to Li Chang'e. Li Chang'e collected all the information in his mind, then found the suitable ones and distributed them one by one. It's fine to practice this, but don't get too addicted to it. That's someone else's path. Your path still needs to be walked by yourselves. Li Chang'e looked at the few people who had gotten the ancient strategy and opened his mouth to mention it. Its father. Those who had gotten the ancient strategy hastily answered yes, while those who hadn't got it had a curious look on their faces. Li Chang'e was a bit speechless and said, I didn't give it to you because the techniques and martial arts recorded inside are not suitable for you. If you really can't help but be curious, you can just find your siblings to borrow it when you're free, and all of you are sticking out your necks. What does it look like? The scolded a few people not only not annoyed, but all smile and laugh. Li Chang'e ignored these bare children. His gaze fell on Ji Qingxian and said, if you want to compete with me, then let's make a big bet. What do you want to bet? Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e. It's simple. If I win, lend me your Ji family's great emperor ancient scriptures. If, before Li Chang'e could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Ji Qingxian. No way. Ji Qingxuan's pretty face was icy cold. Whether it was her family or the inherited great emperor ancient scripture, that was something that she needed to guard with her life. So when she heard that Li Chang'e wanted her great emperor ancient scriptures, she was like a cat that had its tail stepped on and instantly became anxious. Li Chang'e looked at Ji Qingxian with a calm demeanor, a harmless smile on his face as he said, don't you want to hear my bet? No. Thinko didn't say it in the end. Ji Qingxian, as the first daughter of the ancient great emperor, had lived too many years, and even though she had spent most of her time in slumber, her mind was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. She quickly adjusted her mind and looked at Li Chang'e and stopped talking, waiting for him to reveal the mystery himself. Seeing this, Li Chang'e didn't sell himself short and said, how about I return your soul blood to you if you win? Ji Qingxian heard the words and was obviously a bit moved, but pondered for but an instant but firmly shook her head and said not enough. Then tell me, what do you see in me? Li Chang'e said. When Ji Qingxian heard this, a bright smile instantly appeared on her icy pretty face, and between her footsteps, her body instantly came in front of Li Chang'e, stretching out a slender white catkin, one finger gently picking up Li Chang'e's chin. I've got my eye on you as a person. She exhaled like an orchid, her tone seductive. I took the great emperor's ancient scriptures to gamble with you, but you want to do a no-budget deal and lose without hurting your bones. Is that possible? Unless, plus your soul blood. Li Chang'e reached out, wanting to hold the beautiful person in front of him, but the other party was like a slippery loach, instantly appearing in the distance to avoid his hands. What? Don't you dare to bet on this? Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e with an undisguised provocation on her face. Want me as a person? You just say so. I promise to immediately wash myself white and give it to you, and like the other day, never resist. Put. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ji Qingxian blushed and interrupted with a furious curse. Just tell me whether you dare to bet or not. Father. Li Xian and the others one looked at Li Chang'e with worry, even though they worshipped their father, respected him, and regarded him as an idol. But, the power of the immortal family was evident to them just now. Even though Li Yuxiu won, the one who won was just one person in the immortal family. It did not mean that everyone in the immortal family was a straw man. This magnificent woman in front of her was clearly even more powerful than Ji Ruyan just now. When Li Chang'e heard this, he looked at these children with worried eyes, and a confident and calm smile appeared on his handsome face as he shook his head at them, signaling that they didn't need to worry. Immediately, his gaze landed on Ji Qingxian and said, I'll bet with you. Boom! The breath of the two great reverends bloomed to its fullest in this cosmic borderland, and every ounce of breath that leaked out caused this dead universe to become even more profound and vast. Li Chang'e's methods were not much better than his own children, showing all the roughness and exuberance, his fists and feet swinging with great force. Each strike could cause the void to tremble and the universe to collapse. However, his opponent was Ji Qingxian, a veteran powerhouse with extremely rich combat experience. The aura on Ji Qingxuan's body suddenly sublimated as she fought, instantly stepping into another peculiar realm. That realm was called Supreme, and like the Sage King, it belonged to an extremely special realm. Li Chang'e, who was originally still fighting her, didn't expect her to be able to make an in-place breakthrough without warning, and was instantly caught off guard. Stop, stop, stop! Li Chang'e, who had received a shattered star finger, utilized his strength to fly back down the road. What's the matter? Want to admit defeat? Hand over the soul blood and I'll spare your life. Ji Qingxuan's black hair flew with a confident face as she looked down at Li Chang'e and said. Li Chang'e looked at Ji Qingxuan's soul blood and wondered where she got the confidence to talk to herself like this. Wait for me to make a crossing first. Li Chang'e opened his mouth, and after his words, the robbery clouds quickly converged above his head. When Ji Qingxian saw this, she was bitten by a snake and instantly fell back 100,000 kilometers away. You're shameless, so don't blame me. With that, the ancestral imperial weapon star battle flag directly surfaced in his hand. She thought that Li Chang'e was going to use the power of the Thunder Tribulation to deal with herself again. He had the Thunder Tribulation and she had the Emperor's soldier in her hand. Last time she was seriously injured. It was difficult to burst out the power of the Emperor's soldier, and Li Chang'e didn't give himself the time or opportunity to do so. But now it's different. The current Ji Qingxian feels terribly strong. Chapter 24, Extreme Sublimation. With the Emperor's soldier in her hand, Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e, who was standing in the depths of the universe and not chasing after her, and frowned slightly. Did he really just want to survive a robbery? Electricity flickered in the depths of the dark universe, and thunder was like fire, illuminating the darkness. The thunderclouds rotated to form a vortex, and in the center of the vortex, a tiny figure stood upright, sometimes like a submerged dragon in the abyss, sometimes a flying dragon in the sky, relying entirely on itself to fight against the Thunder Tribulation. Subsequently, those thunders unexpectedly evolved into a life form, fighting with Li Chang'e. That kind of belligerent aura was frightening, and the slightest hint of it leaking out would cause the entire cultivation world to shake. Fortunately, Li Chang'e had Ji Qingxian set up an isolation formation in advance. 6 days. This lightning tribulation lasted for 6 whole days. Li Chang'e's also shattered a full 9 times under the attack of the creatures transformed by thunder. While Li Xian and the others watched in horror, Li Chang'e was like the undefeatable little strongman who stood up again and again, and each reorganization of his body was like a nirvana for him, and he was able to become even stronger than the last time. Ji Qingxian, come and fight. As the lightning tribulation dissipated, Li Chang'e quickly adjusted his state and gazed at Ji Qingxian. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. In the past, although he was able to control the thunderbolt, it was always pressing on his heart, like a heavy burden that made his heart unhappy. Now, not only had he successfully passed through the thunder tribulation, but he had also become even more powerful, with his Tao heart clear and his thoughts penetrating, truly reaching the venerable realm. As you wish. Ji Qingxian looked at the figure standing in the depths of the universe, and although her gaze was somewhat complicated, her aura became stern in an instant. While others didn't understand what the thunder tribulation that Li Chang'e had crossed meant, she knew it clearly. That's the capital of a great emperor, a humanoid thunderbolt that only ancient great emperors ushered in when they were young. It was her Ji Qingxuan's exalted master's tribulation, and it was only in the last few that the human-shaped lightning appeared. However, Ji Qingxian couldn't even remember how much Li Chang'e had actually experienced in so many days. At this point, even if Ji Qingxuan's heart was high and proud to the extreme, she had to admit that she had lost. Since he couldn't beat him in talent, he would beat him in combat. This was Ji Qingxuan's mood at this moment. With one early Zuni and one supreme, Ji Qingxian was confident. She stepped forward, and the dark, barren edge of the universe shone brilliantly with her movements. A river of stars emerged. One big star after another was reflected by her, and thousands of starlight gathered in her, making it seem as if she was transformed into the spirit of the moon and the master of the star river at this moment. Kill! With a soft shout, a whip of the star river condensed in her hand, cutting through space and time, and lashed directly toward Li Chang'e. Li Chang'e similarly reached out and grabbed, and a golden dragon spear coalesced in his hand out of thin air. Facing the harsh and heavy whip of the star river, he flung his arm, and the golden dragon spear came out of his hand, midway transforming into a roaring golden dragon that opened its mouth and bit directly at the whip of the star river. Boom! The starlight collapsed, and the whip of the star river snapped in two. The golden dragon dissipated, revealing the dragon lance itself. With a flick of Ji Qingxuan's wrist, the broken whip of the star river instantly wrapped around and directly wrapped the dragon spear in a knot. When Li Chang'e saw this, he didn't panic in the slightest and lightly spat out a word from his mouth. Burst! There was another muffled sound, and the edge of the universe shook violently. Immediately afterward, a blinding light erupted, causing everyone watching the battle to subconsciously close their eyes. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of concussive collisions resounded continuously, shocking one's eardrums to the point of raw pain. Li Xian and the others watching the battle could only retreat again and again, but even if they could only see half of it, it was an unrivaled inspiration for their cultivation thereafter, especially since the means displayed by Li Chang'e when he crossed the tribulation were too informative for Li Xian and Li Yuxiu, who also possessed the 9-dragon divine body and 9-dragon fire divine body. Just watch Li Chang'e crossing the robbery. Both let the two feel their own cultivation realm and practical ability to get a rapid improvement. In addition to the two of them, Li Tian also harvested a lot of money. Other people compared to these three, the harvest is slightly worse. Boom! 5 days passed in a flash. The edge of the universe was completely smashed. A hollow void with space-time turbulence everywhere. A saint, even a saint king, would instantly die if they entered it, and a great saint wouldn't necessarily be able to retreat in one piece inside. On the outskirts of the land of chaos, a group of people gathered around. eyeballing a bronze mirror in front of Ji Ruyan. Li Yuxiu and Li Fingjiu held Ji Ruyan's arms left and right, almost racking her up. Others gathered around her. Ji Ruyan regretted taking out this ancient mirror. She was tempted to say she didn't know them well. In May these guys were just too thick-skinned. After she took out the ancient mirror, one after another ran over to get close to her. Some inquired about his relationship with Li Chang'e, and some even licked their faces and directly called up mother consort. Ji Ruyan almost didn't die of shame. In the end, there was no choice but to share the use of the ancient mirror with these guys. In the mirror, two figures stood opposite each other. In the empty silence of the universe, the two men's robes were windless, their black hair flying, and they were breathing heavily. Seeing that your mana isn't good, you shouldn't be able to do it, right? How about admitting defeat? Ji Qingxian gasped. Ha! Li Chang'e coldly smiled, said you have to say other things I will admit. You want to ask me whether I can do it or not? I'll tell you can do it. Come on, and then fight for 300 rounds. Who wimped out and who wussed out? Who in a man's right mind would admit that he can't? Besides, he, Li Chang'e, was copper-skinned and iron-boned, a steel fighting man, and even without his mana, he still had a diamond-like body of adamantine. Boom! The chi and blood soared to evolve the 9 dragons' visions, and Li Chang'e merged and pounced on them. When Ji Qingxian saw this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows fiercely. Li Chang'e's mana was not good, and her own state was not much better than her opponent's. Ji Qingxian couldn't figure out how he hadn't just flirted with him and told him to admit defeat if he couldn't do it. Why did he suddenly explode, looking like he was going to fight for his life? Although she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to show the slightest intention of backing down in the face of Li Chang'e, who looked desperate. Since you want to fight, then come on. I'll take you as my servant today to clear my past shame. Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, stimulating her bloodline for the first time so far in the battle. Boom! A starry sky violently unfolded behind her, and the essence of heaven and earth crazily poured into her, beginning to replenish her mana. So this is why the Ji family's astral battle body specializes in prolonged battles. You want to fight a prolonged battle, but I prefer a quick battle. Li Chang'e opened his mouth, his steps were unceasing, and the chi and blood in his body steamed. The 9 dragons' divine body was extremely sublimated in an instant, and the 10 golden dragons came out in unison, and then merged into one in an instant. Boom! A heaven-destroying aura emanated from the golden dragon's body, and those eyes were filled with tyranny as they looked indifferently at Ji Qingxian. The divine dragon swings and the universe collapses on a massive scale. Ji Qingxian's battle body visions were all shaking slightly, as if they would collapse at any moment like the great universe. Anon! A dragon's roar shook the sky. Boo! 10 million miles away, the ancient mirror Ji Ruyan used to observe the battle instantly shattered. The debris splattered, and a few unlucky people who stared wide-eyed were directly injured by the debris. In the battlefield, the golden dragon's body blossomed with chaotic light, directly crashing into Ji Qingxian's battle body vision between wagging its head and tail, and then its body infinitely skyrocketed, rigidly bursting the seemingly vast and boundless starry sky. Pust! Ji Qingxian simply did not expect this. A mouthful of blood spat out. Unbelievably looked at Li Chang'e, who came to his side, a hand to hold himself into the arms, stunned out of his mind. You lost. Chapter 25, In-Depth Cooperation. You lost. 3 short words, but they were tantamount to rubbing salt into Ji Qingxian's wounds. Ji Qingxian couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood once again. Looking at Li Chang'e, her head tilted and she directly fainted. Li Chang'e couldn't help but shake his head at this. Just this mental quality. No way. Failed once and vomited blood and passed out. But it's okay. You met me. In the future, I'll help you exercise your heart more, so that you can grow up in failure and not be like a delicate flower that can't withstand any wind or rain. Li Chang'e muttered. Ji Qingxian in his arms, who had already shown signs of awakening, seemed to have heard his words, and could not help but spray out a mouthful of blood once again as her chest rose and fell, unexpectedly falling completely into a deep coma. The corners of Li Chang'e's mouth twitched as he hugged Ji Qingxian and took a step out, arriving in front of Ji Ruyan and the others. What's going on? How did you few get into such a mess? Li Chang'e looked at the several people who still had bloodstains on their bodies with a puzzled expression. At those words, the injured few couldn't help but look at him with a grimace. Li Chang'e quickly figured out the reason why these few juniors were injured. Not only did he not have the slightest comfort, instead he said with a mocking face, serves you right. Just watching a lively scene can still get you injured. Like you guys, such a mentality in the future, it's better not to go out, lest you get killed just after you leave the house. The injured man was told to blush, but remembered the lesson. Emperor's daughter. Ji Ruyan had long since appeared beside Li Chang'e, looking at the unconscious Ji Qingxian with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's just a slight injury. I'll just heal her when I get back. Li Chang'e comforted. Immediately, he brought a group of people back to the Grand Xia Imperial Palace from the cosmic borderlands very quickly. there's nothing more to do, so disperse. Li Changge waved his hand at the crowd, and suddenly as if he remembered something, he called out to Li Xian and said we'll be away for the next few days, so organize what's happening in the courtroom these days, and then prepare for the big court meeting in the next few days. There were pilgrimages every day, but basically it was a few ministers discussing things in the crown prince's residence, and only a big pilgrimage would gather all the officials and have an audience at the palace. Li Xian sniffed and respectfully answered yes before turning around. Li Changge carried Ji Qingxian in his arms as he dragon walked into his Qianyuan palace and headed straight for the dragon bed. Ji Ruoyan's heart was all on her own imperial daughter, and she followed closely by Li Changge's side. After seeing Li Changge place Ji Qingxian on the bed, she hurriedly grabbed Li Changge's arm and said, "How are you going to heal the imperial daughter?" Seeing her nervous appearance, Li Changge couldn't help but wonder. "You don't know. Don't you know how the injuries your family's imperial daughter suffered in the past were healed?" "Ah, you." After Li Changge's reminder, Ji Ruoyan instantly remembered how the imperial daughter of the Ji clan had once recovered from her injuries, and her pretty face, which was as white as jade, instantly turned red. She subconsciously tried to escape, but just as he turned around, he was hugged from behind by Li Changge. "You don't want to see your imperial daughter looking sickly, do you?" Li Changge whispered in Ji Ruoyan's ear. "If you don't want your family's imperial daughter to get better quickly, you should leave." With that, he let go of Ji Ruoyan, crystal teeth lightly biting her red lips. Ji Ruoyan looked at Li Changge, hesitated for an instant, and said in a weak voice, "What do you want me to do?" "Up the road." Li Changge sniffed and gave Ji Ruoyan a thumbs up saying, "Come on, kneel down and open your mouth." Li Changge closed his eyes cozily, suddenly regretting a little bit for getting Ji Xiaokuan killed so early. "I have to say, Old Country strictly is just moist." Ji Ruoyan was even better than Ji Qingxian when it came to how she felt about using it, truly worthy of being an innate hearth-sacred body. Ji Qingxuan's injuries were not serious, but in half an hour she was saved and woke up by Li Changge. But in the spirit of helping people to the end, Li Changge still went out of his way to treat her 3 times. Although in terms of the feeling of use, Ji Qingxian was slightly worse than Ji Ruoyan, but this is the real ruler of the Ji family, noble status, and powerful, even in the downwind, but still a cold face, stubborn disobedience. It could be said that the two gave Li Changge a completely different sense of experience. One is psychologically satisfying and the other is physically enjoyable. "Do you know why your Ji family has fallen out of favor?" Li Changge cozily lay on the dragon bed, embracing the left and the right and said, "We've been too indulgent with our clansmen, and at the same time, we've let them live too comfortably." Ji Qingxuan's voice was hoarse. "Aha, you're talking about one aspect of it." Li Changge nodded his head, then shook his head again. "Yet this is not the most important aspect." "Oh, just tell us what you have to say. Don't sell us short." Ji Ruoyan lifted her head from Li Changge's chest and said, "Not even this?" Li Changge gave Ji Ruoyan a look of feigned surprise, then looked at Ji Qingxian on the other side and said, "Your family is not strong enough. How many strong men can you hold? How many of the mainstays of the saint realm are there? How many great saints can serve as high-end combatants? How many up-and-comers can hold up the facade? As far as I know, there's already a break in the family's great saints, and the only saints who can hold their own are Ji Lingshang and Ji Ruoyan, right? A huge immortal family, but there's only a single venerable supporting the facade. TSK. Really miserable nah. What exactly are you trying to say?" Ji Qingxian climbed to her feet, ignoring the fact that she was leaking her own light, and condescendingly looked at Li Changge and said, "You shouldn't be so bored that you're deliberately making fun of us with this matter, right?" "Of course not." Li Changge shook his head and said, "I won't be that bored. I want to help you guys. I have 9 heirs, except for little 7 who is unable to cultivate due to special reasons. Each of the others is a heavenly talent, and in time, their names will surely resonate throughout the entire continent. But our situation is clear to you. The bottom is too thin. If you are willing to invest, we can totally cooperate and win-win. You want our Ji family to become your vassal?" Ji Qingxian said coldly. Li Changge was just about to open his mouth to argue. "Oh no, explain," but he ended up hearing Ji Qingxian say, "I think since we are cooperating we might as well engage in a deeper level of cooperation. Our Ji family has precious treasures that have been accumulated over millions of years in addition to the secret books of the Kung Fu. And on top of that, our Ji family also has countless young talents and absolute beauties. My clan's bright pearl can marry into the royal family, and your princess can marry my clan's heavenly pride. Wouldn't it be beautiful to cooperate like this? You want to think beautiful? On your families those crooked dates also deserve to be called heaven's pride. Also want to marry my daughter. Dream away." Li Changge cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he said, "The marriage and so on is exempted. If you are willing to invest in my offspring, in the future when they grow up they will also inevitably give back to your clan. If not then forget I said it." When Ji Qingxian heard this, her face couldn't help but change slightly, not expecting Li Changge to reject her offer. In her opinion, marriages between great powers belonged to things that were no longer normal. Was her own immortal family still unworthy of him, a secular royal dynasty? But the topic of conversation suddenly opened up a thought for her. Didn't Li Changge look down on his own juniors? Well, then, we'll come to him and borrow some seeds. Just don't believe that any of his juniors would be able to withstand the temptation of beauty. Of course, the ideal would be to abduct two princesses back. Suddenly, she thought of herself and Ji Ruyan. If the two of them could conceive Li Changge's child, one of the ancient great emperor's direct bloodline, and one of the Xianin's sacred body, if they were able to give birth to an heir of the Nine Dragons' divine body, then, the child's talent would definitely not be bad. Ji Qingxuan's eyes lit up and she suddenly rolled onto her horse. Chapter 26, Heavenly Phoenix Bloodline. Li Changge was a bit confused as he looked at Ji Qingxian, who suddenly looked like a different person. Couldn't figure out what she was suddenly pumping. However, it was rare for her to take such initiative, so naturally Li Changge was happy to enjoy it. He squinted at the bouncing in front of him and couldn't help but think of a children's song. White again and again. The song was sung, unconsciously, from darkness to noon. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is outside seeking an audience. An inner eunuch's voice came from outside the screen, and Li Changge clearly felt Ji Qingxuan's tightness. Li Changge patted her pink and slippery thighs, signaling her to go down first. Ji Qingxian fiercely glared at the eunuch outside, which did not stop unwilling to draw up. She had clearly sensed that it was immediately possible to obtain the dragon seed, and as a result, most of the half-hour's effort had gone down the drain because of this eunuch's one sentence of voice. How could Ji Qingxian not be angry? And what made her even more angry was that Li Changge didn't even hesitate to put on his clothes and turn around, leaving without the slightest bit of attachment to her imperial daughter. You, what's wrong with you? Ji Ruyan foolishly looked at Ji Qingxian, who looked like a different person. Ji Qingxian blushed at her look, but was quickly adjusting her mind. Didn't that bastard say that our offspring wouldn't work? I just thought. Anyway, we are already like this. Why don't we ask him to borrow some seeds? Ji Qingxian opened her mouth and said all of her intentions. In the end, he didn't forget to abet Ji Ruyan, asking her to take the initiative as well. The chances of two people working together are always greater than one. Ji Ruyan was both shy and touched, and only felt that the imperial daughter was really too great, that she could do so much for her family. At the same time, she was firmly determined to learn from the imperial daughter. Xianer, something wrong? Li Changge met Crown Prince Li Xian in the imperial study. Father, I would like to ask you to meet Mother. Li Xian met directly after kneeling on the ground, said, I know Mother previously did wrong things, but those things are because of the children's son. Father, if you still want to blame on the children's son, please blame it. I am willing to bear all the blame. Even if I lose the position of the Crown Prince, I have no complaints. Okay, you go back first. I have this matter in my heart. In addition, the position of the Crown Prince is both an honor and a responsibility. I chose you to be the Crown Prince not only because you are my first child, nor because you were made by the Empress, but because you are generous and benevolent, respecting your elders above and your siblings below. So I feel that you can do a good job as the Crown Prince of this country. Li Changge looked at Li Xian, who was kneeling in front of him, and shook his head. But you let me down today. Go back and reflect properly. You are not allowed to go out before the great dynasty. Father, May. Li Xian grabbed the ground with his head and said, but Mother's lifespan is not long. I know in my heart. Go back. With a wave of his hand, Li Chang's singer directly sent Li Xian back to the Crown Prince's residence. Li Changge was naturally clear about Xia Evening Qing's situation. Her cultivation is a real condensed god realm, lifespan of 500 years out of the beginning, and this is still because she has the reason of the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix. The general condensed god realm wants to live to 500 years old are difficult. With Xia Evening Qing's talent, her cultivation shouldn't have stopped at this point. However, she married too early, resulting in a lack of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, and then gave birth to a child to consume the effort. So her cultivation was trapped in the condensation of God realm, could not break through. Li Changge didn't understand this before, and when he did it was already too late. The way to make amends, Li Changge last time in the Ji family treasury has found. Only this time Xia Evening Qing made a mistake too serious, so that Li Changge difficult to easily let go. Want to let her long memory. LOL. Li Changge put down the tea in his hand and got up to leave the Qianyuan palace. After all, it is a married couple. How can Li Changge have a heart of stone and achieve a true heart like water? Qingqiu court is not more opulent than the Cunning Palace, but the flowers, serene and elegant. In the courtyard, a swing swayed slightly. A beautiful woman in a long pink dress sat on a swing, her legs swaying slightly with the autumn ripples, her head of green silk dancing with the wind, showing her gentleness and elegance. She gripped the swing in one hand and held a tome in the other, watching quietly, a knowing smile now and then on her gorgeous face. Next to her, a maid placed her hands on the small of her back and waited quietly. Suddenly, The maid's eyes lit up slightly and she was just about to open her mouth to salute, only to be stopped by the visitor. Li Changa put his index finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Then he came silently to Xia Evening Qing's side, looking at the booklet in her hand, and could not help but be dumbfounded. Thought what kind of book was Xia Evening Qing reading so happily? As a result, he came closer to find out that it was actually some talking books about his youth that were circulating outside the palace. Many of the things in the words are just people's unwarranted imagination and fabrication, but there are always one or two sentences that are true, such as some of the things between himself and Xia Evening Qing, regardless of the era. Peachy news is the easiest way to gain attention, not to mention the hidden secrets about the high and mighty emperor. This talking book in Xia Evening Qing's hand was highly circulated outside the palace. Xia Evening Qing, who was looking at her drawing book and giggling secretly, suddenly felt that the light was not right, and looked up, but could not help but freeze. What? Seeing such a handsome big guy, are you mesmerized and can't walk? Li Changa opened his mouth. Xia Evening Qing blinked her eyes, then a bright smile appeared on her face and she nodded her head. Yeah, I wonder which gentleman is so handsome. My name is Li Changa. I don't know the girl's name. Could I have the honor to make some acquaintance? This girl's name is Xia Evening Qing is also. How can Xia Evening Harvest be a master when she's obviously a woman? But neither of them could hold back their laughter. At this moment, it was as if the two had returned to the scene when they first met more than 500 years ago. Li Changa also sat on the swing, holding Xia Evening Qing in one hand and talking about the little bits and pieces of their journey. How wonderful it would have been if you hadn't been emperor. Xia Evening Harvest couldn't help but let out a sigh in the end. If we hadn't become emperors, we would have been a divine couple envied by everyone. Warriors who practiced chivalry, Li Changa said. Aha! Xia Evening Qing leaned against his shoulder and murmured softly, it will also be the best father for our child. But unfortunately, it can't go back to the old days. People always have to look ahead. Just think about the past. If you dwell on the past for a long time you will live a miserable life. Li Changa reached out and lifted the head that leaned on his shoulder, holding the pretty face that after years of baptism, more charming charm, said today you are too sentimental. You have to believe that our good days are still ahead. Xia Evening Qing raised her hand, gently caressing Li Changa's young and handsome face. Her eyes flashed once with sadness and reluctance. Changa, you are still so young and handsome, but I am old. I am happy that you have come to see me today, but I am aware of my own state. I am about to turn into a Tao and cease to exist. Now that you're the queen, you don't even believe my words anymore, do you? Li Changa said with a displeased face. I said our good times are still ahead of us. Xia Evening Qing lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Changa. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Li Changa, but her lifespan had already been depleted, and she was able to live up to this point all by relying on the pills and bloodline to sustain her. And if she wanted to continue to live, the pills to increase her lifespan no longer worked, and the only thing left was to enhance her realm or bloodline. But even though she appeared to be only about 30 years old on the outside, in reality, her chi and blood had long since withered, losing the possibility of making another breakthrough, and raising the heavenly phoenix bloodline would be even more whimsical. When Li Changa saw her in this state, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far. When you stand at a certain height, you will find that those difficulties that you once regarded as unsolvable can be solved at your fingertips. Chapter 27, The Court Meeting. In this world, a lot of things seem impossible and there is no way to do them, but in reality it is only because one's position does not reach the corresponding height, and therefore one is at one's wit's end. Li Changa didn't sell out either. He directly took out a fruit that burned with crimson flames from his storage space. As soon as the fruit appeared, a phoenix sound, if any, suddenly emanated from this elegant and tranquil small courtyard. This? Xia Evening Qing looked at the fruit in Li Changxing's hand in surprise, and a hint of longing couldn't help but show in her eyes. She could feel her blood churning and expressing her salivation for the fruit. This item is called the Heavenly Phoenix Fruit, which was created by the soul of the ancient Heavenly Phoenix after its fall, and belongs to a priceless treasure for those who possess the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, Li Changa said, handing the fruit to Xia Evening Qing. With this fruit, not only can you make up for the deficit in your bloodline, but you can also drastically increase your cultivation, and if you're lucky enough, you might even be able to obtain the true inheritance of the Heavenly Phoenix lineage. Such a precious thing. Otherwise it's better to leave it to Xiaojiu. Xia Evening Qing said, I saved this especially for you. I know you love your children, but you don't look at the state you're in. Li Changa pinched Xia Evening Qing's pretty face and said, can you bear to let me grow old alone in the future? Cut. You'll end up alone. I won't talk about the remnants of the former dynasty. I'm afraid those two beauties of the Ji family have long been subdued by you, right? Xia Evening Qing said disdainfully. Do you know who those two are? It's still a long way from subjugation? Li Changa muttered softly. Whoever it is, I'm sure they can't run away when they fall into your hands. Xia Evening Harvest muttered, then quickly changed the topic that made her a bit uncomfortable, saying, how is this thing going to be used? She had already decided to use the heavenly phoenix fruit. Go back to the house, bathe, and then I'll help you refine it, Li Chang'e said. After saying that, the two of them walked into the palace next to each other hand in hand. The maid was left at the door, and in a few moments the sound of a fierce fight was heard from the room. The Empress body is already like that, and His Majesty is still so hard. Can the Empress she stand it? The maid blushed and her heart skipped a beat, her mind churning with thoughts. It was hard to sit still. I'm still alive, and as long as Shen'er doesn't make a mistake of principle, no one will be able to shake his position as crown prince. 2 hours later, Li Chang'e lay on the phoenix bed, reached out and gently stroked Xia Eveningqing's head, and said in a mute voice. Xia Eveningqing sniffed and looked up. At this time, she was obviously several years younger than 2 hours ago. Her skin appeared more delicate and rosy and lustrous, and her eyes became clear and innocent. And the most crucial thing was that the dull twilight on her body was no longer there, and it was replaced by an exuberant vitality and vigor. At those words, she gave Li Chang'e an embarrassed look and continued to lower her head to do her work. He made a big mistake, caused great trouble. Husband seems to chastise himself. In fact, but just let himself change a place to live. The hand power is not deprived of, not to mention, but also for her to find the heavenly phoenix fruit to renew their lives. Xia Eveningqing was unable to return the favor, so she could only use all her strength to do what she could to make herself feel better. Early the next morning, at the dawn of the day, a windy figure hurriedly broke into Xia Eveningqing's bedchamber. Mother, you! Li Fingjiu hurriedly opened her mouth, and before she finished her words, she saw Li Chang'e, who was also lying on the bed. Instantly stunned, he turned around in a hurry and ran out of the bedchamber with his little face flushed. Li Chang'e instantly woke up and looked at Xia Eveningqing, who had a confused face and obviously hadn't figured out what was going on. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, Xiao Jiu, that girl should know about your situation and hurriedly came into the palace to see you. While saying yes, Li Chang'e couldn't help but let out a sigh. The defense of the palace was too lousy. A peak divine emperor was able to enter like nobody's business. Fortunately, there were not many strong people in the secular world. Otherwise one's palace would have become a sieve long ago. But in any case, this has to be resolved as soon as possible, because he has a 9-dragon divine body. He is often referred to as the ancestral dragon in folklore texts. Since he himself was regarded as the ancestral dragon, he was bound to make everyone in this great Xia like a dragon. Li Chang'e put on her clothes and left the bedchamber, looking at Li Fingjiu, who stood outside the hall like a quail. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head. You're a big girl now. Don't be so reckless in the future. Your mother is already fine. Go and accompany her. After speaking, Li Chang'e left Qingqiu Yuan in stride. Li Fingjiu shyly and timidly walked into the inner room, saw reclining on the couch, temperament lazy, charming and provocative beauty, subconsciously blinked her eyes and said, Are you really the mother? Xia Eveningqing couldn't help but laugh dumbly as she looked at her daughter's silly appearance and said, You little confused egg, come over and take a closer look to see if I am your mother. Li Fingjiu sniffed, but actually really went forward and cupped Xia Eveningqing's gorgeous and unrivaled pretty face with both hands, and scrutinized it carefully. Xia Eveningqing's perfect pretty face, which was as if it had been finely carved by heaven, was being rubbed round and flattened in her daughter's hands, changing shapes. Snap! Xia Eveningqing raised her hand and lightly patted on her daughter's veiled hand. Li Fingjiu was in pain and hastily withdrew his hands, looking at Xia Eveningqing with an astonished expression. Are you really the Mother Empress? I am at least at the peak cultivation level of the Divine Emperor. How could I be injured by you? He said, raising a reddish palm. Seeing this, Xia Eveningqing's eyes were instantly filled with heartache. Grabbing Li Fengjiu's palm, looking at the red fingerprints on the back of her hand, she curled her red lips and gently blew on them, her tone of voice guilty. I'm sorry, it's Mother's fault. This time, with the help of your father, Mother's strength has increased a little too much, and for a moment, she couldn't control her power. I'm fine, it's just a little scratch. Li Fengjiu smiled cheekily, seeing her mother's worried appearance. She drew her palm without pulling it out, and couldn't help but say with a curious face, Then what cultivation level are you in now? Mother. When Xia Eveningqing heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and said originally, I could have reached the Great Sage realm, but your father said that realm was too flimsy, so he helped me wear down a layer of my cultivation, allowing me to stay at the Sage King realm. Yikes! Mother, you're too powerful. Big brother has only just reached the Saint realm, but you've directly reached the Saint King realm? Li Fengjiu was startled and said, Quickly tell me what divine elixir you ate. How did you improve so much? It was your father who helped me find the heavenly phoenix fruit. I don't know exactly what it is. Anyway, after taking it, not only did I get a lot of knowledge about cultivation inside my mind, my cultivation was also like a well blowing up, and in just a short period of time, I reached a realm that I wouldn't dare to imagine even in my dreams. Xia Evening Ching said. Suddenly eyes bright, reached out and pointed to her daughter's forehead said I got a cultivation technique. You and I have the same physique. I will now pass it to you. Cultivate well in the future, and strive to help your father and big brother as soon as possible. Dang! The 3 bells rang throughout the great summer capital. The great semi-monthly court has begun. In the solemn hall, full of officials were present, and Li Changa sat high on the main seat, looking at the group of ministers. Rise and play if there is something to be done and withdraw from the court if there is nothing to be done. The newly promoted Grand Eunuch stepped forward and shouted, I have something to report. An official stepped out and bowed, saying, the flooding in Jiangnan Road has killed countless people, and there are countless people who need to be resettled. So please make a decision. Your Majesty. Chapter 28, Tests. This is the world of cultivation. Kneeling is generally reserved for slaves, or children to their parents. Li Changa looked at the ministers below who bent their heads and said, the cause of the flooding has been investigated, whether it is man-made or natural disaster. Your Majesty, it is man-made, the official replied, his voice filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. This world was ultimately a world of cultivators, and even if ordinary people were able to cultivate, they couldn't go too far because of their resources and qualifications, and floods and famines and even diseases could easily take their lives. This time, the flooding of the Jiangnan Road was caused by 2 powerful cultivators fighting upstream, and the breath they emitted unintentionally damaged the upstream riverbank, which caused the Jiangnan waterway to collapse and the river to flood. Is it clear who did it? Li Changa said. It's the owner of the Jiangnan Dao Heavenly Sword Martial Hall and a loose cultivator. The exact reason for striking is unknown. The name of that loose cultivator is also unknown, and his appearance is also unknown to be true or false. Enough. Li Changa nodded his head lightly and looked at the official in front of him with a pleased expression on his face. What's your name? I, Jiangnan Dao 5th grade clerk, Lu Liangwei. That official immediately replied. A powerless 5th grade clerk. Can in such a short period of time to find out so much information? Visible you are attentive. To be ascertained the truth. After confirming that there is no error, I will have a heavy reward. Li Changa opened his mouth and praised Lu Liangwei before his gaze fell on Li Tian. Jinbei King, I order you to send 100,000 troops. Immediately go to Jiangnan Road, along the way from the major families, local forces in the hands of the grain, to be investigated clearly after the matter. The materials owed in a return, such as those who do not agree. You think of your own way to let them agree. Li Changa waved his hand and gave a soldier's talisman. Then his eyes fell on Li Yuxiu said Flame Princess, I order you to send 20,000 troops to Jiangnan Road, to find out the cause of this flood. If what Lu Liangwei said is true, the Heavenly Sword Martial Arts Museum is disbanded. Escorted the people involved back to the capital for trial. After speaking, Li Changa once again flung out a token. Immediately, his eyes looked at the remaining royal princesses and said the Crown Prince coordinates the rest of the people to cooperate and search for that loose cultivator's trail with all their might. Your Majesty, there is a sentence that I don't know if I should say or not. Lu Liangwei suddenly spoke, but there's no harm in saying it. Li Changa said, that, the Heavenly Sword Martial Arts Pavilion owner, rumored to have the God Empress stage cultivation, and the person who can fight with the other party, the strength of the thought will not be much weaker than it. A few princes and princesses, although gifted, but after all, the age of the young. Lu Liangwei weighing the words carefully said, Li Changa was bitter in his heart, and at the same time, he also wanted to laugh a little. It was also really hard for this one. The imperial dynasty is weak. There is not even a divine emperor expert on the surface, and in the past, it was able to balance the forces of all parties and barely maintain peace in the world. On the one hand, it was Li Changa who used the Ji family to fox and tiger, and the biggest reason was the reason for releasing the power and giving the benefits. In this world, secular royal dynasties were basically a king's feudal system, and were simply unable to have direct authority over other places. But still, that ing was before. Now Li Changa just wants to use Jiangnan Road to start the knife, to implement the centralized system of the king and the unified management of the country, so that the power class in this world will know what it means that under the sky there is nothing other than Huangtu, and that there is nothing other than the king's ministers and the rate of the land. Lao Air, and you guys, can the task given to you be completed? Li Changa looked towards the few people standing at the forefront of the courtiers in the courtroom and smiled. Promise to complete the task. The 9 or 8 people answered in unison, even the youngest in age, Li Fengjiu. At this moment, that little face carried an icy aura of solemnity. Don't worry, since you are the registrar of Jiangnan Road, then this time, you and this king will go to the disaster relief together, and it just so happens that on the way, you can also tell this king more about the local customs of Jiangnan Road. Li Tian grinned broadly and reached out, hugging Lu Liangwei's shoulders and said, good, since your highness has such an ambition, I, Lu Liangwei, will give up my life to accompany you, Lu Lianwei said with a death-defying look on his face. Yes, Li Tian praised, then faced Li Changge. A arch of the hand said, Father, please allow my son to take Lu Lianwei with him. In addition, my son would like to go down now to order troops, and immediately set off to the Jiangnan road to provide disaster relief. Quasi, Li Changge nodded. Li Tian was just about to turn around and leave with Lu Lianwei when suddenly, a pale and vast mighty pressure blasted from the sky dome. At the same time a rough horn sound penetrated the golden palace and resounded throughout the hall. Woohoo! When the vast majority of people heard this voice, they couldn't help but be frightened. Their faces swished and turned pale, and their legs trembled as they could barely stand. The Great Summer Imperial Dynasty disrespects the supreme sect and shall be destroyed. At the same time, a cold chorus of voices came out. Poof, poof. It sounded like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A large group of officials, falling in pieces, sat paralyzed on the ground, with no color in their faces. Li Changge, he was trying to get Ji Lingxian to help put on a show to test these officials and remove some of the poisonous tumors along the way, but he didn't let her make such a big deal out of it. To know that human nature cannot stand the test, Ji family to engage in such a big battle, the top cannot see a little bit of hope in the case may be a collective mutiny. At that time, would it not be a joke to have no one available under the emperor himself? Li Changge let out a cold snort. His aura rose up to the sky, protecting the 100 officials, saying, who dares to speak out of turn in my dasha? All the ministers will go out with me to meet the enemy. The voice was still echoing in the golden hall, but the figure had already appeared at the entrance of the hall. Marred, this is the heritage of the immortal family. It's outrageous. Li Changge looked up at the sky, densely packed with warships that covered the sky, and couldn't help but moo. If you have so many yourself. Nope, it's ing mine. It has to be if it's not. When it's over, people can leave, but stuff has to stay. Just in time for the dick to take to fill the cup. Li Changge was thinking about what was on his mind when suddenly, a voice came down from above. Li Changge, if you don't admit your guilt before offending heaven's might, when will you wait? That voice was none other than Ji Lingxian. Ha, do you guys deserve to want me to confess? Li Changge smiled disdainfully. Bold. A cold cry came from above, followed by a rash man who actually ignored the others, holding a lance and pointing it straight at Li Changge, and rushed down directly from the warship. Seek death. A roar rang out from behind Li Changge, followed by a black dragon rising up into the air with a divine dragon swinging its tail. With a snap, the young man paid the price for his youth, and was directly smashed to pieces by a tail, turning into a puddle of blood mist. Who dares to spread wildness in the great summer capital? The black dragon transformed into the image of Li Tian, standing proudly in the sky, alone against the Ji family. The aura of one person surprisingly temporarily subdued the entire Ji family army. This Ji family is really sketchy. Li Changge couldn't help but despise it in his heart. The show is quite big, but in the end, when they do it, they all reveal themselves. They are simply a group of useless-looking goods. Li Changge hurriedly transmitted his voice to Li Tian, telling him to take it easy and not to lay down a deadly blow that would scare these people away. Li Tian above the firmament looked back at Li Changge, and after seeing Li Changge nodding gently, he was finally sure that he hadn't heard wrong. Even though he wasn't quite sure why Li Changge wanted to act on his own, he still obeyed. The Ji clan finally came back to their senses, and this time, they directly sent out 2 saints and a dozen divine emperors to lay siege to Li Tian. Luckily, there was Li Changge's advice. Otherwise, these people would definitely have no return. A dozen people fought back and forth in the sky as Li Changge held down Li Xian and Li Yuxiu and the others. Just then, another voice came. Great Xia group of ministers listen. Li Changge below the offense. Disrespect to the upper clan. The crime cannot be punished, but my Ji family has always been benevolent. Know that all of you are mostly innocent. From now on, immediately come out to surrender. Can spare you and others not to die. Those ministers who were scared out of their wits in the Golden Palace heard the words, but there were 7 or 8 out of 10 who even crawled and rolled and ran out, kneeling down to the warships in the sky. Asshole, Zhou Zhong, your father once fought with me in the south and the north. That was such an iron bone and heroism. How did he give birth to such a weakling like you? And Yang Xiong, Zhao He, you are all weaklings. You really disgraced the face of your ancestors. Chapter 29, Can't Let Go. In the face of Li Changge's angry scolding, the group of people simply ignored it. All that was left in their hearts was the awe of the immortal family. Would that behemoth be something they could mess with? After so many years of listening, these people have long been scared out of their wits by Shangzong. Their spines are broken and their knees are soft. Li Changge shook his head in disappointment. Ridiculous. He even released his breath to help them block Weiya, attempting to renew their spine for them. Good. Those who recognize the time are wise. Li Changge, you still don't want to tie your hands and surrender. Ji Lingxian flew out from one of the warships and looked down at Li Changge. The aura of a sage king erupted recklessly, further shocking everyone present. The corner of Li Changa's mouth twitched as he released his breath, shielding those ministers who were still hesitant to watch and didn't fall back at the first opportunity. He looked up at Ji Lingxiang and said, "Don't bull me. If you have the ability, you can come. My Li Changa's head is right here. I'm afraid that you guys don't have the ability to take it away." Stubborn. Ji Lingxiang gave a cold shout, then looked down on the group of ministers below and said, "I'll give you guys a chance. Whoever can kill Li Changa with their hands, not only will the past grudges be wiped out, but I'll also be able to take you guys to cultivate in the Ji clan. And by that time, Divine King and Divine Emperor won't be a problem." This last promise is not a bad one to kill. The eyes of those ministers who no longer had the slightest bit of backbone to speak of instantly lit up and breathed heavily, while the eyes of a significant portion of those who were still hesitant to wait and see came to life. Boom! A group of people directly exploded their cultivation and rushed toward Li Changa. Unfortunately, the highest cultivation level was only at the God-gathering realm, or the early stage. Enough! Li Changa let out a furious cry. The bodies of the fastest runners directly exploded, while the others were instantly compressed to the ground by the aura that descended from the sky, unable to move a single bit. "Ji Lingfeng, leave those treasure ships of yours behind, and you people can leave," Li Changa ordered to the sky. The corner of Ji Lingxiang's mouth twitched. She had just gotten over the addiction of crusading against a rebel, imagining the miserable picture of Li Changa's rebellion and being mercilessly ravaged by her own capture, and had just thought of the excitement. As a result, it's not even high asterisk yet. Li's long song is about to end, and she had to leave all the treasure ships behind. He didn't say any of that when he came. Ji Lingxiang was depressed beyond belief, but she didn't dare to disobey Li Changa's orders. Finally, she reached out and grabbed her hand in the middle of the imperial city, and two figures were brought before her. The same two lovers of Ji Xiaokuan who worked as a flower girl in the Department of Teaching, earning spirit stones for Li Changa. "The treasure ship can be left behind for you. I'll take these two away," Ji Lingxiang said. "They can go. Then you stay." As soon as Li Chang's singer grabbed it, Ji Lingxiang was powerless to resist and directly fell into his arms from a high altitude. The mountains are soaring with green colors, and the dancing sleeves are reflecting the sunshine. Pear blossoms compete with each other in the rain, and peonies are made up in the smoke. But if you can get the enchanting Real national color, you can marry the king of Daxia and serve him. You're not true to your word. You're shameless. Ji Lingxiang struggled in Li Changa's arms. "Master of the house." The crowd of the Ji clan flew out of the worship with a hoot and a holler, looking at Ji Lingxiang, who had fallen into the clutches of the devil, and each of them cried out in shock. That's right, the current Ji Lingxiang was already the head of the Ji family, the immortal family, but now they could only find a taller man within the dwarf, allowing Ji Lingxiang, a sage king, to hold up the facade of the entire family. "Stop!" Everyone abandoned ship immediately and returned to the clan to cultivate. No one is allowed to go out without an edict. Ji Lingxiang looked at the righteous indignation of the clansmen, fearing that they would be impulsive. She hurriedly opened her mouth to rebuke them. A group of people heard the words and could not help but stop in the void and look at each other. "Don't you guys listen to my words?" Seeing this, Ji Lingxiang could only put on the majesty of a family head and look coldly at those clansmen. "Yes, we honor the order of the family head." Ji Lingxiang was the family head appointed by the emperor's daughter herself. How could these people dare to resist? These people come with great fanfare, rubbing their fists and killing, but when they leave, they are all downcast, like defeated roosters. A group of people formed a large formation, then turned into a pillar of light and disappeared from in front of Li Changa and the others, leaving behind only densely packed warships in the sky. Li Changa waved his hand to put away these warships, and the sunlight shone on the earth again. Those ministers kneeling on the ground bathed in sunshine, but did not feel the warmth of the sun in the slightest, and only felt a cold air from the tailbone straight to the brain, so that one of their bodies to pull out the cold. Come on people, these people have bad intentions, their crimes should be put to death. Press them down. Their family members, men over 10 years old are exiled and filled into the prisoner army. Women over 10 years old are sent to the Department of Education, and those under 10 years old are sent to the official shelter. If they dare to disobey they will be killed without amnesty. Li Changa opened his mouth and gave direct orders. As this order was given, many people's bodies went limp and directly paralyzed on the ground. There were also those who screamed that Li Changa was ungrateful, disregarding his former brotherly love and brutalizing his brother's descendants. Li Changa's gaze was cold and fate as he glanced at these people. Li Tai saw this, directly up to the snap his too big mouth, directly hit these people full of teeth off, dizziness and eyes starry. This day the capital city of Daxia killing head rolling, blood flow into the river. The past days of the noble women of the rich and powerful wail constantly. Once the proud daughter of the sky was put on the yoke to seal the cultivation, sent into the department of the church. On this day, 12 warships left the palace and headed straight for the Junnan road. On this day, A secular imperial power completely overrode an immortal family. This day, too, is destined to go down in history. In the evening, a figure entered the palace in a hurry. Longbow, you're here to plead for that grandson of your brother's? Li Chang'e looked at the visitor with a joyless and sorrowless expression on his face and said, this time the people who mutinied had Li Changbao's relatives, and they were also his elder brother's grandsons, the children that Li Changbao had watched grow up. The reason why the other party was able to enter the palace and be in a position of power. To say that there was no help from Li Changbao, Li Chang'e would not believe it even if he died. Li Changbao smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, it's me who didn't teach that child well. How can I still have the face to plead with His Majesty? Your Majesty, keeping those children under the age of 10 is already considered an extra legal favor. I came here because I want to take my leave from Your Majesty. Thanks to the elixir rewarded by Your Majesty, not only did I regain my sound body, my cultivation was also able to make a breakthrough. So I want to go out to the outside world to see and find the person I once was. Li Chang'e nodded, understanding that what he had done was considered to have indirectly severed the ties between Li Chang'e and the Grand Xia dynasty, and that he could now be considered all alone. Li Chang'e did not stay, and also knew that there was no point in staying. In the end, he took out a bow and a book of arrows borrowed from the Ji family and gave it to Li Changbao. This side, Li Changbao had just left when the oldest four, Lian, approached him. Without saying anything, he directly knelt down, his eyes looking straight at Li Chang'e. Li Chang'e used his ass to know what this lickspittle was here for. The head of the Wang family jumped the most in this mutiny, and was directly shocked to death by Li Chang'e's release of his breath. And Wang Rui was implicated as a result and sent to the Department of Education. This guy is definitely here to plead for mercy. However, it is also counted that this guy still has some points in his heart and understands that this is a big deal, and does not dare to open his mouth directly. Li Chang'e hadn't wanted to ignore him, but the look in this guy's eyes was unbearable. Can you imagine what it's like to have a pair of eyes staring directly at you every minute of every day? No matter what you're doing, son, it's time for you to let go. Li Chang'e knew that a licking dog couldn't be woken up by a fight, so he could only take a gentle approach. No, father, I can't let go. Lian sniffed, his eyes instantly reddened, and he whimpered under his breath. You have to let go even if you can't let go. Li Chang'e said that girl from the Wang family is not a good match for you. If you really can't let go, I'll teach you a way. Under Lian's gaze, Li Chang'e said loftily, you can try putting it in first and then putting it down. What puts it in? Liam said. Li Chang'e looked at his son, who was as pure as a piece of white paper, and couldn't help but slap his forehead, saying, go outside and ask a random guard. By then if you don't want to put it in, you can't blame me if someone else puts it in ahead of you. Whether you want to be a pioneer of the road, a pioneer, a courageous one, or an inheritor, taking the road that others have taken, it's up to you to choose. Get lost. Chapter 30, Centralization of Power by Kings. Li Chang'e shook the heavens with force, and anyone who dared to disobey was decapitated. Starting from the Jiangnan Road, it quickly radiated to the entire Daxia territory, regardless of the size of the clan family. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Those who are obedient will be given generous treatment. Those who resist will have their families copied and exterminated. The men will be exiled to the army, and the women will be pressed into the Department of Education, earning spirit stones for Daxia and contributing to the construction of Daxia. Those who submitted moved their clans to Kyoto and enjoyed high official pay, but were also subject to the administration of the imperial rule. The feudal system was abolished and the centralization of power by the king was quickly implemented. From the beginning to the official functioning of the system, Li Chang'e only used 3 months. Now that the framework is in place, the details need to be filled in and refined slowly. Your Majesty, the Ji family also needs someone to manage it. Can you let Ling Frost go back? In the steamy bath, Li Chang'e leaned against the edge of the pool with a slight fatigue. A voluptuous and charming woman who looked no more than 30 years old leaned into his arms and pampered him. What do I have to do with the affairs of your Ji family? Li Chang'e opened his eyes, glanced at the enchanting beauty in his arms, and said insensitively, Your Majesty, is our Ji family not your Ji family? Moreover, our Ji family now has 3 people carrying your Li family bloodline. Do you really want to see our Ji family weaken? On the other side, Ji Qingxian, whose temperament was cold and magnificent, pouted her red lips and pouted in a cute manner. Having been bullied by Li Chang'e for so long, she gradually figured out this dog man's temper. With him, it's just a matter of running down the hairs and coming in soft might work. Otherwise, Li Chang'e heard, reached out and pinched Ji Qingxuan's chin, said you do not mention this matter as just, together with this matter lousy fire gas is big. With a splash, Ji Lingxian looked up from the bath, panting, you do that. Seeing this, Li Chang'e smoothly pressed the back of Ji Qingxuan's head and pressed her into the water. Hiss! Li Chang'e sucked in a mouthful of cold air, followed by Ji Ruoyan came over at the right time. her proud upper body pressed on Li Changa's chest, her red lips on each other, blocking Li Changa's mouth. Nima, this is the kind of life a king should enjoy. Li Changa sank, facing the siege of the three daughters of the Ji family who were not the least bit martial. Even if Li Changa was brave and invincible, he finally had to let go and let Ji Lingxiang go back to the Ji family. I am honored by the world as the ancestral dragon. I am born. When I open up the territory for my daxia, so that the people are happy and well-being, the young have something to rely on the old to support. I die, but also when I turn into a dragon soul, to protect my daxia all the world peace. Since today, the country's counties, state capitals, in turn, the establishment of the Palace of Learning, for my daxia 10,000 people to pass on the work of teaching, more than 3 or 6 years of age teenagers, regardless of gender, all enrolled in the school, according to the materials taught 100 arts. In addition, the establishment of the Jin Demon Guards, the upper monitoring of the 100 officials, the lower body of the people's feelings, as policy after policy is implemented, it is accompanied by huge spending. However, the current Li Changa lacked everything, just not spirit stones. Not to mention, he previously confiscated the proceeds from the Ji family, but in the past 3 months, he copied so many houses of the gentry, it is also enough for him to spend for a while. 1,000 powers in one body also means a heavier burden on the shoulders. Li Changa was busy every day. On this day, Li Changa took care of things in the imperial study and just wanted to go out for some air. Suddenly, a familiar figure was seen pushing its way in. I said I heard magpies chirping this morning, so it's because the Ji family head is about to make a grand entrance. This is to give me the good news in advance. Li Changa looked at Ji Lingxiang, who he hadn't seen for 7 or 8 days, and laughed. The thing that His Majesty asked me to keep an eye on has an eye on it. In just a few days, that relic will be opened. Ji Lingxiang said without any nonsense, getting straight to the point. Aha, got it. Is there anything else? Li Changa nodded his head. Regarding the matter of the relic, he only remembered that there was such a thing when he read the novel. Ji Xiaokuan followed his own silly son in the beginning, grabbing the opportunity to seize the treasure to play a good time. Among the things that Li Changa was interested in, other than a technique that had been mentioned in the novel, there was only that mysterious and unpredictable lying fairy. Now that there is news, it's good to take the time to visit. No more. Ji Lingxiang glanced at Li Changa, her slender waist twisted, her peach lightly shaking, and she was about to leave. Li Changa looked at that beautiful back, the corner of his lips slightly hooked, reached out and grabbed. Ji Lingxiang couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise from her mouth. Her body flew up in the air uncontrollably, and she directly fell into Li Changa's embrace. You, what are you doing? Ji Lingfang hooked her hands around Li Changa's neck instinctively. A blush surfaced on her fair face, and her voice said weakly, that goes without asking. Of course. Li Changa heatedly smiled, picked up Ji Lingxiang's chin, looking at the red lips as warm and moist as cherries after the rain in front of him. He lowered his head and pecked a mouthful of it, and said with a cozy face, I haven't seen you for so long. Did you miss me? No. Ji Lingxiang hastily shook her head to deny it. However, the clear eyes had unconsciously become clouded with a layer of watery mist, and his breathing had become rapid and burning. It's not a good boy who tells lies. Li Changa embraced Ji Lingxiang's waist with both hands, blowing hot air by her earlobe. If you don't want to think about me, just pass a message. Why do you need to make a trip in person as the head of the Ji family? Feeling the trembling of the person in his arms, Li Changa couldn't help but laugh even more freely. No, not at all. Ji Lingfang's voice was hoarse as she said in a broken voice, I just want to meet the imperial daughters and discuss something with them. Oh, Li Changa let out a bad smile, raised his palm and shook it in front of Ji Lingfang's eyes. Then what do you think this is? Ji Lingshan looked at Li Changa's freshly water-washed palms, greatly embarrassed, turned around, opened her mouth, and viciously bit him on the shoulder. Okay, let's see. Why are you still crying? If you cry again you'll be a big fancy cat. Li Changa let her bite for a while before pulling the person up and holding her in his arms to soothe her. You're the big fancy cat? Your entire family is big spendy cats. Ji Lingshuang pouted. Ha! First you tell lies and now you dare to scold me. Let's see how I'll punish you. Li Changa opened his mouth and directly drew out his belt as he spoke. With his hand, he pressed Ji Lingxian on the table where he had just approved the zhang. Your Majesty, the 7th princess seeks an audience outside. The chief eunuch stood outside the screen and opened his mouth to report. Li Changa sniffed and directly shoved the disheveled Ji Lingxiang under the table and spoke, let her in. Shao Qi was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate. Li Changa didn't want her to get sunburned outside. Li Anren followed the chief eunuch quickly came to the imperial study. Small Chiong nose slightly wrinkled. Eyes flashed a trace of doubt said father. You should be more ventilation in this room. A strange smell. Saying that, he helped Li Changa open the window of the imperial study. Ahem. Shao Qi, what do you want from father? Li Chang'e said. Li Anren sniffed. Her face couldn't help but flash a touch of frustration. Her hands twisted the corners of her clothes. Her voice weakly said, "Father, the other older brothers and sisters and younger sisters all have something to do. My daughter would also like to share her father's worries." When Li Chang'e heard this, he frowned slightly and thought about it just before speaking. As a result, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "I can't believe someone bit myself under the table. Father, what's wrong with you?" After Li Anren saw Li Chang'e's expression, his face couldn't help but look even more downcast and said, "If it doesn't work then forget it. Have you thought about what kind of work you're going to do?" Li Chang'e said. Li Anren, who looked downcast and was just about to retire, sniffed, and her eyes snapped to life. "My daughter wants to go to the Devil Suppressor Guards to help her father arrest the outlaws within the Great Summer." "Okay, here's the token. Go ahead, do a good job." Hiss. Li Chang'e didn't even hear what his own baby girl said and directly pulled out a token to send the person away. Li Anren left and the people under the table subsided. Li Chang'e, however, was displeased with this and directly pressed her head, pressing the bad woman who wanted to crawl out from under the table back under the table and sternly ordering to continue. That bite lasted most of the day. Li Chang'e also slowly remembered what Li Anren had just said. Demon Guard. What's Seven going to do at the Demon Guard? Chapter 31, Immortal Family Wang Family. Li Chang'e thought about it and just assumed that the girl was doing it for fun. As for whether she would have any bad intentions, it wasn't that Li Chang'e looked down on her own daughter. Rather, in a world where individual greatness is attributed to oneself and where man is the victor, the power of an ordinary man is simply too small. After Ji Lingshan left in contentment, Li Chang'e looked for Xia Eveningqing and told her that Xiao Qi was going to the Jin Demon Guards and asked her to look after her secretly. Not bad. The commander of the Devil Suppressor Guards was no other than Xia Eveningqing. Nowadays, there are too few people around him who can be of great use. Apart from a few of his children, the only person he can trust is Xia Eveningqing. Xiao Qi, an ordinary person, going to a place as dangerous as the Devil Suppressor Guard. Isn't this nonsense? Xia Eveningqing frowned. I'm not sure what that girl is thinking. You help watch over her. After experiencing danger a few times, I think she'll know what to do. Li Chang'e held Xia Eveningqing on his lap and said, "Easy for you to say. Do you know how busy I am right now?" Xia Eveningqing rolled her eyes and said, "Ha ha, those who can do more work. Then the trouble is that your wife will work hard again." Li Chang'e licked his face, raised his hand to help her pinch her shoulders and said, "The situation in the world has just been finalized. There are too few people available, and the people I can trust are just a few of you. Alright, you should be tired after so many days. Xiao Qi has me to take care of her, so you don't need to worry about it." Xia Eveningqing held the palm of Li Chang'e's hand that was helping her pinch her shoulder, turned her head to look at him with a heartbroken expression, and said, "You shouldn't be too tired either." After speaking, he tried to get up, but ended up being held by Li Chang'e in a deadly embrace. "Don't leave tonight. Stay overnight at Qianyuan Palace." Li Chang'e wrapped his hands around the person dead center in his arms, placing his lower handle on her shoulder, breathing in the body fragrance of the other party's body that was like orchids and musk, exhaling, "I can't. I still have a lot of things to do there." Xia Eveningqing sidestepped her head in an attempt to avoid Li Chang'e's annoying mouth. But how could Li Chang'e let her have her way? Things are never too busy, and we haven't been together for many days, so it's a good idea to choose a day. And today is the perfect day to steal a few moments. Saying that, he directly hugged Xia Eveningqing's mature and plump enchanting body and headed towards his chambers. Xia Eveningqing's pink face was shy, raising her hand to gently pound on Li Chang'e's shoulder twice as a sign of defiance. She let Li Chang'e carry her into the inner room. Soon, the entire bedchamber resounded, with a brisk rhythm and crisp sound of applause. 2 days later, the savage land. A flying boat shuttled in and stayed in this part of the world that was normally a bird's nest. Mud. Why are there so many people? It's hard to believe that all these people have dog noses. Li Chang'e stood on the deck of the flying boat and looked at the endless stream of people, either riding on the flying boat spells, or traveling in the air, or riding on their mounts, and in a short while the crowd filled this part of heaven and earth, and he couldn't help but skim his lips. The sinking abyss realm is huge and boundless, and the land where everyone lives is just a small part of it, and there is a large barren land outside, in which there are 10,000 races. Of course, there are strong races and weak races. This area where Li Chang'e and the others were now was still close to the human side of the region, and at the moment, it had also attracted quite a few other foreign races. Those foreigners made Li Chang'e look at them with wonder. The one with a handful of gorgeous feathers on top of his head is the Feather Clan, and that one whose face is covered with a large area of phosphorus armor belongs to the Scale Armor Clan, and their strengths and weaknesses can be judged entirely by the feathers and scale armor on their appearance. Ji Qingshan leaned on the railing beside Li Chang'e and looked at the two foreigners, saying, "The more bright and colorful the feathers on the Feather Clan's head, the stronger the strength and the more noble the bloodline." While the scale armor on the scale clan's face makes the color purer and the stronger the strength the more noble the bloodline, Li Chang'e will be her out of the news all right down. Looking at Ji Qingxian at the moment the enchanting back curve, full of peach quietly reach out to. This woman is now doing everything she can to have an heir of her own. Li Chang'e was a bit amused. 9 is the extreme of the number. He is the emperor of the earth. 9 to 5. Plus the stronger the strength the more difficult it is to conceive an heir. Li Chang'e has an intuition that it should be difficult for him to have an heir in the future. However, he naturally wouldn't foolishly tell Ji Qingxian and Ji Ruyan about this. Ji Qingxuan's body slightly stiffened, feeling the big hand that was making trouble behind her. A cold and unrivaled pretty face quickly became flushed, just as she was nervous and anticipating what was about to happen. Suddenly, snap, it's outside, pay attention to your image. Li Chang'e slapped his face not lightly, full of righteousness. Ji Qingxian, dog man, wait for me, sooner or later I will subdue you one day. She viciously cursed in secret, but her person obediently stood up straight, like a well-behaved and understanding maid, obediently standing aside. Coming, Li Chang'e's gaze suddenly looked towards the void more than 10 kilometers away, and with a wave of his hand, Li Tai, who was cultivating inside the flying boat, was directly lifted out by him and commanded, "Let everyone get ready to enter the relics immediately." It was at this moment that a large flying boat suddenly appeared, the array pattern engraved on its body glowing and blooming with a powerful pressure, driving long and squeezing into the place where the special fluctuations were emanating. Everyone retreat 30 miles or suffer the consequences. After the words were spoken, on the flying boat, a large flag was unfurled, revealing an eye-catching word King. It doesn't seem like there's this, does it? Could it be the butterfly effect? Li Chang'e muttered softly, then looked at Ji Qingxian and said, what is the origin of this Wang family? Do you know? Aha! Ji Qingxian nodded her head and said with a grave expression, the Wang family also belongs to the immortal family. There are 3 existing exalted in the family, and it is rumored that their family's supreme exalt is still alive in the world. Ji Qingxian said, is the supreme being of their family as strong as you? Li Chang'e said. When Ji Qingxian heard this, she remembered that she appeared to be a supreme being now as well. Although this supreme being of her own was known as the most faceless supreme being, this facelessness was only in front of Li Chang'e. In front of others she could completely stump up. I'm afraid that even if the supreme emperor of the Wang clan is still alive, he's still a piece of rotten wood that can't be used for any great purpose. How can he be compared to me? The imperial maiden's arrogance as the first daughter of an ancient great emperor had finally returned. Then what are you afraid of? If you can't do it, then do him. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject on the shore of the land. And if you don't obey the discipline and don't comply with the rights and laws, you will all be exterminated. Li Chang'e waved his hand in a domineering manner and said, Qingxian, it's your turn to take action. Tell those little people to die and get out of the way. If they dare to stand in the way, they're against our Ji family. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Ji Qingxian looked at Li Chang'e dumbfounded. Don't care about those details. You and I are one. It's not the same who strikes. Not to mention, isn't your Ji family my Ji family? Li Chang'e wrapped his arm around Ji Qingxuan's small waist and said, not to mention that I heard that 2 more of your Ji family lizards are having my Li family's children. What else could Ji Qingxian say? When she met such a shameless person, she could only say that she was unlucky. Boom! A topsy-turvy Dharma image suddenly appeared in the world. Surrounded by the stars of the 10,000 heavens, the same immortal family instantly recognized that this was the inherited mastery of the starry sky divine body Ji family. Chance of creation is meant to be something without a master. Your Wang family's face is really big. Get lost. With that, a large hand slapped out, and the Wang clan's worship was directly slapped into the distance as if it was being swept away like trash. Ji family, how dare you? Your imperial daughter is already buried up to her neck in yellow soil. How dare you make enemies with our Wang family? Are you really not afraid that our Wang family will kill your Ji family in the future? Exterminate your Ji family's bloodline, and extinguish your Ji family's Dao lineage? An angry roar came from the Wang family's worship. Chapter 32, The Fairy. The bloodline is destroyed, the Taoist lineage is extinguished, and the neck is buried in the yellow earth. 3 sentences in one sentence were poking Ji Qingxuan's lungs. The face of the imperial daughter of the Ji clan at this moment could be described as wonderful. Qingxian, don't be a wimp. Go on, blow them up directly. It's fine, I'll hold it for you when the sky collapses. Don't be afraid. A small great saint dares to curse you for burying your neck in yellow soil, and also exterminate your family lineage, and extinguish your family's inheritance. Can you tolerate this? Li Chang'e watched the fun and frantically fanned the flames. He wanted to use Ji Qingxuan's hand to probe the true bottom of these immortal families. Although Ji Qingxian knew Li Chang'e's purpose and intentions, she just couldn't help the anger in her heart. Facing the great saint of the Wang clan who was still clamoring, her eyes were frighteningly cold. A finger was like a heavenly pillar, with thousands of stars dazzlingly dazzling. poking down directly from the sky. Even at this point, the great sage of the Wang clan was still clamoring. Ji family, you dare. My Wang family ancestor will not let you go. Another day will definitely board the door. Boom! The warship was in tatters, and the great sage of the Wang clan never thought that the Ji clan would actually dare to lay a deadly hand on him until he died. From beginning to end, the great sage of the Wang clan surprisingly didn't even resist except for his mouth beeping a few times, making Li Changa's attempt to see the Wang clan's mastery fall flat. Thousands of people at the scene were silenced, not expecting a team from an immortal family to be like this, dead without even a crumb left. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen in the cultivation world. I'm afraid you're satisfied. Ji Qingxian looked at Li Changa. Li Changa shook his head and said, unfortunately, I didn't get to see the Wang family's mastery. Wang family Great Emperor inheritance. Named Great Emperor Jinshi Fist, the boxing method is fierce and unparalleled. When performed, the qi and blood are like mercury, as if a brilliant great sun is approaching the world. Ji Qingxian explained. Like this? Li Changa nodded his head, then looked at Ji Qingxian and smiled. Don't be afraid. You go back to the Ji family now. If there's something that happens, use your soul blood to send me a message. I'll be the first to go over and help you. It's just as well if the Wang family doesn't come, but if they dare to offend my woman, I'll make sure they have no return. Ji Qingxian looked at Li Changa's confident and calm appearance, and listened to him say that he is his woman. The heart warmed at the same time. This is the hard mouth said who is afraid. The Wang family is just a district. This seat can be suppressed with just one hand. The voice was still echoing, but the figure had slowly faded and disappeared from the warship. Li Changa shook his head, having long since seen this woman's mouthful and consistent stiff upper lip. Go! Into the secret realm. With a wave of his hand, Chang Li Singer led a group of people directly into the secret realm. Although there was a cultivation restriction for entering the secret realm, after Li Changa's 9-dragon divine body reached the broken pole and gave birth to the 10th true dragon vision, he could even hide it from the heavenly thunder tribulation, let alone a small secret realm. However, after entering the secret realm, there was a pressure that acted directly on his body, causing him to only be able to exert his cultivation below the saint realm. Li Changa didn't care about this. Turning his head and looking around, he realized that everyone had separated and he was now on a hill. The secret realm was so big that you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Li Changa followed his bloodline perception and determined the direction of Old Five, rushing over without haste. Secret realm treasure hunting, following the Son of Qi is correct. This time, there were a total of 30 or so people from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, all of whom were people with cultivation talent that had sprung up from all walks of life during this period of time. After entering the secret realm, the chance of creation depends on the ability. Crisis and misfortune also depends on personal opportunity. Li Changa followed Old Five, and he had to say that Old Five truly deserved to be a person with great fortune, and some of the means along the way surprised even him. Ever since switching to the illusory sky divine skill, with the tilting of all sorts of top-notch resources, his strength was even greater by leaps and bounds. It had only been a few months, and he had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm from the early stage of the Saint Realm. Li Changa followed him all the way and watched him break through the barrier without any danger, moving forward and smoothly finding the most precious treasure room in this secret realm. Maybe it was really meant to be. The secret books of feats he didn't get in the original. Now without Ji Xiaokuan messing around, he still didn't get them. Li Changa shook his head and found an ancient jade slip from the secret compartment of the secret room. The divine sense sank into it to take a look, and the 4 large words containing the Tao, Yuan Ling Immortal Technique, were instantly reflected in the sea of consciousness. Li Changa was certain that he had never seen such writing before, but after seeing it, he was able to easily understand the meaning in each character. The Yuan Ling Immortal Technique was a special secret method that could nourish the spirituality of the body, and when cultivated to a high level of depth it could differentiate into an out-of-body avatar that was equal to the strength of the main body and could stay in the world for a long period of time, a method that could not be said to be too strong. If it wasn't for Old Five, even if Li Changa knew that this secret realm possessed this secret method, it wouldn't have been an easy task to find it. Now it's just a matter of following around for a few days before finding it. No less. Finally, 7 days later, Li Changa followed Old Five and discovered a secret room deep within the secret realm. The temperature inside the chamber was extremely low, and even Li Tai, who was already in the middle stage of the Sage realm, couldn't help but fight a cold battle when he approached the chamber. Seeing this, Li Changa no longer hid his figure and directly appeared beside Li Tai. Father, father, Li Tai's eyelids fluttered, and he was relieved to see that the visitor was Li Changa. You go out. The chances here are too big for you to grasp. Li Changa waved his hand and said. When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling as if this was somewhat familiar. I remembered that the last time my father asked for his ring, he had said something similar to himself, but afterward, he had also given himself unexpected compensation. Say that this time, and he should have something to say about it afterward. Tai Li had some expectations. An illusory air divine skill, plus a sacred pill, had already given him a taste of sweetness. Li Tai arched his hand and joyfully retreated. Li Changa frowned slightly, somewhat unable to figure out why he was still so happy when this guy's chances had all been taken away by himself. Not being able to figure it out, Li Changa didn't dwell on it. Take a step and head straight inward. White mist floated in the secret room. It was the ultimate icy cold air. However, Li Changa's exuberance of chi and blood is rare in the world, and the Nine Dragons' divine body breaks the pole, so the district's icy cold air has to go around when it sees him. Li Changa took a step forward, and the cold air along the way automatically made a path for him. Soon, Li Changa arrived at the center of the secret room. The formation patterns engraved on the secret room had long been worn down by the years and their power dissipated. Li Changa's foot gently rubbed, and the formation pattern on the ground was instantly erased, never to be seen again in the slightest. Following that, a transparent ice coffin about 3 feet long slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. TSK. As expected of a fairy, she's just as pretty as she looks. Li Changa couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the woman in the ice coffin that was like a dead body. Saying that, he waved his palm, and with a loud boom, the lid of the ice coffin flew straight up. Li Changa came to the front of the ice coffin, looked down at the woman lying in the ice coffin. Close distance can feel the woman kind of transcendent beauty. He reached out and gently touched the woman's red lips, not cold and stiff at all, but soft and warm, like a sleeping beauty. Seeing this, Li Changa bit his index finger and dripped out a drop of essence blood to fall into the woman's forehead. The body of the woman who was originally like a dead body slightly trembled and instantly moved. Li Changa was not surprised to see this, and his yuanshan sank directly into the woman's sea of consciousness. How about a deal? Who are you? Never mind who I am? I just want to make a deal with you. What's the deal? How about giving me your innate yuan-yin, and then do one more thing for me, and I'll help you get rid of the Tai True Water's erosion of your body? Chapter 33, 10 years. Li Changa opened the door and directly stated the purpose. Coffin Fairy's origin, identity and background. Name and strength are not explained in the original. It was only written that the woman's body and soul were eroded by the Taijin Shui, and that she needed to use the man's pure yang qi in order to wear it down. Of course, if you want to remove Taijin Shui, an ordinary man's pure yang qi naturally won't work. However, Li Changa was carrying a 9-dragon divine body, and it was also a 9-dragon divine body that had surpassed those before him, so it was naturally not a problem to help the woman remove the Tai True Water from her body. Actually, in your state, you don't have the right to refuse at all. But I'm a bit more democratic and don't really like to force myself on people, so that's why I thought of making a deal with you. Li Changa looked at the shivering woman in the white mist and spoke with a smile. Have you thought about it? The woman sniffed and sighed languidly. Do I have a choice? I, Lai Qingyue, swear to the heaven and earth avenue to voluntarily offer my innate yuan-yin, as long as Li Changa can help me recover. I will let this matter go and unconditionally help and do what I can. If I violate this oath, heaven will strike me with thunder and my soul will be scattered. Lai Qingyue was very sensible, and after realizing that she had no power of choice, she simply followed Li Changa's instructions directly and swore the heavenly Tao oath. Seeing this, Li Changa nodded with satisfaction. His consciousness directly exited Lai Qingyue's sea of consciousness and jumped into the ice coffin. Soon, belt boots, clothes one after another floated out of the ice coffin. Enough. Li Qingyue looked at Li Changa, who was lying on top of her, and refused to leave, her face blushing as she said, "Fairy, you were bleeding just now. I have to help you heal again." Li Changa said righteously. Lai Qingyue, who had just regained her sobriety and was still weak in both strength and soul, could only passively endure Li Changa's treatment. "Fairy, please turn around. I'll heal you from behind." This treatment totaled 2 days and 2 nights of treatment. Boom! Li Changa's aura violently broke through and reached the middle stage of the Zunsha realm. The sudden appearance of the aura was beyond the tolerance range of this space, immediately triggering a spatial collapse. Li Changa was slightly shocked, not expecting this, so he didn't hide anymore, and his cultivation of the Zunsha realm exploded, directly moving all the living beings in the secret realm out of the secret space. "Qingyu, what strength are you now?" Li Changa looked at his side, the white-clothed fairy with an elegant and unrivaled temperament and flawless appearance, and curiously said, "Don't get close to me, I'm not familiar with you." Lai Qingyue opened her mouth and glared fiercely at Li Changa, annoyed beyond measure at his offenses over the past few days. "Alright, then may I ask what Fairy Lai's current cultivation level is?" Li Changa said. This woman cultivated a special technique, and he was unable to detect the other party's cultivation realm at all. "Why do you keep asking about my cultivation?" Lai Qingyue looked at Li Changa with a wary expression. "What kind of person does Fairy Li take me for? It's true that I've been abrupt these past few days, but isn't it possible that the fairy is not at fault?" Li Changa said with a righteous face. "You mean that what happened in the past few days is still my fault?" Li Qingyue stared at Li Changge with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. Of course. Li Changge nodded and said with a serious face, who made Fairy Li so beautiful? And she's so cold and stubborn, and her voice is so beautiful, everyone can't help it, right? You're shameless. When Li Qingyue heard this, she was so ashamed and angry that she almost didn't turn her back, and a greenish finger trembled as she pointed at Li Changge's nose. Li Changge raised his hand, directly into the heart of the entire small hand. His voice became soft and magnetic, said, good girl, although my word's a little shameless, but good enough to be honest, right? You do have a pretty face and a good body. I like it very much, or you will follow me in the future. Ha! When Li Qingyue heard this, she almost lost her composure and instantly became calm, letting out a cold laugh under her breath before pulling out her palm and looking at Li Changge and saying, I'm unlucky for what happened in the past few days, so let's talk about it next. What do you want me to do? I'll tell you in advance. I only do what I can do. I can completely refuse things that are beyond my ability, or things that are forbidden by worldly morals. Li Changge sniffed and knew that his deep love attack had failed, but he wasn't discouraged. The reason I asked you about your cultivation realm is to confirm what you can do for me? If you don't say, how can I be sure that what I'm asking you to do isn't beyond your ability? Qingyu sniffed and glanced at Li Changge, her voice dull. Sage realm. After speaking, he said with some complacency, however, even if it's a sage king, I'm sure I can win in battle. Seeing this, Li Changge hurriedly put on a look of surprise and said, then I wonder what realm fairy was in her heyday. Ha! It scares you to death to say it. Li Qingyue sniffed and glanced at Li Changge, saying, in my heyday, this seat was in the realm of the Supreme. If not for the accident that occurred when absorbing the Taiyi true water, the position of the earth in that life would have belonged to me. While she spoke smugly, Li Changge listened with relief, fortunately not too outrageous. And look at this girl's tone of voice and demeanor. It will not be any deep-hearted old demon. District Supreme only, completely within the scope of the pinch, did not go beyond the control. Li Changge nodded, then said what he wanted her to do. You said you want me to be a protector for an ordinary mortal. Did I hear you right? Li Qingyue looked at Li Changge with a surprised expression. You didn't hear me wrong. Li Changge nodded. He was also improvising, thinking to find an excuse to keep Li Qingyue by his side. After all, the Taiyin divine body that was an innate hearth physique on the same level as the Xianin sacred body. If he could get it, Li Changge naturally didn't want to miss it. Specialty bodies who have used it say it's good. The first time let Li Changge's strength get a breakthrough. In the future, although it was not possible to have such a great improvement, but in the long run, under the accumulation of time, the cultivation was also much faster than cultivating alone to improve. And a good reason to find a protector for your daughter is a good reason. Figured she wouldn't say no. Sure enough, after thinking about it, Li Qingyue nodded her head in agreement. Li Changge nodded in satisfaction, then got up the boat and returned to the palace. This one was a perfect harvest. Everyone's face was all joy. The only one in an unattractive mood was old Five. Because, for once, his father whored himself out for nothing and didn't compensate him at all. In the 516th year of the Daxia calendar, Daxia Emperor Li Changge set a national policy of no peace, no vassalage, no reparations, rule by law, and a prince who violates the law commits the same crime as the common people. At the same time, the state capitals went on a rampage to establish academies, and the various secret books of Gongfu and cultivation resources produced batch after batch of cultivation geniuses. The Great Summer's national power could be said to be flourishing, and in just 10 years, the divine emperors that used to be as if they were a phoenix feather were now sprouting up like a rainbow, and the vast majority of these people took pride in joining the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, and the previous situation of a lack of talent available was finally gone. Great Xia imperial capital, Star River Place, Princess Residence. Li Changge lay comfortably in the middle of the bathtub, and a lightly matured beauty's slender index finger gently helped him knead his shoulders and arms. Your Majesty, how is the force? A soft inquiring voice sounded. Li Changge opened his eyes and said yes. You are the only one who has the most professional massage technique. It's a pity that you and Shao Qi moved out, and every time you want to enjoy a little bit of your service, you still have to run out of the palace. That's because your Majesty cares for concubine. If your Majesty needs it in the future, send someone to notify in advance. Concubine will just return to the palace to serve. Your Majesty has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Running back and forth like this, concubine's conscience can't be at ease. The beauty softly whispered. Li Changge raised his hand, pinched the catkin on his shoulder, and said, okay, next time, change you back to the palace to serve. After the words, a hand will be behind the human child pulled into the bathtub sat in his arms. Li Anren in military attire, with a faint bloody gas, from the Jin Demon Guard duty back, would like to go to the mother to ask for peace, but the result is just to the door to hear the room came from the voice of the sweet and gentle. The absolutely beautiful white face slightly reddened as she hurriedly turned away. already in her 20s. She has been working as an errand boy for 10 years in the Gendarme Guards, although she has not experienced it, but she should understand it, and as soon as she heard the voice, she knew what her father and mother were doing in there. She hurried away, but a faint figure solidified and stayed. Chapter 34, Immortal Family Goes to War. Ah! With a startled cry, the white-clothed figure listening to the corner of the wall outside the door was ripped right into the house by a force. Yikes! Su Qinghuan, who was lying on the edge of the tub, let out a shriek from her mouth. Her body tensed up, and she hastily clasped her hands to her chest. Li Chang'e was almost unable to tense up by the sudden tightness of hers. It was easy to hold back. Smiled and patted the Pat Miller said her old acquaintances afraid of what? After speaking, he looked at the white-clothed fairy not far away and said, Fairy Lai, do you want to join in? I don't want it. Li Qingyue opened her mouth and said that she was about to turn around and run away. But how could Li Chang'e not know what was in this woman's mind? This woman is just thin-skinned. One of those who wants it both ways. And since she was caught eavesdropping on the wall for the first time, she's eaten her words. Of course, it was also mainly because the yin-yang creation skill was more powerful, and every single day, it allowed the elegant and dusty fairy to feel her strength rapidly refining and recovering. This is the reason why Li Chang'e can get it so often. Li Chang'e pulled her over and said, I observe that fairy's cultivation should be at the peak of the great sage. Today is just right. I've come to help fairy break through the bottleneck and recover to the venerable realm. Fairy just want to speak, but the red lips were instantly blocked, turned into a whimper. Autumn water-like eyes instantly water mist dense. By the way, is Xiaoqi still studying formations nowadays? Li Chang'e looked at Immortal Li, who was sitting in her arms and undulating with the rippling water, and curiously inquired, Little Seven's array attainments are the only ones I've seen in my life, and in a short 10 years, the array attainments have already surpassed many of the array experts who have been indulging in this path for their entire lives. Immortal Li opened her mouth, her voice breaking. Your Majesty, do you think Xiaoqi can succeed? Su Qinghuan dragged her tired body on Li Chang'e's back, full of worry. Don't worry, this daughter of ours is much smarter than we expected. Li Chang'e reached out and touched her head. Pacified she can go to today's would have exceeded my expectations. Gendarme Guards, that kind of place inspector men cannot stay long. I thought she would be difficult to retreat. I did not expect that she even found another way. Although not good at force, but with the array and intellect to break out of the road, she will be able to go to. I cannot say, perhaps she can really surprise us. Maybe she can really give us a surprise is not certain. Said. In order to avoid Su Qinghuan continue to worry, Li Chang'e mercilessly pushed away Li Qingyue, personally helped Su Qinghuan on the horse and walk. Li Qingyute, on the Golden Palace. Li Chang'e stood up from the dragon chair and looked deep into the void. After so many years, I thought that the Wang family would be a shrinking turtle, but I didn't realize that it was waiting all along. And now they should think that Ji Qingxian has already sat down, right? Li Chang'e muttered. Then under the gaze of a court full of ministers, he laughed and said, today it's just right to open your eyes to what is called a truly great battle and what is called a truly strong person. Saying that, he waved his hand, and the space in the middle of the great hall coalesced into a mirror, reflecting the distant ancestral court of the Ji clan. In the dark and heavy sky, war flags hunted, one warship after another crossed the sky, and the light from the dense energy gunports converged a little bit. Boom! With a loud bang, a star giant appeared between heaven and earth, gazing at the endless warships around him that were like ants with a downward gaze. Wang family, retreat now and I can still pretend that nothing has happened? Otherwise, or else what? A figure appeared, similarly becoming incredibly tall, and held with Ji Qingxuan's Dharma face saying, originally thought that you had already turned into dust, but never thought that you were still alive. I just don't know how many more breaths you can take. I have heard that the imperial daughter of the Ji family has an outstanding style and is unrivaled in the heavens, and if she was not born in the wrong era and is expected to have the qualifications of a great emperor, today, I, Wang Tong, will come to receive a lesson and send you on your last journey, so that it will not be in vain for you to come to this world for a time. That's a lot of crap. Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, and the star battle flag appeared, directly wielding countless chaotic stars transformed into sword chi, killing towards the Wang clan exalted one. Ha! It's not like my Wang family doesn't have extreme Dao Emperor soldiers. A grayish copper furnace suddenly appeared. Its lid opened and a black hole formed inside, releasing an endless suction force that directly swallowed all of the sword chi released by the star battle flag. Ha ha, worthy of being the imperial daughter of the Ji family, Wang Tang manipulated his own extreme Dao imperial soldier, devouring the chaotic sword chi released by the Ji clan star battle flag. His face was slightly pale, but he was even more battle-intentioned and said, I, Wang Tang, am not weaker in my life, and I also possess the stature of a great emperor. It's just a pity that I was born in the wrong era, but I am fortunate enough to be able to fight with the Ji clan's imperial daughter today. so I am very comforted by it. Noisy, the imperial daughter of the Ji clan opened her mouth, the polar opposite of Wang Tang, the chatterbox, with an indifferent tone and few words. The strikes were more severe and decisive. She pinched her palms together and mobilized the power of the stars. Steeply the color of the sky shifted. The sky full of stars appeared. Everyone had a feeling as if they were in the infinite stars. A feeling of empty silence and vastness came out. One big star after another rumbled and rotated, releasing an endless aura that crushed toward Wang Tang. Ji family great emperor Jedi? It's just as well. Let the world see today whether my Wang family's great imperial Jedi is powerful or your Ji family's great imperial inheritance is superior. As Wang Peng opened his mouth to speak, he cupped his hand to make a fist seal. The Wang family's great emperor's Jedi. The great emperor's Jinshi fist. The fist was like a brilliant sun, unstoppable. Unfortunately, compared to Ji Qingxian, he was ultimately a realm behind. Boo! The blazing sun was extinguished, and the big stars turned into meteors falling from the sky one by one, smashing fiercely towards Wang Tang. Each one of those large stars was condensed by mana, and each one carried the way that Ji Qingxian herself had cultivated. And if one were to talk about destructive and destructive power, it far exceeded the impact of a real large star. Wang Tang's face changed as a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. Hastily speaking, he said, "Old ancestor, save me." Ugh! A ghostly sigh rang out, and immediately afterward, the boundless starry sky evolved by Ji Qingxuan's mana was torn apart from the outside world by a pair of large hands, spinning around, an old man and a centaur. The two appeared one after another. Ji family emperor daughter, amazing talent. In my admiration, heard that you were deeply wounded. Life expectancy is not much. Do not think rumors harm people. Nah. Imperial daughter not only healed, cultivation is 100-foot pole and further. Cross into the ranks of supreme. Really is congratulations. The old man here to congratulate you. About today this matter. This time is considered my Wang family planted. How about this, each back off a step? Can it be good? The old man looked at Ji Qingxian and said, "Joke, you guys said to take a step back. If it wasn't for the fact that my strength has made a breakthrough and my injuries have been healed, what are you guys going to do about it?" Ji Qingxian coldly said, "Ha ha, the imperial maiden is joking. As the same immortal family, there are some words that would be meaningless to pick apart. Besides, this time, it was your Ji family that made the first move to kill my Wang family's people, so it's only reasonable for us to launch a retaliation." The old man shook his head, then his face sank and said in addition, "The same immortal family. I just do not want our two families to make too ugly." Was picked up by others. Not afraid of the emperor's daughter. If it is you are not willing to take a step back on this, the big deal is to go to war. The Wang clan's old ancestor played both soft and hard, and Ji Qingxian was shocked for a moment. This world, even if you want to fight you need to have strength. Ji family has been weak for a long time. Far from just 10 years can change, and compared to the Wang family, both the high end of the battle force and the terminal battle force are crushed. How can we possibly get away with it if we really go to war? Ji Qingxian was also riding a bit of a tiger for a while. "Oh, you want to start a war, old man?" Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, followed by a figure whose body was shrouded in a layer of grey mist appearing in the middle of the battlefield. "Come on, let me try how hard your old clapper's bones are. Dare to call with me Hua Chang, you that strength?" Lang Lang's voice was as if he was a ruffian scoundrel, but the powerful aura emanating from his body made no one dare to underestimate him. The middle stage of the exalted realm, and it's only a step away from the late stage. The Wang clan ancestor's pale brows furrowed as his gaze landed on Ji Qingxian and he said in a deep voice, "Imperial maiden, I wonder who this is." Ji Qingxian looked at the man who came to her side. The heart that was originally in a state of flux was suddenly certain, as if it had a backbone. It was at this time that the words of the Wang clan's oldest ancestor rang out, and she was just about to open her mouth, only to hear the man beside her snatch his words first. "Qingxian is my Taoist partner. Who do you think I am?" Chapter 35, Support. The Wang family came with a large number of people, and there were not a few onlookers. All sorts of Dao laws intertwined in the void, all wanting to be the first to know the final outcome of this battle. Ji Qingxian, who was bound to die, not only didn't sit down, but instead, her cultivation went even further, reaching the supreme realm, which would have been beyond everyone's expectations. What was even more unexpected to everyone was that this person who suddenly popped up said that he was the Dao couple of the imperial daughter of the Ji clan. Clueless, everyone was a little confused. Ji family empress, that is the first daughter of the ancient emperor. The bloodline is very noble, coupled with its cultivation qualifications amazing. Appearance is also heavenly. Once upon a time there are many suitors, but she had to take care of who? And now she suddenly has a dog? Really? The three members of the Wang clan looked at Ji Qingxian in disbelief, wanting to confirm the truth from her. The man who called himself Hua Chang reached out and gently wrapped his hand around Ji Qingxuan's small waist, and Ji Qingxian, despite being a bit embarrassed, did not resist and leaned into the man's arms with a docile face. Old man, if you can beat them, you want to exterminate their entire clan and extinguish their Dao lineage. But if you can't beat them, you want to be reasonable, don't you? Hua Chang looked at the Wang clan's old ancestor on the opposite side and said nonchalantly, young man, I advise you not to be too exuberant. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor said with a somewhat gloomy face. Ha, can a young man still be called a young man if he's not exasperated? Hua Chang said with a disdainful tone. Long. Seeing how open the man was, Ji Qingxian was worried that he would make things unmanageable and was just about to open her mouth. The result was the man pinched his chin and lifted his head, saying, call Brother Chang. Don't be afraid. What's going on, Brother Chang? Cover you. After speaking, he lowered his head and gave Ji Qingxian a peck on her tantalizing red lips in front of everyone. At this moment, no sound was better than sound, and everyone knew that Ji Qingxian really did have a Daoist. And look at that. Must also be from the immortal family. Behind the force is strong. Just do not know exactly which one of the second-generation ancestor. Look at the strength and acting style. But there are a few families can be right. A group of people watching and eating speculated in their minds. Ji Qingxian sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of strong brother? Wasn't he just getting himself a vest and then using himself as a gun? However, she didn't split the stage. Her head was slightly lowered. 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, and her voice weakly said strong. Brother strong. Ugh, Li Changda answered, then very frivolously patted his butt and told Ji Qingxian to back off. He took a step forward and looked at the old ancestor of the Wang clan who was filled with a rotting aura and had white hair and a withered face and said, since you want to talk about it, then Brother Chang will give you face and take out 10 supreme level or higher techniques, and this matter will be put to rest. 10 supreme level or higher techniques. Why don't you go and grab them? Wang Tang jumped out and looked at Li Changda, who was shrouded in a layer of gray mist and whose face could not be seen, with an angry expression. Gun. A good idea. If you guys don't give it to me, I'll go and rob it. And then not only your Wang family's collection, but also your Wang family's great emperor's inheritance. It's just right to grab it all together. Li Changda said. Where the hell are these bandits from? Where did the imperial daughter of the Ji clan find such a mixed-up Taoist from without saying a word? Although the nature of this world is the weak and the strong rob the weak, but people always pay attention to an etiquette and shame. The more powerful the community, the more they want to face. What kind of guy like Kung talks about robbery so justifiably? It's not impossible to give you 10 supreme level or higher techniques. It depends on whether you have the ability to take them. The Wang clan ancestor's voice sank. You-hoo! You're going to arm wrestle with me, aren't you? Okay. Come on. Just the 3 of you, right? Together, or one by one. But first say goodbye. Strong brother, hand down, never a lightweight. If killed, but also you ask for it. Li Changda opened his mouth, completely a bastard. My son Wang Tang has the stature of a great emperor. Old ancestor, let him go and learn the opponent's superior skills. The middle-aged man behind the Wang clan's old ancestor spoke. Yes, the Wang clan's old ancestor, who was filled with deathly aura, nodded. But in the dark, he transmitted his voice. This time, make sure to go all out. Don't ask for credit, but make sure to fight out my Wang clan style. After Wang Tang received the voice transmission, he nodded and looked at Li Changda and said, hide your head and show your tail. At first glance, you are a white boy. Today I, Wang Tang, will let you know what is called a genius, so that you can see the great emperor's mastery of my Wang family. That's a lot of crap. If you're not going to make a move, then I will. Li Changda opened his mouth and directly swung his fist as he spoke. Anon, a dragon's roar moved heaven and earth. A purple gold divine dragon rose up to the sky, carrying endless destructive power as it opened its mouth and devoured towards Wang Tang. The Wang clan's old ancestor's face changed. Looking at the Wang Tang that looked like he was scared silly, his face was pale and didn't know how to resist. He couldn't care less about his own state. His withered palms pinched fist prints. He strongly raised his chi and blood, and fiercely blasted out with a fist. This fist was quite a bit of world-shattering power, transforming into a round of brilliant sun, directly meeting the devouring purple gold divine dragon. Boom! The entire heaven and earth was occupied by a bright light, and the means of all the melon eaters collectively failed at this moment, none of them understanding what was happening there. After sight was restored, the Wang clan's army was long gone. Only the tall figure whose body was filled with gray haze and the Ji family's imperial daughter, Ji Qingxian, stood in the void, and in front of them, no more and no less, there were exactly 10 jade slips emitting brilliant precious light, which were not mortal at first glance. TSK. It's really worthy of being an immortal family. This collection is indeed rich. After this, that old thing shouldn't have 2 years to live. The Wang family's great emperor's Jedi. We must borrow it at that time. Li Changdet get inside, and immediately all the eyes of the melon eaters were all cut off. Who is Wakung? Check. Make sure you find out what this person is up to. View the strength of this person, certainly from the immortal family or the longevity of the Taoist system, and the means he showed when he struck, either the longevity of the dragon family or the immortal Jun family. Tell the clansmen not to mess with the Ji family when they go out in the future. The storm clouds in the cultivation world are surging. However, Li Chang'e didn't pay any attention to this at all. He followed Ji Qingxian to the Ji clan's ancestral court and directly entered Ji Qingxuan's boudoir, and couldn't wait to take out those 10 secret books and view them. You created your own law? Ji Qingxian propped her chin on her hands and sat on the opposite side of the round table, looking at Li Chang'e. How can it be that simple? Li Chang'e shook his head and casually made a perfunctory remark. Ji Qingxian couldn't help but beep her mouth when she looked at him in this manner. Then with a turn of her eyes, her figure fluttered as if she were a big soft and boneless white fish, deftly squeezing into his arms and sitting on his lap, her hands clambering around his neck, exhaling as if it were an orchid and saying, "The great emperor ancient scriptures of our Ji family were all given to you, and all of the inherited masterpieces were also cheated away by you in various ways all of these years, so is it still not enough for you to create out a law of your own?" Li Chang'e looked at the Ji family's imperial daughter who was sitting in his arms with a pair of small restless hands, and could only put down the jade slip in his hands. His arms encircled Ji Qingxuan's small waist with a confident face and said, "Who am I? The first emperor of the millennia, the first ever 9-dragon divine body to break the pole of the Geisher heavenly pride. I want to create the law cannot be judged by common sense." Saying this, he raised his hand and cupped Ji Qingxuan's delicate chin, saying, "You just need to remember that following me will never treat you poorly. Do I have any other choice than to follow you now?" Ji Qingxian rolled her eyes, her cheeks slightly reddening as she said, "Today, you said that I'm your Taoist couple in front of the entire world. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. You can totally deny it in public," Li Chang'e said. Ji Qingxian. She looked at the corners of Li Chang'e Nine's derisive mouth and really wanted to bite him to death. "I don't care. Anyway, you said yourself that I'm your Dao couple." Ji Qingxuan's eyes twinkled and she pouted in Li Chang'e's arms. "Since we're both Dao couples, can you return someone's soul blood to me? Even if you're beautiful in person, how can you think even more beautiful?" Li Chang'e rejected without mercy. Then he said, "Go get Ruoyan. You heartless man, are people not beautiful enough? You even." Ji Qingxian looked like she had been wronged by the heavens. "Imperial Maiden Sama, I'm a little fired up when you're like this." Chapter 36, Yesterday's Causes and Today's Fruits. There was no doubt that it was still Ji Ruoyan who was good for cultivation, but if it was for the purpose of relaxing the body for the sake of achieving spiritual pleasure, Ji Qingxian was not at all bad. After all, the status is there, and that feeling of pleasure after the conquest is enough to make up for everything. 3 hours later Li Chang'e left Ji Qingxuan's boudoir, originally wanting to find Ji Ruoyan to use her Xianin sacred body to properly cultivate, to see if he could break through to the late stage of the Zunshi realm. However, the first person who appeared within the range of his divine sense was Ji Lingshang. Ji Lingshang, who had become the head of the Ji family, after so many years of being a superior person, her aura was now stronger than ever, causing Li Chang'e's desire to conquer to resurface. Having just dealt with the family matters, dragging her tired body back to her cave, she removed her clothes and prepared to take a bath, only to be suddenly hugged by a person and fell into the water with a thud, causing her to let out a cry of fright. Immediately after seeing Li Chang'e clearly, she was immediately ashamed and angry, but facing the bully who had intruded in noiselessly, she could only endure even if she had more reluctance. Not to mention, after being bullied for so many years, she could no longer distinguish what kind of attitude she had towards Li Chang'e. Perhaps it's been resigned to its fate. Soon, Ji Lingxiang's helpless wails and bitter pleas for mercy came from inside the Ji family head's cave. Time rushes by like a white horse. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the news about the Ji clan's imperial daughter had never been broken, and almost all of the famous forces were inquiring about what exactly the Ji clan's imperial daughter Dao couple was. Unfortunately, not to mention outsiders, not many people in the Ji clan had seen the Dao couple of the Ji clan's imperial daughter. It was as if the mysterious man had appeared out of thin air. No one could have imagined that so-called Dao couple would come from a secular imperial dynasty. Originally has declined to the extreme. At any time maybe overturned Ji family not only take this opportunity to resurrect, but even more in the past. At the same time, several minor geniuses had appeared in the Ji clan. It's just that some of these geniuses say his last name is Li, others say his last name is Ji, and there's quite a debate about that. But in any case, the sign of the Ji family's re-emergence was already obvious. On this day, the Ji family's warships lined up and sailed to the Wang family. Just like the Wang family 3 years ago, the difference was that this time the force blocking the door was replaced with the Ji family. The Ji family's old ancestor had also indeed been feathered half a year ago as Li Chang'e had asserted, only that there was Ji Qingxuan's previous experience. Plus some forces were also afraid that Li Chang'e had intentionally spoken out about this matter back then in order to use others as a gun. so no one had dared to really make any drastic moves against the Wang family so far. Li Changge originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but as a result, once he saw that these people were so wimpy, he immediately changed his strategy and chose to make his own move. The Ji clan's army came in great numbers, with the lowest cultivation level being at the peak of Divine Emperor, wanting to use this battle to break through and achieve saintly fruition. The Ji family, Ji Qingxian, Ji Ruyan, Ji Lingshang, and the other top brass poured out. Li Changge also brought his children who had changed their appearance, as well as some of his descendants with outstanding talent, to see the world. The battleship recharged. The blackened muzzles of the ship's guns lit up with a blinding light, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Stop, don't fight. If you have something to say, there's no need to hurt the peace by dancing with swords and guns. Wang Tang's grandfather, Wang Shang, appeared and hurriedly spoke. Speak nicely. Yes, lend me your family's emperor scripture. Li Changge smiled and opened his mouth, not half hiding his intentions. Wang Shang's face froze, and just as Li Changge was about to order the cannon to fire, Wang Shang suddenly had a smile on his face and said, "All right, please wait a moment, fellow Daoist, I'll go back and fetch it for you." Li Changge, Ji Qingxian, crowd. The group looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrong. As a result, Wang Shang said a moment and soon went and returned, holding a piece of gold foil with his hands that he couldn't tell what it was made of. Li Changge took a look at it with confidence, but it was really the Wang family's great emperor inheritance, the great emperor Zhenshi fist. It's good to know what's going on. You're good. Wang Shang licked his face and nodded his head, and after feeling the murderous aura on Li Changge's body dissipate, he couldn't help but feel a long sigh of relief in his heart. While heritage is important, the continuation of the family is even more important. What's the point of having a legacy if the people are gone? The lesser of two evils. Wang Shang respected the last wish of the old ancestor before he sat down. It may seem to be very wimpy and disgraceful, but it preserved the family's fragrance. But before he could be happy, he heard Li Changge say, "How about this? Give me some more treasures and we'll leave right now." Shang Wang. When had the immortal family ever been so stifled? But when you're not as strong as someone else and you've done something wrong, you have to stand upright when you're beaten. The great emperor's inheritance has been offered out. The district treasures only. Wang Shang naturally clear the weight. He did not dare to cheat. Honestly moved out of the family more than 1/3 of the treasures handed over to Li Changge. Li Changge was truly satisfied this time, and a knowing smile could not help but appear on his face even under the mist. Although it was a bit of a thunderclap to bring people out this time, this world was like that. It wasn't necessarily all about fighting and killing. Sometimes you had to talk about human feelings. Li Changge ordered the warship to turn around and was just about to fight his way back home, only to see Wang Shang suddenly clench his teeth and open his mouth. "Fellow Daoist, I have a favor to ask." Say, Li Changge was in a good mood, and therefore good at talking. I want to lead the Wang family to submit to you, and I hope that Mr. Hua will be able to shelter my Wang family. Wang Shang clenched his teeth and kneeled down on both knees. Oh, Li Changge was a bit surprised, then thought about it and realized that Wang Shang was worried that as soon as he left in front of him, someone else would come to extort and blackmail him in the back of his foot, so he was looking for a backer for himself in advance. "What do I gain by sheltering you?" Li Changge said. My Wang family, everything is at your disposal. In addition, every 30 years, we will offer to you once. If you have any special needs you can also inform the Wang family in advance. The Wang family will spare no effort to do it for you. Wang Shang said. "Qingxian, what do you think of this proposal?" Li Changge turned his head to look at Ji Qingxian. "It's just dispensable." Ji Qingxian lightly glanced at Wang Shang and said, "It's just a downtrodden family. Accepting it is just better than nothing." No. Although our Wang family has lost its supreme exalted, there are still two exalted. On top of that, our family still has inherited imperial soldiers. In addition, the talents of our Wang family's holy sons and holy daughters all belong to the top of the contemporary generation. When they grow up they will inevitably be of great use to you. Wang Shang hurriedly opened his mouth and raised his price. At the same time inwardly is suffocating incomparable. At least is also immortal family. Now even fell to this, not only groveling to give people to be a dog, but also to be disliked by others. Pick and choose, then take it. Seeing this, Ji Qingxian couldn't help but speak with a change in tone. Li Changge nodded and said, "In the future, just contact Qingxian if you need anything, and in addition, send your family's divine son and holy daughter to the Ji family for cultivation." Wang Shang sniffed, his face once again changed. Sent his own divine son and saint daughter to Ji family. To put it nicely, called cultivation. To put it bluntly is to go as a hostage. What good can this end up? Wang Shang heart bitter. If I had known this, he killed that year will not take Wang Tang to the Ji family. In that case the old ancestor will not die early, since the emperor's scripture will not be this bandit on the mind. Not to mention the results of today. Unfortunately, yesterday's cause is today's effect, the fact that has become difficult to change. The wine family can only tearfully swallow all the bitter fruits in order to be able to revitalize in the future. Chapter 37, The Flaming Mountain. Zululan calendar, 547 years. After more than 40 years of reforms, the Great Xia dynasty had unconsciously grown into a behemoth. Many of the surrounding countries reacted with hindsight that they seemed to have been abandoned by the Ji family. In the past, every once in a while, the Ji family would send people to their territory to collect protection fees, but in the last few decades, the Ji family had unconsciously disappeared, and their prestige in this secular world was as if it had been erased by a large invisible hand. In its place, Daxia has grown by leaps and bounds. Anyone from the neighboring countries who dares to make a move will be subjected to a conquest that will destroy the country. One of the longest battles, Daxia fought for 37 days, turning 100,000 kilometers along the way to penetrate a country's capital. In just a few short decades, the territory of the Great Summer had expanded from the initial 100,000 kilometers to 10 million kilometers today. Moreover, due to the state policy practiced by Daxia and its great strength, it gained the adoration of the vast majority of the people wherever it went, thus also fueling Daxia's national strength once again. Nowadays, the people under the rule of Daxia amount to trillions, and the world is peaceful and the country is at peace. Xiener, the world is at peace nowadays, and even though there are still some demons and monsters hiding in the shadows, with your abilities, they won't be able to become a climate at all. In the imperial study, Li Changge looked at Li Xian, who stood in front of him and looked a few years older than himself, and said in a serious tone, "You only need to be firm in the state policy we set, accumulate grain, build a high wall, and claim the throne slowly. The so-called immortal families will be stepped on by us sooner or later. I'm going to go to retreat for a period of time, and this world will be left to you, father." Now that the world is beginning to settle, the surface seems calm, but in reality, the undercurrents underneath are turbulent. "My son is worried about failing my father's trust," Li Xian hurriedly said. "You have been the crown prince for more than 400 years. The days of supervising the country are not short. Your ability for father is clear. The country taught to you. I feel relieved. Just do it boldly. If there are any urgent matters that can't be decided, as well as those brothers and sisters, as well as your mother's mother, if you really can't do it, you can also come to my retreat place to find me." Li Changge laughed. "All right, it's settled. I'm going to go into seclusion." After speaking, Li Changge's figure slowly dissipated from in front of Li Xian. Yuan Ling immortal skill. It's truly magical. Li Changge looked at the figure in front of him that looked exactly like himself and couldn't help but tsk. After decades of cultivation, Li Changge had successfully cultivated a bilocation using the Yuan Ling immortal skill. After leaving his doppelganger behind, Li Changge directly left the palace. The world was so big he hadn't seen it yet. Now that the strength is there, and Daxia is no longer expanding to the outside world, and the children have the power of self-preservation, Li Changge can finally feel free to boldly go out and wave. To the south of the Great Summer Kingdom, there was a mountain named Flame Mountain. Next to the Flaming Mountains was a vast desert. My baby girl once told me that the desert was inhabited by a tribe of serpents, and that the leader of the tribe was known as Queen Medusa. In this regard, Li Changge had long wanted to come and see something, but he just never had the chance. This time he put down the affairs of state, alone, with a lonely soul, wanting to have a good tour of the continent, to see this great country he had made. In 50 years, Li Changge had traveled from the east to the west, from the north to the south, and now he had finally come to this land that was legendary for being infested with the snake people. Rumble, horses' hooves clattered and wolves smoked. A pair of golden fire riders galloped in from the distance. Sanner's team is not bad. Li Changge looked at the iron cavalry that sped past like a fiery cloud not far from his side, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of praise from his mouth. "You're flattering yourself." A soul body floated out from the ring on Li Chang's singer, eyeing the distant pair of iron riders that were drifting away, and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you alone have attained the Tao, coupled with your governance of this country, how could that family of yours have gotten to where they are today?" "Ha! I didn't realize this until you said it, so I'm so awesome," Li Changge hemmed and hawed, then humbly said, "But those children of mine are also extraordinary. No one can deny that." On their own children, Li Changge is still quite satisfied. Talented but also very hard. In addition to the oldest four a little rotten. Other than the wall, the other people are all on their own strict requirements. Not because of the empire's power over the years and slackened off, but instead more strict requirements for their own. Those sons and daughters of yours are all very powerful. Each one of them is a heaven's pride amongst men. A rare man amongst men in the world. Bai Ling hastily complimented and agreed. "I don't blame her for being dogged. It's just that the situation is stronger than others, and I have to do this if I have to ask for something." "Not bad, seeing as you're so good at talking. I'll try to find you a suitable body sooner." Li Chang'e smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then thank you, Your Majesty." Bai Ling sniffed and hurriedly performed a Hail Mary salute. "Good point, ha!" Li Chang'e was talking to Bai Ling when he suddenly saw that the Golden Fire Cavalry, which had already traveled far away, had actually split off one of its riders and turned back. Li Chang'e knew who the person who came back was even with his eyes closed. The White Spirit also saw the person who had gone and returned, and with a flash of her soul body, she directly entered the ring and hit it. Phew! As soon as the slender rider reined in his horse, the mount with hair as red as fire and clad in dazzling golden armor let out a long neigh from its mouth, raised its front hooves high, and with a swing of its head, it steadily stopped at a distance of 5 or 6 meters away from Li Chang'e. "Where are you from, little brother? Have we met somewhere before?" The knight removed his helmet, revealing a white, flawless and stunningly beautiful face, and looked at Li Chang'e, puzzled. Li Chang'e's trip was to come out and make waves, so naturally he didn't want anyone to find out, so he changed his appearance long before he left. With his strength and physique, under deliberate concealment, no one would be able to discover his true form unless the ancient great emperor regenerated. But the person in front of him was his daughter and had been close to him since childhood. Surprisingly, he felt a hint of something different through his bloodline. Did the general recognize the wrong person? "I am Lu Huaxiang." Li Chang'e smiled slightly and arched his hand. Li Yuxiu sniffed. His eyebrows cannot help but slightly wrinkled. Looking at the person in front of him, actually feel that the person in front of him is handsome in no way worse than his own father. She also knew that she had never seen the person in front of her, but there was just a heartfelt, unspoken sense of familiarity that she subconsciously wanted to be close to. "Then I wonder where Brother Lu came from to go. Speak up and I might be able to help," Li Yuxiu said. "I want to go into the desert and see where the Snake People clan lives, and then travel to the kingdom across the desert," Li Chang'e said honestly. "In that case, why don't we go together?" Li Yuxiu sniffed, could not help but eyes lit up and said, "It happens to be my trip to enter the desert in search of a medicinal herb. You are afraid that you do not know. The desert looks unique scenery. In fact, the secret crisis, a variety of sand beasts endless. More mercenaries are difficult to distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous." Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e's fine skin and flesh and thought that he was a son of a family that had run out, so he burst into a burst of good words. When she finished, even she felt incredulous. While she is also kind-hearted and helpful in her day-to-day life, she would never be so brainless. "Good, then thank you, General." Li Chang'e opened his mouth and uttered words that dispelled Li Yuxiu's contemplation. Li Chang'e also did want a guide, and since his daughter had the heart, he naturally wouldn't disappoint her good intentions. "Can you ride a horse?" Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e and said. "Will." Li Chang'e couldn't help but laugh a little at his words. "I think your mom was fascinated by my superb riding skills back then. Plus, he also fought the world on horseback, and now he is being questioned by his daughter about whether he can ride a horse." Chapter 38. Don't be fooled by beauty. The Golden Fire Cavalry was the elite troops that Li Yuxiu had single-handedly built up, and each one of them was the elite of the elite. This time, with Li Yuxiu's expedition to the boundless desert, there are 300 people, each person 2 riders. Each rider's body flows fire Jiao bloodline, no matter whether it is heat resistance or cold resistance, or physical endurance is top. Any one of these BMWs, when pulled out, would have a strength comparable to that of a divine king. After determining that Li Chang'e could ride a horse, Li Yuxiu directly lent Li Chang'e his spare mount, which was a scaly beast with crimson scales all over its body and a dragon's horn on its head, and its strength surprisingly reached the Saint realm. Faced with a sudden change of master, it puffed white smoke out of its muzzle and pawed its hooves in dissatisfaction, but before it could lash out, it suddenly felt 2 streams of killing intent, one from its master, Li Yuxiu, and the other from its back. It had long since opened its spirit and instantly knew that the person on its back was not to be messed with, so it immediately became honest. The desert is lonely and the sun sets over the long river. The red, flaming clouds hung in the sky, and the vast desert shone brightly with gold, revealing a touch of bleakness and magnificence. "I wonder how many people and things are buried under this vast expanse of yellow sand." A group of 300 iron cavalry, carrying a sky of sand and dust, marched forward in the middle of the vast desert. "Ah!" Li Chang'e couldn't help but look up to the sky as he looked at the beauty in front of him. After so many years of repression in the palace, it was as if he had rediscovered the person he once was at this moment. What a pleasure it was to be yourself at that time. Freshly clothed, he hadn't been this sore in a long time. The Jiao beast on his hips sped away. Li Chang'e's handsome face wore a smooth smile, and his mouth let out a hearty long whistle. On the side, Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e's appearance and showed some confusion in his expression. The more she looked, the more familiar she felt the man in front of her, as if he was her father. However, she also knew that it was impossible. Father was in seclusion, preparing for his breakthrough to the supreme realm. How could he appear here? She shook her head and couldn't help but let out a long whistle from her mouth even as she looked at Li Changa's appearance. Li Changa looked back at her and said, "General, I wonder what herbs you are seeking this time when you go deep into the desert." "I'm looking for a heavenly serpent fruit." Li Yuxiu didn't hide his words and directly said. Li Changa frowned and said, "The heavenly serpent fruit grows under harsh conditions. It must be in a place of extreme yin and yang in order to survive. Are you sure there is one in this desert?" Brother Xiang has a wide range of insights. I am impressed. Li Yuxiu looked at Li Changa. His eyes lit up and complimented him, saying, "To be honest, I'm not sure if there's really a heavenly serpent fruit in this desert. And this time I came here just because I heard some rumors and came over to try my luck." Li Changa sniffed and nodded. "Meeting is fate, and General lent me his mount, so there is nothing to do. I will accompany General on a run, and perhaps I can be more or less helpful." Li Yuxiu smiled at his words and said, "Then I would like to thank Brother Lu." Although Li Changa had changed his true appearance, Li Yuxiu had a bone-deep trust in him. As night fell, the army set up camp. Li Changa came to the sand dune alone, holding his head with both hands, lying comfortably on the warm sand, with one long leg crossed over the other, looking at the starry sky at night in the desert with a different flavor. In the center tent, "General, you just told outsiders the purpose of this trip. Are you really not afraid of an accident?" Li Yuxiu's adjutant, a woman with a sturdy physique, looked at Li Yuxiu with a puzzled face, feeling that her approach today was too presumptuous. Not only did they bring a stranger into the group, but they told each other the purpose of the trip. "Don't worry, I'm still very accurate in reading people. I feel that person won't harm me." Li Yuxiu waved her hand and swore, "As the saying goes, people's hearts are separated by their bellies, and with a precious treasure like the heavenly serpent fruit, I don't believe that someone would not be moved." The woman said, Okay, I know you're worried about me. The big deal is that you guys pay more attention on the road after that." Li Yuxiu smiled and said to the woman, "Easy for the princess to say." The woman muttered softly, then looked at Li Yuxiu with a puzzled face and said, "Could it be that the princess likes that person? Also, the princess is almost 400 years old. It is also time to start a family." "Ayu, what are you babbling about?" When Li Yuxiu sniffed, her face did not show a touch of blush, and her autumn watery eyes looked at the woman with endless irritation. "You couldn't have been annoyed by what I said, could you?" The stout woman named Ayu looked at her own princess with an incredulous expression. "How dare you say that? I just met with Brother Lu at first sight. How could I have said what you said?" Li Yuxiu was so angry that she stomped her feet. Fine, I'll stop." Ayu looked at her own princess's appearance about to catch fire, and quickly waved her hand. "But I still have to remind the princess, don't be blinded by beauty. Asterisk. You. I think you're looking for a fight tonight, right?" Li Yuxiu sniffed and became even more groundless, raising her small fists to make a gesture of hitting at her own lieutenant who was as close to her as a sister. Seeing this, Ayu quickly giggled and ran out of the tent. Li Yuxiu sat back on the main seat, holding a map in his hand, looked at it twice and threw it aside with some annoyance. His mind and eyes would always come up with a handsome and dusty face like an exiled immortal. She didn't care to continue looking at the map and simply got up and left the tent. The night breeze was brisk, living up to the searing heat of the day. Li Yuxiu, who had shed his military uniform, strolled alone in the midst of the roiling yellow sand. The night wind ruffled the tips of her hair as she strutted on two long, jade legs, walking aimlessly up a sand dune. "Why does General still have the leisure to come out so late at night?" Li Changa's voice suddenly rang out. Li Yuxiu snapped back to his senses, and only then did he realize that there was someone on the dune. It was fortunate that Li Changa had no hostile intent towards her, or else in the state she was in just now, she would have been seriously injured without dying if she was ambushed. Li Yuxiu looked at Li Changa for a moment of disorientation, and immediately spoke. "Why are you here?" "I left home this time. It was meant to be a leisurely stroll. The scenery in this desert is worth stopping by." Li Changa smiled and patted his side, signaling Li Yuxiu to sit down and speak. Seeing this, Li Yuxiu didn't think much at all, and with her hands gathering her long skirt, she directly sat down beside Li Changa, until she felt the burning heat emanating from Li Changa's body. She then felt that she and Li Changa were so close to each other. She was a bit uncomfortable, and remembering the words of Ayu in the tent just now, Flawless' pretty face moolly reddened, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a bit. "What's the matter with you? Is there something on your mind?" Li Changa looked at Li Yuxiu with a puzzled face and raised his head to touch this girl's head to see if she had a fever. But fortunately he found out in time that something was wrong and didn't make any presumptuous moves. The reason why he ran out this time without telling everyone was partly to wave around and make up for his youth that had been eroded by time over the years. Yet there was another most important reason, and that was, he wanted to get a few more Emperor scriptures to continue enriching his knowledge base. And if he wanted to obtain the Emperor scripture, he would naturally offend those immortal families or the eternal immortal sect, so he had to pick himself and the great summer imperial dynasty clean, lest he be tracked down and find his lair. Li Yuxiu sniffed, glanced at Li Chang'e, shook her head, took a deep breath and said it's fine. Li Chang'e sniffed, also no longer speak, thought for a moment, waved his hand and took out a barrel of wine. Want to taste it? It is said that this is a tribute wine offered to the royal family of Daxia. I do not know whether it is true or not. Oh, this I would like to taste. Li Yuxiu sniffed, his eyes lit up with interest and, Chapter 39, The Serpent People. You're afraid you're not being taken for a ride, are you? Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e with a surprised face. Just by tasting a mouthful, she could be sure that this was definitely not some kind of tribute wine. At best, it's a great wine made in a small workshop. Really? I haven't drank tribute wine either. I felt that it was quite good, and I heard the shopkeeper bragging about it, so I bought it. Li Chang'e scratched his head with a chagrined expression. Ha ha, you look quite shrewd, but I never thought you'd be so sloppy in doing things. Learn from your mistakes and be more careful in the future. Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e's appearance and couldn't help but cheerfully say, Li Chang'e, being called a brother by his own daughter. It was a bit strange at first, but he got used to it after listening to it. But now that he was being mocked and lectured by her, Li Chang'e suddenly sweated, feeling that he couldn't continue to stay with this girl, or he didn't know what would happen. Li Chang'e had a decision in his mind to leave immediately after helping her find the heavenly serpent fruit. After Li Yuxiu finished speaking, she took out 2 jars of fine wine from her storage space and threw one to Li Chang'e, saying, try this. Saying that, he directly opened the bottle cork of the altar in his own hand, tilted his head, raised his arm, and the crystallized wine under the moonlight fell from the bottle mouth, precisely falling into her mouth. Li Chang'e was slightly lost in thought, vaguely as if she had seen her deceased friends who had been long gone for many years. They not only looked alike, but their personalities were also almost exactly the same. Raising his hand and wiping the moist corners of his eyes, Li Chang'e opened the wine altar in his hand and followed it with a hard gulp. Then his eyes lit up and said, good wine. I wonder where Brother Lu is from. Li Yuxiu opened his mouth and then added in a whirlwind, if it's not convenient to say it then forget it. We are both guests of the Red Dust, and we have met before. Li Chang'e said. He really didn't want to lie to this girl, so he simply didn't say anything. What a way to meet each other. Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and raised the altar to invite him. In that case, let's drink a toast for us to be able to be each other's passers-by. When the wine jars clinked lightly, and the 2 men each took another large sip, the 2 of them pushed their glasses and talked about the world. It wasn't long before the dunes were littered with bottles of wine. Li Yuxiu, drunken eyes, head gently leaned on Li Chang'e's shoulder, cheeks flushed, drunkenly said, I'm not afraid of you laughing when I say it. I feel that you and my father is very similar. Li Chang'e froze at his words, looking at the obviously drunk Li Yuxiu. He couldn't help but wonder, then what kind of person is your father? My father was a wise man with a big heart, who not only possessed a broad mind, but also a pattern far beyond the ordinary. Li Yuxiu said with a face of adoration and admiration, and not only is he beautiful on the inside, but his appearance is also the most outstanding of all the men I've seen. Unfortunately, Li Chang'e raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Unfortunately, what happened? Too bad he's so horny, just a womanizer. Li Yuxiu muttered, that's something I really hate. Li Chang'e, are you horny yourself? As an emperor, he only married 7 women in 500 years, some hand in hand from amongst the minutest of the minutiae, some for political reasons to stabilize his regime, and some by accident. Li Chang'e feels very wrong. As the emperor of the imperial dynasty, which one is not 3 palaces and 6 houses, like himself, can already be called a sentence of purity, okay? It turned out to be a womanizer in his daughter's eyes. Alright, you've had too much to drink. Let me send you back, Li Chang'e said. No, I can still drink. Li Yuxiu shook off the arm Li Chang'e was holding and slurred. Li Chang'e frowned, feeling that this girl's drinking skills were a bit worrisome. When she wakes up tomorrow, she must be instructed not to drink when she's not doing anything, especially with strange men. Li Chang'e couldn't argue, so he could only give up his life and drink a lot more. Finally, or the adjutant to find, even coaxed and tricked, with great difficulty to bring people back to the camp tent. The next day, Li Yuxiu avoided Li Chang'e the entire time, not daring to talk to him. This went on for 2 days until an oasis appeared, which restored her to her usual valor. This should be the legendary king city of the snake people. The whole army will camp here. I will enter the city to see the situation, Li Yuxiu ordered. Wait, I'll go with you. Li Chang'e opened his mouth, revealing his cultivation at the late Saint realm. Li Yuxiu looked at Li Chang'e with some surprise. She had thought that the person in front of her might not be weak, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. She was burdened with the 9 dragons fire god body, and after her bloodline feeds, and then using the topmost resources, so she used nearly 100 years, which reached the Sage King realm, and she didn't expect to meet a random person who was actually in the late stage of sage. Good. Li Yuxiu nodded. Since Li Chang'e had the power to defend himself, she naturally had no reason to refuse. The two turned into a flash of light and instantly disappeared into the oasis. In the center of the oasis, the two met a towering city. At the entrance of the city, two immense and lifelike stone statues of serpent heads and bodies holding lances stood guard at the entrance of the city. Below the stone statue, there were two groups of serpentine soldiers. I don't know how Her Majesty is doing. Why are we the ones guarding the city gates? If we could be on duty at Her Majesty's palace, we would be the first to know about Her Majesty's condition. It was far enough away from the human cities that the average person wouldn't go deep enough to get here, so the serpents guarding the city were relaxed. Who says it isn't? It is said that Her Majesty's breakthrough this time will be dangerous, but once she succeeds, she will have the chance to enter the Sage King realm straight away, and at that time, Her Majesty will have the ability to take us out of this hot desert. Another snake man said with a longing face. Upon hearing this, the other serpents around them couldn't help but show a look of yearning. Well, all cheer up, and do not let carelessness spoil Her Majesty's affairs. Someone opened their mouth to warn. The voices that had been climbing enthusiastically and intensifying came to an abrupt end. At the mention of the queen, all the snake people immediately revealed a look of respect, no longer daring to open their mouths freely. Li Chang'e and Li Yuxiu were stealthily in the shadows, taking in the words of these guards. The two couldn't help but look at each other. The Serpent Queen was said to only have a peak cultivation at the Divine Emperor realm, but from what these guards were saying, their queen was in the process of making a breakthrough, and after this breakthrough would usher in an epic metamorphosis, directly entering the Sage King realm. One must know that Sage and Sage Kingnet were two realms and two concepts altogether. Only the strongest amongst the saints can, and are qualified to claim the title of king. Once one entered the Sage King realm, it also meant that one was bound to be able to enter the Great Sage realm in one's lifetime. If it was in the past, and his own neighbor suddenly had such a skill, Li Chang'e would definitely be too worried to sleep. But now, he just felt a little funny. For a mere Sage King to want to change his fate against the heavens and lead his clan out of this barren land was a bit too whimsical. If he wasn't lucky and ran into Ji Qingxian, who was deeply wounded, with little life expectancy, a strength of 100 or so, unable to use all kinds of means, and was at his weakest, he wouldn't have been able to get out of danger so easily. And in the end, he also turned against his masters and took control of the Ji family. The heavenly serpent fruit you're looking for wouldn't be in Queen Medusa's hands, would it? Li Chang'e looked at Li Yuxiu and transmitted his voice. I'm not sure if there is or not. Let's go. Since we're here anyways, we should go in and take a look. Li Yuxiu responded, and then used a great saint weapon to conceal the two's aura, strutting through the city gates and entering this city that had a very different style from human cities. The serpent people, both men and women, were over 2 meters tall, so their city buildings were also relatively much taller. Perhaps it was because the Snake Queen's breakthrough was imminent. The streets of the entire city were empty without a single figure. The two of them walked straight down the street and soon came across an incredibly tall city gate. Behind the city gates was the Serpentine Palace. Unfortunately, a transparent energy shroud loomed, as if the water flowed and wrapped the entire palace. Chapter 40, Heavenly Snake Fruit. Li Chang'e looked at the energy boundary that wrapped the entire palace. After thinking about it, he found a dragon horn in his storage space and made a light stroke in the air, tearing through the void before pulling Li Yuxiu and stepping directly into the spatial rift in front of him. The line of sight shifted, and Li Yuxiu looked around curiously, only to realize that the two of them had already arrived in the middle of the boundary. The boundary that made her feel tricky was just casually broken. Li Yuxiu looked at the dragon's horn on Li Changqing's hand in surprise and wondered, what is this? True dragon's horn, with the ability to shatter the void. It's yours if you like it. Li Chang'e smiled faintly. Casually, he handed the true dragon's horn to Li Yuxiu. Although the true dragon's horn was precious, it was at best a sharp weapon for him, but if he gave it to Li Yuxiu, it could save his life in a critical time. Silly. Li Yuxiu was dumbfounded. True dragon's horn. I'm afraid that this thing is more precious than even true dragon's blood, but he even directly wants to give it to himself. What does he mean? Does he mean he likes me? Li Yuxiu's heart was a bit flustered, suddenly creating an illusion. She hurriedly pushed Li Chang'e's palm back and said, we met in plain sight. How can I accept such a precious thing from you? You bought me a drink the other day. What's wrong with me giving you something? Li Chang'e said. With that, he raised his hand and grabbed Li Yuxiu's palm, and wanted to put the dragon horn into her hand. As a result, Li Yuxiu hastily struggled. Lu Huaxiang, we are just ordinary friends. What do you take me for? Take the things back. If you do this again I will turn my face. Seeing how determined she was, Li Chang'e knew her temperament well and couldn't be persuaded any further. He could only take the dragon horn back for the time being, thinking that he would wait until he left to give it to her. What man? Whoosh! A cold shout came along with the sound of breaking wind from the extremely fast flight. The two of them couldn't say much in time and hurriedly concealed their figures once again, using the great sacred soldier to cover their breaths and disappeared into thin air. Shouldn't I? Li Yuxiu's good-looking eyebrows were tightly locked as she muttered. The seemingly heavily guarded Snake People Palace. In front of Li Chang'e and Li Yuxiu, all the defenses were as if they were nothing, but the two of them had spent most of the day, almost digging up the entire palace, but they hadn't found any trace of that queen. Could it be that the queen's retreat isn't here? This heavily guarded palace is actually just a cover just in case, Li Yuxiu said. There's also a possibility that the Snake People clan might not be as weak as we think, and it's possible that they possess a small world as a base, Li Chang'e said. Then let's look again to see if there are any formations or something like that we overlooked exists. Li Yuxiu nodded. What the two said was not unreasonable. All that could be done for the present was to continue the search more carefully in an attempt to find some trace of it. And naturally, the queen's bedchamber was where the two focused their search. Night crept in, and the lofty Snake People's palace was shrouded in darkness. Two blurred figures loomed in the queen's palace. Finally, Li Chang'e relied on his powerful cultivation at the peak of the Zunshe realm to discover the clues. This seems to be a teleportation array? Li Chang'e pointed at a futon on the ground and said. The futon was placed there so brightly. The so-called darkness under the lamp was nothing more than that, and if it was not examined carefully enough it might really be overlooked. Li Yuxiu sniffed and curiously came over to take a look. She couldn't say that she knew nothing about formations. She could only say that she knew a little bit about them. Barely able to see that this is a formation, the specific role and opening method, but it is two eyes. Li Chang'e had benefited from the in-depth exchanges with several of the most talented women of the Ji clan, and had unconsciously gained quite a profound understanding of the way of formations. Facing the formation at his feet, he gently stroked his chin with his palm, searching for a moment before seeing the signs. He raised his head, looked at the pattern above his head, and smiled slightly before moving his hand, striking out a channel of mana, which did not enter the pattern above his head. Spinning around, he took Li Yuxiu into his arms. Li Yuxiu. The girl looked confused and was just about to struggle. The result was a flash of light. Returning to their senses again, the two appeared in a crimson world. Li Chang'e quickly let go of his hand and retreated to the side, saying it was an emergency. I had no choice but to do so I hope you won't be offended. No, it's okay. Li Yuxiu waved her hand, her pretty face slightly reddened, just not noticed by Li Chang'e under the surrounding crimson light. Li Yuxiu was never a squirmy child growing up, and Li Chang'e didn't take it seriously when he heard her say so. The two men turned their heads to look. Only then did they realize that they were actually in a magma world, and the two of them were currently standing on a rock pillar. Anon! A loud hissing sound suddenly came from the depths of the magma world, attracting the attention of the two. Go over there. Li Yuxiu opened his mouth. The body instantly rose up in the air as he spoke, heading straight in the direction the voice came from. Seeing this, Li Chang'e naturally followed closely. The two of them, one sage king and the other, although only revealing their late sage cultivation, were not slow at all. It soon spanned thousands of miles. Immediately after, a small piece of land with a diameter of 1,000 meters came into view. In the sky above the land, a 100-foot python that exuded icy cold power all over its body and its scales like ice crystals let out an agonizing wail in midair. What kind of demonic beast is this? Li Yuxiu frowned. Xian'ai star-devouring boa, an extremely terrifying demonic beast that grows up, born with its own extreme ice, and is also capable of devouring the power of the stars to aid in its rapid growth, Li Chang'e said. In the past, in order to change his fate, he hadn't looked up various canonical books, and he happened to have seen the records of a demonic art like the Xian'ai star-devouring boa. Li Yuxiu sniffed and glanced curiously at Li Chang'e, feeling that his origins were definitely extraordinary, and that this insight alone was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Do you think it could be Queen Medusa? Li Yuxiu said. Most likely it is. Li Chang'e nodded. This place was originally connected to Queen Medusa's palace, and the queen was at the point of breakthrough. So the suspicions of the two were justified and reasonable. Brother Lu, look there. Li Yuxiu suddenly pointed at the ground beneath the Xian'ai star-devouring boa. Li Chang'e looked along. Only practiced in the center of the land in a circle of 1,000 meters. There is a square feet of the size of the cold pool, the four sides of the dense air, and in the center of the pool, there is a small tree growth of pale and simple. The most noticeable fruit was the one hanging from the small tree. The golden fruit looked like a small sun, and the light on its surface flowed like a small snake swimming. It was the heavenly serpent fruit. How is this fruit going to be used? Li Chang'e opened his mouth. He didn't know much about the heavenly serpent fruit. It's easy, just nibble on it as a fruit. Li Yuxiu smiled and opened his mouth. Suddenly his words changed and said, however, the heavenly serpent fruit cannot leave the growing environment for too long. Once it leaves the branch for too long, it will lose its efficacy. I'm going to take it here. Can you guard me? Taking it here. Now. Li Changa frowned and glanced at the large snake tossing in the air. When Li Yuxiu heard this, she knew what he was worried about as soon as she looked at him, so she said, "Late is the time for change, and there is no telling how long it will take for this big snake to complete its metamorphosis. We can't possibly wait for it to break through before picking the heavenly serpent fruit, right?" When Li Changa heard this, he could only nod his head and said, "Then be careful. You know the heavenly serpent fruit better than I do. You should have a good idea in your heart if there is any danger in taking it, right?" Speaking with worry. Chapter 41, Queen Medusa. When Li Yuxiu heard Li Changa's words, a quiet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, and she said, "I know. You're so wordy. If you don't know, you really think you're my father." Li Changa was quite speechless when he heard this and wanted to tell this girl that I am your father, but only to think about it. He shook his head and followed Li Yuxiu, and together they arrived at the small piece of land located right in the center of the magma world. The Xian'ai star-devouring boa in the sky seemed to have sensed the arrival of the two of them, and its body, which was madly twisting in the sky due to the pain, stopped moving and lowered its head to look over. "How about if you ferry your calamity? I don't bother you, I don't mess with you, and that heavenly serpent fruit is given to me as a thank you gift? I'll count to 3 and if you don't say anything I'll take that as a yes." Li Yuxiu raised his head and said with a harmless smile on his face. The python overhead didn't know if it didn't have the effort to pay attention to her or if it agreed. Withdrawing its head and no longer paying attention to the two people on the ground, its mouth emitting a mournful hiss, it agreed. "You help me protect it," Li Yuxiu said triumphantly to Li Changa, then directly flew into the pool that emitted cold air, and as soon as he plucked the divine and extraordinary heavenly serpent fruit, he clicked his tongue and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls. Li Changa, is this girl so tigerish? Under Li Changa's gaze, Li Yuxiu's fair face instantly turned red. Even the color reflected from the surrounding lava was hard to hide. At the same time, a wisp of white smoke visible to the naked eye emerged from the top of her head. "It hurts." A wail escaped the girl's mouth before she instinctively flung herself into the cold pool at her feet. With the suppression of these extremely cold waters, the look of pain on her face was finally eased a lot. Li Changa stood on the shore, his fists unconsciously clenched, his eyes unblinking as he looked at the girl sitting in the cold pool. "Anan!" A loud and clear hiss rang out, and immediately afterward, an aura of the Sage King realm spread out from the sky above the dome of the heavens, sweeping through the entire underground world. Li Changa hurriedly released his breath and formed a boundary, protecting Li Yuxiu within it. Immediately afterward, pieces of crystal and snowflakes fell from the sky, and anything that came into contact with these snowflakes was instantly frozen completely, including the sea of magma beneath his feet, which was also rapidly freezing. Immediately, a coolly dressed woman with a diminutive and slender figure, tall and slender, close to 1 meter 9 in height, with an icy and noble temperament, and exuding a flirtatious aura that was hard to conceal, slowly descended from the sky. She was extremely coolly dressed, her rounded shoulders, delicate collarbones, unmanageable small waist, and snow-white long legs were completely exposed to Li Changa's line of sight. "You are the queen of the snake people, Medusa, right?" Li Changa looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes showing admiration, and took the lead to speak. "Anyone who is willing to work hard and is not willing to be ordinary is worthy of respect, especially one who refuses to compromise with destiny when he is carrying a huge mission. Such a person, how similar to his former self, trespassing into my territory and seizing the exotic fruits I've guarded for 1,000 years. You guys deserve to die." The woman opened her mouth and looked at Li Changa and Li Yuxiu, who was absorbing and refining the heavenly serpent fruit, with cold, murderous eyes. "Don't be so grumpy, there is something we can talk about. People in the jungle talk about human feelings, there is no need to fight and kill." Li Changa smiled and said, "I don't have anything to talk about with you guys, go to hell." The woman raised her hand, and heaven and earth changed color. The space around her was clicking, like a mirror that had been frozen and cracked, instantly covered in cracks. Li Changa frowned and glanced at Li Yuxiu, who was in the process of refining the heavenly serpent fruit, and with a booming sound an aura emanated from him, directly suppressing the woman. The woman's means of attack instantly dissipated into nothingness. Her flawless and pretty face violently turned white, a mouthful of blood could not help but spit out, and her body shook as she directly knelt down on one knee. "If you don't listen to me when I talk properly, I'm also slightly skilled in punching and kicking." Li Changa looked at the woman who was kneeling on one knee and looking at herself with a horrified face and said, "Can we talk properly now?" The woman didn't speak, not having recovered from her shock for a moment. Standing from Li Changa's perspective, he could just see a bottomless abyss, and while he was gazing into the abyss was gazing into him. After a long time of stalemate, Li Changa's chi was withdrawn. The woman crouched on the ground with her hands, panting heavily, and the part with very little fabric rippled, and the abyss shook. The woman propped her hands on the ground and gasped for a while before she stood up, looking at Li Changa with a horrified expression, saying, "Senior, Please forgive the rudeness of the late generation, he said, clasping his hands and bending 90 degrees. He gave a respectful salute. Li Chang'e didn't even want to look at it, but the woman was so generous that he felt too rude if he didn't look, so he could only look at it without slanting his eyes, and raised his hand to support it in vain. There is no need to be polite. I see that you are easy on the eyes. The heavenly serpent fruit is yours, and I won't take it for nothing. I see that you have a weak soul. This is a heavenly mending pill, which is enough for you to recover from the soul damage quickly, and it will also be able to help you break through to the great sage realm more quickly. With that, a golden elixir flew out and landed in front of the woman. A tantalizing aroma of Dan filled the air. The woman couldn't help but take a deep breath, and immediately felt that the originally weak souls all seemed to have recovered a lot, and her body all became relaxed at this moment. She instantly knew that this elixir was definitely something good. As for whether or not Li Chang'e would use this elixir to harm her, the woman only thought about it for a split second before throwing it out of her mind. With Senior's strength, how could she really need to go through so much trouble if she really wanted to harm her? She hastily stretched out her hands and accepted the elixir. Then thank you, Senior. Li Chang'e nodded and said, I wonder what your name is. Oh, late generation Kai Dai, known as Medusa, is none other than the queen of the snake people race. Kai Dai did not hide anything and said with a respectful and well-behaved face. Li Chang'e nodded and looked at the unrivalably beautiful Queen Medusa in front of him and said, you said that you had been guarding the heavenly serpent fruit for 1,000 years. Then you should know what taboos there are after using the heavenly serpent fruit. Tell me properly. When Queen Medusa heard this, her beautiful eyes gently blinked with a "you're blessed" look as she glanced at Li Chang'e before her gaze landed on Li Yuxiu, who was sitting in the cold pool refining the heavenly serpent fruit. Heavenly serpent fruit is the extreme sun-born environment born of treasures. Medicinal special. Perhaps the treasure has the spirit, do not want to be taken. So women take it. The medicinal properties will become aggravated by the young property. Take the person needs to bear the pain of the blazing fire of the body. Men take it will be just the opposite. Kai Dai said, turning her head to look at Li Chang'e and said, but it's not an easy task to completely refine this kind of treasure. Oh, could it be that there is some hidden secret in this? Li Chang'e said with a grave expression on his face. Naturally. Kai Dai nodded her head and looked at Li Chang'e without hiding it and said the heavenly serpent fruit contains yin and yang qi. Once it is taken by a person, the balance of yin and yang qi will be disrupted. It's also very simple to completely refine it. All that is needed is for the yin and yang between the man and the woman to be reconciled. Li Chang'e, I'm yet. He took a deep breath. Is there any other way? Not to mention that he was the only male here. Even if there were other men, Li Chang'e wouldn't just find one for Li Yuxiu, the man who can be worthy of his own daughter. Not to mention how strong he has to be, how deep the background, at least to let his own daughter can look over the eyes to do it. It's going to be hard if this method doesn't work. Kai Dai looked at Li Chang'e in surprise, then glanced at Li Yuxiu who was sitting in the cold pool, hidden in the white mist, and despite the blurred vision, she could still see clearly Li Yuxiu's heavenly flawless face as well as the devilishly hot body. Originally, she thought that her proposal would be readily adopted by Li Chang'e, but she didn't expect to be faced with such an outstanding woman that she would reject it. What's the hard way? Li Chang'e said. When a female takes the heavenly serpent fruit, her yang is greater than her yin, so if she doesn't want to use the method of yin and yang reconciliation, then she can only look for a person of the same sex who possesses a body of extreme cold, and transition the extreme yin origin for her to forcefully maintain the balance of yin and yang. Colorful Butterfly said, but it's not easy to find someone with the power of extreme cold. Moreover, if you want to help her, it will cause great damage to the person who helps her. Chapter 42, Auction. Li Chang'e sniffed and looked at the Medusa Queen in front of him with a smile on his face. It was as if this woman had forgotten the fact that she possessed the power of extreme cold. However, according to what Li Chang'e knew from what he had heard outside the desert, the legendary Queen Medusa indeed did not possess the power of extreme cold, and the power that she was now grasping was most likely just awakened from this breakthrough. That would make sense. Queen Medusa was stunned by Li Chang'e's look, and then reacted as if she had botched it. The absolutely beautiful pretty face quickly became ugly. To make herself pay a huge price to save a person she didn't know, her heart was naturally 100 times reluctant. Well, I have a gong method here that I'll pass on to you that might help you save Yuxiu. Li Chang'e smiled and spoke, not bullying Queen Medusa to make things difficult for her. He pointed out with one finger, and his slender index finger landed on Queen Medusa's brow, and the sole chapter of the yin-yang creation technique was passed on to Queen Medusa by him. Queen Medusa stood frozen in place, feeling the memories that had suddenly appeared in her mind. Her delicate white face quickly turned red, her breathing became rapid, and a surge of ferocious aura came out in waves that seemed to be ready to break out of her clothes. Li Chang'e felt a wave of evil come over him and hurriedly turned around and cried out that he couldn't stand it. Evil, just too evil. When Li Yuxiu is healed, I will ask her to send you a place where your clan can flourish. If anything happens to her, there will be no need for you and your clan to exist. Also, what I said to you and my strength, don't let her know about it. I'll leave things here to you. I'll wait for you outside. Li Chang'e dropped a sentence and took a step out. His person had already appeared 1,000 miles away. 2 days later, Li Yuxiu and Queen Medusa appeared from the depths of the magma world. Thank you. Li Yuxiu walked up to Li Chang'e and said thank you. Li Chang'e didn't think much about it and waved his hand. How do you feel? What changes did the heavenly serpent fruit bring to you? My strength has suddenly reached great sage, and I've also mastered the true fire of the sun. Li Yuxiu did not hide it and said. Li Chang'e nodded at his words, then took out the dragon horn and said, this is for you. I'm leaving, see you again if you have the chance. By the way, don't drink with strangers in the future, especially the opposite sex. Your drinking capacity is really not good. In addition, I promised Queen Medusa that when you wake up, I'll send her a piece of land, so that she can flourish with her clan members there. I'll leave this matter to you. The aftermath was already leaving from the teleportation array. Color fly. He's gone. Li Yuxiu looked at the dragon horn floating in front of him and stupidly turned his head to Queen Medusa with a look of disbelief that he had just walked away. Queen Medusa was silent. She knew why Li Yuxiu was like this, because in Li Yuxiu's heart, the person who saved her was no other than Li Chang'e. Under the influence of the two qi of yin and yang, Li Yuxiu's brain was blank at that time, and her soul was in a chaotic state, only remembering that she had an insufficient affair with a person who had a certain good feeling about her, and as a result, that person ran away directly at this moment. Queen Medusa looked at Li Yuxiu with a look of godly heartbreak and didn't know what to say for a moment. This time, when she helped Li Yuxiu with her treatment, she had expected to pay a huge price, but she didn't expect to receive a heavenly benefit. The yin and yang contained inside the heavenly serpent fruit, the balance was destroyed. The yin that should have disappeared was actually absorbed by her, coupled with Li Yuxiu's powerful bloodline and soul, not only cured her of the damage her soul suffered during her metamorphosis, but also helped her to break through to reach the great sage realm in one fell swoop. At this moment, Queen Medusa looked at Li Yuxiu with a deep color filled with complexity, and in addition to complexity there was also more than a hint of indescribable sentiment. After all, they are two people whose souls have been intertwined with each other. Li Chang'e is not worried about the follow-up. With Li Yuxiu's character, he will certainly not treat Queen Medusa poorly. Half a year later, in the great China country, Dengfeng City, an elegant and handsome, looks only 18 or 19 years old white-robed teenager holding a folding fan, wandering in the streets of Dengfeng City, causing those, the flower girl, the deep bosom complains of women frequently watch, simply because teenagers are so handsome. The teenager's height of 185 centimeters, imposing, with a face like a crown of jade, and handsome, energetic features, just as the poem says, strangers are like jade, and gentlemen are unrivaled in the world. Undoubtedly, this person was no other than Li Chang'e, who was using the brand new vest Lu Huaxiang. During these half a year, he seldom used his divine ability to rush, sometimes riding a horse, sometimes relying on his legs, and slowly and leisurely travel through quite a few places, seeing many local customs, and likewise experiencing a lot of human experiences. With more experience, see more, his mind is more and more calm, not the kind of helplessness, by the years to smooth the edges, tend to the reality of the calm, but a return to the real peace of mind. Although his strength hadn't increased much, this state of mind was crucial for future cultivation enhancement. Junior, Li Chang'e came to a hotel, found a table by the window and sat down, called the small two, said your store's signature dishes and good wine to me on a table. Okay, Table 6 signature dish, good roasted knives, coming right up, the waiter yelled to the back kitchen, then turned his head to look at Li Chang'e sitting on the table and said, sir, you are new to Dengfeng City, right? How can I see that? Li Chang'e laughed. Hey, Xiao Er he smiled, holding a rag in his hand and not idle, wiping it on the shiny table as he said, a person like you? If you are from Dengfeng City, I definitely know. Ha, I am indeed not from Dengfeng City. Li Chang'e smiled faintly, then took out 2 spirit stones and threw them to Junior. Please help Junior brother introduce me to what fun places Dengfeng City has. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Hands to catch the spirit stone of the small two, instantly eyebrows open, smile. More enthusiastic, said to say that the fun of the place that naturally has to be counted in the 10,000 flowers building, where the girls are all with the heavenly fairies, especially the flower leader Liao Sanyang. That is more fairy-like characters. That kind of place the gentleman should understand, he said, and threw Li Chang'e a look that all men know how to give. Li Chang'e, it's true. The sages say that food and color are common to all, no matter what status or position. You've been to the house of 10,000 flowers? Cousin Li couldn't help but snicker when he saw how vividly he spoke. Your Excellency is joking. Xiao Er was flirted with, also not angry. He smiled and touched his head, said that kind of place that is a body full of fumes can go? Don't be presumptuous, where there's a will there's a way. A runner may not be unable to become a boss. Li Changa smiled and comforted. The store assistant stared blankly at Li Changa. Having been in his line of work for so long, it was the first time he had been comforted by a customer. Moreover, the identity of the other party was not simple at first glance. Xiao Er's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Are there any other fun places besides the 10,000 Flowers building? Li Changa immediately changed the topic when he saw the store assistant looking like he was about to cry. Other than the 10,000 Flowers house, it would have to be the Treasure Pavilion as well as the Precious House, and the 10,000 Fountains Chamber of Commerce. When Xiao Er saw that Li Changa wasn't interested in Manhwa Lu, he suddenly looked calm and opened his mouth to introduce. The Treasure Pavilion mainly focuses on recycling all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, while the Precious Pavilion often sells some good things that are beneficial to cultivators. And as for the Wan Feng Chamber of Commerce, it's a bit more miscellaneous and involves almost all kinds of trades and professions. But there's no doubt that all three of these three are the most powerful syndicates of Dengfeng City and even of our country. Great China forces. Oh, almost forgot, Xiao Er said. Suddenly tapped his head and said, tonight the Precious Pavilion is going to hold an auction. If you are interested you can go and take a look. It will definitely be very lively tonight. Li Changa's eyes lit up at his words. Auction. He's familiar with it. Novels often appear in the routine well. I didn't think I'd run into it. This has to go together no matter what. But in just an instant, Li Changa's face fell. He then remembered that he wasn't the main character. Even if there are treasures in the auction, they are for the main characters and have nothing to do with themselves. No, although I'm not the protagonist, I have the strength and eyesight. The protagonist relies on luck to obtain treasures. I can totally rely on strength. Li Changa's face shifted, sometimes distressed and sometimes with a look of joy. Junior. Chapter 43, Liufei Lu of the Treasure Pavilion. Dusk. Dengfeng City. In front of the Jumbo Pavilion was already crowded with people and traffic. All kinds of cultivators, either on foot, or harnessing magic treasures, or riding mounts. Some were graceful, some were disheveled, some were gentle and elegant, and some were coarse and vulgar. Fish and dragons gather at the Jumbo Court. Holding a folding fan, Li Changa wandered around the Treasure Pavilion, looking at the items in the display cabinets with interest and more or less disappointment in his heart. Maybe one really isn't the main character. He hadn't seen a single one of the so-called treasures, let alone picking up the pieces. Li Changa shook his head in disappointment. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with the items we're selling, Your Excellency? Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang in Li Changa's ears. Li Changa sniffed and turned his head to look. With the sound of a crisp high-heeled shoe treading on the ground, a tall and slender figure wearing a purple rhyming cheongsam appeared in front of her in a graceful manner. As to why there was a product like high heels in this world, Li Changa said that he was also puzzled. In addition to high heels, even black and white silk. Can you believe it? The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her fair melon face was as crystalline as jade. Her skin was glowing, her red lips were dainty, and her pair of watery peach blossom eyes gave people a feeling of desire. Her knitted brows and smile were full of flirtatious flavor. Her voice was fluffy, and just by listening to her voice, she could make people's mouths dry up and want to get into the wrong place. At the same time, the conversations around them were smaller, and the vast majority of people's minds were drawn to the woman. Li Changa scrutinized the woman who came in style. His expression was composed, smiled and shook his head. It's not that I'm not satisfied. I just haven't found one that suits me. Dare I ask the girl's name? And then Lu Fei Fei, this dude Jumbo Pavilion steward, at the same time is also waiting for a while auctioneer. Since there is no gentleman here need things, then may as well go to the elegant room and wait a while. See if the auction has what you need. This is our Jumbo Pavilion's VIP card. With this card, in the Jumbo Pavilion shopping, can get a discount of 95% of the preferential O. With that, he handed a card to Li Changa. What does Miss Lu mean by this? As the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't deserve. I haven't even spent any money yet, so how can I accept your VIP card? Li Changa waved his hand and didn't bother to take the other party's card. When Lu Fei Fei saw this, her eyes flashed. She stayed in this Sea Treasures Pavilion for half a year, and has seen all kinds of people. There are lustful denizens, down-and-out cultivators, evil sect demons, and righteous senior people. However, the one who can ignore the temptation of her beauty, for now, is only this Li Changa. Li Changa, in addition to the beginning to look at her eyes some appreciation. Then that gaze is like looking at an ordinary person, their own handing the card action for another person. I'm afraid that there will not be a lot of hairy hands and feet. However, Li Changa rejected it outright. Lu Fei Fei froze. Immediately, back to God. Beautiful face reveals a touch of delicate smile. Said gentleman jokes. Some people, even if not in the store consumption, we will send a VIP card with the friendship. I see the gentleman is like an immortal in the dust. At a glance is not a mundane generation. and therefore thought to send a VIP card with you to befriend some. I hope that the gentleman to give a face. Saying this, she held the card with both hands and respectfully handed it to Lee Changa, her pair of seductive peach blossom eyes blinking gently, as if she was going to cry out if Lee Changa didn't accept it. Lee Changa was dumbfounded and reached out to accept the card, saying in that case, I'll take it. Aha! Thank you, sir, for the honor. Lu Fei Fei smiled sweetly, then turned her head and looked to the side at a young clerk and said, Xiao Chui, you take this gentleman to the heavenly character no. 3 box. The woman named Xiao Chui was obviously stunned at the words, but she quickly reacted and didn't dare to say much, immediately stepping forward and greeting Lee Changa before leading the way. Lee Changa nodded to Lu Fei Fei before following Xiao Chui to leave the hall of the treasure pavilion. Following Jade around left and right, he finally ascended to a large building. What's different about this heavenly box? Lee Changa looked at Xiao Chui who was leading the way ahead and spoke curiously. I won't hide it from you, sir. These heavenly boxes are prepared for the heads of those families in Dengfeng City, or some prestigious and powerful people. It's not easy for ordinary people to come in, Xiao Chui said back, with a hint of smugness with honor in her voice. Immediately, then opened his mouth to say today is our Treasure Pavilion annual large-scale auction, so come to participate in the extremely large number of people. This day word 3 box is our last luxury box. I did not expect the lady will give him to the gentleman. Slave girl just a little surprised I also hope that the gentleman do not blame. Little Miss Chui is not saying anything. You led the way for me and answered my questions. It's too late for me to thank you. How could I blame you? Lee Changa shook his head and smiled, gentle and elegantly ethereal and spontaneous, making the girl in front of him look infatuated for a moment. A blush of color rose to her small face as she returned to her senses. The male is so good looking, the girl murmured and muttered, and when she finished she hurriedly lowered her head sheepishly, lest she be overheard by the person in question. That one love-struck heart fluttered wildly, as if it were a deer in headlights. Lee Changa looked amused. In his life, he was most proud of his looks. Handsomeness was a lifelong thing, so even if he changed his appearance, he didn't think about hiding his face. Changing his appearance, he's still stunningly handsome, just as handsome as the readers who gave him 5-star reviews. Miss Xiao Chui, do you know what treasures are in this auction? Lee Changa was curious. The treasures of the auction are not a secret other than some of the things in the finale. There is a detailed list of items in the VIP room that specializes in this auction, Xiao Chui said. Lee Changa nodded. Bargain sale sells things cannot be all the things are hidden from others, so that others too wise to do what? Open the blind box? So most of the items have been out in the open for a long time now, and many people come for the items they desire. It was just that Lee Changa was new to the city, so naturally he wasn't sure what items were in this auction. Follow Xiao Chui to a box on the 3rd floor. Inside the box decoration is simple and fashionable. The ground is snow carpet. Overhead is the star lamp, as if thousands of stars shining is very beautiful. Lee Changa sat down on the sofa, and once he turned his head, he was able to see the auction table below through the glass window. Even though the auction hadn't started yet, the auction room was already packed. Your Excellency, this is the auction list. Take a look and learn about the items in this auction in advance. Xiao Chui found the auction list and handed it to Lee Changa's hands. My lord, if you call for a price, pull the switch and the auctioneer will know it's your box bidding. In addition, our treasure pavilion not only sells things, but likewise recycles some things, so if you have anything you want to sell, you can also give it to our treasure pavilion. Oh, aha, got it. Lee Changa nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Chui did not say anything more, and gently poured a cup of fine fragrant tea from the side, placing it on Lee Changa's table, convenient for him to take it at any time. Gongzi, I'll go wait outside. If you need anything, just greet me. Xiao Chui saw Lee Changa's serious look as he flipped through the auction list and hurriedly got up, whispering her farewell. Aha! Lee Changa nodded without lifting his head. Click! The door to the room closed. Lee Changa raised his head and looked at it, then fumbled with the ring on his left hand with his right hand and said by Ling, is there anything in here that you need to restore your physical body? Chapter 44, The Mysterious Boy. A soul body flew out from inside Lee Changa's ring. White clothes and white hair, red lips and cold eyes. The woman who combined coldness and femininity appeared in a floating manner. She swept her gaze over the booklet on Li Changxing's hand and shook her head. The items auctioned here are only useful for those below the Saint Realm. Li Changda nodded at his words, looked at Bai Ling, and smiled. As you can see from this, it's not that I'm not helping you look for materials to restore your physical body. It's mainly because what you need is too harsh. Bai Ling sniffed and gave her a blank look without any good humor. But once she thought about whether she could recover or not, in the end, she still had to rely on him, so she could only hold all her emotions back and said, Your Majesty has worked hard, and Your Majesty will have to take a lot of trouble with your concubine's affairs. Good point, you've given yourself to me. Your affairs are naturally my affairs. Li Changge waved his hand with a generous look. Bai Ling, I see that your soul body seems to be a bit weak again. Why don't I help you recover while there's still some time left before the auction starts? After speaking, Bai Ling was not even allowed to refuse, and her soul body was directly pierced by Li Changge. Ah! She let out a scream from the depths of her soul that seemed like pain and the auction started, but Li Changge didn't even care to pay attention. The auction went on until the middle of the session, and only then did Li Changge end it. I really want you to recover your physical body earlier. Li Changge looked at Bai Ling and let out a leisurely sigh. Although soul mingling is good, but where a person has enough, naturally want more. Bai Ling's soul body blushed slightly, and without a word to say so, she dug inside the ring, shy. When Li Changge saw this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. The reason why he was able to use the Yuan Ling immortal skill to breed a bilocation in a few decades. The white spirit was instrumental. Although this woman's soul body was weak, her soul essence was incredibly powerful. It was by relying on dual cultivation with her soul that Li Changge's soul was able to rapidly improve and conceive another true spirit. Li Changge shook his head and his gaze fell on the auction at his feet. A bottle of marrow cleansing pill was being auctioned in the auction house at this moment. Ordinary people's cultivation starts from refining the skin as well as refining the flesh, and then from the outside in, replacing the blood and cleansing the marrow. But for those who are rich and powerful can do exactly the opposite. From the inside out, washing the marrow and blood, refining the skin, a gas, twice the result with half the effort. Undoubtedly, the first cultivation method is widely popularized. It is easy to achieve small success and difficult to achieve big success. Unless gifted, it is very difficult to practice the doorway, and the threshold of the other cultivation method is too high. For example, right now, a bottle of marrow cleansing Dan, just 3 grains only, was auctioned at the auction house at a sky-high price of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. Such a price is generally taken out by small clans have to feel a flesh pain. How can ordinary people afford it? And if this kind of elixir were to be concocted by himself, it would be no more than 50 mid-grade spirit stones at most. Unfortunately, alchemy is a technical job. Not only does it require enlightenment and qualifications, but there is also an essential thing that is the Dan formula. Li Changge also obtained the Dan formula by chance only after he possessed divine emperor realm cultivation. Li Changge shook his head. The marrow cleansing pill was only the lowest grade of elixir. It was unattractive to him, yet it was still being coaxed by the people below. The bidding for the marrow cleansing pill lasted for a long time before it came to a close, with the final price, 1,800 medium-grade spirit stones. Poor rich people. I feel a pure soul fluctuation. Bai Ling suddenly emerged from the ring and said to Li Changge, explain to me properly. What do you mean by pure soul fluctuations? Li Changge wondered. It's a soul body like mine. The white spirit explained. You mean there is a soul body like you here? Li Changge was surprised. Not bad, right there. Bai Ling nodded and pointed a finger at the crowd downstairs. Li Changge followed his finger and a black-robed figure came into view. The silhouette wrapped like a dumpling. The body of the robe has a certain obscuring gas effect. Li Changge just did not pay attention. At this moment, the martial arts heavenly eyes open. The area of low-level robes naturally shaped like nothing. A 15 or 16-year-old. He has a ring on his hand too. Oh, he seems to be saying that the marrow cleansing pills on the stage were refined by him and ended up being bought by his old man. Li Changge was dumbfounded, feeling amused and at the same time feeling some déjà vu in the scene before him. It's like I've seen an episode like this somewhere. Can you sense the strength of that soul body? How does it compare to you? Li Changge looked at the teenager and asked Bai Ling. I am a successful wayfinder. Only half a step behind the ancient great emperors in terms of realm. He is only a mere great saint. How can he compare to me? Bai Ling spoke proudly. After the words suddenly remembered what? Leisurely sigh. A face of sadness. The past glory has long since ceased to exist, and now we are just a wisp of residual soul in the world to survive. Li Changge looked at Bai Ling, who was suddenly sentimental, and had to open his mouth to comfort her. Don't worry, I will help you recover your physical body as soon as possible. Hopefully. Bai Ling looked at the rare serious Li Changge and skimmed her mouth. Next to enter the most tense and exciting moment of our auction, please welcome our chief auctioneer, M.S. Lu Fei Fei to the stage. A burst of applause and cheers rang out in the auction room. An enchanting and charming figure, wearing a cheongsam embroidered with lotus flowers on her chest, walked up to the auction stage with lotus steps. The cheongsam extremely show figure outlined the devilish curves of the body of Lu Fei Fei. With her pace swaying, the red cheongsam is like a flame. The chest of the lotus flower shakes 3 times, like swaying with the wind, swinging people's heartstrings. The cheongsam open fork, a section of white eye-catching long legs hidden. Look at the mouth of the people dry tongue. I am the auctioneer of the Jumbo Pavilion, Lu Fei Fei, and I welcome everyone to be able to attend our annual auction. Lu Fei Fei held her hand to her chest and bowed slightly. Another ghostly cry rang out from the scene. Lu Fei has long been accustomed to this, pursed her lips and smiled more flavorful. Fei, hurry up, don't hide it. What are the items in the finale of this auction? Hurry up and show them to everyone. It's getting late. I'm still in a hurry to go home. Someone opened his mouth to urge. The tone seemed impatient, but the fiery eyes betrayed his heart. He just wanted to use it to get the goddess on stage to look at him twice. Lu Fei sniffed, really fooled. Immediately apologized. Is Fei bad? Delayed everyone's valuable time. I hope you bear with me. The auction will begin. Please, our first finale treasure. Sage's remnant technique. That's good. Everyone has heard it correctly. This is a remnant of a sage's technique. Lu Fei said, although this technique is partially mutilated, but saints below the cultivation, but it is enough to cross the world. The auction price of this technique, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Each increase in price shall not be less than 1,000. The merit technique auction will now begin. Lu Fei's voice fell, but the scene was silent. It wasn't that no one wanted to buy, nor were they frightened by the base price of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but they were subdued by the items being auctioned. In secular dynasties, god emperors were the top-tier powerhouses. Saints would only be born in immortal families or eldritch clans, and it was impossible for a true dragon to come out from within shallow waters. This was a recognized truth in the cultivation world. Normally, saints are only legends. Who would have thought that today I would have seen a saint's cultivation technique in the auction? Although it is only a fragmented technique, but it is still a saint's technique. If you can get it, don't dare think about it. Boiling. The auction is completely abuzz. Chapter 45, Targeting. There were endless calls for bids in the auction room. Sounds of offers were also continuously emitted from the surrounding boxes. The crowd was all in high spirits, but Li Changa was the only one who lacked interest. In the end, a sage's remnant law was auctioned off for 87,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Fei face hanging a charming smile, stood on the auction stage until the surrounding warm atmosphere gradually cooled down, only then opened his mouth without haste and said, "Next, our second auction item is also from the saint. Could it be another sage technique? Worthy of being the Jumbo Pavilion, 2 saints feats in a row. In terms of pattern it's still you, Jumbo Pavilion Bull. Lu Fei is bullish. Fifi Lu, I love you. Fifi Lu, marry me." The whole auction had a tendency to move toward concerts. Please welcome our second auction item, the sage's remnant soldier. Even though it is only a mutilated weapon, after our treasure pavilion's refining masters have repaired it, this weapon is now fully capable of exerting 1/3 of its power during its full victory period. And if a divine emperor were to execute this weapon, it would be enough to dominate over the same class. When these words came out, the originally lively scene was instantly silent. Everyone was stunned. Just now it was a crippled saint's technique. Even if it was auctioned off, it would still have to be cultivated and comprehended, which would be able to bring its power into play. But now it was a weapon that could be taken and cut. With this weapon, you'll have everything you need. Except for Li Changa, who was bored and sleepy. Everyone couldn't help but become short of breath. Saints' remnants, starting at 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones, each increase shall not be less than 3,000. As the words fell, a call for bids rang out impatiently. Soon, the price of the saint's remnant soldier exceeded 100,000, and only after 150,000 did the number of people calling for it become less. A saint's remnant soldier, final price, 180,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The last finale auction item, Sage Cultivation Insights. Get it? Maybe the next saint will be you. Sage Cultivation Insights starting price, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 500. But this time when the voice fell, the crowd was not as eager as they had expected. Cultivation tips and such things in the end are all other people's epiphanies. Really buy it may not be suitable for you. And the price of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is also too expensive. Spirit stones were divided into upper, middle and lower, and the exchange ratio for each grade was 1 to 100. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, or 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. And that was just the starting price. It wasn't that there weren't people in the entire Dangfeng city who could take out that much spirit stones, but there definitely weren't many. So it's really cold this time. Li Changa's lazy demeanor slightly converged. Hearing the cultivation tips, this came to be of some interest. His cultivation was knocked up by himself relying on pills. Ultimately something was missing. Therefore, Li Changa was very interested in other people's cultivation tips. Whenever he saw them, he would meet them as if they were treasures and savor them in the hope that he could perceive his own Tao from them. Li Changa's first offer and first of its kind. However, this offer of his was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and in an instant, the number of people who joined him in the offer increased. Li Changa had followed him 4 times, and everyone else had run away. But it turned out that there was one load that kept dying with him. Li Changa was speechless and directly added 3,000 top-grade spirit stones to raise the price to 18,000. the opposite side of the silence for a while. Li Changa thought that there is no more suspense. The auctioneer Lu Feifei is ready to drop the hammer. But the results of the opposite side of the grandson even followed another hand. Li Changa gasped and laughed as his martial heavenly eyes opened and looked toward the opposite side of the room. A young man sat on a chair with a big horse and a cold smile on his lips, looking at his side with provocation. Young master, isn't it wrong for you to do this? In case the other party doesn't follow. A middle-aged man in the shape of a butler next to the youth said with a worried face. Don't worry, I believe he will follow. This person has not bid until the last lot, and only then did he open his mouth. It is obvious that he came for this item. He will not give up so easily. When the price is raised to 20,000, I will close my hand, the youth said with a confident face. 20,000? Li Changa didn't know if this person was sick, but since he wanted to shade him behind his back, he had to be prepared to be counter-shaded. Li Changa opened his mouth indifferently and directly pushed the price to 19,000. When the youth on the other side of the table heard this, a touch of smugness flashed across his face as he looked at the butler and said, how was it? I wasn't wrong. After speaking, he directly pressed the button to raise the price to 20,000. After doing so, he looked at the butler and said, I keep my word. The price is raised to 20,000 and no more bids. The man was smug. That is, until Lu Feifei's voice rang out from the auction house. Congratulations to the heavenly character box No. 6 for spending 20,000 top-grade spirit stones and successfully auctioning off the sage's cultivation insights. The Jumbo Pavilion's annual auction conference has officially come to an end. Fifi once again thanks everyone for coming. No, did I miss here? Why is it box number 6? Why is it 20,000 spirit stones? The smile on the youth's face silently shifted to Li Changa's body. The youth looked at the butler blankly, beads of sweat the size of soybeans emerging on his forehead. The butler had long been too frightened to speak. Nope, mud, dare to shade me. I'm Zhao Hu. Do you know who my father is? The youth furiously pushed out the door, only to be blocked by the people from Jumbo Pavilion. Mr. Zhao, these are the 2 items you auctioned off. Please settle the spirit stones. Zhao Hu's face stiffened and he reached out to touch a long purple golden sword in front of him. As a result, just as his hand approached, it was bounced off by a force that prevented him from getting any closer at all. After Mr. Zhao settles the spirit stones, these 2 items will truly belong to you, and at that time, we at the Treasure Pavilion will also undo the prohibitions attached to them. The old man holding the tray explained with a respectful tone and demeanor. Zhao Hu, spirit stones he had, enough to buy the sage's remnant soldier, that is, the long purple golden sword. However, to add the saint cultivation tips, it would not be enough even if he was sold. What? Does Mr. Zhao this not have any spirit stones? When the old man saw him in this state, his originally respectful attitude quietly turned cold, and a suffocating oppression vaguely flowed from his body. God Emperor! Zhao Hu was startled and quickly waved his hand. No, don't misunderstand. I'll pay for the spirit stone of that sage's remnant weapon first, and for the spirit stone of the sage's cultivation tips, I'll ask my father to send someone to send it to me. Is Mr. Zhao making fun of our treasure pavilion? Which transaction in the Jumbo Pavilion is not a hand-to-hand transaction, where the goods are delivered and the people are paid for, and there are no defaults? The old man's face went completely cold, and the faint wrinkles on his face became like old tree bark, eerie and terrifying. Uncle Zhong, what's wrong? What did Mr. Zhao do to make you so angry? A delicate and melodious voice suddenly came out. When Zhao Hu heard this, it was like he had grabbed a life preserver. Hurriedly to the place where the voice came from, said Fifi, I don't have enough spirit stones with me today. You came at the right time. Help me to say, I'll pay for the saint's remnants of the spirit stones first, and when I go back, I'll surely gather up enough spirit stones as soon as I can to send them to you. Mr. Zhao, you know the rules of the treasure pavilion. In addition, 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. You're asking me to vouch for you with a soft word. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Am I familiar with you? Lu Feifei instantly figure out the original reason. Looking at Zhao Hu, there is no longer the previous day's long sleeve, replaced by contempt and disgust. Chapter 46, The Scourge of the Red Face. Lu Feifei displayed the flip-flopping to the fullest at this moment. Normally, she is a long-winded and smooth businesswoman, and the smoothness of a businesswoman is perfectly embodied in her. However, at this moment, she was extremely ruthless, with a cold look and a mean tone. Well, Zhao Hu face green, was angry half a day cannot speak. After a long time this only cold laugh out, looking at Lu Feifei, lips trembling said asterisk. Do you know who my father is? Stop screaming, your father is Zhao Gang I know. Lu Feifei opened her mouth lightly, her tone was not cold or hot, but don't say it's you, even if your father Zhao Gang is here, he also has to follow the rules of our treasure pavilion. Now, please ask Mr. Zhao to settle the spirit stones, or hand over all the belongings on your body. Immediately get out of the treasure pavilion, and from now on, never step into my treasure pavilion again. The possessions are for you, and the saintly remnants of the soldiers are for me. Zhao Hu opened his mouth, upholding the reasoning that a good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand. He was also dry and directly threw the storage ring to the old man on the side. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Fei laughed. The old man next to him also laughed. Our Jumbo Pavilion's annual auction meeting has been stirred up by you and turned into a joke. You still want to ask me for the remnants of the soldiers now? We didn't take your life already considered to have given him Zhao Gang's face. The belongings you have on you can only make up for a part of our Jumbo Pavilion's loss. Now immediately, disappear from our Jumbo Pavilion. The old man looked at Zhao Hu and smiled coldly. The butler beside Zhao Hu was so scared that he didn't dare to take a breath. Seeing this, Lu Fei no longer paid any attention to Zhao Hu and turned around. Her lotus steps were graceful and her posture swayed as she walked past Zhao Hu, not giving him a second glance the entire time. And Lu Fei, this kind of ignoring attitude is to make Zhao Hu nearly crazy. My lord, this is the saint's cultivation insights that you just auctioned off. Do you think you still need it now? I can be the master and sell it to you at a 20% discount. Li Chang'e left the VIP room just in time to meet Lu Fei. Hearing her words, Li Chang'e directly shook his head. Just now, he was just on a whim. A saint cultivation manual was just that, dispensable to him. Now that his elegance had long been spoiled, where would he need such a broken thing? Lu Fei heard. Although the heart of Zhao Hu ancestors 18 generations have cursed once, but the surface is polite smile in that case, then I will not force it. This time the occurrence of the fact is to let the gentleman look at the joke. However, after leaving the treasure pavilion, I still hope that the gentleman will be careful. That Zhao Hu is not a generous person. No harm done. Li Chang'e waved his hand in the face of her kind reminder and said, it's just that I'm curious as to why surname Zhao is targeting me. I don't remember when I've offended him. Which, I dare not deceive the prince. Lu Fei embarrassed said this matter said also have to blame me. She didn't say much, but the look on her face was enough to let Li Chang'e know what was going on. He could only sigh in his heart. A red face. Zhao Hu likes Lu Fei, and Li Chang'e is Lu Fei personally sent the VIP card. Invited into the heavenly word number 3 box. If Li Chang'e grows old, or very stooped then it is just, but on the contrary, Li Chang'e grows young and handsome. This is very angry. Zhao Hu know this news after the natural look at his eyes, thinking of pit him a hand, but unfortunately it is a stolen chicken not to eat the rice. Thank you Miss Lu for clearing up the confusion. I'll see you next time if there's a chance. Goodbye. Li Chang'e arched his hand and left. Lu Fei stood in place, looking at Li Chang'e's distant tall back, opening her mouth, but in the end, she just let out a long drawn-out sigh. Why are you so attached to this man? Miss, the old man from earlier walked over to Lu Fei and curiously glanced at the direction Li Chang'e had left, greatly puzzled by Lu Fei's approach. Maybe it's a feeling. I always feel that this person is not ordinary. Lu Fei glanced at the old man and casually explained. Then said, have you taken care of things on Zhao Hu's side? Soon after Li Chang'e left the treasure pavilion, he felt that he was being watched. He didn't care about that. What he cared about now was that black-robed teenager, and the other party's father. Unsurprisingly, that teenager should also be a person with great chi. At the moment, he was at the stage where the other party was laying down roots to build up a thick and thin foundation, and now he was as weak as a mole cricket. Li Chang'e needed to secretly see how the other party's character was, and if it was a commodity like Ji Xiaokuan, he didn't mind slapping him to death. If the other party is of good character, even a little bit normal, Li Chang'e has been the emperor for so many years and it is not like he does not have the capacity to tolerate people. There were too many people in this world who possessed chi, and they didn't care about that one or two more. As Li Chang'e watched, the middle-aged man who had spent a huge amount of money to auction off the marrow-cleansing pill was escorted by a group of guards as he quickly headed in one direction. It's just a shame they've been targeted for a long time. Both sides, you know my intention to come. I know your purpose. Words are not in the air. Naturally there is nothing to say to each other. A life and death fight instantly unfolded. At the moment of crisis, the Son of Chance descended from the sky in a black robe, revealing the cultivation of the peak of the Divine Emperor, and scared off the bandits as the teacher of the Son of Chance, helping the protagonist to realize the perfect closure of the lie. Li Chang'e secretly nodded his head, having a heart and means, yet also knowing to protect his loved ones. At least this point looks like this son of Chi has done a good job. Ha, boy, I've finally caught you. An arrogant voice suddenly rang out as Zhao Hu led his butler with a group of thugs and surrounded him with an underhanded expression on his face. Get out if you don't want to die. Li Chang'e glanced at Zhao Hu and said in a cold tone. Ha, kid, who are you? Do you know who my father is? Dare to talk to me like that? Zhao Hu held a folding fan in his hand and snapped it open, looking at Li Chang'e with a face of admiration. Li Chang'e, where is the little cutie? It's fine, don't give your lord trouble. Go back. I won't bother with you in general, Li Chang'e said. Ha, ha, don't bother with me, kid. Dare to hook up with the woman that this young man has his eyes on, and still don't bother with me. Someone come, break his legs for me. Zhao Hu looked like he heard a heavenly joke, laughing like a psychopath, saying that he waved his hand to his dog leg. The housekeeper next to him instinctively felt bad when he saw Li Chang'e's airy and calm demeanor. He is not a little cute like Zhao Hu. After all, lived for so many years. The sky is as high as the earth is as wide as he probably also understands. Don't really kick the iron plate. He was just about to open his mouth to stop it, but as a result, a black-robed man suddenly appeared. Yo, what a hoot! The black-robed man's teasing voice rang out. The figure appeared on a private house next to the street at an unknown time, looking down at the few people in the alley. Where's the old dong? Well, Zhao Hu opened his mouth, and before he could finish his words, the butler next to him covered his mouth. Blah blah blah. Old man, do you want to smother this young man? Zhao Hu broke free and looked at the old butler with an angry face. The butler sniffed and his pale face jerked hard, wanting to give the bastard beside him a slap to see if he could wake up this little cutie. But he can't afford to mess with them because they have a powerful father. That person is a divine emperor, and is at the peak of divine emperor just like master. The butler suppressed his voice and spoke in a low voice. Although Zhao Hu was a tiger, he wasn't really a cutie after all. After the butler's reminder, quickly collected his arrogance. Seniors, the original arrogant look instantly became humble. Looking at the man in black standing on the roof of the building, arched his hand and said, my father Zhao Gang. I don't know the name of the senior. Slap. Without waiting for him to finish his words, he only saw the man in black faintly open his mouth, his voice hoarse and old. Seniors. Zhao Hu sniffed as if he hadn't heard, and looked at the man in black with a dumbfounded expression wondering if he had heard wrong. Senior, my father is. Snap. The black-robed man didn't wait for him to finish, and directly spaced out a slap, ruthlessly smacking Zhao Hu's face, hitting Zhao Hu with a scream as his body flew across the room. Li Chang'e watched this with interest. Chapter 47, The Son of Fortune. The black-robed man was no other than the son of Qi who had just helped his father out. Li Chang'e watched everything in front of him as if he was an outsider. With Zhao Hu's style of behavior, it was obvious that he had once offended the son of Qi. The teenager's body at this time, although controlled by the old grandfather in the ring, was helping his disciple out. Pop, snap, one slap doesn't relieve the anger. Another backhanded slap. With two slaps, Zhao Hu's face, which was still a little handsome, instantly swelled up. Go away. The black-robed man finished his costume, as if he sensed something, reached out and directly grabbed Li Chang'e's shoulder, leading him, who was still watching the show, to quickly and successfully leave. Not long after the two left, another tall and majestic figure sped in from the distance. Sun Smash. I heard that you purchased a sage cultivation insight for my father. Quickly take it out and show it to my father. My father has made a breakthrough in this organ, and his cultivation has reached the great circle of divine emperors, and he is only half a step away from being able to cross over into the realm of the saints. The visitor was in a good mood, and his voice came before he arrived. After he arrived in the alley, his son, whose cheeks were now swollen into a pig's head, froze slightly, immediately, burst of anger, turned his head to look at the side of the housekeeper. Tiger eyes round. A face of fury said, tell me what exactly happened here. Who hit Zhao Hu? Was the sage cultivation insight snatched away? Young master was beaten by a man in black. We don't know the specific identity of the other party. As for the sage cultivation skills, it's still in the treasure pavilion. The butler looked at the furious Zhao Gang and carefully said, after listening to the housekeeper's explanation, Zhao Gang's face looked more and more furious. Viciously said, bastard. The man in black, a hiding head and tail of the smallest generation, also dared to bully my son. If let me encounter, even beheaded your dog head. Jumbo Pavilion, you guys are really good. In this Dengfeng city to open store. Actually also dare to disregard my Zhao Gang's name. Go, follow me to the Jumbo Pavilion. The group of people headed towards the treasure pavilion with great vigor. As Li Chang'e was led by the son of Qi, he glanced back at Zhao Gang and the others, and a teasing smile couldn't help but flow from the corner of his mouth. This Zhao Gang and Zhao Hu are really worthy of being father and son. One is more arrogant than the other with no one in sight. District Divine Emperor, great perfection only. People Jumbo brother. That Lu Fei Fei is a real saint. Moreover, according to Li Chang'e's observation, the other side of the thickness of the blood of the weeping blood, the ice muscle and jade bone is strong and healthy, is not an ordinary saint at all. In other words, the granddaughter was most likely from the immortal family or the everlasting immortal sect. Okay, it should be safe here. The son of Qi issued a pale voice in the black robe, then put Li Chang'e down and said, If you encounter Zhao Hu in Dingfeng City in the future, I advise you to hide far away. Although that Zhao Hu is a piece of trash, but his old man Zhao Gang's strength is ranked number 1 in Dingfeng City, and he has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. I'm done talking, so hopefully, you will take care of yourself. After speaking, he left in style. Li Changge raised his hand and touched his nose, feeling that this son of Qi and its old grandfather were still strangely nice. The night was already late, so Li Changge casually found an inn to rest for the night. Early the next morning, he heard a message. Last night, the Zhao family father and son Zhao Gang and Zhao Hu, one was broken the left leg and one was broken the right leg. Li Changge guffawed, and could even brainstorm the image of the Zhao family's father and son holding each other up and jumping around. Li Changge acted like an ordinary person, washing up and having breakfast in the inn before leaving and heading towards the Zhao family in the east of the city. Last night, the son of Qi, without knowing his own strength, ended up not forgetting to take himself with him as he ran away, and that was grace. Li Changge had a grudge and would return it, but just as he was about to reach the Zhao family, a sudden terrifying aura descended. Immediately afterward an honor guard of hundreds of people, all peaked divine emperors, came in great numbers, escorting a green bird chariot. The strength of the several female maidservants beside the chariot was even straight up to the realm of saints. The horseman driving the car was clearly a sage king, for female maidservants hand-carrying flower baskets. Where they passed, flower petals spilling from the sky, leaving a burst of fragrance, as well as cordial greetings of sanitation workers. Such a big row. Those who don't know would think that it's the Holy Lord of some Holy Land traveling. Li Changge was speechless. In the end, he realized that the destination of this group of people was actually the same as his own. All of them were the Zhao family in the East City. In the bronze chariot sat a man and a woman, 2 people. The man was slightly older, about 20 years old, imposing, face expression unrestrained, arrogant. Beside him was a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age, with a clear, budding brow. The bronze chariot was a bit advanced. It should belong to the supreme seat, and Li Changge couldn't spy on it for a long period of time, and through the mere conversation between the two, he knew that the identities of these two were the siblings of the immortal family Qin family, an immortal family, a small family that couldn't even be ranked in the secular world. What are they doing in the Shah household? Is it hard to be a happy withdrawal? Li Changge pondered, and he also had a big brainstorm, guessing that the man might also be a son of Qi who had smuggled over, and then, like Ji Xiaoquan, treated himself as a villain. The more Li Changge thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. The people of the Qin clan did not hide their traces in the slightest, appearing in a big way and heading straight for the Xiao clan. Xiao family people were alarmed. Patriarch Xiao Yun hastily summoned the family elders out to meet. The scene grand gesture respectful, cannot pick a fault. This is the Xiao family? The strongest person is only just at the early divine king stage. And what a piece of trash. Qin Shou, the divine son of the Qin clan, and his sister Qin Rushua stepped out of the chariot and swept a glance at the Xiao clan from above before speaking indifferently, their tone filled with contempt and disdain. Li Changge stood at a distance, looking at Qin Shou's expression and listening to his words, feeling that the scene in front of him was so familiar, a kind of déjà vu. I don't know that the Qin clan's honored guests are here, so I hope you will bear with me if I have missed the welcome. Xiao Yun led a group of elder high levels and bowed and saluted. I am Qin Shou, the divine son of the Qin clan. The youth looked at the group of mole crickets below and spoke indifferently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Divine son of the Qin clan. Isn't that the brother of the fiancé of that trashy young master of our Xiao family? The divine son of the Qin clan is coming on strong. I wonder if it's good or bad. Qin Shou let out a cold snort from his mouth. His voice was clearly not loud, but it was like a twilight drum and morning bell, vibrating in the ears of the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family's body shook and almost fell over, only feeling their ears buzzing and their eyes burning. Those juniors with insufficient strength were even shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their mouths involuntarily let out miserable screams. Noisy, a small family really doesn't know the rules. Seeing this, Qin Shou's attitude became more and more condescending and his tone more and more disdainful. Such a bunch of trash have the nerve to stain my family's pearl. God, Lord Godson rest his anger. The juniors were rude. I still hope that Lord Godson will not care about the juniors and will forgive their sin of disrespect for the sake of our two families' past friendship. Xiao Yun came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed. Racer they can. Let Xiao Ran come out. Qin Shou opened his mouth. Greetings to the divine son of the Qin clan. I am Xiao Ran. A teenager walked out from behind Xiao Yun and looked at Qin Shou, his tone respectful but his back straight. You are Xiao Ran, and you have only just started refining your marrow now. Such a waste is also worthy of being my sister's fiancé. Qin Shou scrutinized the teenager in front of him, and a pressure was suddenly released from his body as if it were a mountain, wanting to bend the teenager's spine. The teenager let out a muffled grunt, cold sweat instantly seeping from his forehead. his body trembling slightly and shaking, but he just refused to bend his knees and spine. Chapter 48, 30 years east of the river. Aha! Sure enough, these sons of Chi are all stinky, hard stones in a thatched pit. Shinsho looked at the teenager below who was gritting his teeth and holding on, and grinned, his expression filled with sarcasm and disdain. Lord Godson, please forgive me. My son's marriage contract with the Qin clan was set by the old ancestors of both families. It really has nothing to do with my son. Xiaoyun braced himself against the pressure of Qinsho's body and opened his mouth. Yes? Qinsho opened his mouth, and then his gaze fell on Xiaoyun, and he spoke faintly, saying, then what would you say if I said that I would withdraw from this marriage today? This, even though Xiaoyun had already expected it, he could not help but look ugly when he heard Qinsho say it with his own ears, and his gaze fell on his son. The woman withdraws from the marriage in public, and the one who looks the worst is undoubtedly his own son. The two parties were betrothed, and Xiao Ran did not know about it beforehand, but the bitter fruit of this withdrawal was to be borne by him, which was too unfair to him. Withdrawal? Xiao Ran frowned and raised his head, his bloodshot eyes landing on the marvelous woman behind Qinsho. The marriage contract between me and your clan's Mingju was originally a marriage of the womb, and this one is retired, but you're being so aggressive and a bit too unreasonable. Xiao Ran opened his mouth, word by word, and his gaze looked at the two people in the sky with a deadpan expression. Ha! Qinsho smiled coldly and looked at Xiao Ran disdainfully, saying today I am bullying you, so what do you think? Kneel for me. With a click, the so-called willpower was simply unbearable in the face of absolute strength. Even if Xiao Ran was angry and had backbone, he still did not have the slightest power to resist when faced with the pressure of the sage realm, and his knees bent to the ground with a click. The pain of broken bones came clearly from within his legs, causing his face to twist and his forehead to vein up. But this kind of pain is nothing compared to the humiliation brought about by having one's dignity trampled on. Qinsho, don't you want to break off the engagement? Good. I'll write it to you right here. Xiao Ran endured the pain, tore off a corner of the underwear, sticking to the blood that flowed from his own knees, and quickly wrote down the word repudiation. Qinsho also did not expect the son of Qi to be so backbone, and with a raised eyebrow, it was impossible to watch Xiao Ran finish writing the rest of the book, waving his hand in a hurry. The snow-white cloth on which the words of repudiation had just been written instantly turned into ashes. Ha ha, didn't you want to break the marriage contract? I will return your freedom now. Remember that it is I, Xiao Ran, who repudiated you, Xin Ruxue, and from today onwards, you, Xin Ruxue, and I, Xiao Ran, will not have anything to do with each other in. Xiao Ran raised his head and looked at Xin Ruxue. A maniacal smile appeared on his face as he said, remember 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth to be poor. Can you dare to set a 10-year appointment with me? After 10 years, I will visit you since I came to the door and fight with you, Xin Ruxue, let you know what is a genius, and let you regret for what you have done today. Humph, Xiao Ran, you dare to repudiate me? Moreover, you are nothing but a waste that just had his marrow cleansed. Just based on that, you dare to speak out of your mouth and fight with me? Xin Ruxue opened her mouth, looking pink and jade, lovely and beautiful, only the tone of a cerbic. When she opened her mouth, it was inevitable that people would look down on her 3 times. Just tell me if you dare to make a pact with me? Xiao Ran's gaze was deadpan as he stared at the Qin clan pearl in front of him and said, good. Xin Ruxue was just about to open her mouth to agree, only to be stopped by Qinsho raising his hand. Brother, this waste, how dare he publicly repudiate me? I must let him know what is called a genius. Didn't he want to set a time contract with me? Xin Ruxue hugged Qinsho's arm and gently shook and pouted. Qinsho's eyes showed a touch of enjoyment color, listening to the beautiful young girl's delicate soft voice, smiled and shook his head. Today can end things, why wait for 10 years? You are the pearl of my tribe. The heart of the old thought of this waste 10 years is not cheap him. Also, brother, what do you say then? The young girl smiled and thought about it, feeling that what her brother said made sense. So she clasped her hands around Qinsho's arm and opened her mouth to inquire. Simple, just kill him now. Qinsho felt the softness of the young girl's body. The color of enjoyment in his eyes was barely concealed. He raised his hand and touched the young girl's silky hair, leaned over its ear and muttered a few words. The hot breath from his mouth caused the young girl's earlobes to redden, and a brilliant haze spread across his small face. This is not good, is it? Xin Ruxue couldn't help but shy away after hearing Qinsho's words. What's wrong with that? Isn't he going to fight you in a fair battle? We've merely advanced the battle by 10 years. If he can't, it only means that he's a waste of space, and he can't blame anyone else for his death. Qinsho opened his mouth. Yes. Xin Ruxue nodded her head and her gaze fell on Xiao Ran as she said, Xiao Ran, why wait for 10 years? I will fight you fairly today. Ha ha, fair fight. Xiao Ran laughed coldly. You, Miss Qin, are in the late stage of the Divine King stage? While I am just an ordinary person who has just cleansed his marrow, you will have to fight with me in a fair battle. The sarcasm in his tone was barely concealed. I'm sure my brother guessed. I knew you'd say that. Qin Rushue was disdainful in her heart, and at the same time, she admired Qin Shou even more. Good. I'll allow you to fight me at the same realm, Qin Rushue said. After speaking, the pressure Qin Shou had exerted on Xiao Ran instantly disappeared. When Qin Rushue saw this, she then stopped talking nonsense and directly made her move, slapping her palm at Xiao Ran. The cultivation of the late Divine King realm was undisguised, and a palm came out flying sand and powerful flow of mana, making the Xiao family members who were closer almost unsteady on their feet. Didn't you say that you wanted to fight me at the same realm? Xiao Ran opened his mouth in shock. Then with a bang he was slapped solidly with a palm, and his body flew out horizontally like a broken sack. This is too weak. We agreed to fight at the same realm. Why don't you raise your realm? Could it be that you can't do it? It's true that you're a waste, Qin Rushue said with extreme mockery, but just as his words fell, he saw Xiao Ran shakily climb up from the ground. How is it possible? You punk, how can you not die after taking a slap from me? Qin Rushue, shocked and furious, said, that slap was enough to kill any ordinary person who was new to the cultivation world. However, Xiao Ran was not an ordinary person, as the son of Qi Fortune was naturally different from ordinary people, and he also had the old grandpa in the ring to protect him, so although he was injured a little bit, he had no worries about his life, and at this time he was still able to wobbly and climb up from the ground. Bah! Mouthing off about calling me a waste, a divine king, with all his strength, yet he failed to kill me, a waste, with a single blow. Who exactly is the waste? Xiao Ran spat out a mouthful of blood foam and coldly looked at Qin Rushue. You, me. Qin Rushue was after all just a pampered little girl, and at this moment, she was actually dumbfounded by Xiao Ran's dislike of her in 3 or 2 sentences. Well, brother help you to take revenge. Qin Shou descended from the sky and landed behind Qin Rushue, reaching out and patting her shoulder as he spoke in a warm voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Rushue, as if she had found her backbone, directly turned around and flung herself into Qin Shou's arms, whimpering and sobbing. The beaten didn't cry, the insulted didn't cry, but the batterer looked like he had been wronged. Okay. Qin Shou reached out and lightly patted the girl's back. Then, his eyes fell on Xiao Ran, and he coldly spoke. Are you coming out on your own, or are you letting me do it and pull you out? Son of God. Xiao Yun was just about to open his mouth to step forward, but as a result, Qin Shou blared with one of his eyes, and he immediately turned white. His chest felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, and a muffled grunt emitted from his mouth as his heightened body was directly thrown out. Dad! Xiao Ran let out a gasp. To have the heart to pay attention to others at this time, kneel down and beg me. I might be able to spare the life of that punk of a father of yours. Qin Shou's voice is as ghostly as the devilish voice of hell. Chapter 49, The Way of the Human Emperor. Xiao Ran's footsteps lurched, and his mind hurriedly called out to his teacher. Immediately after a long sigh rang out, an illusory pale soul floated out from the ring. The Qin clan is still acting in such an overbearing manner. I wonder if you can spare this disciple of mine for the sake of the old man? The old man looked towards Qin Shou and spoke. Old man, what kind of thing are you? But also for your face, if not for you making a move in the dark, why would my sister lose such a big face? And how could that punk live until now? Qin Shou sniffed, not giving the old man any face at all, directly opening his mouth on the face. The old man's face twitched and his whole body trembled slightly, nearly collapsing with anger. Although his strength was only at the peak of great saint, which might not be anything in the eyes of the immortal family, he had another layer of identity. Once the continent's #1 pill refiner. With this level of status, even an immortal family would have to treat them with respect. But now, it can only be described as a tiger being bullied by a dog. I don't see eye to eye with you juniors. How about today's matter before you are willing to let it go? The old man's soul body took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart and said, simple, this kid dared to write a letter of repudiation to humiliate my Qin clan, and borrowed your strength to humiliate it again. There is already a way to take death. Qin Shou coldly spoke. You are clearly the bullies. Xiao Ran angrily opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by the old man raising his hand before he could finish his words. Little guy, do not understand? In this world, only the strong can discuss right and wrong. The so-called reason is only grasped under the fist. If your fist is not hard enough, even if there are 1,000 reasons, can only be slaughtered. The old man said. Ha ha, old guys are just old guys, seeing things with precision. Qin Shou shook his head and looked at Xiao Ran and the old man with a look of indebtedness, saying, Old man, I'll give you an opportunity to serve. Immediately come over and put yourself under my command, and in the future feel at ease and be a dog by my side. And not only can I spare your life, but I will also consider restoring your physical body to you. or else today next year will be the day of your death. Little fellow, now I can only bring you to try to break out. If you can escape it is fate. If you can't escape it is also deserved for you and I to have this fate. The old man looked towards Xiao Ran and secretly transmitted his voice. Xiao Ran was in a hurry as soon as he heard that, because all his relatives were here. Ha ha, want to break out? Come on, you break out one for me. Xiao Ran laughed out loud and unexpectedly intercepted the voice message between the two. But just when he was complacent, the old man moved, his soul body directly controlling Xiao Ran's body, bursting out his cultivation at the early stage of the sage realm, advancing instead of retreating, and mainlining a capture. Qin Shou was stunned. Also a straw man surprisingly did not have the power to resist. Was the old man control Xiao Ran's body a pinch of the neck? Qin Shou came back to his senses and was somewhat annoyed as he directly inspired the pseudo-emperor soldier and ruthlessly suppressed Xiao Ran's body. Xiao Ran could not withstand the pressure of the pseudo-emperor soldier, and a mouthful of blood spat out Qin Shou's face. Aha! You seek death. Qin Shou wiped the blood from his face and was instantly furious, his mouth emitting a broken scream as he fully energized the pseudo-emperor armament on his body and smashed it towards Xiao Ran without any mercy. If this blow were to materialize, not to mention Xiao Ran's physical body, even the old man's soul would have to disintegrate and cease to exist. But right at this moment, a figure appeared without a sound and grabbed the false emperor's soldier that had fallen from the sky. Nice weapon. No one noticed how he appeared, as if he had always been there. One of Qin Shou's crushing cards, the pseudo-emperor's soldier. The breaking Dharma spear was being held in his hand and examined up and down. You, what are you? Qin Shou's face was covered in blood. His pupils contracted as he looked at the tall figure that suddenly appeared and took away his weapon, and said in shock, "You don't deserve to know who I am yet." The man spoke, not even glancing at Qin Shou the entire time. His gaze fell on Xiao Ran whose breath was wilting and he laughed. Last night you helped me once. Today I will help you once as well. It's kind of payback for payback. Do you want me to help you kill all these people? Yes, it's you. Xiao Ran was astonished as he looked at the young figure that suddenly appeared. He never expected that the person who appeared at this moment would be the teenager he had casually pulled last night. He's surprisingly strong. Not bad. The person who appeared at this moment was none other than Li Chang'e. After observing for so long, it was already possible to determine how the character of the son of Qi was. At least it was still a normal person. And this Qin Shou, unsurprisingly, is definitely a beast-like villain. As for whether or not it is a traveler no longer need to be examined. Kill and be done with it. Just then, another figure appeared beside Qin Shou. It was an old man covered in the aura of decay. As soon as he appeared, he shielded Qin Shou behind him and looked at Li Chang'e with vigilant eyes. Fellow Daoist, do you really want to meddle in the affairs of our Qin clan? The road is uneven and people step on it. Not to mention that I owe this fellow Daoist a favor. Li Chang'e said without turning his head back, but his gaze kept looking at Xiao Ran, waiting for his reply. Xiao Ran quickly communicated with the old man's soul and then gave a reply. If you have the ability, can you protect my Xiao family for 100 years? Ha! Smart choice. Li Chang'e gave Xiao Ran a glance filled with praise. If Xiao Ran asked him to kill all these people, Li Chang'e would naturally do so without hesitation. But after killing these people, he would be done with Xiao Ran. However, the Qin clan didn't just have these people in front of them. Now Xiao Ran's choice could not be described as unwise. But it was also impossible for Li Chang'e to promise to really protect the Xiao family for 100 years. Li Chang'e shook his head and smiled under Xiao Ran's disappointed gaze. 100 years is too long. Didn't you just say 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river? Then I will protect your clan for 30 years. I would like to see whether you will be in the east or west of the river after 30 years. Xiao Ran was instantly overjoyed at his words and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Many thanks, Senior. He. Fellow Daoist is too arrogant. Not to mention 30 years. This Xiao family, you won't even be able to keep it today." Qin Shou's protector of the Dao coldly spoke. Yes? Li Chang'e sniffed and turned his head indifferently while the breaking Dharma spear in his hand was slowly sent out in the eyes of the crowd. But this slow movement fell in the eyes of the old man as if he had seen a ghost. His pupils instantly widened, his face went white, his pale face twitched, completely incapacitated, and he could only watch as the spear came a little bit closer, piercing through his skin, penetrating his chest, and coming out from his back, with blood falling low along the tip of the spear. At the same time a wave of destructive energy erupted from the spear, annihilating his soul in an instant, until he died. The old man didn't even put up half a fight. It's not that you don't want to but you can't. This was the Dao that Li Chang'e had created over the years, the Emperor Extreme Dao, which was also the human Emperor Dao, oppressing people with imperial and humane ways. Your turn. Li Chang'e looked at Qin Shou, who was already scared silly, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth and smiling brightly as he handed out his spear once again. Qin Shou only felt endless killing sounds enveloping towards him, and in an instant, he was drowned in waves of shock. as countless living beings hissed and swung their swords and weapons to slash at him. He wanted to fight back to resist, but he was held by the hands and feet, and he wanted to hiss as a result of his mouth was also blocked. In an instant he was just crawling with thousands of living beings, drowning in a sea of people. He was suffocating, helpless, full of unwillingness, but he was greeted with the pain of 1,000 cuts, and everyone was trying to find a way to tear the flesh and blood from him. However, the reality was that the same spear not only pierced through his protector, but immediately afterward pierced through his chest without any haste, directly picking both of them on top of the spear. Trembling above the spear, the power of destruction burst out. Chapter 50, The Shao Family. A spear that pierced through the two men's bodies. Qin Shou, who was arrogant and cocky just a moment ago, was picked on the spear by Li Chang'e in the blink of an eye, along with his Taoist protector, as if he was wearing a candy cane. The destructive Dharma spear vibrated and erupted with destructive power, about to directly exterminate Qin Shou's Yuan Shen. As a result, Qin Shou's body suddenly glowed and then vaporized and disappeared, and in its place, a yellow paper figure appeared on top of the spear and instantly turned into ashes. Scapegoat. Li Chang'e frowned, and in the end, he could only sigh. The immortal family is truly worthy of being an immortal family. Qin Shou not only had treasures like the fake emperor soldier in his possession, he even had a life-preserving divine artifact like the scapegoat talisman. The current Qin Shou should have already returned to the Qin clan. Li Chang'e shook his head and no longer thought much about it. A second-generation ancestor who relied on his family's might to act as a bully is just a second-generation ancestor. After so many years, Li Chang'e has already set up an invincible Dao heart and is not afraid of any challenge. Not to mention a junior chaser. Even if the other party was really a villain with great chi, how could Li Chang'e himself not have chi added to his body? Nowadays, he had the capital to face any enemy head-on. Li Chang'e's arm gently shook, and the protector of the Dao that he had picked on the spear that had long since died of gas instantly burst into pieces. Li Chang'e gazed around. The group of people who had just been high and mighty had all turned into quails at the moment, especially Qin Ruxue. The little girl's face was pale and her body was shivering, a look of being terrified. After coming into contact with Li Chang'e's eyes, his eyes rolled upwards and he unexpectedly fell straight down. Li Chang'e, am I that scary? He was speechless and raised his hand to touch his face. It was obviously quite handsome. Take your family's loser Ming Pig and get out. Li Chang'e let out a cold shout from his mouth, and with a pick of the spear in his hand, the fainting Qin Ruxue flew directly into the sky and fell heavily onto the bronze chariot. A group of people from the Qin family were immediately like amnesties. They didn't even dare to let out a fart. The bronze chariots turned, threw their helmets away, and hasty far away. Li Chang'e turned his head to look at the Shao family's crowd and realized that everyone was looking at him with awe. This thing is for you. It possesses a strand of my divine sense on it. Put it into your Shao family. If something happens you only need to call out to it. I will be the first to arrive. Li Chang'e unhooked a jade token from his waist and threw it to Shao Ran. Immediately, he turned around, took a step, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The Shao family crowd. A group of people looked at me and I looked at you, and if it wasn't for the blood on the ground indicating what had just happened, I'm afraid everyone would have suspected they were in a dream. The immortal Qin clan saint's son, along with his protector, was killed? Someone murmured, with a look of disbelief. Qin Shou did not die. It was only his protector who died, Shao Ran said. His teacher had already told him that Qin Shou had run away with the help of a scapegoat talisman. Then, do you think the Qin clan will retaliate against us next? Waiting to die for us? In the face of the Qin clan's ensuing wrath, all I ask for is a quick and painful death. Don't be so pessimistic. Didn't that man just say he would protect us? You believe in that? How can one person alone fight against an immortal family, let alone a behemoth like the Qin clan? That's right. It's said that the Qin clan belongs to a terrifying existence amongst all the immortal families, and few other families are able to fight against them. Shao Ran, it's all your fault. What are you showing off for? If people want to withdraw from the marriage, just do it. What qualifications does our Shao family have to be related to other immortal families? Why program a moment of courage? You still have 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West. I don't think you can even drink the northwest wind. That's it. This is killing us. Shao Ran listened to the accusations of the clan members, his fists clenched, his clear face tense, and he did not say a word. He also knows that he just impulsive, should not be for a moment of anger to show off the tongue, but that kind of juncture is a man cannot help it. At this moment, facing the accusations of his clan members, although he was speechless, his heart was filled with suffocation and unwillingness as well as a cold heart. Okay, Xiaoyan let out a roar, domineeringly protecting the pups. Things didn't happen to you guys. You can naturally stand and talk without any pain in your backs and accuse my son, but I think my son did the right thing. Patriarch, you are the head of a clan of our Shao family. Don't have strong personal feelings in front of what is right and wrong. We all know that Shao Ran is your son. and you want to support him, but what will you do to our Shao family if you do so? If our Shao family is exterminated because of this, you will be the sinner of our entire Shao family. A group of people looked at the father-son duo with righteous indignation. Enough! One of the clan elders stomped on the ground with his walking stick and shouted, "What's the point of making a lot of noise in the presence of a strong enemy?" Third uncle, Sanzu, shut up all of you. The old man blew his beard in anger and said, although our Shao family is a small family and cannot be compared to the immortal family, but we are also human and have dignity. Although Shao Ran's kid is radical in his approach, he does not lose his blood, and is really a good son of my Shao family. You spineless ones, if you are unconvinced and afraid of death, I'll make the decision to remove your names from the clan genealogy. You can get lost, and from now on have nothing more to do with the Shao family. The Qin clan is an immortal family after all, so when the time comes, I don't think they'll go through all the trouble for trash like you. A group of Shao family members who were clamoring to verbally attack Shao Ran could not help but have their eyes light up slightly when they heard this. As the clan elder said, in the eyes of the Qin clan they were just a bunch of insignificant shrimps. As long as they made a clean break with the Shao family, they might really be able to save a dog's life by chance. We can break away from the Shao family, but the treasure of the Shao family must have a share of us. Yes, ordinary people can still get some money for splitting up their families. You're not going to walk away empty-handed. Since you guys want to guard that punk Shao Ran, the real estate is all left for you. We only need spirit stones and herbs. You guys are taking a huge advantage. A group of people said one thing to each other, and the clan elder was so angry that he almost buckled on the spot. Good, I agree. Xiaoyan stepped forward and spoke directly before handing over the token of the hidden treasure vault. After a group of people grabbed the token, they instantly scattered. Third uncle, you old, don't be angry. Shao Ran looked at the clan elder who almost died of anger and rushed forward to comfort him. As the saying goes, time and trouble see true love. Shao Ran could not have imagined that the triracial man who usually treated himself the least would support himself at this most critical juncture. Not angry. You damn well have the cheek to tell me not to be angry. It's not the trouble you caused. If you are still so unproductive after 30 years, I will kill you even if I climb out of the coffin. The old man did not wait for Shao Ran to finish his sentence. He directly cursed. Spittle sprayed onto Shao Ran's face. The color of gratitude on Shao Ran's face completely stiffened. If he didn't know that the three clan elders didn't have a few days to live, he definitely didn't hesitate to jump up, and was a blow of the king's fists directly called out to his face. Old ancestor, difference in generations. How can you be Ranner's old man? Shao Yun hurriedly gagged, then saw the three clan elders looking at themselves with a look of a monster. Fingers trembling, you're ing with me at this point? Shao Yun saw this, shrunk his neck, really afraid that the old man could not come up GA in one breath, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Ranner, what is the relationship between you and that senior just now? And also, who exactly is that soul body in your ring? As soon as Xiaoyan said this, the gazes of the few people left at the scene all landed on Shao Ran in an instant. In response, Shao Ran could only let out a bitter smile. The old grandfather in the ring is his biggest secret, but now this secret obviously can't be hidden. The good thing is that nowadays the ones who still stay here are people who can be trusted. Chapter 51, The Qin Plan. Shao Ran took a deep breath. His eyes looked around the circle. Then he told the relationship between himself and his soul body, as well as the origins with Li Changa one by one. Those left behind realized why the former genius had suddenly fallen off the pedestal and turned into the trash that the others were talking about. Turns out, it was all thanks to that soul body. But it is also true to the saying that what goes around comes around. A peck and a drink have their own providence. If it wasn't for this karma, how could a genius from a small family possibly get into the eyes of a great saint? And that great saint was also once the continent's #1 pill refiner. The few people in the hall looked at Shao Ran with more or less envy in their eyes, but not jealousy. Shao Ran, in 10 years' time, can you really defeat Qin Rushue? Someone said curiously. I'm not sure, but I'll try. Shao Ran said, now you have 30 years to grow. Come on, let's work together. There were young people with firm eyes, cheering Shao Ran on. Aha! Shao Ran nodded. At this moment, although there were many fewer people in the Shao family, they were united like never before, and there was an unconquerable conviction in every single one of their hearts. I don't know if what that senior said about guarding my clan for 30 years can be done. An older generation was a bit worried. Caution. Xiaoyan opened his mouth and looked at the person who had spoken with a serious face and said, since senior has promised, then he will definitely be able to do it. How can we question it? In reality, he was also in a state of confusion in his heart. But, with the token left behind by that senior in his arms, he really wasn't sure if the other party would be able to hear their conversation. Fear not, fear not. The man who had spoken wanted to do that, too, and hastened to keep his mouth shut. However, Li Changa didn't even have the heart to pay attention to the Shao family at this time. He followed the people of the Qin clan and arrived directly at the Qin clan's mountain entrance, sitting high above the clouds. At this moment, The Qin clan was in a mess. The talented holy son of his own family had only just left the family, but as a result, he was sent straight back to his own spring, and the protector of the road was even directly raised. This Nima, absolutely bizarre. The Qin clan had always been domineering, so how could they stand this kind of aggravation? After a burst of chicken flying, a pale horn sounded, and one after another ancient warships took off into the air, and one powerful aura after another appeared on top of these warships. Boom boom boom. Warship after warship sailed out of the Qin clan's ancestral land, and wave after wave of monstrous blood chi rose to the sky. The 10,000 paths resonated, and all the living beings in the entire sinking abyss realm felt an inexplicable pressure, and the strong ones could instantly gain insight into what was happening through the laws of the Great Tao. Which clan is the Qin clan going to war with again? A powerful divine thought peeped in. Seeing the Qin clan's warships between heaven and earth, some people pondered in their hearts, while others were jittery. What do you want with all this fuss? Li Chang'e appeared from the clouds and looked at the warships that were still appearing under his feet, and said with a puzzled expression on his face, "It's you? On a warship?" A middle-aged man looked at Li Chang'e who suddenly appeared. His eyebrows jumped and his eyes glazed over. "You're the one who killed my clan's honored one and humiliated my clan's divine son?" He had just seen Li Chang'e's portrait. "Not long ago, we did kill an old guy and another one called Beast, but unfortunately he ran away with a scapegoat talisman. You guys didn't make such a big fuss just to want to avenge them, right?" Li Chang'e looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a surprised face. "You, good guts." The sons of the Qin clan listened to the order. "Form a killing formation and blast this fawn to death." The middle-aged man sniffed and ordered directly without any nonsense. "A mere Zunshur realm, and you dare to talk about killing me?" Li Chang'e guffawed and moved his shoulders a bit before his right hand was clenched in vain and the breaking Dharma spear appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The spear had been completely refined by him in the time just now. Extreme Dao Emperor soldiers could not be snatched at all unless their clansmen died out, but Pseudo-Emperor soldiers were only close to Extreme Dao Emperor soldiers, so as long as they were strong enough they were completely able to snatch them. Li Chang'e was now considered to have a weapon in his hands. There's a little bit of chill that comes first. Li Chang'e's body was like a dragon, and he killed directly. The middle-aged man was also at the exalted realm, only that compared to the old man whose chi and blood were withered and whose body was decaying, he was extremely young and his body was at its peak. In the face of Li Chang'e's sudden outburst of speed and killing intent, the anger in his heart turned over and suppressed everything. What year is this, that there is still someone who dares to be so arrogant in front of the Qin clan? Indeed, a madman. The man laughed coldly, and a long blood-colored blade appeared in his hand, slashing out like a heavenly river hanging upside down, tearing apart the entire expanse of the sky. The sky looked like rags under the light of his blade, and a huge gash split open. "What's the point of having fierce moves if your speed is too slow?" A cold voice sounded behind him. The man was startled and was about to turn around, only to feel a pain in his chest. He lowered his head with a face full of bewilderment, and then his pupils contracted fiercely as he looked at the tip of the gun that had pierced through his chest from his back at some point, as well as the drop of blood slowly seeping out of the tip of the gun, and he opened his mouth incredulously. As a result, before a single word could be uttered, he felt that the gun body slightly shook inside his body, and then his consciousness collapsed, plunging into a never-ending darkness. Sixth ancestor is dead. On the warship, a group of people looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly exploded into pieces. Staggering back in fear, Li Chang'e flung his spear, shaking off the bloodstains on it, ignoring those small shrimps that were scared out of their wits. His eyes looked at the Qin clan's ancestral land, his voice resounding, "Within 30 years, don't touch the Shao family, or else I'll exterminate a branch of your Qin clan one day. This seat can't remember how long it's been since I've encountered someone as arrogant as you." A crisp voice rang out, followed by a hazy silhouette appearing out of thin air. Her figure was shrouded in a layer of soft light, and it was impossible to see her real face, but just by her voice alone, she could make people unconsciously think of the words magnificent and unmatched. "But, just by virtue of you, a person at the late stage of the Zunshur realm, you also dare to sow your wild oats in my Qin clan." The woman opened her mouth, an undisguised murderous aura wrapped up in her clear voice. Click. The entire sky cracked under this killing aura. Unfortunately, Li Chang'e smiled disdainfully at this. "A mere supreme being, how dare you speak out in front of me?" Li Chang'e sneered and took the lead. With a single step, his figure had already arrived close to the woman, and the pseudo-imperial weapon in his hand waved like a long whip, directly lashing out at the woman. Wherever the spear passed, everything was turned into chaos. The woman's pupils shrunk slightly, but she held her own identity, plus it was in her own territory again, and with a group of juniors around her watching, she didn't want to hide and couldn't. One of her palms stretched out, slender and white, with well-defined knuckles and clearly visible palm lines, like a fine work of art, but carrying a terrifying power of destruction. Boo! With a muffled sound, the void exploded, forming a chaotic land 10,000 meters in circumference centered on the two. A mere supreme being, how dare you pretend in front of me, even though you have. In the midst of the chaos, Li Changda looked at the woman whose arm exploded into pieces and flipped over in a sorry state, smiled blandly, and then chased after her directly with his feet on nothingness. The woman's heart was full of horror. She was the first daughter of a great emperor. Her body flowed with the bloodline of an ancient great emperor. Her physique was far stronger than the same level of cultivators, but the difference between one thought and the other was shattered by a single blow to the arm. The woman's heart was shocked and filled with disbelief at the same time. Li Changda wasn't aware of what was going on in her mind, or else I'm afraid that he would have to hold back 3 laughs. Great emperor first daughter only, and it is not unbeaten, and still flip, up and down, left, right, Ali Baba, regardless of the day and night casually beat. Chapter 52, The Dragon Family. Whoosh! Li Changda held his spear and stabbed, but the Qin clan supreme, who had already suffered a loss once, dodged crisply this time without the slightest hesitation. She regenerated her flesh and blood, her broken arm was restored. Looking at Li Changda who was chasing after her again, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but open her mouth while dodging. Who are you? With your strength, you can't be a nobody. Report your name, and the grudge between you and our Qin clan may be put to rest. This seat, Long Ao Tian, Supreme Emperor of the Qin clan, please enlighten me. Li Changda opened his mouth, and his vest was naturally at his fingertips. Saying that, not only did the attack not stop, but it became even more rapid. You are a member of the dragon family. A long sword appeared in the hands of the Qin clan supreme, waving his hand to block Li Changda's spear that slashed fiercely, and then his voice was clear and cold as he said, my Qin clan and your dragon family have always been well watered, so why are you targeting my Qin clan? Old me Long Ao Tian acted. Why do I need to explain to you? Not to mention that your Qin clan is bullying people. I am not used to seeing it, so I beat and killed. What can you do to me? Li Changda opened his mouth. His tone was arrogant. Humph. The supreme lord of the Qin clan snorted coldly, and immediately, a strong mana swept out. How dare a junior go wild? If I suppress you today, your Long family elders will have nothing to say. The Qin clan supreme father opened his mouth, relying on his powerful mana to forcefully force back Li Changda, and then he formed a seal with both hands, and a large hand carrying the power of opening up the sky, slapped down from the sky. Good timing. Let me see what the Qin clan has to offer today, and why they are so high and mighty that they presume to stand outside of the human clan and form a clan of their own. Li Changda opened his mouth, at the same time, swinging his fist to meet the attack. Above his fist, a golden dragon rose up to the sky, soaring against the wind. A loud and clear dragon's roar emitted from its mouth, directly opening its mouth and swallowing the huge palm that had slapped down from the sky in one bite, and then with a twist of its body, the divine dragon swung its tail, carrying the power of the annihilation of everything and fiercely pumping it towards the supreme emperor of the Qin clan. The Qin clan supreme being's willow brows were slightly knitted, and her red lips lightly parted. Burst! Boom! The chaotic land that the two fought out shook violently, the divine ability and precious arts both blotted out, and the powerful shockwave was like opening up the sky and the earth, instantly opening up a whole new world, and then destroying it in the blink of an eye. Second ancestor, we're here to help you. Several exalted persons rushed into the chaos and directly surrounded Li Changda. Shameless thing, a group of people singling me out in front of your house, right? Li Changda laughed coldly, not panicking in the slightest in the face of the various mana attacks. Wordlessly, the 9 dragons' divine body was fully opened, with 10 golden dragons encircling itself, forming an airtight protection. The 9 dragons' divine body breaking extreme technique, invincible to all laws, invincible in the same realm. Li Changda used the art of breaking the pole to protect himself in case of a change, and then ignored the attacks of the others, heading straight for the Qin clan supreme with a desperate look. Boom! Li Changda blasted out with a palm, and his exuberant chi and blood caused the entire chaos to roll as if it were a sea of clouds. But this time, the Qin clan supreme didn't dodge and directly raised a palm, operating his mana and chi and blood, and ruthlessly slapped it together with Li Changda's palm. Boom! With an ear-splitting pop, countless universes were born in a flash and ceased to exist in a moment. Instead, the Qin clan supreme father's entire body had tumbled out uncontrollably, spraying blood continuously on the way. Li Changda's body retreated 3 steps before he was flooded with attacks from all directions. The Qin clan supreme being barely stabilized his body, one hand resting on his chest, his eyes looking at Li Changda, who was flooded by endless attacks, with both shock and anger. But immediately afterward her pupils contracted violently, only to see a tall and upright figure, unharmed, as if he was on a picnic trek, walked out from the mana explosion that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. The highest axiom of the dragon clan's indestructible scripture. the 10,000 laws indestructible body. The Qin clan supreme being's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of an imperceptible tremor. You're the contemporary divine son of the dragon family? The Qin family supremo looked at Li Chang'e, and at this point, he no longer suspected his origin from the immortal dragon family, but further speculated about his status in the dragon family. Ha! A mere divine son of the district. I don't give a damn, Li Chang'e said with an arrogant attitude, but I left home this time. I left in a hurry. I didn't bring a personal maid to serve by my side. If the Qin clan's supreme father doesn't mind, why don't you follow this young master around as a bed-warming maid? Ha! Long Ao Tian. Don't be arrogant, please, imperial soldier. Next to him, a Qin clan venerable spoke, and immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura that was powerful enough to oppress the 10,000 realms erupted from the Qin clan's ancestral land, directly penetrating the small world where the Qin clan ancestor was located, as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast was reviving. May not. The Qin clan supreme father hastily opened his mouth to stop it. Second ancestor? Why? The crowd looked at the supreme lord of the Qin clan with puzzled faces. It was Li Chang'e who was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that this Qin clan supreme father was attracted by my handsome skin and has fallen hopelessly in love with me? You go away. Today's matter will end here, and we won't bother with that Shao family anymore. The Qin clan supreme did not respond to his own family, but looked at Li Chang'e and said in an indifferent tone, "That's a good feeling." Li Chang'e grinned and nodded his head, turning around and making a move to leave, but he suddenly did the opposite and headed straight for the Qin clan supreme. Pseudo-imperial soldiers appeared in his hand, poking and stabbing at the Qin clan supreme being, fiercely pumping and stabbing. The Qin clan supreme simply didn't expect that he had already lowered his voice so much, and the other party had even stomped on his nose. Instantly taken by surprise, the whole man was like a leather ball, drawn from east to west, out of the south to the north, and stabbed from the north to the south. In just the blink of an eye, she had lost track of how many bones she had broken and how many more bloody holes she had made in her body. Fortunately, her realm was a whole big realm higher than Li Chang'e, otherwise she was afraid that she would have long been blown up and her soul destroyed. In the end, Li Chang'e stabbed a spear through her abdomen, picking up her entire body and facing the dumbfounded Qin clan venerable, saying, "If you guys say forget it, then won't I lose face?" With that said, he flung his spear, and the already severely injured Qin clan supreme was directly thrown out by him. Spare your life for the time being today, or in the same sentence, do not move the Shao family within 30 years, otherwise, the price. I'm afraid your Qin clan can't afford it. After pretending to be 13, Li Chang'e quickly wiped his feet and ran faster than a rabbit. This was because he could already feel the Qin clan's extreme Dao Emperor soldiers completely reviving, and not just one, but a full 3. The reason why the Qin clan was strong was because 3 great emperors had been born from their clan. If the Qin clan only had 1 imperial soldier, it wouldn't be enough to make Li Chang'e afraid, but it was 3 of them, and if they were smashed together, he was afraid that he would have to shatter. Put. A bunch of non-martial virtuous contraptions. What else would they do besides rounding up people? A vast mountain range that was rarely populated. Li Chang'e appeared out of nowhere, his mouth shattering in a sour tone. If he was given 3 more breaths of time, he had absolute certainty that he could get the Qin clan supreme, but unfortunately, however, he was not aware that his actions had caused the entire cultivation world to blow up. Chaos disappeared, and the Qin clan people appeared. The supreme being was seriously injured, and everyone else was blue in the face, a scene that scared those prying eyes around them silly. Dragon family, you must give my Qin clan an explanation, otherwise, my Qin clan doesn't mind opening a war of extermination. The supreme emperor of the Qin clan gasped for breath, his gaze looking in one direction as he spoke coldly. Clueless, the dragon family venerable who was eating melon was completely dumbfounded. It was only after a long time that he came back to his senses and said, "Supreme Emperor Qin clan, what do you mean? Could it be that after being slapped in the mouth, you're thinking of getting back at me from my dragon clan? You have not looked down on yourself too much. Is the ascending dragon fist your dragon clan's top secret?" The Qin clan supreme father opened his mouth. "Yes," the dragon family venerable responded. "Is the 10,000 laws indestructible body unique to your Long clan?" The supreme emperor of the Qin clan pursued. "Yes." The dragon family venerable could only nod his head in agreement. The dragon family undying scripture was the foundation of the dragon family's foothold, and at the same time, it was also the pride of all the dragon family members, and it would not allow anyone to comment on it. Then let me ask you again, is Long Ao Tian an heir to your Long family? The supreme emperor of the Qin clan asked again. "Yes, it's a ball. You don't mean to say that you were injured by someone called Long Ao Tian, and as a result, you suspect that it's someone from our Long family, right?" Long family venerable almost said smooth talk, but in time to react. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. The pot cannot be carried indiscriminately. Some pots, once taken, are deadly. Don't Don't dare to admit it, do you? Then prepare for the clan war. The Qin clan Supremo faced the dragon family's denial, directly domineering response, and then led the Qin clan venerable, return to the ancestral land of the Qin clan. As for the Xiao family, who is that? Are they onions or garlic? Who knows them? Chapter 53, Aotian goes on a journey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is Long Aotian? The dragon clan's patriarch, an elegant and easygoing young man with a handsome bounty, was so angry that he almost cursed when he heard the report from the clan's venerable member. In the past few years, there have been all kinds of bulls and devils, looking for him to explicitly and implicitly spy on a guy named Long Huaxiang, known as Brother Chang, and now there is still no clue, but as a result, this has emerged a Long Outyen. The dragon family head had all felt the bottleneck of breaking through the supreme great perfection, but as a result, the hint of a breakthrough completely disappeared when he was disturbed by these trivial matters. How could he not be angry? Go and do a good check for me to see if there is anyone named Long Aotian in our Long family, the dragon family head said. If there is, then reward them vigorously. As for the Qin clan, a group of egomaniacs who have forgotten their own heel, don't they want to fight? Then let's fight. It's just right to let my dragon family's sons and daughters go out to sharpen themselves. Don't raise them to become flowers in a greenhouse. Yes, the dragon family venerable one led the way. The head of the family has given the word, so let's battle him to the death. The Long family is known to be warlike, although the number of great emperors in the family was not as high as the Qin clan. In terms of individual combat power, in the entire cultivation world, few people in the same realm could compare to the people of the dragon family, master of the house. Not long after that venerable person went and returned, looking at the Long family head with a difficult face. What's wrong again? Could it be that those little ones are scared after hearing that there's going to be a war? Long Badian, the head of the Long family, frowned as he looked at his own venerable father, a dragon of fury coalescing behind him. No. The dragon family venerable one hastily shook his head and said as soon as they heard that there is a battle to be fought, these little guys are all rubbing their fists and getting excited. What I want to say is about Long Aotian. Long Aotian. Could it be that our Long family doesn't have this person? Long Badian said. No. Family master, do you want to come out and take a look? The dragon family venerable one stammered in his tone. When Long Badian heard this, his divine sense swept outward and he was startled. You? No way. You don't tell me that those outside are called Dragon Aotian? Long Badian looked at his own reverend with a constipated face. Yes, family master. As soon as I said that everyone named Long Aotian came here to collect the reward, those who are close by came, and there are others who are on their way because of the distance. Long family venerable said, and that's just the main vein. There must be quite a few people in other branches with the name Long Aotian. Are all these people to be rewarded? Reward? Give me a hard reward. After receiving the reward, let these Long Aotian go to the head first. Mard, such an arrogant name. If you don't go out and show it off at this time, won't you bury it? Long Baotian gritted his teeth and said, although Long Aotian Long Badian was only a difference of one word, whether it was the meaning or the pattern, his own name was directly turned into slag. At this moment Long Baotian wanted to change his name. On this day, Aoti went out for an inch. A group of Dragon Aotian rode on a warship and formally confronted the Qin clan's army. Although the two immortal families screamed ferociously, they were both still relatively restrained when it came to making real moves, and didn't send out strong individuals above the level of great saints. And after Li Chang'e found out about this, he just laughed it off. When he goes out, he earns his own face and his own name. What's wrong with him? If people want to pull on the Lung family, what's it got to do with Lu Huaxiang? At this time, Li Chang'e had been listening to a small song for 3 days at the House of 10,000 Flowers. I have to say that this 10,000 Flowers building is worthy of being the best in Dengfeng City. Not only is the wine good, the food is delicious, the girls can all sing and dance, and speak well, especially the mysterious and incomparable flower leader. Not only is she as beautiful as a heavenly goddess, but the strength of her body is also in the realm of the Sage King. Unfortunately, selling art is not for sale. Kid, it's you. On this day, just after listening to a little song and leaving the House of 10,000 Flowers, Li Chang'e met an acquaintance. It's me. I heard that Mr. Zhao's leg was broken 2 days ago. Now this is healed? Li Chang'e was curious. Eyes lingered on Zhao whose leg with probing, while his heart couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a metaphysical world, this superficial wound healed just as fast. But after Zhao who heard his words, his already narrow-minded heart shrunk violently, and his entire heart felt as if it was being clutched fiercely. At the same time, the leg that had healed seemed to ache vaguely again, and memories that had just died popped back up. Kid, there's a road in heaven that you don't take. There's no door in hell that you come to throw yourself in. If you meet this Gungzi today, count your fate as bad. Come on people, give me a beating. With a wave of Zhao Gang's hand, a group of doglegs came out from behind him. rubbing their fists and looking at Li Changa, directly surrounding him. Li Changa looked amused. Are you sure you want to break my legs? Mud, don't even pose for me. Go on, break this kid's legs for me. Zhao Hu sniffed and looked at the group of dog legs that surrounded Li Changa and pretended to gesticulate there. Kicked the dog legs in front of him with an annoyed face and urged, if you don't do it again, I'll break your legs later. When the group of dog legs heard this, their eyes instantly became ferocious and they pounced on Li Changa with a fierce smile. Li Changa looked at the group of dog legs around him that were moving slowly as if they were turtles crawling, raised his right hand, slapped one. There was no extra movement at all, and in an instant, all of them were slapped down on the ground. Every single one of them had their grooved teeth fall out and fell to the ground wailing. Still want to break my legs? Li Changa looked at the already stunned Zhao Hu and laughed. No, don't dare. Zhao Hu's body shivered. Is it that you don't dare, or that you don't want to? Li Changa guffawed. No, don't dare. Suddenly seeing Li Changa's smirking eyes, Zhao Hu's IQ suddenly skyrocketed and he hastily shook his head. No, yes, I don't want to, said with a smile on his face that was worse than tears. Seeing this, Li Changa reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, don't be afraid. In the future, wash your heart and be a good person. People can mix, but can't dish out. Today's mood is good, so I won't kill you, but this is the last time. If there is a next time, you and your father will be like your legs. After speaking, Li Changa turned his head, looked at the pretty face as beautiful as a flower peeking out from the attic window, smiled, waved his hand, and turned around. He had just left with his front foot. Zhao Hu's right leg clicked with a crunch, followed by his body collapsing to the ground, clutching his right leg and letting out a heartbreaking, crippling howl from his mouth. Aha! In the attic, the curious flower girl watching the show's face changed slightly, turned her head to look at her personal maid and said with a grave face, who was that person? Do you know? The maid sniffed, glanced at the direction Li Changa had left, and said with a smile, this man's name is Lu Huaqiang. Not only is he a handsome man who has won the hearts of the girls, but he is also generous, and can also write poems and essays. It's a pity that the girl is not here for this period of time. Otherwise, with the girl's looks, she will definitely be able to get an unprecedented masterpiece from him. The flower quartermaster maiden heard this and couldn't help but be interested, smilingly saying to esteem him so highly. Then tell me, what masterpieces has he done in the past few days? Cold Snow Pavilion's sure. Got one. There is a beautiful person in the north, absolute and independent. Once you look at a person's city, and then you look at a person's country. The plum ant of the plum fragrance garden got a song about plums. Xiao Xiang, from the West Wing Pavilion, got an autumn rhyme, and they're all rare and good poems. It's a pity that my girl is not around these days. The maid couldn't help but let out a deep sigh as she spoke. The flower goddess just laughed, while her gaze looked in the direction Li Changa had left, a flash of interest in her eyes. Just now, she looked in the eyes of the transgression between Li Changa and Zhao Hu, but with her same king's eyesight, surprisingly, she also did not find out exactly how Li Changa made his move. Anyway, that Zhao Hu's leg was just like that. Broken. Chapter 54, The Imperial Pass. The flower leader of 10,000 Flowers House still thought that Lu Huaqiang would show up tomorrow or in a few days. As a result, she waited for most of the year. The youth named Lu Huaqiang, however, never appeared again, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Along with one of them disappeared is the East Side Xiao family. The entire Xiaoju clan relocated, and as for where it went, Li Changa didn't pay attention to it. With that token in place, Li Changa was confident that no matter how far away the sky was, if something happened to the Xiao family, he would be able to arrive at the first opportunity. Li Changa left Dengfeng City and traveled all the way west, taking 6 years and crossing countless thousands of miles to arrive at the first majestic pass of the human race. Imperial Pass is the name of this pass. At one time, more than one great emperor had fought in this place and rejected the foreigners outside the pass. The entire wall of the pass here was piled up with wrecked stars, and the gates were heavy and sturdy with dark god gold. The walls of the city are so high and majestic that humans are as small as dust in front of this wall. Close to the city wall there is a city called the Imperial City, in which there are storytellers, true and false, who speak eloquently of the great achievements of those great emperors who once were there, listening to the people, some blood boiling, some face contemplation. There are also people curious to ask questions, so lively. How many emperors in the past and present? All put into a joke. The ancient great emperors exactly how strong? We descendants can only hear about it. Today we do not talk about the great emperors. Let's talk about that dragon family. The war between the Dragon Clan and the Qin Clan has been protracted, but the Dragon Clan has only sent one person as of now. Do you know what that person's name is? That person's name is Long Ao Tian. This Long Ao Tian, he's not one, but a bunch. Li Changa sat at a table with a few scattered Jianghu cultivators, listening to Mr. storyteller's tongue while paying attention to the conversations of the people around him. Imperial City is special, does not belong to any party forces, and therefore mixed with fish and dragons. Here on the top of the open sect masters. Under the rookie just stepped into the cultivation world, and because of the connection to this barbaric land, so all kinds of news is extremely abundant. Li Chang'e listened in this restaurant for a while, then left the attic and came to a place called Tianji Pavilion. A couplet hung at the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion. 500 years ago, I watched the stars and buckets, and they were clearly separated from the past and the present. Wisdom surrounds all things and shows the sun and the moon. Virtue is shown by the heavenly autumn. Crossword, omniscient. Li Chang'e picked up the steps and crossed the threshold of the carved white jade, arriving inside the Tianji Pavilion. As soon as Li Chang'e entered, an old Taoist priest swished over, while sizing him up around him. He'd sked, and in 3 or 2 sentences, he praised Li Chang'e to the heavens and the earth. So if he were a different person, he might have been praised to the heavens, but Li Chang'e just smiled. He was here to buy and sell news, not to tell fortunes. The old man sang a monologue for a while, no one to hold the joke. Time to feel a little bored. A shake in the hands of the floating sinking, the body stood straight, raised his hand and stroked his white beard. A face of colorful looking at Li Chang'e said, "Dao friend driving to the heavenly pavilion, do not know what for? Looking for you to buy some news." Li Chang'e glanced at the old man, crane hair, hale and hearty, a Taoist robe washed white, holding a duster, quite a bit of immortal style. This person's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the exalted great perfection realm. Li Chang'e took out a piece of paper with the names of 7 or 8 items written on it and handed it to the old man, saying, "I want to know about the exact location of these things above." The old man took the paper and with just one glance, 2 money symbols hung in those eyes. When he looked at Li Chang'e again, it was as if he was looking at a moving mountain of gold. Do his line of work. There is a maxim called, 10 years do not open eat 10 years. He hasn't opened here in 30 years, and today he's going to make enough in one day for 100 years. Ahem. Do you know that there is a price to pay for this prying into the heavens? The old Taoist stroked his beard with one hand and rubbed the paper back and forth with the other, the purpose of which was self-evident. Li Chang'e was dumbfounded, and with a flick of his hand, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones landed beside the old man. The old man's breath stuttered and he almost closed his body to pounce on this spiritual mountain. It's good to react in the emergency that one's current image is that of a Taoist master. Ahem. He let out a light cough. Then with a wave of his hand, a pen appeared in his hand, and he penciled in a line after the list of items on the paper. This is the location of the first 3 items. We'll discuss the prices of the ones after next time we meet. The old man said and handed the paper in his hand to Li Chang'e. This trip is dangerous. I hope that you will get what you want and return in triumph, in order to smoothly usher in the next transaction. The old man's blessing could be described as sincere, not half false. Li Chang'e nodded, took the paper, and inquired about some more details before thanking him and leaving. Bai Ling, for your sake, I've suffered a lot over the years. When you recover, you must repay me properly. Li Chang'e complained to the spirit in the ring. Your Majesty's kindness is as great as that of a new creation. I am not able to repay you. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely work as an ox as a horse to repay you. Bai Ling's teasing voice rang out. Li Chang'e's face turned black and said, in the face of a handsome man like me, shouldn't you give yourself to me? Serve me for the rest of your life? Why wait until the afterlife? Really convinced. Bai Ling sniffed and sighed helplessly, but her voice was light and pleasant. How old are you? Why are you still like a little kid? I've given you everything. Can I still run away? Why do you always let people say those shy words? A man is a teenager until he dies. Besides, I'm already very young, so why do I have to act like I'm old and serious? That's so tiring. Li Chang'e skimmed his lips and said, as for letting you say those words, isn't that to add a little more flavor? Otherwise how boring would this journey be? We're an old married couple too. What's there to be ashamed about saying those things? Put. Who's an old married couple with you? Bai Ling spat lightly and pouted. It's true that we're not quite an old married couple now, so let's quickly remake your physical body, and then we'll truly be an old married couple. Li Chang'e laughed. Then he rushed up to the sky and took a step to the front of the Imperial Pass. In front of the Imperial Pass, there was a steady stream of people. Li Chang'e stepped out of the city gates along with the crowd, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The original prosperous and neat streets disappeared, replaced by a vast, desolate and withered plain. The ground under his feet looked like it had been drenched in blood, hard and black, and at a glance there was not an inch of grass, and scorched black ground everywhere. And in that city wall is all over the knife and sword marks. The gap in the city wall, you can still vaguely see some broken bones and flesh. Those were all left by some truly powerful people, with flesh that did not decay or perish, and even after endless years, they still existed, proving to the world that they had been here before. Bai Ling, have you ever conquered here? Li Chang'e said. No, The years of existence of the Imperial Pass and its longevity. This place was already abandoned in the era of my existence, and I'm not even sure exactly what kind of foreign races this place was resisting. The White Spirit opened his mouth, having an inexplicable offer this place as well. Li Chang'e is a little surprised. Bai Ling is an alternative witness. The realm is equivalent to a great emperor. The era in which they are located is extremely distant from the present day. I did not expect that. Even she is not very knowledgeable about this place. Chapter 55, 3 Immortal Mountains. Beyond the Imperial Pass, the land is red for miles. Li Chang'e traveled alone far to the west. As the sun rose and the moon set and the stars shifted, he himself didn't know how long or how far he had traveled. Finally, the barren land is gone. Gradually there is a green color. The flat earth also has rolling hills. Great rolling hills spread into the distance. Ancient trees cover the sky. Raptors hiss and beasts hiss. This is the real barbaric hinterland. Many ferocious beasts and raptors, each ferocious mighty. Between the wings can cut miles of mountains and rivers. A roar can roar down countless stars. Li Chang'e delved deeper into this place, exploring the path while fighting and killing to refine his Tao. It took 3 years to finally find the first location, the Three Immortals Mountain. It is rumored that there was once an immortal living in Sanxian Mountain, and it is a dojo left behind by the immortals. There are 3 main peaks of the Three Immortals Mountain, standing in zigzag shape on the earth. One is beautiful and elegant, and between the pine waves, one can faintly see the exquisite tiled houses hidden by the woods. A perilous, as if a sharp sword stands, giving people a kind of hard folding, not bending the feeling of sharpness. The last one was pale and atmospheric, like a ferocious beast of the ancient world prostrating itself on the ground. Li Chang'e didn't rush in. A divine aura blossomed in his eyes as his martial heavenly eyes opened to the extreme, insightful, looking at the seemingly peaceful, but actually hidden crisis of the 3 immortal mountains in front of him, only to see that each of the 3 main peaks had 3 rivers hanging high above them as if they were waterfalls, with the crystalline water flowing endlessly, forming a natural formation that protected the entire 3 Immortals Mountain. Li Chang'e swept his gaze, crossing from one medicinal garden to another. The 3 Immortal Mountains had existed for such a long time, and even if there were treasures inside, most of them had been taken away, leaving behind only the prosperous scenes of the past. Most of the herb gardens have been dug up. Li Chang'e searched carefully and finally, with a happy face, found what he needed. He took a step and stepped into the 3 Immortals Mountain to feel the mystery and power of the 3 Immortals Mountain firsthand. Even after so many years had passed, the remaining might of the 3 Immortals Mountain was likewise not to be underestimated, and if other great saints or even exalted ones came in, they would have to be careful. Fortunately, after so many years of cultivation, Li Chang'e's strength had already reached Zunshe realm perfection without him realizing it, and he was also burdened with the 9 dragons' divine body, and it had reached the broken pole. Li Chang'e traveled all the way with no danger, and it took half a year to finally reach his destination. 10,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. It can give birth to the dead in flesh to white bones. It can be called a priceless secret medicine. Li Chang'e looked at the Ganoderma rooted in a pool of water congealed by aura, brilliant as a ruby, and slurped. Suddenly, a blood python poked its head out from the rootstock of the blood Ganoderma lucidum, and a pair of eyes leisurely looked at Li Chang'e, filled with vigilance and anger. Is there a spirit? Li Chang'e looked at the blood python and smiled slightly. If there is a spirit, then come over and have a chat. If there isn't, I'll just do it. Hearing Li Chang'e's words, the blood python's icy pupils visibly shrunk as he looked at Li Chang'e with a confused look, not knowing what he was up to. It seems like you are spiritually intelligent. In any case, you came earlier than me. I'm a person who hates bullying people with my power, so I'll make a deal with you. Give me the blood Ganoderma and then I'll take you out of here. Li Chang'e said. Are you sure you can take me away? The blood python opened its mouth, its voice crisp and pleasant, and as it spoke, it cocked its head in an innocent manner. Of course, if I can come in, I can naturally leave. Li Chang'e said. Good, there's a chain binding me under this water, so help me untie it first. Blood python said. When Li Chang'e heard this, a divine aura blossomed in his eyes as he looked toward the water pool. This pool of water from the outside looks ordinary, but in fact it is the inner world, deep as the abyss, like connecting to another world. Li Chang'e reached into the water, and the large hand condensed with mana grabbed the chain and violently yanked it. Hiss! The blood python suddenly let out a hissing roar, and its body violently tensed, opening its bloody mouth and biting directly toward Li Chang'e. Get down! Li Chang'e let out a roar from his mouth, and the 10 golden dragon visions in his body blossomed in an instant, and the boundless dragon might filled the sky and the ground, as if the entire world was ruthlessly suppressing the blood python. Poof! The blood python's body, which was as if it was taut with divine iron, directly fell softly to the ground. Li Chang'e's other hand similarly condensed mana and transformed into a large hand that reached into the water, grabbing the chain locked onto the blood python with both hands and violently pulling it. Boom! The mountain shook and the entire Three Immortals mountain seemed to be torn by him. In the midst of the violent roar, the blood python's mouth continued to wail. Its bloodline had long been locked by the Three Immortals mountain's formations, and if it wanted to leave, it would have to violently break the entire Three Immortals mountain's formation boundaries. Boom! Li Chang's feet violently stomped the earth, the body steeply elevated. Behind him emerged a majestic and overbearing emperor silhouette, the body of a golden dragon surrounded. Suddenly, the emperor opened his eyes rushed straight to the bullfight, tearing the pale, blandly opened his mouth to lightly drink a break. Words followed words, and with a bang, the chain that was locking the blood python instantly snapped. At the same time, the aura of the Three Immortal Mountains was instantly exposed between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Li Chang'e didn't hesitate and directly used his great magic power to open up a side of the world, uprooting the Three Immortal Mountains and storing them away. There were few treasures left in the Three Immortal Mountains, but the three mountains themselves were rare treasures. Imperial City. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly eventful. That said, that Xiao Ran also came out of nowhere, and even set up a ring in the Heavenly Flame Prefecture, threatening to challenge the Qin clan's pearl, Qin Ru Xue. Who says it isn't? There were also rumors of strange movements from the depths of the savage wilderness not too long ago, attracting many great sects and forces to go there. And I don't know what's happening. We don't have the ability to travel to the depths of the savage wasteland, but the Heavenly Flame State can make a trip forward. What exactly is so extraordinary about that Xiao Ran? Why does he dare to call out the Qin clan? It is said that Xiao Ran and that Qin Ru Xue originally had a marriage contract in the body, but Qin Ru Xue disliked people Xiao Ran's origin as well as the cultivation talent, so 10 years ago openly withdraw from the marriage. This kind of situation, pay attention to your love. I originally no fault, but this kind of thing to talk about can be. In the case of the Xiao family, as long as they did not lose their minds, think will not be stalking, holding that piece of paper marriage contract does not let go. But the Qin family clearly has no such intentions. They came in a big way, with former divine son Qin Shou leading a group of experts, and made it clear that they were using their power to suppress others, and wanted to break the marriage contract with Xiao Ran. Speaking of which, this Xiao Ran is also a man, to the extent that he gave that Qin Ru Xue a letter of repudiation in public. This Qin clan can endure? Of course it can't be tolerated. The Qin clan and the Dragon clan have been at war for so many years. Do you know why? Why? Does it still have something to do with Xiao Ran? What this brother said is very true. The two great clans at war so far not only have something to do with Xiao Ran, but it has a lot more to do with it. Qin clan former godson arrogant and domineering, with his own sister went to retreat. The result was humiliated not to say, but instead, even his side of the protector of the road was also beheaded. If it is not the Qin clan deep, Qin Shou body has a substitute for the death of the talisman of such a life-saving artifacts. It is the Qin Shou himself will be body to die on the spot. The dogs who bully others deserve it. I don't know which senior powerhouse could have done such a great thing. Who has the Qin clan been fighting all these years? Long Ao Tian. Not bad. The person who does the next great thing is none other than senior Long Ao Tian. Compared to Long Ao Tian, I'm more curious to know how the Xiao family, a small, unheard of family, got betrothed to the Qin clan. Is that reasonable? Chapter 56, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. There were many people who were curious as to how the mole-like Xiao family had climbed into a relationship with the towering Qin clan. But it is destined to be an unsolved mystery. There's a marriage contract between the two families. Who are you going to argue with? As for reasonableness, LOL, just don't have a brain. Li Chang'e mingled in the crowd, listening to the conversation of these people, and couldn't help but tsk. It had to be said that the Xiao Ran was really a talent, or rather, the destined son's fortune was as terrifying as it was. It is said that when Xiao Ran was out on his own, he met a true disciple of Nine Elements Mountain, and the two somehow became confidants with each other between their eyebrows. And with her introduction, Xiao Ran joined Nine Elements Mountain. In an everlasting immortal sect such as the Nine Elements Mountain, Xiao Ran's talent and strength were rapidly developed and enhanced, and in just 10 years, he directly crossed the realm of body refinement as well as Divine King, and achieved the position of peak Divine Emperor in a single leap. His growth history was a sensation in the entire cultivation world. Of course, other than his rise as a grassroots, the most talked about person was Long Ao Tian of the Long family. These Long Ao Tian also really came out a few good seedlings. There is the Dragon Emperor Hegemony body. There is also the Dragon Blood God body. Several Long Ao Tian rose in the Great War, quickly breaking into fame from nowhere. At the same time, the Qin family also has several rising stars like the sun. The strength of the extremely rapid increase. Among them, the most famous was Qin Zhen, who had squeezed out the title of Qin Shou Divine Son. Not only was this new Divine Son powerful and talented, but he also possessed a hegemonic body that hadn't been seen in millions of years, and had already defeated quite a few of his heavenly contemporaries in just 10 years. It was rumored that this time when Xiao Ran and Qin Rushue fought, this divine son of the Qin clan would also be present. Brother Lu, do you want to head to the heavenly flame state together to make a scene? A nearby cultivator looked at Li Changde and proposed. That's exactly what I want. Li Changde smiled and nodded. The heavenly flame state was extremely far away from the imperial city, and if one relied tightly on one's legs, it would take even a saint 1,000 years to arrive. Therefore, it can only be transmitted across regions. 2 months later, in the Skyfire state, Maple Leaf Forest. The crimson maple leaves hang all over the branches like a brilliant fire cloud, dazzling and colorful. The maple forest was extremely beautiful, but just a little more austere. At this moment, the maple leaf forest was crowded with people, and there were also people flying in the air, heading straight to the center of the maple leaf forest. A huge ring had been set up there, and some people had even set up gambling tables there, expecting to make a small fortune. Brother Lu doesn't know who he favors to win? The accompanying loose cultivator came over to Li Changde's side and curiously said, if it were me. Li Changde glanced at the betting table and smiled. I will press Xiao Ran. Of course, it's best not to get involved in such things as gambling. After all, 9 out of 10 bets are lost, and no one dares to guarantee a sure win. The next few casual cultivators nodded, then pressed Xiao Ran without hesitation. Qin Rushue's odds of winning are 1-to-1. Shaughnessy wins by 1-to-6. These few casual cultivators weren't trying to gamble their luck, but mainly because they believed in Li Changde. This way Li Changde's aura is too transcendent. These loose cultivators are just weak and not stupid. On the contrary, these loose cultivators are very smart. All of them are human. Naturally they will not believe that Li Changde is really a loose cultivator. Hearing him say that he wanted to press Xiao Ran, these people only thought that he had some inside information. Ha! Where is this fairy from? To be born so beautiful. A sudden cry of disbelief came, followed by everyone turning their heads in unison, only to see, to the east of the maple leaf forest, 2 fiery red figures join hands. One is valiant, the other arrogant and cold. The former was more than 170 centimeters tall, with a slender figure, wearing a coat of fire-red armor, with a perfect figure and flawless face. Calling a sentence fairy was not excessive, and the other one is not at all bad either in looks or body temperament. She was close to 190 centimeters tall, wearing a red robe. Her body was even hotter. Her face was cold and beautiful, with a hint of arrogance and charm, and her knitted brows and smile all had an uncommon charm. Why are they here? Li Changde couldn't help but frown slightly as he watched the two. These two were no one else but Li Changde's third daughter, Li Yuxiu, and Queen Medusa Kai Dai. Brother Lu knows these two fairies? The casual cultivator next to him was curious after seeing Li Changde's expression. Li Changde sniffed and was just about to shake his head. As a result, the two people who were about to pass by seemed to feel something in their hearts, and their gazes brushed down on him. Brother Lu. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Yuxiu's eyes. Her feet moved, and her slender body appeared in front of Li Changde with a brush, looking at him with a delighted face. Queen Medusa followed closely behind, also arriving in front of Li Changde in an instant. Her eyes swept at his cuffs and said with a complicated expression, Brother Lu, it's good to see you again. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet old friends in another country. A smile appeared on Li Changde's face as he said, let me introduce you too. These Dao friends are friends I've met over the years. Li Yuxiu and Queen Medusa nodded absently, all their minds almost on Li Changde. Several loose cultivators have long been able to observe the ability of speech and color. See this, have the wisdom to leave. It's been a long time since Brother Lu. How have you been doing all these years? Li Yuxiu looked at Li Changde and said as water mist filled his clear eyes. I'm fine, but it's Miss Li, who seems to have lost a lot of weight. Li Changde said with concern, I don't know if the girl has encountered anything troubling her? No. Li Yuxiu sniffled and said I just didn't rest well during this period of time in order to rush to the Heavenly Flame continent. I'll be fine after recovering for a few days. Li Changde nodded, and his gaze fell on Queen Medusa who was about to speak, saying, Your Majesty can say whatever she has to say. We are considered old friends. When Queen Medusa heard this, she turned her head to look at Li Yuxiu. Seeing this, Li Yuxiu thought that Queen Medusa suspected that she was too embarrassed to speak up in her presence, so she took the initiative to propose to go for a walk on the side. Queen Medusa opened her mouth and looked at Li Yuxiu's back as he left, her crystal teeth lightly biting her red lips before taking a deep breath and turning her head to look at Li Changde and said just now from afar I felt. Brother Lu has a breath on his body that I am familiar with. I don't know what it is. Can Brother Lu solve my confusion? You mean it? Li Changde raised his left hand and flashed a red bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet was as thick as onyx, with fine scales all over the surface, and a closer look would reveal that it was a small red snake the thickness of a thumb. The small snake's head and tail met, its ruby-like eyes meeting Queen Medusa's in all directions, its mouth slightly open, gulping its snake's letters. This small snake was the same blood python that was on the Three Immortals mountain back then, and Lichanga violently destroyed the forbidden boundary of the Three Immortals mountain, allowing this blood python to escape from the control of the Three Immortals mountain. However, this blood python suddenly didn't know where to go after leaving the Three Immortals mountain, so it pestered Lichanga and was kept by Lichanga. I didn't expect to be discovered by Queen Medusa today. Whoosh! The blood python's body slightly swayed, directly appeared on Queen Medusa's shoulder, stretched out a small tongue letter, gently licked on Queen Medusa's side face, and issued a little girl-like pleasant cheer from its mouth. I like the scent of your body so much. Can we be friends? Sure. Queen Medusa smiled and nodded, the high and mighty look on her face disappearing without a trace, leaving only the kind motherly love that belongs solely to women. Queen Medusa reached out, touched the blood python's head, and said gently, "What is your name?" I don't have a name?" The blood python sniffed and looked downcast and aggrieved. "My parents and relatives. They were all trapped and died in the Three Immortal Mountains. I haven't seen my parents since I was hatched, so I also don't have a name yet." Chapter 57, Recognition. Queen Medusa treated the blood python as if she was a different person, gentle and incomparable. "Then why don't I help you pick a name?" She gently stroked the blood python's head with an easygoing smile on her face. Okay. The blood python nodded repeatedly as he sniffed. Queen Medusa looked at the blood python's brilliant smoky body, as well as the fine and delicate diamond-shaped red scales on her body, and thought for a moment. "Why don't you just call yourself Redling from now on?" "Good. I like this name. From now on I'll be called Red Rope. I have a name too. He. The blood python's mouth let out a clear and pleasant laughter, and her body was like a red rope roaming around Queen Medusa's body. Lichanga looked at the image of a man and a snake living in harmony, shook his head, and walked over to Li Yuxiu. This girl was currently sitting on a thick maple tree pole, her two slender legs swaying, her eyes lost in thought as she gazed at the evening sun in the sky. Seeing this, Lichanga gently leapt up and sat down next to her, glancing at the girl's clear and absolutely beautiful face before withdrawing his gaze and similarly looking towards the sky. Li Yuxiu turned her head and looked at Lichanga, a pair of eyes with a complex color. After a while, she spoke slowly. "I've been looking for you for a long time." "You asked for me?" Lichanga turned his head and looked at Li Yuxiu in puzzlement, saying, "What are you looking for me for?" Suddenly, his complexion was slightly stunned, and he saw the affection in the bottom of Li Yuxiu's eyes, and in an instant only, an absurd thought grew in the bottom of his heart. "No way? How is this possible? No, this kind of thing, even if it's just a mere possibility, must be snuffed out immediately." Lichanga had a decision in his heart and suddenly raised his hand to touch Li Yuxiu's clear and delicate side face. "Li Yuxiu." The girl's eyes flashed, a little flustered and shy. Seeing this, Lichanga sighed quietly in her heart and spoke, "After so many years of not seeing each other, I also miss Xiu." The words were spoken in a relaxed, intimate tone. Even his voice had changed slightly. When Li Yuxiu heard this, his pupils quickly contracted, and he looked at Lichanga with an unbelievable face, and his lips shivered. Father. Before the word emperor was uttered, it was interrupted by Lichanga shaking his head. "I didn't tell anyone about my departure because I was worried about involving you guys, but I didn't expect to meet you here again. There are already quite a few people who saw you and I walking together. There's no way to hide." Lichanga withdrew his hand and transmitted his voice. "You may face a lot of trouble next, and even risk your life, so you have to be mentally prepared. I am not afraid." As she spoke, she hugged Lichanga's arm and said, "There, you're here. I'm not afraid of anything. It's not a matter of being afraid or not. You siblings are 9. Each of you has extraordinary talent, but after all, the growth time is too short. Right now you still need to cultivate well. Listen to me, and after watching the fun, think of a way to hide your traces and go back earlier." Lichanga said bitterly. "Oh," Li Yuxiu answered sullenly, then hugged one of Lichanga's arms, her head gently leaning against his shoulder. For those who don't know, this is a couple in love. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the two of them, golden and beautiful and misty. "Father," Li Yuxiu suddenly spoke up. Lichanga responded in a small voice, and as a result, Li Yuxiu didn't continue speaking for half a day. Lichanga glanced sideways, only to see a crystal tear hanging from the corner of the girl's eye, glittering brilliantly in the setting sun's afterglow. Snap! The teardrops fell under the tree and shattered. "Lichanga, father is here. Everything will pass." Lichanga reached out and hugged his daughter's shoulders, softly comforting her. Li Yuxiu nodded gently and said nothing. Seeing this, Lichanga could only exert her arms slightly, making him hold him a little tighter. Nightfall. Instead of decreasing, there were more people in the maple leaf forest, and it was bustling with activity. Not only are there those who come to eat and watch, but there are also many who set up stalls here and sell their treasures. Li Changa accompanied Li Yuxiu to wander around for a while until the full moon sloped in the west. Li Changa avoided Li Yuxiu and came to a deserted lake. At this moment, a figure in red was standing against the water. Straight and smooth 3,000 green silk flying with the wind. Slender and slender back straight. Even just a back also gives people a kind of inexplicable temptation. Those legs were long and straight. The red robe was flying, and a pair of crystal snow-white jade legs were hidden. It was Queen Medusa. This woman put close to 1 meter 9 in height among human females, absolutely outstanding, coupled with the innate self-contained charm of the snake people. Even if she stood there quietly, there was a kind of inexplicable attraction. Li Changa stepped forward and stood side by side with him. Do you like her? Queen Medusa spoke without looking back. Li Changa couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. There were some things that obviously didn't explain with Queen Medusa, but Queen Medusa was furious when she saw him shaking her head. Openly turned his head. A pair of black and white clear phoenix eyes with bone-chilling coldness stared at Li Changa. Said that girl is very simple. She has always thought that the person who saved her that day was you. If you dare to deceive her feelings, I will definitely not let you off. Which one of your eyes saw me cheating on her feelings? And what are you so excited about? Li Changa looked at Queen Medusa with a skeptical expression. Queen Medusa was a bit overwhelmed by his eyes. She hurriedly turned her head sideways and said in a cold voice, Yuxiu and I are friends. She helped my people find a suitable place to live. I owe her a favor. I will keep an eye on you. If you dare to do anything to harm her, even if you are strong, I will fight you to the death. With those words, Queen Medusa turned away. There was a bit of haste between the steps, giving the impression that he was running away. The corners of Li Changa's mouth rose madly and he almost cooed with laughter. After a while this was controlled, shook his head and found Li Yuxiu again. Ah Xiu, have you been staying with Queen Medusa all these years? Li Changa said. Yes, Kai Dai is well read and knows this continent we live in far better than I do. Thanks to having her to take care of me during this period of time, it allowed me to avoid a lot of trouble. Li Yuxiu said. That, so did you notice anything wrong with her? Li Changa tried. What's not right? That, is that she always likes to pester me when she sleeps. Does this count? Li Yuxiu smiled and blushed slightly. If it was anyone else, of course Li Yuxiu wouldn't have said something so personal, especially if the other person was of the opposite sex. But Li Changa was different. To her own father, she naturally wouldn't hide anything. Kai Dai's original body is a snake. Not only is it afraid of cold but also of heat. And after my body absorbed the sun true flame from the heavenly serpent fruit, the temperature emanating from my body is just right for her, so she has always liked to pester me. Li Yuxiu said shyly. Li Changa heard the sound and knew the meaning. After seeing the look on Li Yuxiu's face, he naturally knew that this pestering, I am afraid that it is really pestering. When you were affected by the heavenly serpent fruit, it was her who helped you balance the yin and yang, allowing you to fuse the sun chi in the heavenly serpent fruit while the tai-yin chi stayed in her body. So it's normal for her to be attracted by the suction. Li Changa said casually. Li Yuxiu, the two of you, a person mastering the sun, a person mastering the tai-yin. It is possible to try to cultivate together, but remember to grasp the heart. Do not lose yourself. I see that Medusa seems to have been bewitched by you, a little bit indistinguishable from the female or the male. Li Changa Song said. Li Yuxiu. Chapter 58, Xiao Ran vs Qin Ruxue. This night, Li Changa and Li Yuxiu talked a lot. From what they saw and heard to what happened to each of them, they told each other everything. At dawn, the sky was a shade of fish-belly white. The sun rises in the east and the darkness is torn apart in a shocking and magnificent way. Li Changa left. Queen Medusa appeared beside Li Yuxiu at the first time. A pair of beautiful eyes full of concern looked at Li Yuxiu and said, Are you alright? No, it's fine, Li Yuxiu said. After Li Changa's reminder, Li Yuxiu also realized that there was something wrong with Queen Medusa, which made it more or less uncomfortable to spend time with her. What's wrong with you? Did he bully you? Queen Medusa noticed Li Yuxiu's abnormality and opened her mouth to ask after him, while her body erupted with killing intent like substance. Click! A cold aura that froze everything instantly spread around with the two of them at the center. Phew! Seeing this, Li Yuxiu quickly waved his hand to dispel the chill, pulling the furious queen's jade hand, said, It's not what you think. Last night we talked a lot. He told me that the person who saved me that day was you. I'm just a little bit mixed up in my feelings. Obviously the day was the day that you saved me. Why didn't you say it earlier so that I would get the wrong idea? I didn't mean to hide it. When Queen Medusa heard this, the cold imperial sister instantly turned into a child who made a mistake, lowered her head, and said, I just don't think there's any need to tell you about this kind of small matter and increase your mental burden. Li Yuxiu looked at Queen Medusa's appearance, and then unconsciously thought of Li Changa's words. At this moment there was no longer any doubt about his words, and it was understood that this Queen's Majesty had broken for herself. She only thought of Queen Medusa as a close friend and a sister, but the other side clearly thought otherwise. How can I break her straight? Li Yuxiu couldn't help but frown and think hard, and in the end, he felt that to solve the bell, I'm afraid that this matter must still rely on Li Chang'e. Father is so philandering, and Kai Dai is so pretty, so he should be happy to let him help. Achoo! Li Chang'e, who was in the other direction, sneezed hard and looked around suspiciously. I wonder who's been reading about me again, he muttered, not even realizing that it was his family's little cottontail who was making him up. Early in the morning, the sun rises, a large ship appeared in the sky, and then as if it was instantaneous, it approached the maple leaf forest without a sound. A Qin flag on a large ship blazed. Boom! A strong wave emanated from the large ship, showing off its arrival to the others. Mard! This Qin clan is as domineering as ever. The cultivators in the maple tree forest all screamed in agony as they felt the pressure bearing down on them. Xiaoran, come out! A woman in white appeared at the bow of the boat. After 10 years of absence, today's Qin Rushue has grown into a true peerless beauty, her stature standing tall, her face fair and her features exquisite, worthy of being the pearl of the Qin clan, truly worthy of being a beautiful person who can be ranked in the group's fragrance spectrum. Her looks and temperament are truly beyond words. A group of people raised their heads to look at the Qin clan's pearl standing on the boat and murmured, compared to 10 years ago, today's Qin Rushue was less mean and had more of the calmness and generosity of a great lady. But that self-confidence and condescension continued unabated. It couldn't be helped. Who made people born with a high starting point? It was more than normal to look down on ordinary cultivators. Xiaoran, didn't you threaten to fight me? What? Being a shrinking turtle now? Qin Rushue smiled brightly, her tone carrying some mockery and sarcasm. Wait for you until noon, and if you don't show up, ha! Qin Rushue sat cross-legged on the bow of the boat. The breeze blows the beauty's hair, making her look more and more holy and dusty. The minutes ticked by. The early morning sunrise climbed overhead and then faded to the west. Qin Rushue opened her eyes and glanced at the top of her head before eyeing the distance, a hint of disdain sketching out at the corners of her mouth. Ha! 9 Yuan Mountain. Nothing more than that. Qin Rushue smiled coldly. Then the warship turned around and was just about to leave. Suddenly, a long whistle came from the sky. Is this the Qin clan pearl fleeing without a fight? A clear voice came from the sky. Qin Rushue turned her head to see that the same large ship appeared, rushing towards the maple leaf forest at an extremely fast speed. A flag was hung on the ship with the word $9 written on it. Stop! Qin Rushue raised her hand, signaling to stop the ship. Seeing this, Li Chang'e couldn't help but secretly shake his head, feeling that this Qin clan pearl was still too simple. It also feels like these sons of Qi are really pretentious at times, and they all like to make finale appearances, stepping on timelines and messing with people's minds. If Qin Rushue must leave at this time, there was nothing anyone could say. But she stayed instead of leaving. Although doing so preserved the Qin clan's demeanor to a certain extent, it undoubtedly increased the risk of losing. However, Qin Rushue clearly didn't think so. She had received the Qin family's top resources to cultivate her from a young age, and with her outstanding talent, she had already reached the saint realm at a young age, so she naturally didn't think that she would lose. Qin Rushue, today I will let you see what it means to be a true genius, so that you will know how ignorant your choices were in the first place. Qin Rushue, are you ready to lose? Xiaoran appeared, looked at Qin Rushue, and said with a mouth cannon, that's a lot of crap. Qin Rushue opened her mouth and looked at Xiaoran and said, you are late. I could have walked away from this match, but I stayed for my brother. I want to wash away the shame of that year for him. Madaka! A long sword like autumn water appeared in Qin Rushue's hand, and her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Xiaoran. Ha! Your brother, he's that beast who was stripped of his divine son's position, isn't he? That was his own fault. Xiaoran sniffed and laughed, and after sensing Qin Rushue's strength, a touch of gravity was carried in the depths of his eyes as he opened his mouth to directly engage Qin Rushue's mind. Qin Rushue sniffed and became furious. Seek death. She let out a cold cry. Her scars were uncovered, causing her mind to be instantly unbalanced, and the moment she struck was a killing move. The sword shadow filled the sky, enveloping Xiaoran. Boom! Xiaoran was able to take out a bladeless heavy sword with his backhand, flinging it with both hands and smashing it hard against Qin Rushue's sky-filled sword net. Ha! The beast was taken away from the position of God's son, and as his sister, she is unable to wash away his shame. It's really so pitiful. Xiaoran opened his mouth and continued to pull hatred to engage his mind. Qin Rushue sniffed, and she really fell for it. Anger rubbed up against his head, and all sorts of harsh sword techniques frantically greeted toward Xiaoran. Xiaoran's aura revealed from start to finish was only at the peak of the Divine Emperor, but his strikes were very steady, and his eyes were even more venomous, and he was able to look for the breaks in Qin Rushue's moves every time, and then fought with her in a back-and-forth manner. But as time passed, It wasn't hard for everyone to realize that it was only a matter of time before he lost, as his moves became harder and harder. If that's the only thing you can do, you can go to hell. Jin Rushua raised her longsword high, and 10,000 heavens of sword chi exploded at this moment, converging on top of her blade. 10,000 swords towards the clan. Kill! With a cold cry, the longsword fell and sword chi swept across the entire ring. Boom! Xiao Ran's aura blossomed instantly, and surprisingly, he was also at the saint cultivation level. In just 10 years, cultivating from a rookie to the saint realm, such as being worthy of being a son of Qi. With this kind of cultivation speed, Li Changge could only look on in awe. Playtime is over. You've been attacking for so long, now it's my turn too. With a wild whistle, a heavy sword broke the dome of the sky,